Chapter 401 Buds and Resting Wood. On the afternoon of the third day, after exploring a deep pool with floating bubbles and passing through a dense deciduous forest, the Dornish duo finally found the Concord Forest temple that grew among several large and jagged trees. At present, this dungeon is almost explored, so there is nothing surprising about finding the temple at this time. Rather, it would be surprising if the temple could not be found at this time. The temple in Concerto Forest is magnificent. The surface is covered with some lush wall-climbing plants, making the original rock wall lush and green. The tall trees surrounding and growing on it also coexist harmoniously with this extraordinary building, and they look as if they were an original part of the temple. Judging from the appearance of the entire Concerto Forest temple, it is coordinated by one highlighted word. Its existence is so harmonious with this dreamy fairy tale forest, like a mansion where the forest fairies and the lord of the forest live. On the periphery of the temple, there are also some huge stone pillars that cannot be covered by several adults. This kind of stone pillar seems to be a standard feature in the boss room in the dungeon. Without it, it wouldn't taste like that. Dorn and Vivian watched the temple from a distance.
Dorn, is this the temple you said we should find? Did you remember anything after seeing the temple?
Well, Miss Goblin nodded, then said with a serious look,
I seem to have lived in this building for a long time. I feel that if I go inside, I might be able to remember what I was like before.
After hearing this, Dorn hesitated for a while, and finally said,
Then let's go in.
The main purpose of this trip to Concerto Forest is to completely lift the curse of the ruins for Vivian and break the barrier between her and the real world. By the way, I learned about her true life experience. Since I have been exploring the ruins for so long, I haven't found any critical gains. So the results and answers the two of them want are probably in the temple.
I hope the hint given by the system will not be wrong. The original god is above.
Dorn imitated the appearance of a local in the land of miracles, and prayed to the righteous god in his heart. After passing through the standing or falling stone pillars with thick vines growing in the forest, the Dorn duo came to the temple. It's different from the boss rooms I've encountered before. Concerto Forest, the stone door of the temple is not closed, but open. Between the two stone doors, vines can be seen growing, blocking the passage. Obviously, this door has not been closed for a long time.
After the king of the fairies left, everything here was completely silent.
Dorn crossed this dungeon introduction in his mind for no reason. After being extra vigilant and careful in his mind, he walked to the stone door. Using the abilities of Fire Technique and Fire Elemental Affinity, strong flames were generated out of thin air, directly igniting the plant vines at the passage. For a moment, the flames rose and the heat waves surged, accompanied by the sound of peeling and burning. However, this violent burning was only limited between the stone gates, and not a single spark spread to the edges. Well, this is necessary forest fire awareness. When the fire stopped, the vines that originally blocked the entrance had been burned away, and the ground was filled with warm ashes swirling around. And the situation inside this temple can finally be glimpsed. Inside the temple, you can also see vines all over the walls, growing very lushly. Deeper, you can also see a quiet pool. There are countless bright light balls floating in the inner space of the temple, providing a very dreamy light source. After the two Dorns looked at each other, they nodded to each other and entered carefully in a fighting posture. The interior space of the temple is huge. Vivian dragged the heavy ebony staff and followed Dorn step by step. The two of them had not made any valuable discoveries yet. After taking a few more steps, Vivian suddenly heard a very clear voice.
Traitor!
It was as if someone was shouting at her in an extremely annoyed voice. Well, the goblin lady subconsciously tightened her hold on the staff. Dorn beside him was keenly aware of her strangeness. As a qualified adventurer, he immediately asked,
What's wrong? Dorn, did you hear anything?
Vivian whispered softly, looking around at the same time.
Sound?
Dorn held his breath slightly and turned his head to listen, but he heard nothing. There was dead silence in the entire temple. Vivian was about to explain. At this time, the voice just now sounded again.
You didn't protect them. When they were crying and bleeding, you couldn't do anything. You were useless. Sinner! 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 You left this place. Damn it! Damn it! Die!
This time the voice spoke longer, giving Vivian more time to distinguish. She found that this hateful voice could only feel the emotion, but she could not hear the pitch or timbre. She could not hear the gender of the speaker, and she could not find out who the person was. This voice seemed to come from her mind. It was like her silent reading voice. It was clearly audible to her. But in fact it was not there. No wonder Vivian couldn't find the owner of this voice. When most people read silently in their minds, whose voice should they use? Maybe it's yours. Maybe it's no one else's. But if the voice one day screams in anger and emotion at myself, it would still feel quite scary.
Dorn! That voice just now!
Vivian held the staff tighter, preparing to swing the staff in battle at any time. At the same time, she informed Dorn next to her of her findings. She wouldn't hide anything from Dawn.
The voice in your head. Talking to you? Calling you a traitor?
After listening to Miss Goblin's words, Dorn was not sure what this sudden situation meant. He could only pat the
Alice's bedtime story
in his arms and silently communicate with the dragon lady in the story world.
If something wrong happens later, take Vivian into the book first. After that, the two of them stayed in the same fighting position for a while. But nothing happened. Even the voice in Vivian's head stopped. Therefore, the two of them could only decide to explore the temple first before making any other plans. The process of exploring the temple was relatively smooth. Just like the forest outside, there are no monsters in this area that originally existed as the boss room. In the huge temple, the two of them only found two things worth paying attention to. The first one is a huge flower bud growing in an intricate clump of vine branches. There is only one flower like this in the entire temple. The petals are light blue and closed together, like a huge egg, making people feel as if something is gestating inside. The second one is an almost entire Parthen tree trunk. This Parthen tree has traces of burning, and most of the trunk is charred, some of which are black, gray, red, and yellow.
When Parthen wood burns, the person who lit it will see beautiful pictures or memories. After the wood is burned, it will be red or yellow. I don't remember it turning into black or gray.
Vivian introduced this way. After all, it is a magical wood that exists in the ruins and has special functions. Its state after being ignited cannot be judged by common sense. It sounds like red and yellow is what the wood should look like after burning, while black and gray charring is abnormal.
Well, in addition, I think this piece of restwood can continue to be ignited.
Miss Goblin continued. Chapter 402 The Past of the Skinner, A. Dorn.
What would happen if we set this Parthen tree on fire?
Vivian briefly recalled and thought.
The person who first lit the Sabbath wood. What we saw and heard through the fire will be reappeared in front of us.
Dawn didn't answer immediately, but once again look at the burned Sabbath tree on the ground. The flames leave behind rough charred traces with grooves, alternating between red, yellow and black-gray.
If the red and yellow charring marks represent beautiful memories or images, then what do the black and gray ones represent? Painful or disturbing memories?
Dawn speculated in his mind. Look at the intricate red and black interlacing on the sleeping tree. If these really represent a person's good and painful memories.
The piece of firewood that had been lying in the temple for who knows how long really records a very long story.
Could it be Vivian who once lit this piece of resting wood?
Dawn didn't know. The elf lady next to her is actually thinking similar to Dorn at the moment. Was it my former self that lit this piece of resting wood? If so, what did he see in the fire? The two were silent for a while. Afterwards, Dorn was the first to break the silent atmosphere.
Would you like to light it up and take a look? Yeah.
Vivian nodded quickly. No matter what this piece of resting wood once recorded, as long as it is rekindled now, everything will be clear. Puff. Drawn by magic power. Along with the activation of fire technique. A leaping fire suddenly lit up on this piece of resting wood. The flame grew bigger and brighter. There was a nice, musky smell that filled the air among the fine smoke and dust. When the Parthen wood was ignited, the burning situation was normal, with a heat wave and the peeping sound of burning charcoal. But slowly, something different from ordinary firewood igniting happened. On a section of yellow charred traces of resting wood, light and shadow began to flicker in the flames. The light and shadow in the fire gradually expanded and became clearer. And in the end, it was like a moving projection screen. Moreover, from the scene in the fire, there were sounds that did not belong to the flames. That's the sound of the howling wind and snow. Woohoo! The winter wind mixed with flying snowflakes whimpered. And the sky and the earth were a vast white scene. In the picture, you can see the towering Chima Snow Mountain in the distance, like a jade fan hanging upside down. At the foot of the snow-capped mountains, dozens of people can be seen. Among them were regular knights, who were riding horses and wearing armor, and looked majestic in every move they made. There are also some mercenaries standing behind the horses, who behave more casually but are better equipped. The leader of this group was an unsmiling middle-aged man with a sophisticated and serious temperament. The man was astride a fat white horse, holding the reins in his hand. There was wind and snow stuck to the gray beard around his mouth. But the man didn't care much. He spoke commandingly in a low voice.
There are snow-capped mountains ahead. Dismount. Wenfeng.
The man's words were addressed to a boy beside him, who was also riding a horse. The boy was about 14 or 15 years old, handsome and strong. He has neat short chestnut-colored hair, wears armor and a thick black fur robe, and carries a long sword with ornate decorations on his waist.
Yes, father!
The boy named Wenfeng nodded respectfully, and then dismounted skillfully. Then, he looked up at the towering and unmoving Chima Snow Mountain, and his original determined expression became a little shaken and confused. At this time, Wenfeng was still a child after all.
Wenfeng.
The man on the horse spoke again in an unfriendly tone.
You are a child of the Snow Lang family. After your 14th birthday, you have to go to Chima Snow Mountain to survive alone for a week. Your grandfather is this way. I am like this. You are like this. And your son must be like this in the future. You can be considered a man of the Snow Lang family only after you come back alive from Chima Snow Mountain. I know. Father!
Wenfeng nodded respectfully again, then silently clenched his fist, and the wavering look on his face dissipated a little. Wait until Wenfeng's figure, and his black fur robe that was fluttering violently due to the wind and snow, all disappeared into the woods at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. His father, who was also the Marquis of the Snow Lang family, paused and coughed. The mercenaries, who were standing loosely behind a few knights, walked up to the horses.
Lord Marquis?
The leader of this group of mercenaries was a strong man who was blind in one eye and wore an eye patch.
Follow him quietly, as I told you before, unless he is in danger of life. Don't help him.
The Marquis, who looked quite serious on the outside, said this in a slower tone. Then he turned back and looked at a young knight behind him.
Peter!
You can go too, as you command, Lord Marquis.
The named knight Peter quickly dismounted his horse without any objection and walked into the mercenary team, under the watchful eye of the Marquis. This elite mercenary team also walked into the snowy forest filled with wind and snow. Then, the scene inside the firelight was filled with flying wind and snow. The wind howled incessantly. Woohoo! Dorn and Vivian looked at the moving scene in the firelight, their expressions a little surprised. Judging from the image of the burning wood, the person who lit the wood in the first place was not Vivian herself, as they had previously guessed. And there is a high probability that it is the boy named Wenfeng. That was the one who was later called the Skinned Earl, the leader of Chima Snow Mountain, the undead man who was full of evil, pursued immortality in his later years, and was eventually nailed to a sarcophagus by an unknown wandering wizard to rot and stink. In the darkness, he spent hundreds of years in loneliness, fear, despair, and numbness.
That Earl Wenfeng once lit this strange sleeping tree in Concerto Forest? How could it be him?
Dorn was still surprised. Although judging from the information recently collected, Count Wenfeng did occupy Concerto Forest. In addition, after his death, the tomb was built at this ruin's teleportation formation. Even the sarcophagus containing Wenfeng's body was placed in a position where the teleportation array would be opened.
Think carefully about what Count Wenfeng did. And it is true that his obsession with Concerto Forest is revealed in every aspect.
Dorn thought in his heart. But judging from folklore stories, Concerto Forest was closed and no longer open before Wenfeng died. Wenfeng also angered his men who were guarding the location of the ruins because of this incident and skinned them. The reason why Concerto Forest will be opened again this time is most likely because Vivian has returned after an unknown number of years. After these thoughts flashed through Dawn's mind, the scene in the firelight also changed. The intertwined red and black memories on the sleeping tree have not yet finished
playing.
Chapter 403, The Past of the Skinner B. The picture in the firelight danced, and then slowly returned to clarity and vividness. In the wind and snow, you can see the mountain stretching in the distance. A young man wearing armor and a black fur robe was climbing toward the foot of the snow-capped mountains against the mountain wind, using his ornately decorated scabbard as a staff. Around his waist, there were also several pieces of frozen animal meat whose fur had not decomposed completely. Chima Snow Mountain is a typical vertical distribution ecology. There are forests at lower locations. If you look carefully, you can find prey such as snowshoe hares and elk. In addition, Wenfeng is the son of the Marquis. Since childhood, there have been fighting teachers who are responsible for physical training and teaching fencing. and magic teachers who teach how to stimulate the surge of magic in the body and use magic. Therefore, although Wenfeng is not too old, he still has the ability to survive in the wild, and it is not weak. If he is willing to stay in the snow forest at the foot of Chima Snow Mountain, he should be able to spend 7 days of family training relatively easily. But Wenfeng obviously didn't do this. He was climbing a snow-capped mountain, setting foot in the snow-covered foothills where many plants and animals could not be seen.
Going further up, there is a large underground cave, and the golden snow wolf clan emblem is inside.
Wenfeng found a sheltered place to stop and rest, and then took out a parchment drawing from his arms.
Try harder.
According to the tradition of the Snow Wolf family, after a man celebrates his 14th birthday, he will undergo family training and go to Chima Snow Mountain alone to survive for a week. Only after going through hardships will he be truly recognized by the family. This is a kind of
coming-of-age ceremony
for the Snow Wolf family, which means that the young animal leaves the warm nest, faces the wind and snow alone, and grows into a snowy male wolf with fangs and sharp claws.
There is this kind of coming-of-age ceremony that sounds quite cruel. Comparatively speaking, the children of the Snow Wolf family have been more interested in family courses, such as physical training and magic practice, since they were young. After all, for them, if they don't study hard, they may die young on the snowy mountains in the future. The coming-of-age ceremony for the Snow Wolf family. In addition to the goal of survival, there is also an optional additional task to complete. Look for the family crest. On the eve of the coming-of-age ceremony, the clan leader will personally mark the 4 Snow Wolf clan emblems of iron, copper, silver and gold with special marks under the witness of everyone, and then send people to place them in various places in Chima Snow Mountain. The locations of the 4 clan emblems are clearly indicated by the parchment drawings. However, it is not easy for young wolves participating in the coming-of-age ceremony to obtain them. Among them, the Jin clan emblem, which symbolizes the highest honor and courage of the family, was placed halfway up the Chima Snow Mountain in a very harsh environment. A 14-year-old child has mastered the fighting and magic skills he has learned very well. Walking back and forth halfway up a snow-capped mountain alone is still a very dangerous thing. Bye-bye Pei-Bao. The firelight dancing on the resting wood became more intense, and the pleasant musk-like smell in the air gradually became heavier. The image in the flames was once again filled with howling wind and snow. Then the picture became vivid and stable again. Wenfeng, a young man with a torn black fur robe wrapped haphazardly around his body and looking quite embarrassed and tired, finally arrived at the entrance of the cave where the Jin clan emblem was marked on the parchment. His face was withered and haggard, but his eyes were sparkling with joy. Dorn and Vivian, who were watching the fire image, were familiar with this crypt, because this is the mausoleum of Earl Wenfeng that they entered before. Of course, at the time when the picture was presented, Wenfeng was still a young man, and it was impossible to build a mausoleum here, so the crypt was just a natural large crypt. Dorn, who was watching the movie by the light of the Parthen wood, touched his chin, because he knew some information about future generations. Time had already revealed the plot developments for Huguang image. So, the place where the Wenfeng family hides their gold emblem is exactly the opening point of Concerto Forest. Then this is a simple question of probability. Concerto Forest will only open within a short period of time on a specific day every 3 years, because the probability is very small. Even if Wenfeng's family has been hiding their emblems here for generations, there is still a high possibility that they are ignorant of the fact that there is a ruin here. And when Wenfeng was young, he probably accidentally bumped into the extremely unlikely time when the ruins would open. Young man. Experience. Adventure. Treasure hunt. This sounds right. At this point in the story, Don still has a good impression of Wenfeng in his youth. Judging from the current story, he is a brave, tenacious, and perseverant child, who inexplicably reminds Dorn of his little brother Hyena, who embarked on an adventure.
Then why will Wenfeng become a cruel-skinned lord in the future? Or is this just a rumor? In fact, he has never done those things at all?
A lot of things came to Dorn's mind, but perhaps these questions of his would be answered in the subsequent flickering of the firelight of the resting wood. The scene inside the fire continues. After entering the crypt, holding the fireball illumination formed by the surge of magic power in one hand, Wenfeng successfully found the Jin clan emblem in the depths. And just as he was putting away his clan emblem and preparing to leave, a teleportation array with a faint blue light slowly unfolded behind him, and the repeated magic lines on it were dazzling. Wenfeng was stunned there for a long time. In the end, The young man who had just received the highest honor in his training took out his Snow Wolf Golden Clan emblem, looked at it, grasped the ornately decorated long sword, and stepped into the teleportation array. The blue light flashed and the boy disappeared. After a long time, when the teleportation array disappeared, a group of mercenaries holding torches walked into the cave. This group of elite and reliable mercenaries was ordered by Marquis Snow Wolf to secretly follow and protect Wenfeng. There is also a knight named Peter, whose duty is to secretly record and evaluate Wenfeng's experiences in Snow Mountain. In the mercenary team, the one-eyed leader was not at the forefront at the moment. Walking at the front of the team were several strange-looking demi-human mercenaries. They have messy gray fur on their bodies and have humanoid bodies, but they have the head of a jackal and a big mouth full of fangs. A special member of the mercenary team, the jackal, generally considered to be a greedy and cunning group of subhumans who like to move in groups. Their sense of smell is extremely sensitive, almost 1,200 times that of the human race, so it is a good hand at tracking work.
Where are the people? Let me ask you, where are the people?
The one-eyed man, the mercenary leader, was furious at this moment.
I promised that he would be fine in the crypt. But I ask you, where is he now? Boss, the smell of the young master is clearly in the cave. There is no smell of blood here. There should be nothing wrong with him, but I don't know why he disappeared.
A jackal defended rather aggrievedly.
Don't tell me these useless things. I don't want to know how you make your judgments. Anyway, your judgments are wrong. If something happens to Master Wenfeng, we'll just have to raise our heads to see the Marquis. What a bunch of rubbish.
The one-eyed man continued to rage. And just as the secret escort team was carrying out the so-called rescue operation in the cave because they lost the target of protection, the young Master Wenfeng they were looking for had already passed through the teleportation array and arrived in the Concerto Forest, which was full of fairy tales and fantasy. Chapter 404 The Past of the Skinner. See. Looking up, I saw a gap in the amber sky. The ancient and lush leaves are brewing with jade dew, and the gorgeous light balls of dreamy colors float up and down. The gentle forest wind blew over, and the forest plants and light balls in the air swayed gently, making a soothing, rustling sound and a crisp ding-dang sound like the collision of bells. In the depths covered by green branches and leaves, there is a stream flowing, making a soft ding-dong sound as it hits the rocks. The various sounds in the forest overlap, like a bright concerto symphony. When Wenfeng entered Concerto Forest for the first time, he was deeply shocked and attracted by the fairy tale scene in front of him. The boy from the Xuelong family, who had just been training in the severe wind and snow, did not expect that after passing through the light array, he would come to such a paradise-like place. After hesitating for a while, Wenfeng in the picture began to explore around. So, naturally, he saw all kinds of fruits in Concerto Forest. After walking around in a small circle, Wenfeng picked himself an apple-like tree fruit. He licked his chapped lips.
It looks like an apple, so it's edible. Right.
While climbing Chima Snow Mountain in search of the Jin clan emblem, Wenfeng had already finished the frozen meat he had brought up from the foot of the mountain. Now that I see fresh fruits that can satisfy my hunger, my saliva naturally starts to secrete, and I want to eat them to my heart's content. However, before Wenfeng opened his mouth to bite, there was a whoosh sound of wings flashing from behind him. Then came a clear and pleasant young female voice.
This is Xianai. The one you chose has a cyan color and is immature. It is poisonous.
Wenfeng put his hand on the hilt of the sword and turned back quickly. He saw a beautiful girl only the size of a palm. The girl has transparent wings and a unique emerald green hair color. Only some petals and green leaves are stuck to her body to cover her key parts. This slap girl is waving her wings, flying up and down, with her arms folded across her chest, a slender finger placed between her lips, looking at the apple tree, as if thinking and searching. After searching the tree with her eyes for a while, the girl waved the transparent wings on her back and flew lightly up to the tree crown. Then he took down a red evil fruit, swaying, and flew back to Wenfeng with a little difficulty and clumsiness.
Here you go. You can eat this without worry.
Wenfeng's expression was stunned. He did not put down the green fruit in his hand, nor did he pick up the red fruit that the girl was hugging. Only then did he realize that this girl with wings seemed to be a strange race of fairies that only existed in legends and stories. Forest fairy.
Hurry! Take it now! It's very heavy!
The elf girl said angrily.
What do you mean by your stupid expression? Don't you believe me? The fruits I pick are always delicious.
Wen Feng still didn't speak, but hesitantly took the Hongxia knife from the girl's hand.
Huh. That's not bad. You should thank me for saving your life.
The winged girl's tone returned to a relaxed tone, and she turned slightly in the air again.
Then, hello. My name is Grozani. You woolen cloth?
Inside the temple of Concord Forest, the fires burning in the resting wood kept dancing. Vivian's expression became slightly unnatural as she was watching the image in the firelight. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt the same emotion she had when she stepped into Concerto Forest on the first day. It was an uncontrollable feeling of grief. But this time, Miss Goblin didn't cry out of control.
Vivian, what's wrong?
Dorn next to him noticed something was wrong.
I remember Grozan. I recognize her.
Vivian replied calmly. She seemed to be vaguely remembering something crucial.
But where did Grozan go?
Vivian continued to speak somewhat numbly, as if she was asking Dorn, or herself. Where had Grozan gone? Where have all the fairies that originally lived in this forest gone? And the story in the firelight of the resting wood is still going on at this moment. Wen Feng, a young aristocratic boy with a strong and handsome appearance, established a good friendship with the outgoing fairy Grozani in the ruins. Grozani also took Wen Feng to meet other fairies in the forest. These beautiful girls, who were only about the size of a palm, seemed to have rarely seen outsiders, and were full of curiosity about Wen Feng. However, the behavior is friendly. The goblins in Concerto Forest, like the Tower Inn, the great labyrinth of the Minotaur, all belong to the intelligent neutral race in the ruins. Moreover, compared to the Tauren, the goblin race seems to be more friendly and less defensive of outsiders. It was the third day that Wen Feng entered the ruins. Grozani led the human boy to the temple deep in the forest. In the picture, the door of the temple is closed, and a large number of goblins are gathering at the stone door waving their transparent wings. They seem to want to work together to push the heavy stone door open. Wen Feng, who has a good relationship with the goblins, is standing not far away and is about to step forward.
What are you doing? Do you need my help?
The green-haired elf girl Grozani was currently sitting on top of his head, gently pulling Wen Feng's chestnut-colored short hair with her slender hands.
There's no need to go. They can push it open. Besides, you, an outsider, are not suitable for pushing the door open. What's inside the stone door? Our king!
Groxon's tone was proud, with a little excitement.
Almost every 3 years, we have the opportunity to open the stone door and welcome our king. The king of fairies?
While the two were talking, the fairies who gathered together finally worked together to open a small gap in the tightly closed stone door. As soon as the gap opened, the goblins stopped one after another. The stone door continued to open slowly and automatically.
As long as we push open a crack, our king can open the door by himself.
Groxon above Wen Feng's head explained.
She is very powerful.
It sounds like this temple should have some strong confinement effect. The door can only be opened every 3 years. And every time you open the door, you have to open a gap from the outside inward. Otherwise, even if the King of Goblins has the ability to reach the sky, he will not be able to come out of the temple on his own. The stone door opened a passage, and then a petite girl with a human figure walked out of the door. The girl also had transparent wings on her back, fair skin, delicate facial features, long silver hair like a waterfall, and held a very thick-looking ebony staff in her hand. The girl's beautiful lake blue eyes glanced around the perimeter of the temple coldly, only lingering on the outsider Wen Feng for a moment, and then moved away indifferently. A strong aura of superiority. She is the king of fairies.
Fool! Say H, low to the king. What are you doing standing still? Do you want to be beaten?
Grozani knocked Wen Feng on the head angrily. The aristocratic young man finally realized what he was doing. He quickly lowered his head and said with a slight stumble,
Hello! My name is Wen Feng. I am a friend of Grozani and the others. I came from the outside world.
Wen Feng, a spirited young man who had the courage to climb the snow-capped mountains alone without flinching, was a little intimidated by his aura when he first met the king of the fairies in the temple of Concord Forest. Except for the sound in the firelight, no other sounds could be heard. Both Dawn and Vivian were extremely quiet. The king of the fairies they saw in the firelight was none other than Vivian. Dawn was not particularly surprised by this. After all, he had always suspected this. However, when he saw the old Vivian, he still felt a little bit weird. The fairy lady he knew was usually timid, like a shrinking stuffed rabbit. But occasionally, she would show her cute side. except for his somewhat aggressive performance during fights. He generally feels harmless to humans and animals. Compared with the cold and powerful Fairy Queen, she was completely different. Besides, speaking of Vivian, she doesn't have wings either. Vivian herself didn't say anything at this time. She just held the ebony staff, bit her lower lip, and stared at the fire scene with her blue eyes. Dawn didn't know if she recalled anything important. But this is not a good time to talk. Otherwise, you may miss some important information in the fire screen, and the gain outweighs the loss. We have to wait until we have read all of Wen Feng's memories before we can discuss this topic. The story in the flames continues. The King of Goblins simply received Wen Feng. Moreover, during the conversation with this foreign boy, the Fairy Queen lightly tapped the ground with the bottom of the ebony staff. And then a strong surge of magic energy enveloped Wen Feng. It seems that Vivian's ebony staff was not just a blunt instrument used to smash the enemy's head. After the magic power dissipates, Wen Feng felt as if something was imprisoned in him. But it didn't seem to be there, and he was a little confused for a while.
I modified your memory,
the Fairy Queen said calmly.
After you leave here, you will forget most of your experiences here, and you will not be able to talk about this place with others in any way. I don't want too many outsiders to disturb life here.
After hearing the Fairy Queen's words, both Wen Feng and Grozani looked a little dazed. They all wanted to say something, but they couldn't say it yet. Vivian used to be like the head of a big family in the old days. By beating the couple hard, an ignorant love across races that may still be in its infancy is broken up. Of course, the size difference between humans and ordinary fairies is too large. Even if this ignorant emotion really comes to fruition, at best it will be platonic love. At worst it will be abnormal love. Before Wen Feng or Grozani could say anything, the Fairy Queen continued.
But you will remember something. Some fragments related to Groxan. If you really care about her and really miss her, you will follow these fragments and find your way back here 3 years later. When you come back here and see Groxan again, you will remember the things you forgot before.
Alright. It's a beating. But it's not a complete beating. As a result, neither Wen Feng nor Grozani could say anything to refute. But their cheeks were slightly hot. After that day, Wen Feng continued to move around the ruins, and continued to get along with Grozani. The Fairy Queen never summoned them again, until the ruins are closed to the outside world. The King of the Fairies will return to the temple, and Wen Feng was also told that he would be forced back to reality by the ruins. Before parting, he and Grozan were alone for a while. The green-haired elf swayed, and clumsily brought out several magic materials from the ruins in front of the noble boy. Among them are seeds of plants, strange minerals, and a pool of spring water filled with leaves that keeps jumping.
Although I hope you can bring them all. The king told me that you can only take out one. So, take your pick,
Groxan said. Wen Feng said nothing, and after quietly selecting for a while, he took away a strange blood-colored ore.
TSK. TSK. You took what seems to be the most dangerous thing. It really suits your style of taking risks and fools without growing brains.
The elf girl commented on this. Wen Feng put away the ore, and felt that he should leave something for Grozani. After thinking for a while, he took off a ring wrapped with 2 layers of gold wire from the finger of his left hand. The ring itself has no special meaning. It is just an expensive but unimportant decoration for Wen Feng, a nobleman. After it was given away, it was given special meaning. Grozan took the ring. With her body the size of a human palm, she naturally couldn't put the ring on her hand. However, if worn on the top of the head, it is surprisingly suitable. In this way, the gold filigree ring looks like an exquisite tiara.
Does it look good?
Grozani danced in front of Wen Feng. Afterwards, the two were silent for a while, until Grozani waved her transparent wings and sat on top of Wen Feng's head. She gently tugged on Wen Feng's fluffy hair that had just been washed.
Hey, don't forget about me completely. Come back and see me.
A faint blue light flashed. Under the fairy tale deciduous trees, the boy with chestnut-colored hair disappeared, as if he had never appeared here before. Only the green-haired fairy wearing a gold ring on her head was left, waving the transparent wings behind her back slightly confused and uneasily. And Wen Feng was forcibly sent back to reality, because of the Fairy Queen's changes to his memory. The clear and happy memories of these 5 days were rapidly fading in his mind. When he finally came to his senses, he found himself standing in the dark depths of the cave.
What's wrong with me?
The strong feeling of memory fragmentation made Wen Feng stand on the spot, unable to react for a long time. He only remembered that he climbed Chima Snow Mountain during the family trial, and found the golden clan emblem that symbolized honor and courage. I don't know after that. When Feng checked himself and found that the Gold Clan emblem was still there. In addition, for some reason, there was an extra piece of blood-colored ore in his arms that he had no memory of. The magic power of this ore is extremely strong, and it looks a bit dangerous.
Where did this come from?
When Feng was surprised. And then he started to remember harder. Slowly, he recalled some scattered memories. It's about a girl. In his memory, there was a vague figure of a girl who was very slender and beautiful. She liked to chatter around him. But when Feng could not remember the girl's specific appearance, he only remembered that the girl seemed to have said this to him in a very sad and reluctant tone.
Don't forget me completely. Come back and see me.
But that's all. When Feng had no idea who that girl was. Chapter 405 Specimens. When Feng entered the underground cave to search for the Jin clan emblem, and then disappeared for 5 days. In the past 5 days, the mercenary team has searched the cave back and forth several times. After confirming that When Feng was not among them, the mercenaries expanded the search area to the entire foothills of the snow-capped mountains. When the young master of the Snow Wolf family, who had disappeared for a long time, returned to reality, a gray-spotted jackal mercenary, who was moving near the crypt, soon smelled his scent. The flavor is fresh and not bloody. This shows that When Feng is safe and nothing happened. So, the jackal immediately informed the one-eyed mercenary leader of the news. This is great news. It means that this group of mercenaries no longer have to raise their heads to see the marquee. In addition, the jackal who was the first to discover When Feng's return was very smart. In his opinion, there must be some explanation for Master When Feng's disappearance and reappearance in the crypt.
Sniff. 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 I seem to smell the smell of fruit from Master When Feng. Damn it. Where can you get fresh fruit on such a snowy day?
The gray-spotted knoll was careful. There must be some secret in that crypt. The firelight in Anshimu flickered. And the next scene was like a revolving lantern that jumped very fast. After When Feng returned to Xuelang's family, he was highly praised within the family because he brought back the Jin clan emblem, known as
the courage of the younger generation of snow wolves.
In addition, the blood-colored ore brought out from the ruins was also used by him because it was the trophy of this experience. The Snow Wolf family hired the best dwarf weapon blacksmith to forge and refine this extremely magical ore into a bloody ring. He spent a lot of money to hire a powerful mage to enchant the ring. Powerful and extraordinary raw materials, coupled with a complex and refined production process. The finished ring obtained after all this hard work has extremely powerful and strange abilities. Judging from the picture provided by the firelight alone, when it is used, it can force the blood of living creatures to be extracted unreasonably. As for other functions, it is still unknown based on the pictures provided by Anshimu. When Feng named it Bloodthirst Ring. After that, 2 years passed. During this period, When Feng would often recall his experience on Chima Snow Mountain. The memory of the missing 5 days, and the vague figure of the girl that appeared in his mind, have always made him care so much that he can't let go of it at all.
I always feel as if someone is waiting for me to find her on the snowy mountain.
When Feng also tried to climb the snow mountain again, and went to the cave at the foot of the mountain. However, because Concerto Forest had not yet opened, he found nothing. By the 3rd year, back then, When Feng had made up his mind to wait until his birthday in winter before exploring the caves in Chima Snow Mountain. However, God did not fulfill his wishes. When Feng's original plan was completely disrupted by a huge war. Hundreds of years ago, the SH Lei region was not a state with a limited territory, but the inherent territory of a large empire called Himanto. In the era when Feng lived, the power of the Himanto Empire was in turmoil. The blood relatives of the royal family in the north established a new royal government, and the Himanto Empire was dragged into the civil war between the north and the south. And the two families were at war with each other. The Snow Wolf family is the supporter of the new regime in the north. After the outbreak of the All-Out War, When Feng, as the Snow Wolf Guts in the new generation of the family, inevitably ended up personally following his elder brothers in the family and going deep into the quagmire of the war. On the eve of going to the front line, the mercenary team that had been favored by Marquis Snow Wolf and had secretly protected When Feng during his coming-of-age ceremony was transformed into When Feng's personal bodyguard. Although it is said that it is a temporary worker transferred to a formal establishment. However, during the formation of the guards, some mercenaries still gave up and left due to various reasons. When Feng had no reason to embarrass these people. Among the mercenaries who left, there were several jackals. The civil war in the Himanto Empire lasted a long time. A general will die in 100 battles, and a strong man will return after 10 years. It will be 15 years later, when the situation between the North and the South stabilizes, and when Feng returns to his hometown. After being tempered by iron and blood, when Feng grew from a high-spirited young man to a northern general who could stand alone and was feared by the southern army. At the same time, he also accumulated enough military exploits to dazzle his family, and was personally received by the Emperor of the North. It's really interesting to say. Although he has experienced so much and grown up so much, the experience of the coming-of-age ceremony is still unforgettable for Wen Feng. When he was on the front line, he would still think of the lost memories of the 5 days from time to time. He will think of the girl whose figure is blurry, and who doesn't know where she is waiting for him. So, when the Northern Emperor asked Wen Feng what reward he wanted, almost without thinking, he blurted out,
"The territorial rights of Chima Snow Mountain, Your Majesty."
In this way, Wen Feng became the lord of the Chima Snow Mountain area. Wen Feng's 15 years of experience were quickly taken through like a CG cutscene in a game. And then the screen stabilized slightly. In the light and shadow of the flames, the mature and resolute General Wen Feng was seen, riding a white horse, leading a group of well-armed guards into the villages and towns under the snow-capped mountains.
"I haven't been back for more than 10 years. Compared with when I was a child, this place has changed a lot. It seems to be much richer."
Wen Feng immediately sighed. In this village and town, you can see wealthy businessmen, energetic mercenaries and adventurers everywhere. Very energetic and lively. Moreover, unlike other areas, there are many demi-humans active under the Chima Snow Mountain. The most numerous of them are the jackals.
"Yes, sir. I have inquired about it. And it seems that a relatively special commercial industry has developed under the snow-capped mountains. That is why there are such changes."
Following closely behind him was the former one-eyed mercenary captain. Now the one-eyed captain has entered middle age and is the chief knight around Wen Feng.
"What industry?" "It seems to be related to the relics of God discovered more than 10 years ago. If you are interested, sir, you can ask the chief businessman in this area." "Remains?"
Immediately after Wen Feng heard this word, he felt strangely touched in his heart. But in the end, he couldn't figure it out, and no idea emerged. That night, driven by curiosity and some inexplicable thoughts, Wen Feng actually met with the local chief businessman in his mansion. The opponent was a young jackal with gray spots on his body named Rawbark. It is said that Luobok has a certain connection with the captain of the one-eyed personal guard next to Wen Feng. In the early years when the guard captain was still working as a mercenary, this jackal's dead father had followed the mercenary team for a short period of time. The hall of the mansion was dimly lit. Wen Feng sat down on the master seat condescendingly, and the one-eyed guard captain, holding a sword, stood beside him. The well-dressed jackal businessman Robok was sitting in the guest seat with a smile on his face.
"Your Excellency, being summoned by such a big man as you, the humble Robok is really frightened. This is a little gift I brought you. It's not a sign of respect."
The tall jackal with gray spots smiled flatteringly, and handed 2 exquisite small wooden boxes to Wen Feng. Both boxes are beautiful, but there is still a slight difference in decoration. One of them has gold inlay, which looks more advanced. This means that the contents inside are also more advanced than the other box.
"What kind of wood is this?"
"It smells delicious." Wen Feng first took the box with no gold rim and a lower quality in his hand. He always felt that he smelled a familiar smell from it.
"The box is made of Parthen wood, your lord, a specialty of the snow-capped mountain ruins,"
Robok answered truthfully.
"As for the inside of the box, hey, there are 2 very rare collectibles. Many nobles in the empire like this very much."
Wen Feng just nodded casually. "I was just thinking, it's about the things inside the Snow Mountain ruins again." Then Wen Feng opened the wooden box in his hand, only to see a strange, fragrant mummy specimen inside. This mummy looks a bit like a human, but it's only about the size of a palm. The skin of this specimen has been peeled off, and the body is divided into 2 parts for preservation. On the dried skin that has been spread out, there is a pair of transparent wings that look like cicada wings.
"This is..."
Wen Feng held the wooden burial box. The first time he saw the mummy in the box, the Northland general, who was originally in great health, felt dizzy and had a migraine. He put the wooden box down and rubbed his temples vigorously. There seemed to be something turbulent in my mind, and some faded sporadic memories kept flashing back.
"Back to Lord Count. This is a specimen of a goblin. This thing is very, very rare. It can only be found in ruins in the snowy mountains. There are many rich and noble people from all over the country who are willing to see something new. And they are willing to spend a lot of money to buy one and take it home. Collect. Some people also say that grinding the goblin mummy into powder, soaking it in water, and drinking it can make the noble man extremely strong at night. Of course, your physique, my lord, definitely does not have such a need in this regard.
Robark rubbed his big fluffy hands and introduced.
Why, make goblins into mummies?
The resolute General Wenfeng frowned slightly, and continued to rub his temples while asking in a calmer tone. The sudden migraine just now seemed to be getting more intense.
My lord Earl, you don't know something. We can't bring any goblins out of the ruins alive. According to some experienced adventurers, in order to bring the creatures out of the ruins alive, it is necessary to defeat the powerful monsters in the ruins temple and gain recognition from the ruins. The last time the ruins were opened, we tried to organize a large-scale manpower to attack the monsters in the ruins temple. However, those people did not come back. Maybe they were trapped inside. It's a pity to say it. If we could get a living fairy, we would definitely be able to sell it for a sky-high price.
Robark's tone was rather regretful.
Fairies, ruins. When was the first time you entered the Snow Mountain ruins? What happened? Tell me.
Wenfeng spoke again and asked 2 questions in a row. He seems to be particularly concerned about ruins and goblins. However, for the time being, there was no hint of joy or anger in the young Earl's tone. The gray-spotted jackal looked at the lord in front of him suspiciously, and then chose to speak honestly.
My father was the first to discover and enter the ruins. He brought many jackal brothers and human mercenaries there. And then they discovered.
Robark roughly explained the situation of Concerto Forest. Listening to those familiar descriptions, Wenfeng felt that his brain was churning even more fiercely, as if something was about to surge out. Robark.
After my father and the others launched their first attack on those deceitful goblins, those palm-sized goblins began to push the door of the temple in groups. Fortunately, my father discovered this early. They dispersed the goblins in front of the temple and occupied the door. Now think about it. If the goblins pushed open the stone door of the temple and released the monsters in the temple when we first explored the ruins, the consequences would be disastrous.
The jackal, who was slightly suspicious and uneasy, was full of yearning when he told the adventure stories of his father's generation, and his expression became vivid again. As for Wenfeng, the strong headache felt already making this young and determined general feel a little unbearable.
So what's in this box?
Wenfeng endured a splitting headache and picked up another wooden box with gold edges. His breathing became heavier, and there was a strange look in his pupils.
It is a rare and good-looking fairy specimen. Moreover, that fairy must have a high status in their tribe. I think she could only be worthy of being on the Lord's collection shelf.
Roebuck continued with a compliment, but Wenfeng seemed unmoved. After a brief pause, he opened the gold-rimmed wooden box. Inside the gold-rimmed wooden box, there was still a goblin mummy with a floral and fruity scent. It is still preserved by separating the skin and flesh. Different from the previous specimen, this mummy wears a gold-wired crown on its head, or rather a human gold ring.
This is the only elf with a crown. I think she should be the queen or princess of the elf tribe.
Robark continued to explain further. At this time, Wenfeng's head finally stopped hurting. The memories that were swarming around in my mind stabilized and became clear. It was as if some restriction had been broken in his mind. It was as if a cold and majestic voice was speaking in his ear.
When you come back here and see Groxon again, you will remember the things you forgot before.
This was followed by another soft girl's voice. This voice was once very familiar to Wenfeng, and over the past 10 years, it would always appear vaguely in his dreams.
And hello, my name is Grozan. What's yours? TSK. TSK. You took what looks like the most dangerous thing. It really suits your style of being a fool who has no brains. Does it look good? Hey, don't forget about me completely. Come back and see me.
Wenfeng's expression slowly calmed down, and he gently put down the gold-rimmed wooden box in his hand. When doing this action, his hands trembled slightly, and could not be noticed by others.
Goblins, have they ever hurt you?
Wenfeng asked. This tone obviously didn't sound like a question, but it inexplicably made the atmosphere in the hall become cold and stiff.
If I tell you, Lord Count. No, those goblins are very weak.
Robark began to feel uneasy again. Wenfeng nodded matter-of-factly, and then slowly raised his face. This general who had experienced bloody battles was sitting on the main seat. Condescending, with an expression that was difficult to see clearly due to the blur of light and shadow in the hall.
One thing I care about is, how did you skin the goblin?
Chapter 406, the end of the story. The gray-spotted jackal Rawbark sensed something was wrong in the atmosphere, and instinctively felt a little scared. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with his furry paws. Whatever the human lord on the main seat asked, he could only answer truthfully.
The knife is cut from the spine, and the skin on the back is divided into 2 halves with 1 knife. Then the knife is used to slowly separate the skin and muscles, and it is torn open like a butterfly spreading its wings.
This was the first thing Robok did after catching the goblins in the ruins before making them into mummified specimens. When Feng, who was sitting on the main seat, was silent at first. After sitting there for a while, he slowly spoke.
Fuad, did you hear what he said clearly?
His tone was calm, like the sea before a storm. It seemed calm on the surface, but beneath the water, strong and unknown emotions were suppressed. Fuad is the captain of the one-eyed personal guard next to Feng. This sentence is meant for the captain.
I understand. Sir.
Fuad, who was named, was actually a little confused about the current situation. He didn't know what his Lord Count wanted to do. Fuad only knew that Count Winfeng's current state was very similar to that of when he was a general and decided to execute the captured Southern Army generals and soldiers on the front line. Wrong. It should be much scarier than that time. The hall was extremely quiet at this time, and the lights were swaying. When Feng, who was sitting on the main seat, had his eyebrows sunk and gathered together, and his tightly closed lips opened slowly after a while.
Fell him off as he said, "My Lord Count."
This sudden statement frightened Robok so much that he rolled down from the guest seat. This tall, gray-spotted jackal knelt on the ground, kowtowing and praying. He couldn't figure out where he offended this new human lord who came to the territory.
Grown-ups!
Not to mention that Rawbark didn't understand. Even Fuad, who had been following Feng, now couldn't figure out why the Count wanted to execute the jackal businessman in front of him.
Are my words difficult to understand?
Seeing that Fuad did not move, Feng spoke again. This time, he showed clear mood swings. His chest was high, his fists were clenched, his breathing was heavy, and his teeth were clenched, and the eyes under the shadow of his lamp were completely lit up with uncontrollable anger, and they were full of murderous intent. Compared to a jackal with the appearance of a beast, Feng now looks more like an injured, irrational, red-eyed beast.
I said, skin him. Yes, sir.
Fuad, dressed neatly in armor, walked down the small platform where the main seat was. Seeing the Earl's mood change so drastically, as a subordinate, he no longer dared to say anything more. As for Robok on the ground, he was so frightened that he could not speak coherently.
My lord. Fuad! You can't kill me! You can't do this! When my father was a mercenary, he did things for you and made meritorious deeds for you.
But as the gray-spotted jackal was held down by several guards and dragged out of the hall, the shrill screams gradually became distant and became less clear. After a short while, outside the hall, the cry of the jackal, which had weakened, sounded again. This time the sound was very cruel, because Fuad is acting as an unskilled executioner following Winfeng's instructions. The guard captain immobilized Rawbark with a torture rack, then cut his spine, split the skin on his back into 2 halves, and slowly used the knife to separate the skin and muscles, tearing the tall jackal's skin apart like a butterfly spreading its wings. When Feng heard the miserable scream, he was unmoved and just sat alone on the main seat on the high platform.
Skin him,
he spoke quietly, his eyes falling on the gold-rimmed box on the table and on the gold-wired ring.
Skin him. Skin them. Kill them all.
The light swayed and the light and shadows were blurred. Feng, the high-spirited young general in the past, was the cruel-skinned earl in the stories passed down by later generations. The lights and shadows under his feet were intertwined. The bright or dark lines and surfaces in the hall were all finally fixed on Feng, who was sitting there. In the temple of Concerto Forest, the flames of the resting tree are still dancing. Looking at the memories originating from Feng in the flames, Dorn remained silent, while Vivian's face completely lost its vivid expression. None of them spoke, and nothing could be said. The story in the firelight continues. In a cave on the snowy mountain, Feng, wearing a velvet white fur robe, walked alone into the teleportation array that emitted a faint blue light. He returned to the Concerto Forest, the fairy tale forest that was once full of life, with sounds all around like a concert, now became lifeless.
Here, you can no longer see those forest fairies with transparent wings that dance among the green leaves and red flowers. In the 15 years since when Feng joined the war, Concerto Forest has been opened 5 times. Jackals, human mercenaries, adventurers, and big businessmen with various resources jointly developed this ruins 5 times. Facing large-scale outsiders, the goblins couldn't organize a decent resistance at all. According to the hidden rules in the ruins, the temple door can only be pushed open a few days after outsiders enter. The first 4 massacres, which became increasingly larger in scale and involved more and more people, almost exhausted the number of goblins in Concerto Forest. And all the resources in the ruins were also looted. Under this kind of purge, only a few monsters with superb running abilities and skills can survive. When the ruins were opened for the 5th time, people finally focused their attention on the temple. They gathered more manpower and material resources, hoping to attack the temple in the forest in one fell swoop. But as far as when Feng knew, no one who entered the ruins for the 5th time came out. They must have endured the Fairy Queen's endless wrath. When Feng walked in the Concerto Forest, relying on his memory and feelings to reach the magnificent modeled forest temple, the door of the temple is still closed quietly. When Feng walked forward and started to push the door open, after he struggled to push out a gap, the stone door did not open directly from the inside to the outside like last time. So when Feng continued to use force until the stone door was pushed open enough for people to pass through. Now he could see clearly what was going on inside the temple. In the huge temple, light balls of various colors floated up and down. For the first time, when Feng saw a huge closed bud. The bud is like a giant egg. And I don't know what is gestating in it. In front of the flower stood a girl with long silver white hair, holding a thick ebony staff in her hand. The figure of this girl is the same as that of the Fairy Queen. However, she doesn't have wings on her back, so she looks more like a human. Chapter 407 Another Vivian. The girl without wings was originally just holding the staff and standing stupidly facing the flower bud. After the stone door was opened and when Feng walked into the temple, she had some reaction. The girl looked back. Her exquisite facial features were the same as those of the King of Fairies. However, she does not have the cold superior temperament of the Fairy Queen. Her face is just blank, confused and at a loss. King! When Feng stood still and spoke to the girl. However, the other party didn't react much. He just glanced at when Feng blankly, then hugged the staff and ran towards the open stone door of the temple. When Feng stayed there for a while, staring at the huge bud, but did not pursue the strange girl. Then he walked out of the temple and spent some time dragging in almost a whole parthen tree. Then he took out several rest wooden boxes from his body. These boxes are very neat. One of them also has an extraordinarily complex decoration with gold rims to indicate that the contents inside are unusual. When Feng set the entire resting tree on fire. I remember now that you once told me that after this kind of wood is ignited, you can see beautiful pictures or memories. The fire danced. When Feng said to himself, and began to gently put the sleeping wooden boxes into the fire. The large parthen tree continued to burn, leaving strange fire marks. Some red and some black. This is different from the burning traces of parthen, wood that only allowed people to see beautiful pictures in the past. I don't know if it was affected by Wen Feng's own emotions, or by the burned goblin mummies in the wooden box. When Feng stared at the dancing scenes in the firelight in a daze, and the resting wooden boxes around him were slowly burned away. In the end, only the one with gold rim remained. He looked at the box in his hand, his eyes twitching as they were illuminated by the firelight. In the end, he did not open the wooden box, but just murmured and continued. Grosan, after I came back, I killed many people and angered many people. It seems that I can never go back. I'm sorry. I should have come back earlier. The parthen wooden box inlaid with gold edges was gently placed into the fire, and was quickly engulfed by tongues of flames. In the temple of Concerto Forest, the fire slowly became smaller. The images inside disappeared, and finally went out. After this burning, the originally carbonized parthen would turn into ashes. Among the ashes, 2 small objects could be seen. After being burned at high temperatures, these 2 objects were glowing brightly. These are 2 rings. One of them is a blood-red ring with an extremely strong surge of magic power, which is unusual at first sight and contains powerful power. The other one is an ordinary gold ring wrapped with 2 circles of gold wire. The blood-red ring and the gold-wired ring rested gently on each other among the ashes. Dorn looked at the 2 rings in the ashes, and then looked at Vivian beside him. The goblin lady was still in a daze at this time.
Her lake blue eyes lost their highlights, and no color could be seen.
Vivian!
Dawn called her name softly. Only then did Vivian turn her head in a daze, her expression as dull as a puppet on strings. But when her eyes fell on Dawn, some brilliance returned to her eyes. And then, they quickly became covered with a thick layer of mist. And she choked when she spoke.
Dawn! I remembered. I remembered everything. Everyone was gone. I didn't save them. I didn't save anyone, woo-woo.
Miss Goblin started to cry. She put her slender arms around Dawn's neck, and then buried her face in Dawn's arms. What followed was loud wailing and heart-wrenching wailing, even harder than the first day she entered Concerto Forest. Vivian's thin shoulders twitched, and she couldn't stop her tears from bursting into tears. Dawn didn't say anything, but gently held the elf lady in his arms tightly. Words were pale. He felt that it was useless to say anything at this time. Dawn couldn't comfort Vivian. All he could do was stay with her quietly until she stopped crying. After a long time, Miss Goblin finally stopped her outburst of emotions and stopped crying. But because she was exhausted from crying, she fell asleep unconsciously in Dawn's arms. Dawn remained in his original position without moving. He planned to wait until Vivian fell asleep, and then let the Dragon Lady take her back to the story world to have a good rest.
So, there is still that huge bud in the temple that has not been explored. At the end of Feng's memory on the sleeping tree, he saw Vivian standing quietly in front of the huge flower bud in a daze. There must be some connection between that blue flower bud and Vivian.
Dawn integrated the information he had just received in his mind. With this thought, he naturally turned back to check the location of the bud not far behind him. But this time when I looked back, I saw that the originally closed bud had turned into a blooming state at some point. Inside the layers of dreams, there is a silent blackness. Then, some light balls began to float up and down. Immediately afterwards, the same scene as Concerto Forest was slowly outlined in the dream. Vivian slowly gained some consciousness in her dream.
Where am I? Where's Dawn?
In her dream, Vivian glanced around her, but didn't see Dawn. Before she could do anything, a voice she had heard somewhere suddenly rang in her ears.
You did nothing. While they were crying and bleeding, the king of the goblins could do nothing. You are incompetent. You are guilty. 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 You run away. Leave everything here. And don't care. You are cowardly. You should be buried. Buried. Buried for them.
The voice roared, mixed with anger and resentment. Vivian heard it clearly. And at the same time she remembered the last time she heard this sound. It was the voice that sounded in her mind when she first entered the forest temple. Similar to silent reading. Vivian looked up, and when her attention gathered again, she didn't know when a figure appeared in front of her. He has long silver hair, holding a thick ebony staff in his hand, and his delicate facial features are distorted by anger. The person in front of her looks exactly like Vivian. The only difference is that the opponent has a pair of thin and transparent fairy wings on his back.
You don't deserve to live. You don't deserve to be the king of the goblins. You deserve to die. You should die with Groxani and the others, and with the entire Concerto Forest. Die!
Another Vivian continued to speak.
You!
Vivian took a step back. According to Miss Goblin's instinct, if she encounters such a crazy and dangerous person, she will definitely swing the staff directly to the opponent's head. Fight first and then talk. But the person opposite looked exactly like herself, which made her hesitate to take action.
Me? You? I am you. You are me. We deserve to die. Damn!
The other Vivian's emotions seemed to be getting more and more out of control. She hit the ebony staff on the ground hard with a crazy expression. Chapter 408 Blooming Flowers.
I couldn't save them.
Miss Goblin took another small step back. Although she was somewhat resistant to the words of her other self in front of her, Vivian really had nothing to defend. She even felt that her other self was right. As the king of the fairies, Vivian felt that she should protect the fairies. But she didn't do it. So the goblins were slaughtered. So tragedies like Grozan and Wenfeng were staged.
I should have stopped something like that from happening. But I couldn't do anything.
Vivian followed the voice of her other self and murmured self-judgment.
Then what are you waiting for? Sinners! We should die! Die!
The other Vivian's voice was still vicious. But she seemed to be telling Vivian's own feelings.
Damn it!
Miss Goblin's eyes became hollow. People cannot refute themselves. Maybe he is really guilty. Maybe he really shouldn't live on. At this moment, a voice that did not belong to Vivian sounded in her strange dream. That voice was calm, gentle, firm, and familiar, giving people a sense of security.
You did nothing wrong. People who have done nothing wrong should not be punished. Don't you?
Vivian woke up a little in her dream. She came back to her senses and found that Dorn was standing next to her, and a red-black ominous nightmare energy was flitting across her other body. When the black air dissipated, the other self with transparent wings also disappeared without a trace.
Well, it's okay.
Dawn calmly nodded towards Miss Elf and patted her head.
Don't be too harsh on yourself. It's not your fault.
Dorn, who possesses the Dreamwalker skill, is himself a Dreamwalker. Therefore, he could easily discover the unusualness of Miss Fairy's dream, and sneak into the dream in time to deal with the abnormality. As for the other Vivian, who was driven away by Dorn with the nightmare breath, based on his knowledge, it seemed like Vivian's own subconscious. The extreme guilt and self-blame caused by those past experiences become subconscious and hidden deep in the mind. If it weren't for Dorn's extremely powerful Dreamwalker skill related to dreams and consciousness, this hidden danger would have become extremely difficult to deal with. As for why Vivian's deep subconscious was awakened after entering the temple this time, it should be related to the giant bud outside, especially when the bud just bloomed before huge blue flowers. Dorn and Vivian, who had just escaped from the dream, stood side by side. This bud, which originally looked like a giant egg, actually contained something unusual inside. However, Dorn had already seen this thing before he fell asleep and dealt with the abnormalities in Vivian's subconscious. On top of this huge blooming flower, there was a girl with silver-white waterfall-like hair and transparent wings on her back lying quietly. The girl on the petals curled up with her petite body. The original floral and leaf clothes on her body had probably been corrupted over the long passage of time, so she was completely naked, with her fair skin completely exposed. Her facial features were the same as Vivian's, very calm, as if she was sleeping. In addition, other parts of this girl's body are actually exactly the same as Vivian.
Don't stare. It feels weird.
Miss Goblin was stunned for a moment, then pulled the corner of Dawn's clothes to signal him to stop staring at herself in the flower. Although she had seen another version of herself with a malicious look in her dream just now, but the naked version of herself that appeared in reality still made Miss Goblin feel a little uncomfortable, especially when Dawn is staring at
that undressed Vivian. Ahem, okay.
Dorn coughed and touched his nose a little guiltily, regarding the other self in the blue flower. Vivian, who has recovered the memories related to the ruins, can explain the causes and consequences of its birth. After Miss Goblin's reminiscence explanation, combined with Dorn's own cognition and understanding, things probably went like this. The story begins with jackals and human mercenaries massacring goblins. The jackals have entered Concerto Forest 5 times in total. The first 4 times they did not touch the door of the temple, and they also stopped the goblins, who tried to push the door open. Until the 5th time, the fairies and most of the creatures in Concerto Forest were slaughtered by a huge number of greedy gnolls. Only then did they come up with the idea of a temple. During the 5th exploration and development of the ruins, the jackals gathered elite combat forces and took the initiative to open the door and release the king of the fairies in the temple. The final outcome of the temple attack was that the fairy queen, who was filled with overwhelming rage, defeated the numerous jackals at the cost of serious injuries. The fairy queen, who was severely damaged both physically and mentally, split into 2 after that battle. According to Dawn's own cognitive understanding, this is probably like a second personality that emerges from a psychological level when people experience huge changes and traumas and are under great stimulation. In this fantasy world, the fairy queen herself is a ruined boss who knows magic. Her personality was split, not just psychologically, but also at the physical level. At this point, the king of fairies became 2 parts. The part that carries a strong sense of guilt and self-blame rests in the buds of the temple. The other part is Vivian, who is ignorant and has forgotten the huge pain before. Finally, Earl Winfing, who entered Concerto Forest to incinerate the mummies of the goblins, opened the temple door and Vivian was able to leave. After listening to these explanations, Dorn still had a little doubt.
Then how did you leave the ruins? I don't know. I only know that the blue light of the teleportation array in the ruins flashed, and I was sent to the outside world. At that time, when Phone was standing next to me. But from that time on, he seemed to be unable to see me.
Vivian recalled for a moment. It sounds like this is all about her past life. Dawn touched his chin, thought briefly, and thought of a possibility. The operating mechanism of the ruins has loopholes and bugs that can be exploited. On this point, Dawn, who used
Alice's bedtime reading,
to get through the single-player copy loophole, can definitely speak out.
Maybe because there is another fairy queen in the temple. When the ruins were closed, the excess Vivian was treated as an outsider and sent out. As Vivian, who is part of the fairy queen, left the ruins, the original Concerto Forest became incomplete. As a result, the ruins fell into a state of being closed for a long time without restarting. And Vivian, who accidentally escaped from the ruins due to a bug, was eventually cursed to have zero presence in the outside world.
This is Don's guess on this issue. Even if the facts are different from what he guessed, they shouldn't be too far off. Chapter 409, When Fang's Weeping Ring.
Vivian, do you really plan to touch her? I think we should discuss the feasibility of doing so again. It's okay. Dawn.
In front of the huge blue flower, Vivian told Dorn all the memories related to the ruins and made a decision. She wants to touch the other self on the petals. According to Vivian, this can bring back her abilities as the King of Fairies. However, Dorn was a little worried about this. What if Vivian merges with the other person on the flower petals and transforms back into the Cold Queen with the temperament of a superior, and forgets her experiences in the real world? How can this be justified?
Vivian, what if you turned back into the Fairy Queen? And then?
Dorn scratched the back of his head and began to express his concerns. But before he finished speaking, Miss Goblin burst out laughing.
I know what you are worried about, Dorn.
But Vivian blinked her blue eyes.
I am the queen. Well, I mean, I am the king of the fairies. And I will not run away from this anymore.
There is actually nothing wrong with this statement. Vivian, who has regained all the memories in the ruins, is basically the same as the fairy queen she once was. But there were no substantial changes in her temperament or memories of the real world. Perhaps Vivian is the main personality of the fairy queen.
I know what will happen if I touch my other self. So don't worry. Besides, no matter what happens, I will.
Moo. Probably to make Dorn feel more at ease, Vivian spoke again. But she paused slightly in the middle of her words, and then continued speaking as if she mustered up the courage.
I will always be your Vivian.
Perhaps it was because of these words, coupled with the slightly shy and coy expression of the elf lady, that the combination was so lethal that Dorn was slightly in a daze. Then, Miss Goblin stretched out her slender little finger on her right hand and said,
You can pull the hook. Keep your word.
The small gesture of pulling a hook has no meaning given by the indigenous people in the Land of Miracles. Basically, it's an exclusive gesture between the two of them. After gently hooking her hand, Dorn stopped doing anything to stop Vivian. Since she said so, there should be no problem. And according to the system's hints, the ruins contain the key to breaking the curse of zero presence on Vivian. Now that the entire ruins have been explored almost, after much thought, this key can only exist in the other Vivian among the flowers. The elf lady stretched out her hand and touched her other self on the petals without any scruples. Then, Vivian with the transparent wings quickly disintegrated into tiny fragments and floating small balls of light. These fragments and light balls circled and slowly rose, and then surrounded Miss Goblin. Part of it outlined a pair of transparent wings on her back, while the other part surged and submerged into the ebony staff, the originally thick ebony staff. After incorporating those small fragments and light balls, the overall feeling became much more agile, and the surge of magic power was also much stronger. There were even a few emerald green leaves pulled out from the head of the stick. Dorn, who was watching from the side, had a feeling.
Maybe Vivian can really cast complex and diverse spells in the future and become an upright natural mage.
When those light balls and fragments were all gone, Vivian moved her shoulder blades slightly, and the pair of transparent wings on her back disappeared.
Your wings!
Dorn was amazed.
You can also release it during the fight,
Vivian explained.
Also, well, if you like it, Dawn, I can also release it to you.
In short, after merging his other self, he regained his former strength as the King of Fairies. A knowledgeable person would know from just one glance that Vivian's fighting ability has been visibly improved. After Vivian completed the process of
self-retrieval,
Dorn also received a system email. After opening it, the content is as follows. The limited time copy, Concerto Forest, has been revised. Due to the special incompleteness of this dungeon, there are no dungeon masters this time, and there are no exclusive rewards. As the reviser of this dungeon, you have the right to carry any items, including living creatures, out of the dungeon once.
I'm sorry. I'm not here to conquer the dungeon this time. I'm here to repair the dungeon?
After reading the email, Dorn felt a little bit subtle. However, if there is no reward this time,
There will be no reward. Anyway, I didn't even fight the boss. What's more, he couldn't bear to fight the boss of this dungeon. Since I have the authority to carry any living creature out of the dungeon, is it reasonable for me to take away the boss here? And with the permission of the system and the dungeon. If I take you out, just like the ruins monsters or minotaurs before, you can leave the ruins through regular channels, and the so-called curse of the ruins will naturally no longer exist.
Dorn made a general calculation in his mind, and then secretly glanced at the elf lady beside him. The latter responded with an ebony staff in both hands and blinked his lake blue eyes. It feels like even if she merges with her other self and fills in all the gaps in her role as the fairy queen, Vivian does not seem to have changed much. Wait until Miss Goblin's matter is settled. Dorn returned to the spot where the entire Sabbath tree was burning, and took out the 2 rings that had cooled down from the ashes. He also tried to use Old Steel Hammer's appraisal gloves to identify Count Winfeng's evil blood-colored ring. I was originally prepared to fail, but the final appraisal result was a success. Perhaps it was because Dorn himself had freed himself from Winfeng's immortal curse, and also learned about Winfeng's general life through the resting wood. In a sense, he has a lot of connection with the previous owner of the ring. Therefore, the bloody ring does not have strong resistance to him. Old Steel Hammer's appraisal gloves. The information fed back is roughly as follows after integrating it. This bloody ring, from its raw materials to its forging process, is of an otherworldly level. It is a very powerful prop in itself. When used, it can force unreasonable blood extraction from selected targets within a range of 15 meters. In addition, after following Winfeng on the battlefield and fighting the civil war for 15 years, this ring has licked the blood of countless living and dead people. The blood-drinking ring has undergone some changes, and has a second strange ability. The ring can project the ghosts of those who died tragically in the war, and make mournful cries. This kind of sound can confuse people's consciousness, and is a large-scale mental attack. The appraisal gloves even gave the bloody ring a new name. Winfeng's Lamenting Ring. Chapter 410 Green Crow's Feather. As for the gold ring, Vivian put it away with a heavy and serious expression. She planned to take good care of this ring for Luo Jixani from now on. Things in Concerto Forest have basically come to an end. Next, just return to reality to test whether Vivian has completely got rid of the curse of the ruins. Then, according to the previously customized plan, go to Kasadam to find the Dwarf Steel Hammer to see if it can deal with the Black Nails and Bronze Lantern. Now that you have the Warp White Mist skill, it will be very convenient to go to Kasadam. Wait until the end of the 5th day after Concerto Forest is opened. Dorn led Vivian into the teleportation array and successfully abducted the ruins boss out of her ruins. In Winfeng's tomb, after a faint blue light flashed, the 2 people who ended their adventure returned here. It was pitch dark inside the tomb and nothing could be seen. So Dorn casually clicked on Illumination. After the soft light filled the surrounding area, the elf lady beside her pulled the corner of Dawn's clothes.
There is a strange atmosphere here, which was not there before we entered the ruins.
As she said this, she placed her ebony staff in front of the 2 of them, seeming to be very alert.
Breath?
Dorn's sense of breath is not as good as Vivian's. Just when he was about to turn on Eagle View to check the situation, he suddenly felt something was wrong under his plush boots. It seemed like he had stepped on something. Remove your feet and lower your head. Using the light of Illumination, Dorn saw 2 black bird feathers appearing at his feet. When I entered the ruins 5 days ago, there was absolutely no such thing on this small platform. And this mausoleum is located halfway up the snow-capped mountains, where the weather is freezing and not even a blade of grass grows. Under normal circumstances, no birds or beasts would come to this location.
Someone came to this tomb after we entered the ruins?
Dorn made random guesses in his mind, and at the same time looked at the 2 feathers at his feet more carefully. The 2 feathers were placed very neatly. It didn't look like they had been accidentally dropped. Instead, they seemed to have been deliberately placed on the high platform where the sarcophagus was once placed. In addition, the feathers seemed to be those of birds like crows, about the size of a palm. Very dark, very shiny, very oily. If you look closely, you will find that there is a strange green light inside the dark color. After carefully distinguishing the bird feathers, there seemed to be a muffled thunder in Dorn's mind.
Wait a moment.
He thought of someone. No, strictly speaking, it's hard to tell whether the other party is a person.
The Green Crow Man?
Dawn clearly remembers the man he saw in Adele's nightmare. The man who massacred Adele's whole family because he coveted pale justice and called himself Death. Surrounded by a group of crows with green feathers, That is a terrifying existence that will directly find the corresponding dream just because its projection in other people's dreams is erased. Almost instantly, Dorn figured out a lot of things. Some information recently obtained was quickly integrated. The man who carries the green crow and calls himself Death. It is very likely that he was the wandering wizard who gave Count Winfeng immortality thousands of years ago and nailed him firmly in the sarcophagus. If it was really him, everything would be easy to explain. The green crow man calls himself Death, or Death's follower. Such a being, if he discovers a human lord, pursuing immortality in a whimsical way, it is really possible to give the other person eternal life on the one hand, and on the other hand, nail the other person to a cold sarcophagus so that he will never be reincarnated. Such wicked behavior, as well as the surly behavior of leaving strange graffiti in the tomb of Earl Winfeng, are completely consistent with the character image of the Green Crow Man in Dorn's mind. You know, the Green Crow Man once massacred Adele's whole family just because he wanted to obtain pale justice on a whim. Later, because he felt that the childhood Adele was somewhat similar to his daughter, he, on a whim, lightly returned the offer of pale justice at the cost of dozens of lives. With this kind of logic, calling him a psychopath is not an exaggeration at all. Since he is a psychopath, no matter what he does, it is not surprising. Now that the crow feather appears in Winfeng's tomb, it means that the Green Crow Man has noticed that the immortal curse he left behind has been broken. His black nails and lantern were also packed away by a stupid young man who was not afraid of death.
If I had known that those two things were left by the Green Crow Man, I would never have touched them,
Dorn cried in his heart. But the done thing is done. There is no use regretting it this time. Dorn even had no intention of putting the black spikes and the lantern back on the high platform. Joke. With the character of the Green Crow Man, if he puts things neatly and returns them, will he let her go? Dorn would not dare to have such childish and innocent thoughts. The only solution for now is to run first. Just run away. The method is forget it. Don't think about it. Just run away, and that's it. In this case, delaying for one more second would be disrespectful to the biological instinctive desire to survive. As for whether carrying black nails and a lantern will serve as a locator for Green Crow Man to track him, one thing to say. Does a terrifying existence that can be found in dreams really need to rely on items to track itself? The real situation is probably not true. From the moment Dorn returned to reality from the Concerto Forest, even the color of his underwear has been locked by the Green Crow Man who doesn't know where he is. After spending a few seconds to quickly think through all the above, Dorn was about to run away.
Don't on?
Vivian, who was standing next to her, watched Dorn's facial expressions undergo many wonderful changes in just a few seconds, which were comparable to the many face-changing scenes in Sichuan opera. She was slightly confused. Although it is true that I can feel the strange atmosphere now. According to Miss Goblin's usual thinking, the worst thing she can do is fight with that stranger. It's not surprising that Vivian would have such thoughts. She herself has never experienced the terror and oppression brought by the Green Crow Man. In addition, he and Dorn went out on adventures and had never fought against the wind. He had even recently regained the power of being the king of the fairies. So his morale was high. It's just a fight. There's nothing to be afraid of. Vivian is really not afraid. But Dorn is.
I'll explain later.
Dawn said such a sentence quickly, then patted
Alice's bedtime reading,
and asked the dragon lady to quickly pull Miss Goblin into the world of the story. Although the latter was confused, he did not resist such an arrangement. After Vivian enters the book, Leap White Mist is activated. The hazy milky white mist, like a dream, completely enveloped the entire small platform in the tomb in an instant. Chapter 411, The Escaped Divine Envoy.
As long as we reach that place. As long as we reach that place before being caught by the Green Crow Man.
As for where to escape from the Green Crow Man, Dorn has already made a plan. You definitely can't go to Kasadam. Taking the Green Crow Man there will probably wipe out the dwarves together. Currently, Dorn can only think of one place in the Land of Miracles that might be able to deal with this sudden crisis. The headquarters of the Holy See. It doesn't matter whether the Green Crow Man is Death's follower or Death's clone. Anyway, he is definitely a member of the Apocalypse Evil God Camp. And his relationship with the righteous Holy See is 100% hostile. The headquarters of the Holy See is not only home to the Archbishop whose strength is second to none in the entire Land of Miracles. The original God, the Old Man, can definitely affect reality through the location of his own temple. Just like when they were in Marlowport. The four evil gods of the apocalypse affected reality through the stone sculptures salvaged from the ruins in the sea. Thinking about it this way, the Holy See headquarters feels completely safe. In addition, as his understanding of the body's systems and his exploration of the relics of God continued to deepen, Dorn had suspected more than once that the reason why he traveled through time was because of the call of the original creator. Even the systems on his body were probably created by him to facilitate his rapid improvement in strength. If things are as suspected, is it not too much to think of the original God as his guardian in another world? If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, it is reasonable to go back to the guardian. Right? Primordial God save me. Dorn stepped out of the white mist without hesitation. But before leap, he paid a little attention to the two green crow feathers on the ground.
I put the black nails and the lantern in the sarcophagus and carried them away. How can I still be afraid of this?
Don't be afraid of death if you have too much debt. I'll take it all away for you. Thick white mist surged, sucking in the two glowing green feathers. Dorn himself did not enter the mist and quickly disappeared, due to his long-term association with the elite clergy of the Holy See such as Adele and Cross. Dawn is relatively familiar with the location of the Holy See headquarters. The headquarters of the Holy See is named Jebus, which means Heritage of God, and it is also called the Holy City. Jebus' location on the continental plate, near the western side of the Dona Empire. The Holy City is not under the jurisdiction and control of any secular empire, remains absolutely neutral to secular disputes, and the Holy See has absolute control over it. Judging from the actual distance, the distance between the Holy City and Bangla Sh. Lay is actually quite far. If we drive a carriage, we may not be able to reach it in a month. But Dorn has a convenient skill like leap white mist. Distance is really not a big problem for him. Walking through the white fog, it was clear that there were blocks of hazy fog all around. But Dorn was able to strangely distinguish the correspondence between the distance in the white fog space and the real space. Words alone may not be able to explain this feeling. It
can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words.
That belongs exclusively to the owner of the leap white mist ability, because it was the first time to use this skill from a long distance. I was not very proficient in using this skill in the early stage. It took about an hour, during which time he escaped from the white mist twice, and returned to reality to correct his position and direction. Dorn successfully arrived outside Jebus City. I don't know if the skill, Leap White Mist, is to Imba, or for some other reason, but the Green Crow Man did not catch up with Dorn.
Is it so easy to escape?
Dorn, who was outside the Holy City, was a little surprised by the successful outcome of this sudden escape. I originally thought that I would be chased and intercepted by the Green Crow Man, even if I could make use of the White Mist. In the best case scenario, I would have to shed my skin to escape here. The result? Is this? The destination of escape was right in front of him. But Dorn did not dare to take it too lightly. He activated the last leap to white mist. And this time he planned to jump directly to the center of the Holy City's sacred hall. It would be best to land in front of one of their archbishops. If you are busy running for your life, how can you go through the process and ask for help? In addition, Dorn is not afraid of being captured by the Holy See directly, because he suddenly breaks into the core area of the Holy City. He came with credentials. In Wenfeng's tomb, the two green crow feathers that were swept away before escaping could come in handy at this time. According to the information currently available, the senior leaders of the Holy See definitely have a certain amount of information about the existence of the four evil gods of Apocalypse. This can be proven through Adele's experience as a child. Then the higher-ups of the Holy See who took in Miss Swordholder must also be aware of the Green Crow Man's existence. He broke into the core area of the Holy City directly, and then showed the Green Crow's feather to prove that he was being hunted by the Green Crow Man, the enemy of the Holy See. Then, the Holy See would not be held seriously accountable for breaking into the temple. And if the original god is really his guardian, then there is no need to worry. When I go back to my
parents' house,
don't I know that I won't be able to go back without informing my family in advance? Thick milky white mist filled the air again, and Dorn, who was looking a little embarrassed after fleeing, straightened his posture and quickly stepped into it. Jebus was guarded by many uniformly and well-equipped clergymen. Central Hall. The tired sunshine in the winter afternoon shines in through several large colored windows in the shrine. On the stained window are several figures with strong religious overtones, made of various colors of glass. The lines are smooth, and the colors of the pictures are bright and eye-catching. The sunlight coming in from the outside is cut by various colors and scattered on the ground, creating a quiet and mysterious atmosphere. In the center of the shrine, There is a fountain with clear water. Behind the fountain, a simple but strangely powerful statue is placed. The content of the statue is a perfect round sun and a half-broken moon. Throughout the land of miracles, there are no human statues of the original creator. Only symbols. This sun and moon cycle symbol is his most common symbol. In front of the statue of the sun and moon, there was an old man with bare feet and a plain linen robe, dressed like a poor monk. Standing silently, the old man in a plain linen robe is named Mohani. The most powerful person in the entire papal organization is also the nominal pope of Jebus. In the land of miracles, the believers closest to the original feet. Beside Mohani, there was a woman dressed as a nun, wearing a black and white robe, black-framed round glasses, and holding a thick stack of scriptures. He has a gentle and elegant temperament. This gentle nun is named Meyer. The Cardinal of the Holy See is also the direct person in charge of the elite clergy team of the Holy See, Pale Sword Bearer, Adele. Wah wah. In the fountain made of pure white stones, the water column splashed lightly, and some water droplets fell on Mohani's feet. After a long moment of silence, the old man slowly opened his eyelids, revealing a pair of energetic brown eyes.
Here he comes! The envoy of God!
Chapter 412. There has been a slight change in mentality. In the quiet shrine, with a strong sense of religious mystery, a hazy milky white mist appeared out of thin air. The white mist surged and soon filled up, covering less than half of the hall. And among the invisible white, there was another figure walking out. Mohani, who was dressed as an ascetic, didn't react too much to this, and his expression was as calm as water. Ms. Meyer, who was dressed as a nun, looked at the white mist and the figure in the mist with curiosity. However, she quickly restrained her gaze and lowered her eyes, showing a calm and docile expression like a lamb. The white mist continued to surge. The figure walking out from inside became increasingly clear. When the person completely passed through the white mist and officially entered the hall, the two senior officials of the Holy See were finally able to see the appearance of the person clearly. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes, a tall and straight figure, and a handsome face. This young man was naturally Dorn, who was forced to flee for his life by the Green Crow Man who did not show up. After Dorn's figure appeared, the billowing white mist behind him that seemed to connect to endless space disappeared without a trace.
The original most devout servant, Mohani, is here to await the arrival of the envoy of God.
The old ascetic monk performed the Vatican's chest-caressing ceremony towards Dorn. Cardinal Meyer on the side also saluted simultaneously.
Meyer of the Holy See, I say lo to you, the messenger of God.
Dorn, who was not completely sure that he was out of danger, and was still thinking about how to negotiate with the Holy See, looked confused. He first carefully paid attention to his surroundings, and made sure that the old ascetic monk and the gentle nun in front of him were all talking to him. However, this made Don's doubts even more serious.
If nothing else, the divine envoy they call me should be me. Right. When did I become the divine envoy? Why didn't I know? No one informed me of this.
In addition, the two members of the Holy See in front of them all announced their names during the greeting process. The name Mohani was somewhat unfamiliar to Dorn. In the process of interacting with the clergy, I never heard it. In fact, no one dared to call the Pope by his first name. But he had an impression of the name Meyer. After all, he could often hear words like this from Cross's mouth.
Don't look at Teacher Meyer's appearance. It still hurts when she hits someone.
Therefore, Don quickly identified with the beautiful and bookish nun in front of him. Cross's teacher, the direct person in charge of Adele's team, and the Cardinal of the Holy See. He is a high-ranking figure in the entire church in an absolute sense. Since this nun's status is like this, the status of the old ascetic monk next to her will definitely not be any lower. The important figures of the Holy See who met for the first time were respectful, and even a little submissive. This abnormal situation, no matter how you think about it, is directly related to what they call themselves.
Messenger of God, messenger of the original creator, me?
Dorn continued to struggle with this question in his mind. He had some guesses in his mind, but his face did not show much emotion. After experiencing many storms and waves, he has long been able to keep his emotions and anger intangible. Seeing that there was no obvious reaction from Dorn, Mohani's expression remained calm.
I received the grace of my Lord last night, and learned that the envoy of God will come to the hall today.
After saying this, Don finally understood. Is it true that the original God sent an oracle in some way, and asked these two big figures of the Holy See to wait for him here? In this way, the sudden identity of God's messenger was given by the original God himself. There is a feeling of being appointed. Really hammered. The truth behind his time travel and the system on his body are definitely related to the original creator. So as I had guessed before, from the moment I entered this different world, I was a natural member of the Junction Camp. I came to the Holy See headquarters to escape today. I came to the right place. Dawn breathed a sigh of relief. Crisis resolved. We are safe. For now. There was absolutely no way that the Green Crow Man could attack him at the Holy See headquarters. Dorn could be sure of this. The Holy City is the home of the original creator. As a suspected follower of death, if the Green Crow Man can take off his own head in a place like this, then there will be no need to compete between the good god and the evil god. The evil gods of Apocalypse have already won. So, Dorn straightened his expression slightly and showed the 2 green crow feathers he had collected. I brought a piece of news. Although he didn't know what the envoy of the righteous god should look like. In order not to disappoint the 2 senior Vatican officials who had been waiting here for who knew how long, Dorn still tried his best to show an inscrutable spirit. The tone comes. To save his life, Dorn moved quickly into his newfound identity. God's envoys, after all, still have some image and baggage. Mohani and Meyer glanced at the green crow feather, then looked at each other and nodded. It seemed that they all recognized this thing. Moreover, the indifferent expressions on the faces of these 2 senior members of the Holy See were very reassuring, which showed that even if they recognized that it belonged to the Green Crow Man, they were not afraid at all. Meyer, who was dressed as a nun, spoke in her rather gentle tone. Master God Envoy, the Holy City is absolutely safe. The evil god's minions cannot break through here. Ahem. As soon as he said these thoughtful words of comfort, Dorn coughed twice in embarrassment. The Holy City is absolutely safe. This sentence shows that Ms. Meyer was actually well aware that Dorn's situation was not safe before arriving at Jeebus. In other words, who is stronger and weaker between Dorn and the Green Crow Man is clearly visible to the 2 senior leaders of the Holy See in front of them. They are very clear about the strength of their God Envoy. From this point of view, there is no way to use this cheap God Messenger status to pretend, coax and trick the ascetic monks and nuns into thinking, and then act as their own pawns to fight against the Green Crow Man with a look of admiration. Done. However, after a brief moment of embarrassment, Dorn's expression returned to calmness. He suddenly realized that these 2 senior leaders of the Holy See, who had met for the first time, had clearly seen his own strength from the moment they met, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. Even if they know that I am not very strong, they will run around with their heads in their hands when they encounter the Green Crow Man, and run to the Holy City to seek shelter. But don't they still respectfully call me the Divine Envoy? Why? Because my identity as a Divine Envoy was appointed by the original God they serve. With the original God behind him, there seemed to be no need to put on airs. After understanding this, the Holy See's envoy had a subtle change in his mentality. From the beginning, I wanted to establish a tall image. But now I have become confident. I'm just bad. When I meet the evil god's followers, hey, I just can't beat them. What do you 2 say? In one sentence, can you save me? Chapter 413 Communicating with Gods. The ascetic Pope Mohani and the gentle nun Sister Meyer did not think as much as Dawn did. The will of the original God is everything to devout believers like them. Since God said that the young man in front of him is an envoy of God, then his identity cannot be shaken. As long as the 2 of you serve him with all your heart and soul, there is no need to consider anything else. At the same time, after learning that the noble Lord God had suffered from the embarrassment of Death's attendant, Sister Meyer immediately left the temple and ordered the clergy and archbishops currently staying in the Holy City to be on guard. Mohani, who stayed in the temple, took the initiative to introduce the situation of the Holy See to Dorn with a kind face. Judging from the ascetic pope's attitude towards Dawn, it is completely unimaginable that the 2 of them had only known each other for less than 10 minutes. Master God Envoy, maybe you would like to communicate with our Lord. After briefly talking about the situation of the Holy See, Mohani suddenly added this. Communicate with God? Dawn repeated the other party's words. It seems that in the Holy City, there is a way to communicate with the original creator. Mohani said before that last night, he received God's grace and learned that God's envoys would come to the temple. This information was probably obtained through some kind of ritual to communicate with God. For now, Dorn is not averse to communicating with the original creator. And as things have developed so far, his mentality has completely turned towards this righteous God from another world. Without the original God, Dorn would have died countless times just wandering around in the land of miracles. In addition, if you can really communicate with gods, you will definitely know more secrets and truths about this world. For example, how did I travel through time? What does the original god want to do for him? Is there any way to return to Earth now? If possible, Dawn would like to take Vivian back to her long-lost home. Because of this series of thoughts, Dorn quickly responded to Mohani's original invitation to communicate.
Master Divine Envoy, please come with me.
After receiving a positive answer, the ascetic Pope nodded calmly, then walked barefoot towards the depths of the temple. Dawn followed without hesitation. While following him, he also communicated with the Dragon Lady in
Alice's bedtime reading.
The current situation and the crisis encountered in Wenfeng's tomb were roughly explained to Vivian and Alice. Just now, I just drove by Wu and ran away seriously, without explaining these things to the two of them.
The general situation is like this. Alice, please talk to Vivian and let her stay at your place with peace of mind. After I finish the things here, I can send her out.
After explaining, Dorn gave one more instruction. After understanding that the crisis was over, Long Yang responded casually a few times, and then disconnected her thoughts from Dorn. Then he took the fairy lady, who was temporarily staying in the story world, and went to play super realistic pretending to be a family, and drink wine to pass the time. Dorn followed Mohani all the way through the hall, and entered a tunnel that wound downwards. The passage is made of pure white bricks, and the walls are lit by oil lamps with a faint scent of spices. Continuing all the way down to the end, Mohani opened a door that clearly contained a strong surge of magic power. Then he stepped aside and made a simple gesture for Dorn to go in.
Master God Envoy.
Without too much hesitation, Dorn stepped into the open, white door. Behind the door is a strange scene. This is a very strange space, surrounded by holy white. There are no walls in sight, and the white space seems to be infinitely expanding. Dawn turned around. The door behind is still there, standing alone in the center of this strange space. Dawn did not retreat out of the door, but took 2 tentative steps forward in this boundless white space. As I walked, I was still thinking,
will I see the original god here? What kind of existence is he?
As soon as this idea came out, something changed in this white space. In the distance as far as the eye could see, several small moving dots appeared, running towards Dorn. After these little dots run a little closer, you can see their true forms clearly. Pink fur, wide and drooping long ears, a forehead with spiral patterns, and a body that is so plump that it looks perfect for barbecue.
Jackalope?
Dorn swallowed invisibly. Those jumping little dots are the monsters in the novice battle level that he is very familiar with. The jackalope. After the pink rabbits jumped close, they did not get too close to Dorn, but kept a certain distance from him with a slight vigilance. Then a rabbit with a white paper in its mouth jumped forward 2 more steps, put the white paper in its mouth on the ground, and quickly jumped away again.
These rabbits seem to be afraid of me. Really? I won't eat you. Small swallowing sound. At least not this time.
Dawn muttered this in a low voice, and then picked up the white paper on the ground. I saw a line of words written in Dona's script on the paper. There was nothing visible in the font and handwriting. It felt a bit like computer-printed words in uppercase and bold letters. What do you want to give me?
Huh?
Dorn whispered in confusion. This small note should have been sent by the original god, but judging from the content, it seems that it is asking for something from myself, and it hasn't been made clear what it wants. This feels like when I was a student. I was caught by the teacher doing something small in class. The teacher quickly walked down the stage, stretched out his hand, and said,
"Hand it over yourself."
Dawn thought briefly. Do you think the original god's intention was to make him a sacrifice?
If we are communicating with the gods, it seems reasonable to offer some sacrifices.
With this thought, Dawn patted the
Alice's bedtime reading
in his arms. Soon, a strange bronze lantern appeared in this pure white space. This lantern was originally something that was difficult for Dorn to control. Originally, he wanted to take it to Kasadam and try his luck with the dwarves because he had
the idea of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle.
Now that we can communicate with the original god, we have a better way to deal with this hot potato. I directly offered the bronze lantern as a sacrifice. This lantern is already Dorn's highest level prop. Dedicating it to the original god is enough to show his innocence.
With this satisfaction from the original god, it is entirely possible that he will reward me with a powerful prop that I can use.
He thought happily in his heart. Then, all I saw was the printed note in Dorn's hand. The writing on it began to become blurred, as if it was being arranged and reorganized. When the handwriting became clear again, Only a short word was left.
Besides, Dawn?
Chapter 414. They are just like bandits. Even worse than bandits.
What do you mean?
Is this already an obvious robbery? Is there any royal law? Are there any laws?
Look.
Are these the words? Deeds and body that a god should have? Dorn's eyes twitched. But other than a few slanderous words, he didn't dare to really jump up and point fingers at the original god.
Since the Lord God still wants me, I can only bite the bullet and offer something more. After all, I came to him to seek refuge, and he just made me a divine envoy in front of his followers.
After comforting himself in his mind, Dawn patted
Alice's bedtime reading.
Again, just think of it as a way to save money and eliminate disaster. A tightly closed sarcophagus appeared directly in the endless white space. This time, Dorn planned to endure the physical pain and sacrifice the 4 black nails together. After all, the original god is the righteous god of another world. When they met for the first time, Dorn really didn't dare to bring some useless props to him. You can't treat a god like someone who collects rags and exchanges them for stainless steel wash basins. After the sarcophagus was pulled out of the story world, Dawn also put the bronze lantern inside.
The lantern and the black nails are newly obtained high-quality props. The original creator should be satisfied now.
With this thought in mind, he waited for a while. In this boundless white space, nothing changes. The sarcophagus serving as a packing box was still in front of him. The group of fluffy pink-haired dumplings still kept a distance from the terrifying upright creatures that had roasted their kind. They arched each other's big ears with wary and cautious expressions on their faces.
Dawn.
I picked up the white paper in my hand again. The words on it have not changed. They are still.
Besides, doesn't this mean that the sacrifice is not enough?
Now the corners of Dorn's eyes were twitching even more fiercely, and he almost couldn't keep his expression.
No.
Is this still a god? They are simply bandits. Worse than bandits. He also said that he wanted believers to praise God, which is just one sentence. Disgusting. His heart started to jump, but Dorn still maintained restraint on the surface. What else can we do on other people's territory? So, he began to think painfully about what else he could hand over to honor the gods. If you want to talk about what good things are left in you, as one wishes, time of chaos? These 2 self-aware props have been with Dorn for a long time, and he is absolutely reluctant to hand them over. And it can't be done. Logically speaking, these 2 props are rewards for conquering the god's relics. If the ruins were really created by the primordial god, Rui, and the time of carving chaos can both be regarded as rewards given to him by the primordial god. Why are you taking something back with you when you give it away?
Alice's bedtime reading.
No. Dragon Lady is bound to the world in the book and cannot come out. Even if you are a god, you can't force someone to sell your daughter. After thinking about it, Dawn felt that he really had nothing to offer.
You can't make a dish for the original god. Right.
Dorn frowned.
Actually, it seems it's not impossible.
As a cook, isn't the most valuable thing you can do with food? And the pink rabbits all over the ground are all made of fine ingredients.
It's okay if I don't think so. Now that I think about it, the hand-shredded roast rabbit tastes really good.
Dorn, who was originally frowning and thinking about what else was suitable as an offering, started to lose his mind as he thought about it. Even the look in the eyes of those pink jackrabbits on the ground has changed. It only made those fluffy pink rabbits retreat in fear. After Dawn had these weird thoughts, the small note in his hand changed again. The print-like handwriting was blurred again, and began to be arranged and reorganized. When it became clear, it had become another word. Feather. At the same time, below this word, there is also a line of smaller font. You can cook, but don't eat my rabbit again. This. Looking at this line of small words like annotations, Dorn realized that it seemed that in this boundless white space, the original god could hear his own voice. As a god, it is not surprising that he has such ability.
In other words, what I just said in my heart can be heard by the original god. It's terrible. There are so many of you. Don't you think it's strange?
After a short period of silence, nothing changed around Dorn. No divine punishment comes. This righteous god seems to be quite generous. Dorn's opinion of the prime god +5. After that, he chose to follow the original god's request without any distractions, and put the 2 green crow feathers into the sarcophagus. After all the items from the green crow man were offered as sacrifices, the unseen god seemed to be finally satisfied. I saw the group of pink-haired jackrabbits scattered around and watching, all rushing towards the sarcophagus, either arching, lifting or carrying. The extremely heavy sarcophagus was moved quickly.
These jackalopes may not be as weak as they appear on the surface,
Dorn guessed in his mind as he watched the shocking scene of the jackalopes pulling the coffin. In addition, he also recalled what Crick said when he took the materials from the jackalope to identify.
It is recorded in the ancient books that it is just a kind of monster that existed a long time ago. People seem to call it messenger.
Now it seems that the records in that ancient book are correct. The pink-furred rabbit seems to really be a messenger. And he is also the highest status messenger in this other world. Because they are helping the gods deliver messages.
When I go back, I can tell Crick and Mr. Alfonso, the old scholar I have never met before, that I don't have to go through the information for me anymore to identify the jackalope, because I saw it alive again. And it was still the same.
The whole group, after the horned rabbit and the sarcophagus, all disappeared into the endless white space. The note in Dorn's hand changed again. Hold on.
After you got everything you wanted, your words were really polite.
At this time, he didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Dorn waited in this magical white space for about 10 minutes. The content of the note in his hand had not changed during this period, so he did not venture here to explore. In addition, he could still hear people's voices in the original, so Dorn could only control his thoughts as much as possible. Just think. Try to think non-blasphemous thoughts. For example,
does the small word that the original god just left on the note mean that he is willing to eat the food I cook? Wait a minute. If a god eats my food, how much cooking power will be added? Is this not allowed to take off directly?
After some unbearable time passed, Dorn saw the group of jackalopes jumping around at the end of the line of sight in the white space, returning with their coffins.
After you took the things away, did you send me the packing box back?
Don's empty thoughts inevitably started to move again. Chapter 415. Am I his illegitimate son? After the sarcophagus was delivered to them, the jackalopes began to scatter to the side again, maintaining their original vigilance towards Dorn. The bulky, packing box was not tightly closed when it was returned. Dorn looked inside and saw green crow feathers, 4 black nails, and even a bronze lantern all inside.
Repay in full? What does this mean?
Dorn took a closer look at the props in the sarcophagus for a while, and then he discovered a clue. Black spikes and lanterns are still powerful props, but they are not as dangerous to me as they were at the beginning. To be more precise, the extremely offensive decadent aura that the black nails and lanterns originally carried has become silent for some reason. Instead, there was an ethereal and sacred feeling, like
the big bell overlooking the bell tower of the holy see being struck in the twilight.
This feeling of holiness was familiar to Don. This is how I felt when the lucky rabbit's foot on my body was activated previously, and the holy essence medicine given to me by Adele and others, which is only equipped by the elite clergy team of the Holy See. I also feel this way after taking it.
So this is the sacred feeling that comes from the original god.
Dorn touched his chin and looked at the several props in the sarcophagus, thinking in his mind. He seemed to finally understand the purpose of the original god asking him for the props from the Green Crow Man. Don patted the
Alice's bedtime reading
in his arms, and then a leather glove with a plain shape appeared on his right hand. First use Old Steel Hammer's identification gloves to try to identify the black nails again. When the magic surges between the gloves and the black spikes converged, Dorn got the information he wanted. The spike stained with the smell of decay can imprison all creatures whose bodies are embedded by the spikes, as long as the level of the imprisoned creature is lower than the death clone. It cannot break free from the imprisonment. And when Feng's tomb, when Dorn tried to identify the black nails for the first time, he obtained
cavalry information,
coded. But now, the information related to the black nails is completely displayed in front of you.
Death's clone? Refers to the Green Crow Man?
After a brief pause, Dorn took a deep breath and stretched his right hand, which was wearing Old Steel Hammer's appraisal glove, towards the bronze lantern. When the magic power of the two slowly surged at the same frequency, another piece of information was smoothly fed back into Dorn's mind. Death's soul-drawing lamp, temporarily weakened. 1. Soul lead, can imprison and drive any soul. 2. Life and death fairy, not available yet. The explanation of this prop called soul-drawing lamp is more complicated than that of black nails. First of all, this lamp is in a weakened state.
Is it for my convenience?
Dorn guessed in his mind. The heyday version of soul lamp is impossible to control with his current strength. The weakened version is probably just right. The price of this weakening is that a function of the lantern called life and death fairy cannot be used.
Life and death fairy Just hearing this name makes me think of Erwin Fong, who is nailed in a sarcophagus and cannot die.
As for the soul induction, skill that is not restricted from use,
Can imprison and drive any soul.
just hearing this description carries an evil and outrageous aura.
So, the purpose of this lantern is to kill a powerful opponent or monster, and then imprison the opponent's soul in the lamp for you to control, becoming a powerful combat aid.
Dorn took another look at this lantern, which was still evil even if it was covered with a holy aura. But for now, he could feel that there was no soul that could be driven inside the lantern. I don't know if it's because the lamp was originally empty, or because it was just pulled by Jackalope to secretly refresh the phone. After appraising the bronze lantern, Dorn casually touched the green crow's feather and obtained its information. Consumable props. After injecting magic power, it can be consumed to summon an agile green-feathered crow, which lasts for 2 hours. Sure enough, any bird feather collected from the green crow man can be used as a valuable prop. After identifying the items in the sarcophagus one by one, Dorn was completely certain of the original god's intention. From the very beginning, he had no intention of making a sacrifice. Rather, he wanted to dispel or cover the dangerous and corrupt aura of the green crow man's props to ensure that Dorn could use them safely. Also, the full strength of Soul Lamp should be temporarily imprisoned to ensure that Dorn can control it at this stage. What's this? This is simply the care and love of a loving mother. After thinking about this, Dorn even wanted to kowtow to the original god.
Wait a minute. But why did the original god do this to me? Am I not his illegitimate son?
Dorn was overly excited and couldn't control his thoughts, so he began to have wild imaginations. However, as soon as this dangerous thought came up, Dorn immediately cut it off. In this magical white space, the original god can hear people's voices. It seems that I accidentally had some blasphemous thoughts again. After waiting for a while, the original god still did not impose any divine punishment because of Dorn's random thoughts. Praise the original. As a result, Don began to forcibly revise his thoughts to show his ideological awareness and sincerity to the gods.
I'm so stupid. Really? How can I judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain? How can I use such dark thoughts to guess the mind of gods in the first place?
I'm here to announce something. I will always support the original god.jpg. After Dorn's inner drama was over, the white paper he held in his hand changed again, and the words on it became, "Any questions for me?" After seeing such a sentence, Dorn was very excited. He came to meet the original god because he had been holding back a lot of questions. So the first question should be directly related to the current life and death. A series of events about the death of the Green Crow Man and the evil god. As soon as this idea came into Don's mind, the words on the note in his hand changed again. No need to worry about the evil god Death and Death's clone. They can't hurt you. I'm restricting them. Don looked at this text and touched his chin. Does this mean that as long as the original god is still there, Death and the Green Crow Man will not be able to attack him? He thought of today's escape journey from Chima Snow Mountain to the Holy City. Along the way, not even a single bird feather of the Green Crow Man was seen. Therefore, the fact that this escape journey can be so smooth is not because I am running too fast, but because of some restrictions imposed by the original god. The Green Crow Man didn't pursue him at all? Chapter 416, Going to See the Plague. God said that neither Death nor the Green Crow Man were a threat. Since he said this, Don could only choose to believe it.
Beyond that, there are quite a few other issues.
After solving a problem, Dorn had a lot of thoughts in his mind. How did he travel through time? Will the war between gods and the so-called end really come? Is it possible to return to Earth? These questions that have been piling up in Dorn's heart for a long time now need to be answered by the original god. The handwriting on the note in his hand changed again. But I don't know if it was because of too many problems in Dorn's mind. This time the change process took a little longer. By the time the font was legible, it was no longer the regular, bold, capitalized font it had been before. Instead, the words, "Further discussion," were written crookedly across the entire page. Before Don could express his confusion, the note in his hand began to decompose, turning into little shiny white dots, and blending into this pure white space. The jackalopes, who were originally timid and cautious around them, seemed to have received some kind of instructions and calls. They became brave and approached Dorn, whom they were originally afraid of, and pushed towards the isolated door behind him.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
The seemingly weak jackalopes pushed together with such force that Dorn was pushed out of the door before he could react. Immediately afterwards, the sarcophagus that he had not had time to put away was also thrown out by the rabbits. Boom. The door containing magic closed automatically, and the strange white space was no longer visible. Dorn returned to the underground of the Holy City Hall, and only Mohani stood beside him with his hands hanging down, looking at him with a peaceful face.
I feel the power of our Lord's grace. It seems that the Lord's communication inside is very smooth.
The ascetic Pope turned his head and looked at the sarcophagus that was thrown out of the door, and felt a familiar sense of holiness from the original God inside. Then he spoke to Dorn in a tone full of the emotion of,
"He is worthy of being the envoy of God. It's okay to say it went well."
Dorn scratched his cheek with his index finger in astonishment.
"But I still have many questions that I haven't asked yet. The Lord has his own plan."
The Pope shrugged unseriously. Dorn didn't know what to answer to this, but he just thought to himself and thought with regret.
If I had known, after asking about death, I should have asked the original God if he had eaten anything
before he could cook for the righteous God from another world. He harvested a wave of cooking PowerPoints and was sent out the door. Blood loss. After feeling sad for a while, Don patted the
Alice's bedtime reading
in his arms and put away the sarcophagus containing the props consecrated by the original God himself. The ascetic Pope next to him saw the operation of pulling the sarcophagus out of thin air. His expression still did not change much. He was still calm and kind. His energetic eyes had seen too much. After chatting with Mohani for a few words, Dorn planned to follow him back to the hall. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly popped up. System prompt, you have a new email. Please process it in time.
I just finished exploring Concerto Forest. Why did I receive another email so soon this time?
Dorn was slightly confused. He glanced at the old ascetic who was leading the way, and then calmly opened his mailbox panel. Sure enough, there was a new email inside that I hadn't checked yet. After opening, there are only a few words. Go meet Plague. A map is also attached. At this stage, it is basically certain that the creator of the system in his body is the original God. The emails I have received so far should also be sent online by this God from another world.
So, the original God asked me to meet the evil God, Plague? Aren't they enemies?
Don was extremely surprised after seeing the brief content of the letter. But then I thought about it and felt that it shouldn't be. Although the meeting with the primeval God was very short, I did not even formally meet him. But the first impression of this righteous God on Dorn was that of a good mother, who exuded the glory of motherhood. Since she is a good mother, she can't just blindly command herself to kill the evil God, Plague. Right? Moreover, the original God had just taken the initiative to update a wave of equipment for himself. If he wanted his new cheap envoy to die, there was no need to go to such trouble.
So, what does the original God want to do?
Dorn touched his chin and began to think carefully. He quickly thought of a possible idea. It is known that in this different world, there have always been two ways of divine forces: the original God and the four evil gods of Apocalypse. These two ways of God should be in a state of constant struggle with each other. Is there such a possibility? In fact, a long time ago, there had been one or several divine wars between the original God and the Apocalypse evil God.
The currently known information about the gods is that death seems to have only one clone walking in the world. Famine seems to only affect reality through black mist and whispers. As for the information about war and plague, it is unknown.
Based on this information, Don made an extremely bold conjecture. Maybe the evil gods are not at their peak now. The righteous gods and the evil gods both suffered losses because of the divine war that broke out. Currently, they are secretly accumulating strength and restoring their strength to prepare and respond to the next divine war.
This guess seems to be in line with the current actual situation. The evil God has been preaching that the end is coming and the divine war is about to begin. But in fact, if the two sides wanted to fight, wouldn't it be possible long ago? The reason for delay is because both sides are not ready yet.
The more Don thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. He felt that he was thinking in the right direction. Following this line of thinking, let's assume that Plague is the one in the worst condition among the evil gods currently.
The original God said that he can restrict the movement of death, which means that he has certain means of intervening in reality, coupled with a wave of powerful equipment that was just updated for me. Maybe he wants me to make a surprise attack, a wave of plague?
Take advantage of the evil god's illness and kill them. In fact, this is probably the ultimate purpose of the original God calling himself to this different world and cultivating himself. Thinking of this, Dorn couldn't help but feel worried. Before this, he had no thoughts or plans to fight the gods. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. With my current strength, Is it really possible for me to be the opponent of the evil god, Plague?
Furthermore, if the original god really wants me to attack the Plague, he should give me more information. Right. With such a short sentence, it will be difficult for me to do things for him.
Chapter 417 The Evil God of the Second and Fifth Generation.
Master God Envoy? Master God Envoy?
After returning to the Divine Hall, Dorn's mind wandered a bit, and it took a while before he heard the old ascetic monk next to him calling him.
Huh?
He focused his attention back to reality.
After meeting my lord, you seem troubled,
Mohani said in an enlightening tone.
Dorn
paused for a moment, and the look in his eyes towards the ascetic pope changed slightly, as if he had thought of something.
Mr. Mohani, I have a question to ask you. It's my honor to answer your questions. I want to know information about the evil god of the apocalypse, especially the Plague.
Dorn, who had been thinking wildly by himself just now, suddenly realized that instead of thinking about the matter between the good god and the evil god, it was better to collect information from the people around him. As a senior member of the Holy See, Mohani must have mastered many secrets of the gods.
As you wish.
The old pope caressed his chest sincerely and humbly, as if he knew everything.
Among the 4 apocalypses, the Plague you focused on asking about is the most special. He is our Lord's ally.
Dawn? The old pope's first words when he came up were enough to stop Dorn. Is it okay if the evil god is an ally of the good god?
In other words, my guess just now is all wrong?
Dorn touched his chin. If what Mohani said is true, then the entire logical chain that Dorn just speculated that
the original god wants to attack the Plague
will not be established. Have to start over. Although he was surprised, Dorn did not interrupt Mohani. The latter also continued to tell everything he knew.
Actually, I know very little about Apocalypse and God War. What I can tell you for sure, Lord God Envoy, is, during the divine war between our Lord and Apocalypse tens of thousands of years ago, Plague, who originally belonged to Apocalypse's camp, turned against him. Joining forces with our Lord, he severely injured the evil gods, war, and death, and brought famine to sealed in the star realm.
This sentence of the old pope is extremely informative. It took Dawn some time to come to her senses. He now understands how the alliance of good and evil gods between the original god and Plague was formed. Da Qing, Plague, is the second and fifth son of the evil god. He rebelled on the battlefield and helped the original god to beat up his teammates. In addition, Dorn also paid special attention to the fact that famine was sealed in the star realm.
No wonder I can see the stars and nebulae all over the sky in the black fog of famine. So, the other end of the black fog is probably connected to Famine's current location?
After roughly listening to Mohani's story about the last battle between gods, Dorn used this newly acquired information to revise his previous guesses. My guess just now was correct at first. There was indeed a divine war between the righteous god and the evil god that would bring the end of the world a long time ago. After that battle, both sides were really damaged. However, Dawn guessed the beginning of the story, but not the end. Who would have thought that there is a traitor among the evil gods? The main content of the new email sent by the original god was to guide him to meet the evil god Erwu.
So, the original god's intention was not to let me attack Plague by surprise at all, but to guide me to meet his allies? Maybe what other help can I get from Plague?
Dorn changed his mind and became less resistant to meeting Plague. As long as you don't let yourself go to extreme lengths, everything is actually easy to say. With this thought, Dorn opened the email again and looked at the map inside. Because his thoughts were so messed up just now, he never looked in detail at the location marked on the map. It was okay not to look at it, but once he looked at it, Dorn's mood became very subtle. The location of Plague marked on the map clearly points to a familiar area. Bangwa Sh. Lay.
I obviously just escaped from there.
Dorn touched his chin. Dorn did not stay long in the holy city. He planned to return to Sh. Lay and meet Plague according to his original intention. Anyway, with Warp White Mist in hand, the journey between Jeebus and Sh. Lay is not an obstacle at all. Mohani and Meyer, the nun who later returned to the temple, planned to leave in a hurry after learning that Lord God's messenger was coming. They did not do anything to stop him. In their view, whatever the divine messenger represents, the original will is right.
Your Majesty, the envoy of God, can return to Jeebus at any time. We are waiting for your arrival and are willing to do our best to provide you with any help.
This is the stance of these two devout senior leaders of the Holy See. Dorn was very satisfied with this. Throughout the Land of Wonders, Eden represented his home, a place that connotes warmth and a range of emotions. After becoming the envoy of God inexplicably, Jeebus became Dorn's safe house, which meant safety and even combat power that could be mobilized.
If I had known that the Holy See headquarters would be my second home, I should have come here earlier. A long time ago, when we teamed up with Adele and the others to fight Bullfrog. Cross once half-jokingly invited me come to the Holy See, chef.
An idea popped into Dawn's mind. If you agree to the priest's sister at that time, you can come to the Holy See and find another job. Perhaps my life experience in another world will lead to a completely different path. Before leaving, because he was thinking of Adele and others, Dawn also asked Sister Meyer about their current situation. The Cardinal, who looked gentle in appearance, naturally had no dissatisfaction or objection after learning that the God Envoy had made good friends with his subordinate team and had fought together. Moreover, she also truthfully provided information about the current situation of Adele and others.
Adele and the others are still dealing with the statue of the evil god in Marlowe. As you just said, you are also involved in and aware of Marlowe's affairs. So I won't go into details. Anyway, please rest assured that nothing is wrong with them at the moment. It won't be long before they follow a few bishops back to Jeebus. That's good.
Dorn nodded.
In addition, I am the Holy See's envoy. If possible, please keep it secret from the four of them for the time being.
After all, Dawn got along with Adele and others as an ordinary person, and he did not become alienated. A showdown is not necessarily required.
As you wish, Lord Divine Envoy.
Mohani and Meyer touched their chests again. In the hall, a hazy white mist spread from behind Dorn, and the end of the mist seemed to connect to the infinite distance. After saying a simple goodbye to the two senior officials of the Holy See, he turned around and stepped into the white mist. After the fog dissipated, the new divine envoy of the Holy See had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 418 Dr. Dolores. After leaving Jeebus through Leap White Mist, Dorn first stayed in the deserted outskirts of this holy city for a while. As promised by the original god, the Green Crow Man, who was the clone of Death, did not show up to attack him.
I don't know what restrictions the original god placed on Death and the Green Crow Man.
After confirming safety, Dawn released Miss Goblin from
Alice's bedtime reading.
Then he activated the Leap to White Mist skill again, taking Vivian into the hazy white mist that seemed to connect an infinite distance. It takes about an hour to return to SH. Lay from Jeebus through the white mist. During this time, Dorn told Vivian roughly what had just happened in the Holy City. About the original god, about the evil god, and about himself as the messenger of God. Because the amount of information in these contents was so huge, Miss Goblin couldn't calm down after listening to it for a long time. Is a huge divine war brewing between the righteous gods and the evil gods? Dorn, who had been with him day and night, was actually the man favored by the original god? This information is full of explosive points. No matter who it is, it may be difficult to accept it at first glance. At the end of the story, Vivian's only reaction was to hold the staff, blink her blue eyes, and keep sighing, "Incredible, incredible," in her mouth. I don't know if I have fully accepted this complicated information. Outside SH, Lay's capital city, thick white mist gathered out of thin air in an empty wheat field covered with snow. And then Dorn took Vivian out of the mist. This place is still some distance away from their destination.
It seems that there are residential areas further ahead. Turning on the white fog in those places may cause unnecessary panic. Let's walk there for the rest of the journey. Right. By the way, after I meet people near SH, Lay's capital, I can test whether the curse of the ruins on your body has been completely removed.
After Dorn escaped from the white mist, he first roughly observed the surrounding situation, and then compared it with the map where Plague was marked in his email.
Yeah.
Vivian just nodded to Dorn's instructions. He looked like he was obeying the organization's arrangements. The two marched towards the main city of SH. Lay for a while. But in the end, they did not enter the city, but stopped in the suburbs of SH. Lay. This is a relatively dense residential area with low-rise brick and wood structure houses. Because it is just outside the main city, it is much more lively and energetic than a small fringe village like Lake Village. The black dirt road was mixed with melted snow and looked muddy. In the short courtyard of the roadside house, you can see chickens foraging for food and dogs barking at strangers. When Dawn and Vivian came here, it was dinner time in the evening. You could see smoke rising from the chimneys on some small roofs, and you could smell the smell of burning wood in the air. Very pyrotechnics. From this suburban residential area, You can directly see the towering city walls of the main city of SH. Lay. Because it was winter, the direction of the main city looked a bit depressing from a distance. At the west end of the residential area, there is a large independent brick and wood house. This house is much larger than other buildings in this area, and the yard is also very large. A considerable part of the area seems to have been reclaimed for planting, but it is now covered with snow, and it is impossible to tell what has been planted in the ground.
Judging from the map, the plague should be here.
Dorn finally checked the marked points on the mail map and closed his system panel. Then he turned his head and focused his gaze on Vivian beside him.
I'll go in with you.
Miss Goblin noticed the questioning meaning in her eyes. When she was on her way, she at least knew that she was going back to SH. Lay to visit a nominal evil god. Although the development of this matter was very strange and unexpected, Miss Goblin still wanted to accompany Dorn.
Okay.
Dorn nodded. Since Plague is an ally of the original god, there should be no danger in visiting him this time. The two of them walked into this large private courtyard. Before they even got close to the wooden house, the door of the house was open from the inside out. A middle-aged man wearing ordinary clothes came out. He looks like a completely ordinary person. As soon as this person went out, he happened to meet Dorn and Vivian outside, and the two sides looked at each other. Finally, the man opposite spoke first, with a friendly tone.
New faces? I don't think I've seen you two before. Are you here to see Dr. Dolores? Dolores?
Don did not answer the man's question immediately, but silently repeated the somewhat familiar name in his mind. After briefly recalling it, he found the source of this familiar feeling. Back in Lake, a village at the foot of Chima Snow Mountain. When I was drinking ginger tea at the house of Grandma Alien, who had lost her pot, I once heard her mention this name. It seems to be a kind-hearted doctor who works around SH. Lay. Not long ago, I helped the village of Lake deal with an epidemic, and also promoted hot ginger tea, a cold-repelling drink there.
Isn't this Dolores the Plague? An evil god named Plague, who not only lies among ordinary people, but also lives in the name of a doctor?
Dorn muttered in his heart, because Dorn didn't reply for a long time. Vivian next to him answered the man's question on his behalf.
Well, we are here to see Dr. Dolores for medical treatment.
Miss Goblin chose to answer according to the other party's question. Hearing this answer, the middle-aged man seemed very happy.
Then you two have come to the right place. Our Dr. Dolores is very powerful. She can treat any disease. She is simply better than the doctors in the royal city.
This praising routine is simple yet familiar. Then he was still unfinished and continued to ask.
By the way, what disease do you want to see? Well, we want to see.
Vivian had not thought about this question well. She looked at Dorn beside her, who still looked like he was thinking about things. The man opposite began to observe his words. This beautiful young lady hesitated, seemed like she didn't want to say anything, and frequently looked at the young man next to her. Isn't it already obvious what the disease is?
Sorry, I shouldn't have asked too much.
The middle-aged man looked embarrassed, but then added,
But even if it's that kind of disease, as long as you listen to Dr. Dolores and take good care, it should be improved. Then I'll leave first. I wish you and your wife a happy life in the future.
After finishing speaking, the man quickly walked out of the yard. But before leaving, he took one more glance at Dorn. He is obviously very handsome, and the young wife beside him is also very beautiful and charming. But he just suffers from that kind of disease. What a lucky and unfortunate young man. At this time, Dorn had recovered from the speculation about Plague's identity, and happened to hear the middle-aged man's unsatisfactory speech.
Dorn, what is he talking about?
The Goblin Lady, who is a small encyclopedia in the entire land of miracles, seems not to have a deep understanding of similar things, tilting her head and looking confused.
It's nothing. Don't pay attention to him.
With that said, Don approached the wooden house in the yard and knocked on the door. Chapter 419. Yuan Chu asked me to bring you a message. Story world. Inside the hall of the castle in the middle of the lake. Because Vivian has returned to reality. Alice, who has no one to play with, is playing with the collected gems with one body, and flipping through an illustrated story book with another body. Alice by.
It's so boring. When can Dawn and Vivian come in to stay with me?
Black Alice.
Mom! No. No. Obviously. Alice, I have lived alone for so long before, and I have never felt lonely. I want them to come in quickly to accompany me, etc. I shouldn't. This must all belong to Dorn wrong.
The bored dragon lady was talking to herself, lazily thinking about how to pass the time next. But in the next moment, she seemed to be called by some kind of power. Both her bodies, one black and one white, trembled, and the gems and albums in her hands fell to the ground. After a while, the two dragon ladies looked at the staircase platform in shock and disbelief. There is an oil painting hanging on the wall there. There is a painting of a young woman wearing a white gauze on her head. The white gauze is very conspicuous, but the woman's face is painted very blurry, making it almost impossible to distinguish. Long Yan's two bodies were rarely in sync, and she spoke with the same emotional tone. "Mom!" In the real world, Dawn knocked on the door of the big cabin. "Come in!" A pleasant-sounding female voice soon responded. "Open the door." The scene inside the wooden house was different from what Dorn and Vivian had imagined before. The air in the room smelled of herbs and alcohol. You can see many chairs along the wall, with a few people sitting on them, including men, women and children, all of whom seemed to be here to see a doctor. In the center of the living room, there is a long table. Behind the long table sits a young woman wearing white clothes and a white gauze, with all her facial features covered by the white gauze. The white-shaded lady was handing two wrapped medicine bags to a gray-haired old man across the long table. And at the same time, she did not forget to say, "After returning home, brew it once every day after meals. Remember, the water must be boiled before you can drink it. The water quality of the wells in your village is not clean. Also, drink more hot water next time." Apparently, she must be Dr. Dolores. The doctor lady saw Dawn and Vivian, who were obviously dressed differently from other villagers who were treating patients. Walking in, she didn't react much. After nodding, she moved her chin and motioned for them to sit on the chairs placed next to the living room. "Sit down." Then he devoted himself to his role as a doctor and treated the patients in the room seriously. "Is this guy really the evil god?" Dorn had a subtle mood after he sat down. In addition, he felt that the way Dr. Dolores was wearing a white gauze looked familiar. But for a while, he couldn't remember the source of this familiarity. Maybe in the current scene, the doctor lady is wearing a veil, which is a bit like the Earth's mask or other protection. Vivian was also holding her ebony staff at this time, looking at Dolores at work with curiosity. The patients nearby regarded the two newcomers as stranger-looking patients who were seeing a doctor together. There were also people, like the middle-aged man I met in the yard just now, who took the initiative to talk to me. The content of the chat is nothing more than praising "Our Dr. Dolores is really great," and asking, "What disease did you two young people come to see?" This time, it was Dorn who personally dealt with these enthusiastic ordinary people. "I have been waiting like this for a long time." By the time those patients, who were sitting sparsely, all left satisfied with their treatment. Finally, only Dorn, Vivian, and the doctor, who was suspected to be the evil god, were left in the room. "Hoo-hoo! A fulfilling and meaningful day has come to an end again." Dr. Dolores stood up from behind the long table, talking to herself, and stretched like a cat. She was originally hidden behind piles of books and potion bottles, and her good figure with big breasts and slender waist was clearly revealed by this action. Due to Dolores' suspicion of being an evil god, Dawn did not stop to admire her figure. On the contrary, Miss Goblin looked at this eldest sister with a slightly envious look. Sometimes, girls are more easily attracted by the looks or figures of other beautiful girls. "I've kept you two waiting for a long time." After moving her body, Dr. Dolores turned her eyes to Dorn, who was sitting quietly. "What a rare visitor." Although it was the first time they met, judging by the tone of the other person's tone, he should still have some idea of his background. Just as Dorn was about to reply to the other party's words, there was a sudden commotion in his chest. Alice's bedtime reading flew out from his clothes and fluttered to Dolores' side at an extremely fast speed. After spinning around happily for a few times, he even rubbed the doctor's shoulder affectionately, like a puppy meeting its long-lost owner again. "Alice?" Dawn was surprised when she was interrupted. Then, he suddenly remembered how he felt so familiar when he just saw Dolores wearing a white gauze. In the story world, there is an oil painting in the old castle in the middle of the lake where Alice lives. The oil painting depicts a woman wearing a white gauze, whose appearance cannot be clearly seen. Alice said that was her mother. After Dolores gently patted Alice's bedtime reading several times, the dark red book finally settled down. "It seems that, Alice, you still remember what I said before. Don't disturb me when I'm treating people. However, it's been so long, and you still seem to have the mentality of a child." The doctor said this in a very friendly tone. The dark red reading book was flying up and down around her. Alice in the book should have given some response, But Dorn and Vivian definitely couldn't hear what she said at this time.
Wait a little longer. Wait until I finish receiving the guests.
After communicating with Alice for a while, Dolores gently patted
Alice's bedtime reading.
Again, the dark red reading book became completely silent and fell on the table of the long table without moving.
Are you Alice's mother?
After seeing this scene, Don said slightly sourly, "It feels like an old father watching his juicy cabbage being eaten by pigs. No, this metaphor is not very appropriate. Then, it's obviously me first. It doesn't seem right either. If this lady who is suspected of being an evil deity is really Alice's mother, she should be the first. But she is too early." Thinking about it this way, Dawn's mood became even more complicated.
Oh, I would rather she call me sister than mother,
Dolores said with a smile in her tone.
We can talk about Alice later. You should have other business matters when you came to see me. Right. Then, the doctor lady changed the topic.
Did you originally ask you to come to me?
A very direct sentence. Basically, it is confirmed that this doctor's sister, whose face is covered, but has a mysterious beauty and a proud figure, is Plague.
Yes, I am his divine envoy.
Seeing that the other party was so straightforward, Dorn stopped hiding it, pulling the tiger's skin and showing off his newly acquired identity.
Then what? Yuan-Chu asked me to bring you a message.
Chapter 420, the house was stolen.
Yuan-Chu said that after meeting you, I can get the information I want,
Dorn said firmly. However, what he said was not entirely true. In fact, the original god only gave him the task of
going to see the plague.
As for what to do after meeting, what will happen? Sorry, I didn't say anything. The old Riddler. If I don't say it originally, I'll just guess it myself. Since Plague is an ally of the original creator, then as an envoy of the original god, I should be able to obtain some information about the gods when I come to meet with him. Especially about Plague as old colleagues, the evil gods of Apocalypse. Secondly, you might even get a wave of substantial help. Just like the original god helped him consecrate the supplies seized from the Green Crow Man.
In addition, I must try to feed the plague this time. I missed the opportunity to feed the original god in the afternoon. I regret it when I think about it. With the god of cooking profession as a mechanism for harvesting, cooking power points, God knows what kind of benefits you will get after feeding a god-level object.
At the same time, Don did not forget to remind himself in his heart. After listening to Dorn's half-truth and half-false words, the evil god's sister acted as if she took it for granted and didn't question it at all. Maybe she felt there was no need to question information? Instead of answering your questions properly, the original god himself threw you here to me? But think about it. Yuan was very busy at first. Every time he was distracted and paid more attention to the land of miracles. There was no guarantee that some problem would sneak in. Dolores' words were said in an understatement. But Don listened very seriously. It sounds like the primeval god is busy with something important, and cannot spare much energy to focus on the land of miracles. Moreover, if he is not careful about what he is busy with, big trouble will occur. Sounds a bit like a firewall or security guard.
So, after I met with Yuan in the white space in the afternoon and asked a series of questions, those scrawled words, reconsideration, returned by Yuan God, were not actually a sign of impatience with me.
It's because he diverted his energy to focus on the white space, which prevented him from fully focusing on the matter at hand. There were some signs of losing control, so he had to leave a series of reconsiderations so that he could concentrate on the matter at hand.
Don's thoughts wandered slightly. He felt that his idea was very possible, combined with the original act of hastily giving Plague as home address to him in the end. Wasn't it just a sign that he would ask this 25-year-old evil god all the questions he had not had time to answer just now? When I asked Sister Evil God, I became more confident.
What information do you want to know?
Dolores began to ask.
There is a lot of information about the apocalypse, the hidden truth about this world, and any other information you think I should have. If you can tell me, I want to know it all.
Dorn did not set the scope of the intelligence he wanted too rigidly. What stands out is that I want them all.
That's a lot to talk about.
Dolores nodded subtly, and the white covering her face swayed slightly following his movement. Then he turned his head, and his eyes under the white gauze should have been cast on Vivian, who had an outsider expression next to Dorn.
Little sister, I will borrow your little brother, the angel, for a while, and we can talk quietly. You do not mind? Well?
Like an alert rabbit, Miss Goblin suddenly raised her head and looked up and down Dolores' perfect figure with her lake blue eyes. Why keep it quiet? I thought that when I was whispering to Dawn, I had to stand on tiptoes and talk close to Dawn's ear. Although at the height of the evil god's sister in front of me, it is not necessary to stand on tiptoes to complete this action. However, Miss Goblin expressed her mind. It always feels dangerous. What if this evil sister, who can't see the real details, can eat people? Vivian squeezed the ebony staff and was about to express her stance. But Dolores, who was across the long table, pressed her right hand on
Alice's bedtime reading.
Her expression under the white gauze seemed to have a vague smile.
Don't worry. I'm only borrowing it for a short time, and I guarantee it will be intact and returned to you innocently.
The symbol made up of geometric figures on the cover of the dark red reader flashed. Afterwards, Dolores and Dorn disappeared in the wooden house, leaving only Vivian, who looked at a loss. After reacting for maybe a few tenths of a second, Miss Goblin trotted forward and tried to communicate with Alice in the book. The communication of thoughts went very smoothly. Alice by.
Wow! I was forced to come to the palace in the kingdom area. What happened?
Black Alice.
I can't go back to the castle in the middle of the lake for the time being. This should be my mother's doing. Dawn and my mother are staying in the castle now, but I don't know what they are doing.
Miss Goblin's heart was ringing with alarm bells. If you use those strange words that Dorn is accustomed to using to describe the current situation, it seems like someone has robbed my home in front of me. Story world. Castle in the middle of the lake.
How did I end up in the book?
Don was a little confused and a little wary. Of course he knew that he was being forced into the story world by the evil sister. However, when being pulled by him, there was almost no feeling and no resistance was allowed. It was completely different from the previous situation when being pulled by Alice.
Alice's bedtime reading was created by me. Isn't it reasonable that I can use this place?
Dolores, who stood at a certain distance from Dawn, said with a smile.
It does make sense. What about Alice? I feel like she's not in the castle. I sent her to the golden building outside the forest, so as not to disturb our subsequent conversation. By the way, I have never built those buildings outside the forest before. Alice built them herself? And you are your maid? It should be Alice herself. It seems that the child's aesthetic still needs to be well cultivated.
Dolores sighed, and then sat down at the master's seat in the hall, as a matter of course. Behind him is the staircase leading to the second floor, and there is the oil painting of Dolores herself hanging on the platform. The characters in the portrait completely overlap with the characters in the castle living room now, without any change at all.
Please take a seat.
Sister Evil God greeted Dorn like a master.
I haven't been to the castle for a long time, and it seems that things have changed a lot here. I think I should pour you a cup of tea at this time. After all, will we have any friends?
There would be less to say if there were tea here. There are tea leaves in the kitchen.
Don sat down at the guest seat without any pretense. Although before, he seemed to have taken the main seat in the hall. However, since Dolores is the creator of
Alice's bedtime reading,
and Alice, this independent space story world is probably created by her hands. He has sovereignty here and really can't find anything wrong with it. Snap. The evil eldest sister gently snapped her fingers. The tea cans and tea sets in the kitchen flew out by themselves, and the kettle automatically jumped on the stove to heat up. It seems that as the creator here, Dolores has higher control over this space. When Alice controls the things here, she still has to give commands verbally. He estimated that just relying on his thoughts would be enough. Even the action of snapping his fingers would be difficult to ensure that it was not redundant. Maybe it's just because it looks better this way.
Chapter 421 Tea Time.
Okay, let's hurry up. If it takes too long, the cute little sister outside may cry because of the waiting. Right.
Dolores' tone was a bit joking.
Then please make your question more specific so that I can answer or refuse to answer based on your question. Of course, this is all for the sake of the original.
Listening to this, it is impossible to expect this evil sister to spontaneously and knowingly throw out all kinds of information. In addition, it seems that his relationship with the original god is quite good. Dorn began to think about what to ask specifically.
Miss Plague. I'm sorry. Shouldn't I call you that? No. I quite like this title. Please continue. Okay. Miss Plague. Plague is your name, and it is also your ability. Right.
Dorn asked tentatively.
You can understand it this way, but it's best to call this ability authority.
Dolores nodded. The kettle in the kitchen started whining. The water has boiled. Dawn didn't pay attention to these noises, and continued to ask the question he was more concerned about.
But as far as I can see now, the ability you have is definitely not the only one. Right.
Miss Plague's abilities, especially her authority that can be called divine power, can be ignored for the time being as
healing diseases and saving lives,
which is contrary to her title, because practicing medicine may also be simply the accumulation of experience. But just from the point of rubbing
Alice's bedtime story
with his hands, the ability or authority he controls definitely includes a certain space and life realm. The independent space story world that can deceive the ruins of God, and the strange living individual Alice, who is a book in reality and a dragon in the virtual world, are the best evidence.
It's very good. It seems that they want to find out the cards of us evil gods.
Although what she said was strange, Dolores' tone was still calm and a bit joking. At this time, the kettle whined out from the kitchen and automatically made tea for the two people in the hall.
The tea soup is very clear, and the smell is very good. Expert. It seems you have a lot of good products.
Sister Evil God calmly picked up the tea and smelled it, as if it was some kind of casual tea time, and the topic of conversation was not serious at all.
You are right. Although my name is Plague, I do hold authority in other areas. For example, part of the authority related to life belongs to me, so I am quite good at curing diseases and saving people. The same goes for other apocalypses. War has the authority of dreams, and famine has authority related to black mist and corruption. As for death, there seems to be nothing else, but his original authority and ability are weird enough.
The other party's relaxed tone and straightforward attitude surprised Dawn as the questioner. But think about it. Plague was originally the second and fifth son of the evil god's force, and his defection in the last divine war meant a complete break with the original apocalypse force. There seems to be nothing wrong with revealing the trump card of his old colleague to himself, the original divine envoy? But then again, what is the power of these evil gods? Famine, the black mist and whispers, after driving people to depravity, will turn them into hungry monsters that only know how to eat human flesh and blood, which is somewhat related to his title. But aren't war and dreams unrelated to each other? And plague and life, aren't these two conflicting abilities? As if seeing Dawn's confusion, Dolores took the initiative to speak.
That's it. You can understand our title as our main authority, and the others are secondary authorities. There is no contradiction between these authorities, and they can be combined at will. Perhaps when your strength reaches a certain level, you will slowly start to be exposed to these.
After speaking, he calmly took a sip of the tea soup.
Can it be combined at will? I thought you knew. After all, you should have some knowledge of this when you were in Port Malo. Port Malo?
Dawn was a little surprised. Dolores continued to drink tea calmly.
Yes. Haven't you seen our statues? At that time, Marlowe, except for the black mist deliberately poured out by famine,
the secondary authority of the rest of us should be more or less exposed. Right? After all, those statues are too old. They were from before the first God War. There is a lot of our magic left on them, and it is really difficult for the pirates to find them.
The way the evil eldest sister drinks tea is very elegant. When the teacup came close to his chin, the hazy white gauze on his face would spontaneously rise slightly, revealing only his attractively curved lips. Being reminded like this, Dorn recalled some details that he had ignored at first. Judging from the intelligence that the clergy recovered from various informants at that time, reflecting Marlowe's abnormal situation, many people have said that they dreamed of a
red war.
Now it seems that the power of war is leaking through his stone statue. Another one is about an informant who fell into the water near the island where the statue is located, saw a flash of white light underwater, and subsequently recovered from years of rheumatism. At that time, this information was processed by the original waste information. Now Dorn realized that this turned out to be a manifestation of the plague and the leakage of the healing power of life-related authority. Dorn recalled what happened in Maloport. As he thought about it, he realized something was wrong.
Wait a minute, Miss Plague. Since you know that I have seen your statue in Marlowe, doesn't this mean that other apocalypses also know about it? Am I completely exposed to your sight now?
Gone! It's scary to think about it, and it will send chills down your spine. The evil eldest sister touched the teacup and raised a funny arc at the corner of her mouth.
Well, that's how it should have been. But then those original glowing rabbits washed away the traces of you guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. Now you and your friends are roughly the same. Standing in front of me and the other three apocalypses, we can all recognize you. But you are scattered in the land of miracles. And even we can't track and find you efficiently. Isn't this quite safe?
Dawn! Being familiar to the evil gods out of nowhere doesn't sound safe at all. However, the lucky rabbit's foot that Ganqing originally opened still has the magical effect of blocking the evil god's perception. Thank you, Jackalope, for saving my dog's life. At this time, Dolores put down the teacup and began to add.
However, you should know that we have the characteristic, the more we understand. The more we understand each other. Right? Therefore, I advise you not to ask too much about the evil god. I feel like I understand you better now.
After saying this, the eldest sister's white veil was still slightly raised. You can see him sticking out his tongue slightly and licking his upper lip flexibly. Very evil. Very evil spirit style. Chapter 422, We Are the Bug. To be honest, Dorn was really shocked by the evil sister's sudden words. However, then Dolores opposite him laughed again.
I understand. But I haven't yet understood that I can find you anytime and anywhere. But I still advise you to stop asking about our evil god.
Dawn! By the way, is it okay to call yourself an evil god? And the character of Miss Plague seems to be a bit bad. After being reminded that evil gods generally have the characteristic of,
the more you know about them, the easier it is to be sensed in the opposite direction.
Dorn temporarily put aside his research on them.
Then I want to ask something else. About the world. I have always been a person who loves to delve into research. So I have been pondering a question for a long time. Is there a possibility, although the possibility is very small, that there are other worlds other than the world we are in now?
Don still tentatively asked some questions about the truth about this other world. He has always wanted to know what kind of relationship there is between this different world called the Land of Miracles and the Earth. He was obviously lying in the game cabin, playing the game. But how did he achieve the time travel? Although it has been determined that his time travel must be related to the original god, Plague is also a god from another world after all.
And he must have mastered and combined it with some secrets that ordinary people don't know. It doesn't matter if he really doesn't know anything about it. Just asking. I can't get pregnant.
Are you talking about the world outside the Land of Miracles?
Dolores's tone contained a hint of ridicule.
Shouldn't you know this very well? Outside the Land of Miracles, there are humans and all carbon, the beautiful home of all living things. The Earth.
As soon as these words came out, Dorn, who had been controlling his expression, was completely stunned. He did expect Dolores to say something surprising, but he didn't expect it to be this amazing. Sister Sieshan still had the same indifferent tone.
Don't be so surprised. In a sense, we are fellows.
Dorn naturally knew what the word fellow meant. In fact, he had already felt this when he heard Dolores' tone when describing Earth.
What about other apocalypses? Yes, they are too. Not just Apocalypse, but also the original.
When talking about original, there was an imperceptible hesitation in Plague's tone. Perhaps he has not fully understood his ally, the righteous god. Finally, Sister Sieshan regained her relaxed tone and added,
We do not belong to this world to begin with. Certain high-level rules in this world do not apply to us, and may even change because of our existence. It's just like Alice can't control your actions with words in this independent story world. Can she? TSK. That's why it's so easy to be coaxed into becoming your accomplice. In short, we are all outsiders to the Land of Miracles. To put it bluntly, we are the bugs walking in this world.
By this time, Dorn had calmed down a lot. After experiencing so many life-threatening heartbeats in this other world, he can be considered an expert and bold person. His brain was functioning more clearly, and combined with the long passage Dolores said, he thought of a lot. The problem that had troubled him before and had no definite solution now finally had an answer. According to Dolores, some high-level rules of this world do not apply to outsiders, and may even change due to the existence of outsiders. The corresponding example is that Alice's,
following her words,
in the story world is ineffective against Dorn. In addition, Don himself can at least draw inferences based on personal experience. For example, when Vivian was still burdened by the curse of the ruins, only he could ignore the zero presence rule and be aware of her existence. For example, the temple door in the god's relics will even automatically open to receive visitors due to its approach. These are probably all manifestations of the rules, being inapplicable or directly changed when facing outsiders. The rules behind Alice are the divine power of Plague. The rules behind Vivian and the temple gate are the relics of God. These are all high-level rules of this different world. Nothing wrong with them. The case was solved. Everything is the fault of the time traveler's constitution. Dolores describes the time travelers as walking bugs, which is really appropriate.
So the so-called War of Gods is actually a battle between time travelers?
Dorn was now more concerned about himself and these fellow good and evil gods. How they completed the time travel.
You said you just talked about time travel? Is that how you understand it? Oh, it seems to make sense.
Dolores took a sip of tea and said in a rather strange tone. Now, Dorn was confused again. He couldn't keep up with the conversation of the evil god in front of him. It seems reasonable. Isn't the subtext of this statement that it actually doesn't make sense? Could it be that the long-term speculation has always been wrong? Didn't you travel through time? But Dolores just said clearly that her group is outsiders. Right?
Dawn!
This is the second time that Dorn's views have been strongly impacted since he came to the land of miracles. The last time I had this feeling, I suspected that I had traveled through time. This time, I doubted that I had not traveled through time.
I don't understand.
After a while, he struggled to say this. Afterwards, it was Dolores' turn to be silent for a rare moment. After thinking about something in an attitude of letting go of himself, he picked up the teacup again, took a sip of tea, and spoke slowly.
I just tried to feel it. It seems that I can't talk to you in detail about this matter. This is not only your deepest personal secret, but also the deepest secret of all apocalypses. If you fully understand it, other apocalypses can probably deduce your real-time location at any time, before you have the ability to escape the pursuit of three evil gods who are not in their prime at the same time. Let's stop here. If you want to think about these issues, please stay away from SH. Lay first. Or wait until I run away from you first. I don't want to be caught by those three guys because of you. You should know how miserable the traitor's fate will be. Right. Besides, I'm the only goddess in the apocalypse. Yeah. It's scary to think about it. Good reading.
Dorn also knows how troublesome the apocalypse's passive attitude of
whatever they think will be felt
is, although the evil sister in front of her has a very bad character. During the conversation, she seemed to be controlling the perception threshold of the evil god for herself based on the information thrown out in real time. In a sense, it seems a bit reliable. Dorn forced himself not to ask about this matter for the time being. Curiosity killed the cat. Now they have all been interviewed by the evil gods in front of the statue of the evil god, and they have become familiar with each other. If it develops further, and the real-time location is controlled by the evil god, then the days to come will be lively. Dawn doesn't want to live such a lively life just yet. Chapter 423 Suggestions for Hunting Demigods.
Can I ask anything else?
The topic of conversation between Dorn and the evil sister had undergone necessary changes.
Anything is okay. No matter what. It's okay.
The other party gave a repeated affirmative answer. Dorn regained his composure, and his tone returned to calmness. He raised his eyelids and looked at the evil god sitting on the soft chair opposite.
Can I also ask your question about Miss Plague? Of course. From top to bottom. They are 85, 62, and 93.
Dolores' tone was filled with emotions, filled with inexplicable pride. Very unevil-like. Dawn, who had calmed down and started drinking tea calmly, almost sprayed the tea in his mouth onto Dolores' hazy veil. What the hell is this? Why do you feel an intuitive feeling of bulging forward and backward when listening to numerical values?
No, that's not what I wanted to ask.
After complaining again in his mind that the sister across from him didn't act like a god at all, Dorn raised another question of his own.
Actually, I want to know, why did you turn around and help you in the last battle between gods? Beating up, punishing those evil gods. Is this a question I can ask? Does this have anything to do with me?
Sister Evil God showed disappointment in a deliberately and grandiose manner.
But, I said it right? Any question is fine.
His tone was still a little frivolous, as if this was a topic not worth mentioning.
The reason why I helped you beat up my former teammates was simple because I didn't want to complete Apocalypse's destruction.
There was a brief pause before he spoke these words. He was probably trying to confirm whether saying this would reveal too much information about the evil gods, causing Dorn to enter the high-intensity perception category of the evil gods. Since he opened his mouth to answer, that should mean not yet.
Destroy the world? And that one? The end. Is this the ultimate goal of Apocalypse?
Dorn touched his chin. Destroy the world? It sounds very evil.
You may not understand Apocalypse's world destruction well enough. The world destruction Apocalypse wants is the end of everything in this world. Everything dies, and nothing ceases to exist. Does everything mean? Including Apocalypse itself?
Dolores nodded.
Yes, including Apocalypse itself. After the final arrival, the world will return to nothingness. So, because I didn't want to destroy myself, I had rebelled a long time ago, during the battle between the gods.
I turned my gun and assisted Yuanchu in striking a blow that decided the battle. It seems very reasonable, doesn't it? The other three evil gods of Apocalypse are not normal. And I'm normal.
Dawn! There is a saying.
Bird food.
It sounds like the choice of Plague and the original alliance is indeed normal. The other three evil gods are like terrifying bombers, holding explosives and wanting to perish with the entire other world.
What is this for?
Dorn frowned.
Okay, that's enough. If you say anything more, you will be in danger.
Dolores did not continue talking and ended the topic with a smile. It is estimated that if the words continue, the sword of Damocles, the perception of the evil gods, will fall on someone's head.
Last question. As a comrade in the Alliance, do you have any suggestions for my next development path to become stronger? You just said that I must have the ability to escape at least 2, 3 evil gods before I can continue to understand the follow-up updates. A lot of information.
Right. Dawn changed the subject wisely.
Well, since Yuan originally asked you to be his envoy, he must have given you some shortcut to becoming stronger.
Right. Sister Evil God thought for a moment and asked. Dawn hesitated briefly.
Can you become stronger by cooking and eating?
Dolores? Now! It was the turn of the evil sister to raise a question mark. After roughly and vaguely telling Plague how he became stronger, Dolores looked at Dawn in a strange way.
Why do I feel that the original might have given you some kind of authority? Are you really just his divine envoy? Not his face or something like that?
Dawn?
Forget it. Pretend I didn't say it. So, you're still a chef? I really didn't know that from you. Correction. He is a very delicious chef. If you need it. Miss Plague. No. You must let me make a dish for you to taste. Just treat it as a thank you gift for answering my questions.
Dorn, who had been thinking about cooking for the evil god and harvesting a huge amount of cooking power points as soon as he entered the door, finally did not forget his original intention and began to try to promote himself.
Cooking? It doesn't seem impossible. It seems like it's already time to have dinner outside. Although it's okay if I don't eat all the time. A long life with no end in sight does require a sense of ritual.
Dolores showed no resistance. This made Dawn very happy. The original god didn't seem to resist eating his own food before. Is it true that in this world, it is not difficult to invite gods to eat? It's going to make money. Hey. Dorn was happy when Sister Evil God spoke again.
By the way, you asked me about how you can become strong enough to compete with the pursuit of the other 3 apocalypses. I have thought of it.
Huh? What is it? Dorn is naturally very concerned about issues related to vital interests.
What else can it be? Eat something good,
Dolores said seriously. Dawn! Whatever you say is of no use at all. I don't know if I should eat something good. It's best to try the ancient dragon. But before that, I have to know where it is. Seemingly seeing the distrust on Dorn's face, Sister Evil corrected her tone.
I know there are 2 ingredients for you to hunt. They have the rank of demigod. If you can eat them, and cooperate with the magical shortcut to improve your strength that the original gave you, you can start from the other 3 apocalypse, who are in bad condition. Escape is definitely not a problem. You suggest that I hunt demigods? Which 2 demigods can I eat?
Dorn finally heard valuable information.
The little red fish raised in war, and the little black snake raised in famine.
Dolores stretched out 2 slender and beautiful fingers. Dorn didn't know what kind of red fish the war raised, but he seems to have seen the black snake of famine before. What Dolores is referring to must be the giant python that looks like Jormungandr in the black mist of famine. You call that thing a
little
black snake? Then is there anything big in this world? However, after seeing the giant python at that time, Dorn's food intuition really moved. The black snake in famine is really edible.
A pet raised by a god with a demigod level. Am I capable of hunting that thing? Does the evil sister think too highly of me? Chapter 424 Wild Demigod. Dorn was thinking about the feasibility of turning the pets raised in war and famine into food. Just as I was thinking about it, my thoughts suddenly changed. And I thought of the green crow man, the clone of death, who always seemed to appear with a green crow.
Wait a minute. Do all apocalypse have pets?
Dorn asked the question he was thinking of. Sister Evil God still looked like she knew everything and answered.
Yes. However, The number of crows raised by death is more important than the quality. To you, it is far less than the 2 demigod nourishments I mentioned earlier. As for my words, what? You still want to take Ellie? Have you eaten the silk? Ahem. I've always regarded Alice as family.
Dawn coughed. The dragon lady is the pet raised by plague. Dorn did understand this point just now. But having said that, when he first met Alice, he did look at the 2 young dragons in the treasure chest with the same eyes as food. After buying
Alice's bedtime reading,
Dragon Lady probably changed from food to reserve food? Later, after getting a long day and night, Alice's identity changed from a food reserve to a daughter.
I want to say that it is a bit too difficult for me to challenge the demigods raised by the gods right from the beginning. Is there any transitional option?
Dorn waited and asked again. Killing the demigod pet raised by a god under his nose is difficult to do no matter how hard you think about it. To be on the safe side, if there is any transition option, it is best to transition first.
You have quite a lot of requests.
Dolores smiled half-heartedly.
However, there are no hunting targets for you to transition to.
Dawn, if you didn't tell me earlier, but considering the bad character of this evil god sister, she probably didn't say anything on purpose at first. Probably because she wanted to see how angry she was. TSK. This guy is nasty and childish.
In the Stormy Sea area south of the continent, a wild demigod appeared in the world about a few hundred years ago. It was a large octopus with many slippery tentacles. Although it was a demigod, it was essentially a beast without much intelligence. It felt like it should be edible. And because it is wild and has no protection from gods, its strength is almost at the bottom of the demigod level. This big octopus is much easier to hunt than the small red fish and the small black snake. You can start with it first.
Dolores finally got to the point. Although his concept of size judgment is inexplicable, the information provided is very valuable. While demigods are not protected by any apocalyptic evil gods, it is indeed an excellent transitional object before officially hunting redfish and black snakes. Dorn is currently not weak in strength, and he has just obtained several props that Yuan originally consecrated. Coupled with the title of God's envoy, it was enough for him to dispatch some powerful thugs from the Holy See to assist, facing the bottom demigod head-on. I have the advantage. No matter how bad it is, the guarantee can still be 50-50.
So, where can I find it?
Dorn thought.
There is a primitive and barbaric small-scale belief in the Storm Sea. Those believers call themselves the Sons of the Storm and believe in the Storm God. And the so-called Storm God is actually the big octopus. Find those Sons of the Storm and follow the clues. And you should be able to find it.
Dolores calmly took a sip of tea, then opened her mouth to point out a clear path. After everything was explained, several rounds of tea were drunk in the castle hall. Dolores stood up from the main seat.
If you have no more questions to ask me, then I will invite the cute and beautiful little elf girl outside into the book. Didn't you say you want to cook us a dinner here? I'm looking forward to it. Besides, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to tell her the information and intelligence related to the Apocalypse evil god, just give her a vague outline. You yourself are now on the threshold of being clearly sensed by evil gods. If you make the little goblin girl the same as you, if you two are still tired of being together every day,
I don't need to tell you how desperate you are.
This warning from the evil god's sister was also the reason why he chose to pull Dorn into the story world to have a private conversation from the very beginning. In response, Dorn just nodded sincerely, saying that he would be careful. As soon as his promise came out, the energy in the castle in the middle of the lake floated, and 3 figures instantly appeared. They are the anxious elf lady and the black and white dragon lady who is confused about the situation. As soon as Vivian appeared, she saw the evil sister and Dorn standing opposite each other. She made a light and agile leap and raised her ebony staff in front of Dorn, like a cat with fried hair protecting its food.
Bad woman.
The goblin lady felt aggrieved for a long time, staring at the evil sister who was dressed in white and had a perfect figure. Finally, she just muttered a word that she didn't often use. The tone was a little anxious, a little angry, and had a sour taste. This bad woman who looked very tall and big, and whose figure made Vivian feel a little inferior, forcibly abducted Dorn and forced her to be alone with Dorn. Vivian was very unhappy.
My little fairy sister's personality is much tougher than she looks. She's so cute. Do you want me to hug you?
Dolores still remained nonchalant, with a strange auntie laugh in her tone.
No. Don't come closer.
The elf lady's tone was slightly weaker, and the last 2 words were as small as a mosquito's hum. Her character is not tough to begin with. On the other side, Alice, who appeared together in the hall, looked confused in the face of this jealous turn of events. Why did Dawn and Vivian suddenly confront their mothers? After thinking about it, Alice couldn't figure out where to help. You can only keep the distance between your two bodies as close as possible to the two sides, showing an equal and non-biased stance. Of course, it was Dorn himself who finally ended this little farce. Under his brief comfort and explanation, out of unconditional trust, Miss Goblin was quickly tamed and changed from a cat showing its teeth to protect food back to a timid rabbit. In response, the neutral Alice breathed a sigh of relief. After everything settled down, this man who was good at soothing girls' emotions began to think about an eternal proposition. What should I have for dinner tonight? Because there is an evil sister to reward you. It depends on whether you can harvest a big wave of cooking power points. So you can't be careless about this meal now.
Let me think about what else is available to eat now.
In the current story world, the highest quality ingredient is SS level Cretan beef. Say the beef that is about the same size as the meat mountain. It is normal to not finish it until now. However, due to a long period of time, all Cretan bull meat was either stored as frozen meat, or dried or salted into jerky.
So, is it better to have beef for the main course?
Just as Dawn was about to finalize tonight's menu, Dolores, the guest being entertained tonight, spoke.
Can I bring my own ingredients? There is something I have always wanted to taste, but no one in this world can cook it.
Chapter 425 Evil Eye.
As long as it's the ingredients, I can cook it for you.
Dorn was very confident in his cooking skills and immediately agreed to the request. And let alone bringing it yourself. Even if you want me to catch some ingredients now, I will use warp white mist to catch them for you. Who makes you a great leak in terms of cooking power? Dolores nodded happily. Then, the magic power in the story world began to fluctuate slightly again. After the magic power stabilized, many strange creatures appeared on the chopping board in the castle kitchen. They were eyeballs with illusory tentacles. They were neatly placed on the chopping board, as if they were looking at Dorn with resentment. Evil eye. Evil pupil. Dorn had heard about this kind of monster that was good at creating illusions. When he encountered the Heart of Elements, he even heard some related anecdotes from the Goblin Lady. But this is the first time I've actually seen it.
Good.
Dawn swallowed.
When he stared at the evil eyes also stared at him. Being stared at by so many eyes made me feel a little uncomfortable. Even though these eyeball-shaped monsters are still alive, they seem to be pinned to the chopping board by an unknown force at the moment. At most, they can only weakly wave their tentacles a few times. The illusions he is good at cannot be cast at all. It was obvious that they were imprisoned by Dolores, who summoned them, leading them to be eaten by mermaids. But this is not fear in terms of strength, but psychological rejection and discomfort, plus a little secret fear. After taking a short breath to calm down, Dorn regained his composure.
I'm a cook, but I can still be scared by ingredients?
Judging from the feedback from Food Intuition, these evil eyes are all judged to be edible. The ingredients are right, and the food quality is not low. Most of them are S grade. In addition, the size of the evil eye placed on the kitchen chopping board is not exaggerated. It is the same size as an ordinary pig's eye or a cow's eye. Muscle fibers and subcutaneous tissue can also be seen under the eyeball. If you really want to eat, you can learn from experience. Dorn had taken pictures of roasted pig eyes before in Giti, and also observed and learned how to make them from the locals. Although it's a bit strange and dark, the taste is surprisingly good.
By the way, where did you get these things from? Miss Plague?
After carefully observing the ingredients, Dawn turned back and looked Dolores up and down.
Huh? What do you mean by taking it out? Your words and the way you look at it are a bit rude.
Sister Sieshan said this, but her body movements were still indifferent.
I have always kept them in a small portable bag. Comes in space.
Keep food in your pocket. I always feel a bit like the original Alice. These,
mother and daughter,
are really similar in a sense.
No. Actually, I want to ask. Are these things suitable for eating? I have heard before that monsters such as evil eyes and magic pupils are the transformation of the eyes of powerful magicians long ago after they died. Come!
Dawn told the anecdotes he had heard.
Oh, indeed. The evil eye was created by a magician who died a long time ago.
The evil eldest sister narrowed her eyes under the veil and nodded seriously. After a while, he secretly opened it again to see Dorn's reaction, but the latter was not intimidated by him. This made Dolores slightly disappointed.
However, The eyes of other demons filled with magic power may also turn into evil eyes after death. Although I don't think it matters much. But out of concern for your weak heart, the evil eyes here are all demonic monsters. Come on! I guess so.
Dawn shrugged. Since it is the eyeball of a monster. The evil eye on this chopping board is actually not much different from the elemental heart that Dorn originally ate. Although they look strange. But now that one has been tasted, the other deserves equal treatment. After confirming the source of the ingredients, he could cook these eyeball monsters without any psychological pressure. Well, probably. After leaving these evil eyes behind, Dolores also left the kitchen, leaving Dawn alone.
Based on the intuitive feedback on the ingredients, it's more suitable to bake them. Since the guests we're entertaining tonight have special requirements, I'll just use them as the main course. By the way, Miss Plague just now seems to have said that she has always wanted to taste the taste of this ingredient. That guy is actually a lover of dark cuisine.
After complaining briefly, Dorn got into cooking mode. The evil eyes on the chopping board are all alive. Dorn first used the Powding's ox-cutting skill to slaughter them. There is a saying about the process of killing the evil eye. He starts from the muscle tissue behind the evil eye's body and directly destroys the nerve tissue to complete the killing. This way, the integrity of the eyeball is not compromised. The same is true for the roasted pig's eye that Dorn once ate on Earth. The integrity of the pig's eyeball is preserved in order to retain a complete eyelid. Cut out a few strings of wooden sticks and string the evil eye's eyeballs from the muscles at the back. After the siding was completed, Dorn, with Ri's cooperation, skillfully set up a temporary but very complete barbecue grill. Drum the hot charcoal, stir up the sparks, and the heat wave surges. It's a great time to grill. Dorn placed the strings of evil eyes on the fire, while using fire elemental affinity to feel the subtle changes in heat. You flip the skewers in your hand. Although this is my first time baking a strange ingredient like evil eye. But after getting started with this, he can have a deeper understanding of the ingredients.
As I guessed at the beginning, it's really a grueling job to cook this thing well.
Roasting the evil eye's eyeballs is extremely difficult. And even the top royal chefs in the land of miracles may not be able to do it. No wonder Sister Evil God said just now that no one in this world can cook this kind of food well. The muscle fibers around the evil eye's eyeball are very delicate, and the intact eyeball is closed. As long as the eyeball is slightly larger, the eyeball will burst. Roasted eyeballs without eye pulp are like ice watermelons cut in half without the middle spoon. It has no soul. So during the roasting process, Dawn grilled the eyeballs on skewers with great patience. If you notice that a certain skewer is almost overheated, take it out and let it cool for a while before putting it on the grill again. This process lasted about 20 minutes. Until the eyeballs, which originally looked a little ferocious, were roasted until they shrank, browned, sizzled with oil, became full of elasticity, and became more in line with their food identity. As long as you can control the heat perfectly during the barbecue process. After the skewers are cooked, sprinkle some fragrant cumin and chili powder on top to complete the meal. The smoky charcoal smoke, mixed with the aroma of meat and cumin, can make people dream back to the most popular barbecue stalls on the streets in summer. Except for the main dish of grilled evil eyes, which was named by Sister Evil God. During the barbecue, Dorn also used archipod and Langwadi to make several side dishes and staple food using other existing ingredients. I will strive to make Sister Evil God eat comfortably tonight. Eat with confidence, and feel relaxed and happy. And cooking power value will be provided in excess. Chapter 426 Burgundy Red Wine Beef Stew. Beep. In the kitchen of the castle, Rui's electric oven made a loud beep. Dawn opened the oven lid, and inside was a pitch-black cast-iron stew pot without a lid. And the aroma of meat with the smell of grease overflowed from it. Because of his fire elemental affinity, Dorn ignored the blazing heat of the stew pot and took it out of the oven. In the pot are plump beef cubes that have been fried to a dark brown color, as well as chopped carrots and onions that are fried until they are bright and golden. Grab a handful of flour and sprinkle it over the beef and garnishes in the stew pot. Let a white coating form on the surface of the briefly baked ingredients. This not only locks in the moisture of the beef, but also increases the viscosity of the soup. After stirring, preheat the electric oven to about 230 degrees. Put the stew pot into the oven again, and bake for about 4 minutes. After baking twice, the meat aroma in the stew pot becomes more intense. Take out the saucepan again. Sprinkle with parsley, chopped bay leaves, thyme. Add a touch of vanilla to the beef that's full of energy. Finally, add the red wine stored in the story world. Let the dark red wine submerge most of the beef. And add a little water. Put the saucepan on the stove and bring to a boil. What I am currently cooking is burgundy red wine beef stew using SS-grade beef shoulder. When he was roasting the evil eye, Dorn used his tentacles to make and prepare many other dishes. The most important of which was this beef stew. It can be regarded as a big dish sharing the seat position with tonight's dark roasted evil eye. Gudu. Inside the cast iron saucepan, the alcohol evaporated and boiled and bubbled. The plump beef cubes and carrot pieces are tumbling up and down in the soup. After absorbing the soup, the beef becomes even more oily. Beep. After the red wine in the stew pot boiled, Rui's electric oven once again sounded the preheating beep. And this time, the temperature was controlled at 160 degrees. Without saying anything, Don picked up the edge of the hot pot with his bare hands, and put the pot into the oven for the third time with an expressionless expression. Conveniently, I also used carving time to speed up the baking time. During this process, the flexible arms and legs on Dorn's back were not idle either. 2 of them melted butter in a frying pan, giving off a nice butterfat aroma. There are also 2 wielding bright silver kitchen knives, skillfully performing the
cooking and cutting cattle skills.
Slicing small walking mushrooms on the chopping board with a very rhythmic
dong dong dong.
When Don turned around from the oven, he naturally took over the task from the tentacles and began to fry mushroom slices of even thickness with his own hands using melted butter. After applying his weird skills and props to the kitchen, Dorn's cooking process is so dazzling and overwhelming. Wait until the toaster oven beeps sweetly and the big pot of beef stew is done baking for the last time. Don turned around and took the saucepan out of the oven, carefully skimming off the foam and grease on the surface of the soup with a spoon. Once the fat is removed, add some salt and pepper to taste. Return to the stove. Add the freshly fried mushroom slices and continue cooking. After the aroma is overflowing and the soup becomes thick and rich, finally chop some green parsley and sprinkle it on the surface of the dish.
It's done.
In this way, the burgundy red wine beef stew with full color, flavor is completed. The restaurant at the castle in the middle of the lake. The girls who participated in today's sumptuous dinner have all taken their seats. And the person sitting at the main seat is still the highest-ranking Miss Plague in the room. Dolores. Don brought carefully prepared dinners to the table one after another, and also thoughtfully served drinks to everyone. Made from the first harvest of charmed pumpkin stamens after sowing in the spring at Creek Monster Manor. It is a refreshing stamen honey juice with a frankincense. Tonight's special dish, grilled evil eyeballs, was placed closest to Dolores. The evil sister's eyes fell on the dark barbecue under the hazy veil, and she nodded with satisfaction. However, when everyone was excited to officially start dinner, he deliberately skipped this dish, pretending not to care at all, and tasted the burgundy red wine beef stew first. I guess I wanted to save what I thought was the most delicious, and what I was most looking forward to tasting last.
So childish. I feel that the reason why Alice still has the mentality of an 8 or 9-year-old child is inseparable from the mother who raised her.
Dorn, who had been paying close attention to the movements of the evil god sister, carefully commented and complained in his heart. The silver fork pierced a large piece of shiny beef very easily. A small part of the beef surface collapsed, and the rich soup contained in the meat finally found a breakthrough and overflowed from the opening pierced by the fork.
Oh, it's very soft, with a lot of soup. I remember that when you made this beef, you went through many troublesome frying and roasting. I didn't expect it to retain such elasticity. It's amazing.
Dolores opened her mouth to praise. It sounds like he might have been peeking at the screen somewhere in the story world while Don was busy in the kitchen just now. Then, the white veil of the evil eldest sister was slightly raised, revealing the curved and seductive lips. He raised his fork and put beef in his mouth. After chewing it for a while, the beef is tender and juicy, with a rich meat flavor bursting on the tip of your tongue. Afterwards, after boiling, it was not astringent at all, leaving only a faint and sweet taste of red wine that filled the mouth. After swallowing all the meaty aroma and soup in her mouth, Dolores thought about it for a long time before speaking leisurely.
I almost forgot the last time I tasted food. It feels good to have such a delicious beef stew for the first time after such a long time. You are also very good.
This is a serious compliment from a god. Don said it was very helpful. On the other hand, at tonight's dinner table, the first person to eat the roasted eyeballs that a certain evil god had been thinking about was actually the black and white dragon lady. Perhaps because she is a dragon, Alice is very receptive to these strange ingredients. After smelling the barbecue smell, I cheered and took several skewers in one go.
Let it cool for a while before eating. Otherwise it will be very hot.
Dawn gave this reminder. In this regard, Alice was obedient. But Black Alice is not so good, and even likes to contradict Dorn in some insignificant places. As a result, the eyeballs, which were still a little hot on the outside, were stuffed entirely into the Black Dragon Lady's mouth. At the same time, she did not forget to hesitate and yell to the chef.
It's obviously just right. Uh-huh. You're lying. It won't taste good when it's cold.
Then take this bite. The hot juice in the eyeballs explodes directly.
Wow. Hot. Hot. Hot.
Tears welled up in the corners of Black Alice's eyes. But she was reluctant to spit out the delicious food in her mouth. She could only puff up her cheeks and exhale to speed up the cooling of the temperature in her mouth. The obedient Bai Longyang beside her also became distracted for a moment, because she felt the same thing. With tears in her eyes, she opened her small mouth and kept exhaling.
Ha 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 ha.
To dissipate heat.
Look. It's your own fault.
Seeing that Black Alice was successfully permed, Dorn shrugged with satisfaction while expressing sympathy to the White Dragon Lady with his eyes. But because it is essentially a dragon and has a thick skin that humans don't have, this bit of hot juice can't actually cause any real harm to Alice.
Slightly.
After exhaling briefly to dissipate heat, the Black Dragon Lady successfully swallowed the delicious roasted evil eyes and stuck out her pink tongue towards Dorn, making a proud face.
This guy.
Chapter 427 Skill Upgrade, Eyes of Destruction. Evil God's sister sighed. After tasting the beef stew in burgundy red wine, he ate several side dishes and drank a whole glass of pistol honey juice. During this process, Dolores' satisfaction with the dinner prepared by Dawn gradually increased. Then, maybe because she felt that she was almost ready, the evil sister finally turned her attention to the roasted evil eyes that she wanted to eat. The skewers of grilled evil eyes took on a burnt yellow color, and now they looked more like firm and plump meatballs than eyeballs. On the baked evil eyes, some sesame seeds and chopped green onions are also sprinkled for decoration, which improves the look and feel. Since it has been cooling for a while, now is the best time to taste the grilled evil eye. If you eat too hastily, you may get burned like Alice. But if you let it cool for too long, the syrup inside will lose its hot taste, and the experience will plummet. The roasted eyeballs should be put into your mouth whole. Then take a bite. The moment the teeth cut open the eyeball, the hot liquid inside will burst out. The level of stimulation is 100 times more intense than the most powerful pink beef pill. After the passion, the collagen material around the eyeballs is baked until crispy, which will provide a springy texture. If you chew it a few more times, you will bite into the crispy lens and cornea, mixed with the flavors of cumin and chili powder. It gives a very authentic and delicious barbecue flavor.
The evil eye that was made to perfection turned out to taste like this. It's delicious. Even better than I imagined. Dorn. Right. I'm becoming more and more attracted to you. Maybe I should talk to the original to talk to you. Lend it to me for a few days.
Sister Sieshan licked the drops of liquid on the corner of her mouth. She must be very satisfied with the taste of the dish she ordered herself. After he finished speaking, Vivian, who was happily cooking next to Dorn, raised her head warily. Stare.
Cooking. I mean cooking. Don't be nervous. Little fairy sister. I have tasted the evil eye that I have always wanted to eat. If I have a chance in the future, I want to taste the whip of the deep-sea monster,
Dolores said in a tone of voice with a smile and teasing. Dawn? Did you hear something about being a tiger or a wolf just now? Terror of the deep sea. It looks like a large ocean monster with flexible whips growing on its forelimbs. But Dawn was not quite sure whether the kind of food the evil god's sister wanted to eat was the flexible whip that grew on the forelimbs of the deep-sea terror beast to assist in movement, or the important organ that grew between the hind limbs. But no matter which one it is enough to show that this evil sister is definitely a fan of dark cuisine. By the time tonight's dinner is over, you'll be full of wine and food. The feedback on skills after eating monster dishes also came as expected. System prompt, the Predator effect is triggered, and the attack, physique, defense, and mental attributes are enhanced. System prompts, Synchronic Stomach Bag effect is triggered. The same type of skills are retrieved, and the skills are comprehensively upgraded. System prompt, the superimposed skill is Eagle's Eye View, and the skill, Destroying Eyes of Delusion, not upgradable, is obtained. The benefits gained from eating the evil eye surprised Dorn. The first is the attribute points captured by Predator. Attack, physique, and defense have each been increased by 23 to 27 points. And mental strength has been increased by a full 40 points. Of course, this high attribute return is also related to the large number of evil eyes Dorn consumed. After this meal, the attribute points that can be obtained from monsters, like evil eye, have been consumed to the upper limit and cannot be increased anymore. Apart from the increase in attributes, what surprised Dorn even more was the acquisition of skills. It is directly a compound upgrade. The Eagle View skill that had not yet been fully charged was given the opportunity to be fused and upgraded on the spot. And a new skill, Eye of Destruction, was combined into a new skill. According to Dorn's past experience, there are two reasons for general skill upgrades. One is that the old skills in one's body have undergone changes and breakthroughs, such as the previous Dream Entering, but the current Strengthening has not yet found a suitable skill for fusion. The other is that the newly consumed monster food itself is very powerful. Just like eating the boss bullfrog and getting the Poison Frog skill after being upgraded. The acquisition of Destroying Eyes this time was obviously because of the latter. The evil eyes that Dolores provided to her were definitely not the kind of weak monsters that lay on the chopping board to be eaten by mermaids. On the contrary, they should be very powerful.
However, think about it. They are raised by evil gods. Even if they are raised as food, they are probably several levels better than wild evil eyes.
After thinking about it this way, Dorn could understand why this windfall was so generous. Then, he opened his attribute panel to check this newly acquired skill. The Eyes of Delusion. 1. Night Vision. 2. Dynamic Vision. 3. See through all illusions and falsehoods. Among them, Night Vision and Dynamic Vision are very easy to understand. They are the inherent attributes of Eagle Vision, and Dorn is very familiar with them. Now after upgrading, these two abilities have been further strengthened. And that, seeing through all illusions and falsehood, combined with the illusion ability of monsters such as the Evil Eye, probably means that through the Eye of Breaking Illusion, the influence of illusion skills can be broken. Seeing the essence through the phenomenon belongs to Yes. In addition to the benefits gained from eating by himself. After becoming the god of cooking, Dorn can also get rewards from other people's eating behaviors. Plague is the god of this other world, one of the most powerful beings. By feeding him, you can obtain a full 1 million cooking power points. This is enough cooking power to upgrade 100 SS dishes to SSS level. 100 ways. Just by cooking for ordinary people and having a few restaurants under my name. I don't know that I will have to wait until the year of the monkey to get so much cooking power.
Sometimes it's great. Some of it's great. The gods are indeed extraordinary.
Seeing the already depleted kitchen power tank suddenly increase to an exaggerated and terrifying value is a very satisfying thing in itself. As the warm power of cooking flowed through his body, Dorn also began to think happily.
Also, I always feel that the role of cooking power is not limited to the uses I have developed so far. This time, raising the value of cooking power to an unprecedented height may help me unlock some new postures.
He still has a special intuition and full of expectations when it comes to this unique hidden mechanism. After carefully reading the harvest, Dorn closed the system panel and returned his attention to the story world. Now, he and Vivian are the only two people left in the castle restaurant. As for Dolores and the two dragon ladies, they disappeared without realizing it after finishing their meal. After all, this story world is the territory of their mother and daughter. Don estimated that he couldn't find them either, so he stayed at the castle.
Dawn! You said...
Vivian beside her thought for a while, then tugged on Dawn's hand.
Will Alice not go back with us?
Her voice was a little low, and her tone was a little lost. Chapter 428. What does it mean to be a female university student?
Maybe.
Dorn's tone was uncertain. Originally, the purpose of Alice's activities in the Land of Miracles was to find her mother, Dolores. Now that her mother has been found, it seems that there is really no need for the Dragon Lady to travel with Dorn anymore.
If Alice is not here, won't my personal space be gone?
Don thought with regret in his heart. It seems like blood loss. Besides, if that guy is really gone, he might feel a little lonely in the future. After all, he unilaterally recognized him as her father in his heart. In the story world, the royal city landscaping area is within the splendid palace. Dolores brought Alice here after dinner.
Speaking of which, this golden palace is still ugly no matter how you look at it. Who did you inherit this farmhouse aesthetic from? Alice?
Sister Sieshan shook her head frequently while looking at the surrounding building layout. Alice by
farm, home, music,
Not long after she met Dorn, Long Yang felt that there was something similar about this man to her mother. But for a while, I couldn't tell how it looked like. Now that I think about it, it seems that when these two people are talking, they will occasionally come up with some made-up words that are difficult to understand. Although she didn't quite understand what farmhouse aesthetic meant, Alice felt that her mother was not using this coined word to praise herself. Black Alice.
People outside used to tell me stories about princesses and brave men. The princesses all lived in this kind of golden palace.
The Black Dragon Lady was arrogant in front of Dorn, but she behaved like an aggrieved little doormat in front of her mother.
Forget it. Let's not talk about it for now. As a guardian, I am also responsible for failing to do a good job in aesthetic education.
Dolores changed the topic seriously.
Aren't you going to ask me something, Alice? You seem to have a lot to tell me.
The Dragon Lady's two bodies, one black and one white, lowered their eyes, and their eyes fell to the ground with some uneasiness. Of course I have a lot to say. Alice, who was originally very dependent on her mother, was suddenly left behind one day a long time ago. Become a lonely person. She wandered around the land of miracles, searching, and after searching for so long, she finally found it today. But her mother acted like nothing was wrong. Although his attitude towards him is still affectionate. He eats and drinks when he should. Looking careless. How could Alice be speechless?
Mom, why are you leaving?
Dragon Lady's two bodies spoke in confusion at the same time.
Alice has clearly not been disobedient before.
This question should be expected by Miss Plague. However, judging from the body movements of the evil god's sister, she was still slightly moved after hearing these expected words.
Because I had to do something very important at that time. And it wasn't safe for you to follow me.
Dolores stretched out her hands and patted the two dragon ladies on the head at the same time. If Dorn, who currently has more information, listens to the important things that the evil sister said, it can be easily deduced that she is referring to the war between gods. Dolores wanted to participate in the god war, and she was ready to betray her before joining the war. In that situation, it was really not safe to take Alice, who was still ignorant. And Dragon Lady still doesn't fully understand these disputes between gods. Because I have been staying in books, my access to external information is relatively fragmented. I came here with Dorn all the way, but I only vaguely understood that my mother seemed to be an evil god named Plague. At the same time, she betrayed the original Apocalypse forces and is currently in alliance with the original god. But none of this matters. Alice didn't care either. As she said long ago, Mom is Mom. But what is Dolores' identity? What she has done in the past, and what she will do in the future? For Alice, nothing will change.
But, after the matter is done, why don't you come to pick up Alice?
Long Yang's tone was still aggrieved.
Alice, the matter is not over yet.
Dolores' tone was rare and serious.
As long as the Apocalypse are still there, the matter is not over yet, and it is still not safe to follow me.
Alice was in a daze, and after a while, she spoke from the Black Dragon Lady's body.
So, where is Dorn? His situation is not safe at the moment. After all, he is the envoy of the original force. Oh, are you concerned about him? Yes. Don also cares about me very much. He is very kind to me. He will tell me stories and make delicious food for me. Just like Dad.
By Alice added. Dolores? Sister Evil God felt in a strange mood. If Alice recognizes Don as her father, isn't it the same as selling yourself as a mother with a natural look?
Well, Mom, that's not what I meant.
Long Yang realized later. Dolores returned to her original indifferent attitude.
It's okay, Alice.
Speaking of which, the evil god's sister has never asked the little dragon girl to call her mother since she created Alice. For a while, he even tried to correct Long Yang from calling him sister. In short, the title, Mom, is what Alice insists on calling. Perhaps, for Long Yang, the two best people in the world are her
father and mother.
And these two people currently seem to be Dorn and Dolores. That's all. There is absolutely no CP. Long Pei's intention is in it.
Well, so Mom didn't want Alice, right?
After talking like this for a while, Alice's expression became slightly more lively, and she carefully verified.
Well, Alice, maybe you don't believe it. Actually, I love you very much.
The evil eldest sister continued to rub Long Yang's head. When he said this, his tone was earnest.
Well, Alice believes it.
Dragon Lady squinted her eyes like a puppy whose head was rubbed, and her words became slurred. The mother and daughter stayed like this calmly for a while. Alice spoke again.
Mom, can Dawn and I come back to see you in the future? Oh, come back to see me with Dawn?
Dolores looked surprised. He originally thought that Alice would want to stay after finding him. Although, Sister Evil God doesn't want Long Yang to follow her just yet.
Well, that's right. Didn't you guys say that when we were eating? Next, Dorn will follow his mother's suggestion and go to the Sea of Storms to hunt demigods. I told you, it's not safe around that person.
Dolores shook her head seriously. He doesn't want Alice to follow him. And naturally, he doesn't want Alice to continue to follow Dorn. When a divine war breaks out in the future, whether it is the rebellious evil gods of the past or the newly emerged divine envoys, they will undoubtedly be involved in the center of the dispute.
I know. But you need me when you are unsafe. Right. Alice has also grown up and can help a lot now. And, because my mother is much better than Dawn, that's why I want to continue to follow Dawn. I can protect him.
Bai Longyang answered seriously. Even Black Alice was there to help.
Besides, without Lady Alice's help, Dorn would be clumsy and wouldn't be able to do anything.
Dolores, the old mother expressed her heartache. What does it mean to be a female university student? Not good. Very bad. It felt like the little dragon man's daughter that I had pinched was being pinched by the original divine messenger. Chapter 429, The Monologue of the Immortal. Dorn made no extra sojourn to Miss Plague. After the questions that should be asked and the meals that should be eaten are finished, it is almost time to leave. Very utilitarian. But when he was about to take Vivian away, Dolores stopped him. The dark red book,
Alice's bedtime reading,
flashed out from the side of her evil mother, flying up like a big moth and swooping towards Dorn. Alice by.
Wait for me.
Black Alice.
Are you still planning to leave Lady Alice alone?
As soon as the reader came into contact with Dorn, the dragon lady's thoughts immediately picked up.
I thought you would stay with your mother.
Dawn was surprised.
So Dawn is an idiot.
Alice left this sentence and then disconnected. Although Dorn was still holding the reading book in his hand, the dragon lady in it stopped talking as if she was angry. It's really hard to guess what a girl is thinking. Even a girl whose mental age is only 9 years old is the same. While Dawn was still confused, Dolores spoke again.
Before you leave, I have a few words to say about Alice.
If you want to explain, just do it. Dawn has no objection to this. Miss Plague's eyes fell on Vivian again.
This is a conversation between parents. So,
under Dawn's eyes, Miss Goblin hesitated for a while, then walked out of the room with
Alice's bedtime reading
in her arms and waited. Dorn and the evil sister were left alone in the room again. Alice's two parents. In this conversation between parents, Dolores took the initiative to speak first.
You are very cruel. Could it be that you use some method to fool the feelings of a girl who is still underage? Otherwise, why would Alice be devoted to you? She knew it would be dangerous to follow you, but she still had no hesitation. No matter how she tried to persuade her, it would be useless. I remember she was not so stubborn when she was a child. I definitely didn't.
Dawn looked embarrassed. By saying this, how do you describe yourself as a bad guy who seduces underage girls?
Oh, you'd better not. In short, I didn't stop Alice's choice. She is already a big girl after all. That child hopes to follow and help you in your next actions. Don't let her get into trouble around you.
The evil sister's tone was no longer as frivolous as before. But it couldn't be said to be serious. It even has a strange sense of sight. Just like a mother who goes out to work overtime on weekends tells her father at home to take good care of her children.
Of course not. I treat her as my own daughter. Well, I treat her as a family member.
Miss Plague was not in a hurry to reply. Nor did she hold Dorn responsible for wanting to be the
Dragon Lady's father.
Only after a moment of silence, he spoke softly.
Take good care of that child for me.
Judging from his appearance, he was probably planning to end the conversation and see the guests off. But at this time, Dawn continued the topic slightly uninterested.
Miss Plague, can I ask another question? Oh, is there anything else you want to ask? As I said, you can ask anything.
Dolores seemed to have no intention of refusing.
You seem to pay special attention to Alice. It's just, I think.
Dawn hesitated for a while, as if he didn't know how to speak.
I don't think an evil god with my personality would value someone so much. Especially Alice, who was created by me and has a pet nature. Right.
Dolores, on the other hand, spoke calmly and added to Dawn's words seriously. Although the words used by evil god's sister are not so euphemistic, But the meaning he expressed was indeed consistent with the doubt in Dawn's heart. In Dawn's eyes, Plague has a bad personality, is frivolous, evil, and sometimes a bit childish. But in addition, he will also reveal an emotion that is difficult to conceal from time to time. It was an emotion that spanned a long time, and was indifferent to everything and completely indifferent to the development of anything. To put it simply, it is boring. It is the time of wise men. It's hard to imagine that Miss Plague with this kind of character would care about Alice so much. Before leaving, he had to have a special parents' talk, and asked himself to take good care of Long Yang. Dawn always felt that this was a bit strange. The atmosphere of the parents' talk became slightly stiff. After a while, the evil eldest sister spoke again. This time, it was a rhetorical question without any beginning or end.
Let me ask you, what do you think the meaning is? Huh?
Dawn once again failed to keep up with the evil sister's conversation. But Dolores continued on by herself, as if she didn't intend to listen to his answer at all, and just wanted to make an opening statement for herself.
In my opinion, the product of narrow meaning and short-sightedness. If you want to pursue meaning, you can't stand too high, you can't see too far, and you can't live too long. When you walk from the east to the west of the empire, you feel that you have accomplished a significant feat, but on the scale of the entire universe. This feat is just a point where you have stood still. When you fall from the ground, crawl and roll until you are old. You think that your life has been lived vigorously. But on the endless timeline, this period of life is just a rush that is not worth mentioning. If you want to pursue meaning, you have to put yourself in a narrow space and a short-sighted time. The distance from the east to the west of the empire. The time from sowing in spring to harvesting in autumn. Within such limited time and space, it is easier for people to obtain the meaning of existence. If you live too long and divinity surpasses humanity, everything will fall into nothingness, and everything will be meaningless. Do you understand what I am saying?
Dawn, it's true. I do not understand. Why did a good parents' talk suddenly start discussing philosophical topics? I wonder which parent would talk about these existence and non-issues in a meeting that should be about the physical and mental health of their children. It will have a psychological impact on children. However, through Plague's nagging narration, Dawn was able to roughly understand what was going on with the dullness and sage time that he showed from time to time.
Have you lived too long and your divinity has surpassed your humanity? What? I'm sorry. I haven't lived that long.
Dawn scratched his cheek.
Maybe you will in the future? It won't be too late for us to discuss this again then.
Dolores smiled.
But what does this have to do with Alice? Is it difficult to understand? That child is my only remaining human existence in this world. Therefore, I value her very much. Why? Ha. Am I too tolerant of you? So you dare to show your inquiring spirit to an evil god and get to the bottom of it? Ahem. Sorry. I won't ask any more.
Dawn stopped in time, but the evil sister continued with a wicked smile.
If I have to say why, I created the human form of Liz according to the appearance of my former sister. Although I know that the child is not my sister, she has the same two faces as my sister. I would you would bar.
All right. Although I can't fully understand it, I seem to be able to understand a small part of it. Perhaps when Dawn really has the opportunity to live as long as Miss Plague in the future, he will be able to empathize with her and feel the same way. After figuring out that the Plague had a reasonable basis for Alice's feelings, Dawn had no other questions. He planned to say goodbye to this evil god sister who had provided a lot of help and finally actively discuss philosophy with him. Dolores did not try to keep him, but said some gentle words of farewell.
I don't intend to provide any substantial help regarding hunting the storm god. Your current strength is not bad. There are several props with primitive and death auras in the story world. Even the fairy sister beside you, who always obeys your words, is not a fuel-saving lamp. In addition, as a divine envoy, you can also mobilize the power of the Holy Sea. With such a good hand, if you can't even deal with the big octopus at the bottom of the demigod, you don't have to think about the little red fish of war and the little black snake of famine. It's all for nothing.
Wait until Dawn is about to walk out of the big wooden house. Somehow, the very philosophical words that Sister Evil God just said flashed through his mind again. If you live too long and divinity surpasses humanity, everything will fall into nothingness, and everything will be meaningless. Dawn suddenly thought that this sentence seems to be equally applicable to the original and the other three apocalypses. Divinity transcends human nature. And proving the meaning of existence and nothingness over a long period of time seems to be a dilemma that every immortal person must face.
If this is the case, what do the apocalypses think the meaning of their existence is now? Isn't it the end of the world and the destruction of the world?
Because you have lived too long. You think everything is nothing and want to destroy the world along with yourself? If this is the case, then the evil gods are really crazy. Things related to the apocalypse could no longer be understood further. Otherwise, there would be a danger of being perceived. So Dorn did not think any more along this line of thinking.
But what about the original? As a party that hopes to survive in the world, is he the same as Plague? In this world, maybe there are existences that he regards as the meaning of humanity?
With this thought, Dawn pushed open the door of Dolores' cabin. The sky outside was gloomy, and the snow was thicker than when they arrived. Light snow is falling in the dim sky. Vivian was holding an ebony staff and
Alice's bedtime reading,
standing in the yard in front of the wooden house. The top and ends of her silver hair were covered with scattered snowflakes, which set off her fair complexion and delicate facial features, making her look like a smart fairy on a snowy night. Oh, she is a fairy. Seeing Dorn coming out, Vivian ran towards him and excitedly spread out the palm of her right hand to show off.
Look, Dorn! I just picked up a snowflake with 8 corners outside the house, and it hasn't melted yet. The other snowflakes all have 6 corners.
Dawn looked at the strange, clear-textured octagonal snowflake in Miss Elf's palm. He no longer thinks about the philosophical propositions that Miss Plague left for him. Things like existence and nothingness should be left to old guys like Dolores, who have lived for who knows how many years to think about. What does the plight of the immortals have to do with me? An outstanding young man in his prime? To myself, even a unique octagonal snowflake petal is meaningful. Dawn felt much more relaxed instantly. He reached out and gently patted the snow strand stuck to Miss Goblin's hair.
I've been waiting for a long time, Vivian. It seems that we will be very busy next time. There are many things waiting for us to do. Yeah. No matter what it is, I'm ready. With you.
The fairy lady's lake blue eyes sparkled.
Then, let's go hunting the big octopus demigod in the sea together.
Oh,
let's hunt the big octopus demigod together.
Vivian joined in the joy and naturally hugged Dawn's arm. The snowy night was a bit cold, but the fairy lady who took the initiative to stick to her was warm. Chapter 430. Ouch. Alright. I hit. Kasadam. Heavy snow fell continuously from the hazy sky, dyeing the entire pine forest into a vast expanse. In this crater where the country of dwarves is located, you can see lava flowing, and the heat is overwhelming. The white snow and hot lava and flint are distributed in the same area, which looks very magical. If you look at it from a distance, it will feel magnificent. Several dwarf guards are stationed at the entrance to Kaisardom. The armor on their bodies is simple but practical, and they also carry throwing spears and war hammers on their waists. The time spent on guard duty is always boring, but these dwarves, who have rigid and rigorous personalities, can still remain meticulous in the face of such boring work, and no one is trying to take advantage of the situation. The snowflakes unknowingly became bigger again, and the wind in the forest started to howl. At this time, the guard team responsible for guarding the southwest direction of the entrance made a discovery. In this flying wind and snow, 2 more agile figures appeared in the snow forest opposite, and they were quickly approaching the crater.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
The captain of the guard team was a halfling. He reached out to hold the warhammer at his waist and asked loudly. The 2 figures in the snow forest must have heard the questioning and warning, but they did not slow down.
Hey! What about you? Stop!
The halfling captain pulled out his warhammer, and the guards around him also assumed a fighting stance as a deterrent. Visitors in the snow forest are still approaching. However, after the distance was further shortened, the halfling captain could actually see the appearance of these 2 people under their thick clothes. Then, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and dropped the warhammer in his hand. He made a
"Put down your weapons"
gesture to several of his men.
It's not outsiders. It's Mr. Greg and the kid named Hyena.
The guests who climbed up the silent mountains in the wind and snow to visit the dwarves were all wearing thick deerskin coats and windproof leather hats. Walking in front was a tall and handsome young man with a tall nose, long, silky brown hair, and a pair of amorous eyes. Even though he was dressed like a raven hunter, his clothes still did not completely cover up his free and romantic temperament like a bard. Gregor, an S-rank adventurer from the Adventure Association. Following the S-adventurer was an agile boy with a few strands of messy red hair peeking out from under his bearskin hat, matching his dark skin and sharp eyes. He has the temperament of a hunter, like a lone wolf who is good at fighting. Of course, it is Gregla's personal apprentice Hyena. The master and the apprentice climbed up to the crater where Kasadam is located with both hands and feet.
Yo! Hello! Hog! Long time no see.
After Gregor came up, he greeted the halfling captain warmly. The halfling guard captain guarding the southwest entrance is called Hog, and he is considered a familiar person. When Dorn and Gregor teamed up to visit the country of dwarves for the first time, they treated him to a rice bowl with owl bear meat and rice in a nearby cliff cave. When there were divine messengers here and demons in the ruins, Hog was a bronze citizen and was stipulated that he could only engage in menial jobs such as mining and transporting minerals for the rest of his life. After Dorn and others used violent means to overthrow the rule of the god Mazeroth, the dwarf country lifted its class restrictions under the leadership of the new leader Little Steel Hammer. Only people like Hog, who have the ability or skills, can move into positions that are more suitable for them.
Say H, low to you, Mr. Gregla.
Halfling Hog said H, low in his childlike voice.
Sir. Next time you come to Kasadam, you will not be questioned by the guards from a distance. I suggest you reply and tell me your identity.
The S-class adventurer seemed unfazed by this.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if I get closer, won't you recognize me? Besides, even if you don't recognize it, it's not a big problem if you throw the spear directly at me. I can definitely avoid it. As for the hyena, it can just test his recent reaction and dodge ability.
The hyena behind him twitched his eyes. He felt as if his master meant what he said.
But
Hog wanted to say something more. However, he was interrupted by Gregor.
No more excuses. Your mother-in-law's character needs to be improved. Get to the point quickly and take us to see Steel Hammer.
The benefactor of the dwarf country said so, and Hog said nothing more. After instructing his guards to continue to stand guard carefully, he took Gregor and his disciples and walked down the winding passage of the crater. Hyenas have visited Kasadam, a magical gathering place for dwarves, several times. When he first came here, he hadn't seen much of the world. I personally walked into the dwarf race that I had only heard of in stories. Although the hyena tried to stay calm at that time, his eyes were still so nervous that he didn't know where to look. But once again, the hyena is now very calm. Walking in this demi-human kingdom is also calm and leisurely. The aboriginal people here who met along the way were very excited to see the master and apprentice. They either came up to greet them voluntarily, or they stayed away and whispered to each other. There are also halfling girls who look similar to human children. After seeing Gregor, many of them dazzled. The handsome appearance, coupled with the heroic world of saving their tribe from water and fire, is enough to make these girls fall in love with Gregor. Unfortunately, this S-class adventurer only likes ladies with mature charm, and treats girls with childish and petite features as holy as the great sage who cut off the world of mortals. And this cold, unfeminine and serious image made some halfling girls here who liked him even more infatuated with Gregor. It can be called a dead end. The two of them followed Hog all the way down, and finally came to the former residence of Steel Hammer. This place has undergone 2 large-scale expansions, and it is completely different from what it was more than a year ago. It is no longer a dilapidated house of low-class black iron people, but a serious and large-scale dwarf magic technology experimental site.
Master Steel Hammer is inside,
Hog said.
Excuse me.
Gregor nodded to the halfling. Then he strode to the gate of this closed experimental site. While pushing the door open, he spoke angrily to the hyena behind him.
When I first came to see Steel Hammer, he said that it would only take 3 months to make your weapon if it was wrapped around him. It turns out that it has been 3 months and 3 months. 3 months and 3 months. And it has been more than a year. But the weapon still has not moved. Today, as the master, I will definitely help you get an explanation.
Hyena.
Master, I remember that when you came here last time, you told me something similar with an aggrieved face.
Boom. Gregor hadn't fully opened the door yet, and the hyena hadn't fully said what he was saying. The two men's actions were all interrupted by an earth-shattering loud noise. This extremely loud explosion came from inside the laboratory. For a moment, the ground and the walls of the laboratory stopped shaking. After the thunderous sound could no longer be heard, the excited shouts of Steel Hammer came from the laboratory.
Hey! Okay! I'm hit!
Chapter 431. This thing is much easier to use than a bow and arrow. The sudden noise startled the 3 people at the door of the laboratory. After a brief moment of astonishment, Gregor rushed in through the door. The dwarf's magic technology experiment site is divided into several areas by physical partitions. The spacious room closest to the door was filled with smoke, accompanied by the strong smell of burning sulfur.
What happened?
Gregor took the lead into the room where the strange thing happened. In the center of the room, amid the gray-black smoke, Steel Hammer was standing with a disgraced face, jumping and smiling. The leather armor on the dwarf was damaged, and some areas were burned to black. But he didn't care about it. He just kept clapping his hands and giggling, muttering something incomprehensible like,
"I'm hit! I'm hit!"
His eyes were also confused, and he had obviously lost his mind.
Master Steel Hammer!
Seeing this, Hog quickly ran forward to check on the leader. Gregor also took a few steps forward. After checking that there were no serious injuries on Steel Hammer, he rolled up his sleeves.
Leave it alone. This kind of temporary loss of consciousness, according to the way we adventurers deal with it, usually a hard slap on the face can be cured.
But before Gregor's slap came down, which was supposed to be without any personal grudge, Steel Hammer's eyes regained their clarity. It was probably a brief moment of confusion that was shocked by the huge explosion reaction just now. Not a big problem.
Ah! Hog? Let me tell you, I hit that wooden target. Hey, Mr. Gregor. And the hyena. When did you come?
Steel Hammer, who regained consciousness, quickly noticed the things in the room. Guessed.
Just arrived. Ha ha. Just arrived.
Gregor put away his raised right hand with regret, and said in a sarcastic tone,
It seems that we came at the wrong time? No. You came at just the right time.
The young dwarf leader shook his head vigorously, his tone excited, and then he picked up a very strange magic technology artifact from the ground.
Look at this.
When everyone rushed in just now, they were relatively conscientious, and they were basically paying attention to whether anything happened to the Steel Hammer. I haven't focused my attention on this magical technology artifact yet. Now it seems that this thing is really worth paying attention to. The front section is in the shape of a long tube iron. The rear part has a rough shape, but contains gears with precise logic and magic technology parts that ordinary people cannot understand. They are mainly mechanical components with functions such as stalkers, valve chambers, gun bolts, and piston firing pins. This may be the first thermal weapon in the land of miracles. It's a gun. It was made by Steel Hammer based on the dream that Dorn left for him when he left the country of dwarves last time. However, the gun made of Steel Hammer is very different from the guns on Earth. After all, even if the images related to human technology that Dorn saw to Steel Hammer were real, for this dwarf, they were just dreams that tended to be fantasy. You can't see the mechanism inside the machine. You can't see the principle of the machine's operation. There is a feeling that
this dream is for reference only.
It's like science fiction. Excellent science fiction works on Earth may provide inspiration for the development of science and technology, but they certainly cannot serve as a guide for the advancement of science and technology. Moreover, the dwarf Steel Hammer is a native of a magical world after all, and the magic technology he specializes in also contains magical elements. Without using magic energy to drive this, and relying solely on what he saw and felt in his dreams, it would be impossible for him to restore the effects of firearm-like weapons in a year. In short, this big gun is a strange product inspired by dreams, with a post-apocalyptic appearance, and an inner mechanism that combines magical energy and technological kinetic energy. Apart from this strange big gun, about 50 meters away from the Steel Hammer, at the end of the room, there were wood chips scattered on the ground, with the remnants of the magic power surging on them. It seems that it was originally a wooden target, but now it has been exploded and shattered by some powerful destructive force.
What is this?
Gregor looked confused, but he had some vague guesses.
Weapons! I promised you earlier that I would try to make weapons for hyenas. I call them howlers.
The excitement on Steel Hammer's face has not yet passed. Gregor once promised the hyena that he would give him a fine weapon made by the dwarves. This commission was naturally handed over to Steel Hammer in the country of dwarves. When he liberated Kaisardom, Dorn received old Steel Hammer's appraisal gloves as reward, while Gregor received nothing. Therefore, when receiving this commission, Dwarf Steel Hammer agreed immediately.
I will use the relic materials in Mazeros' treasure house, plus the recent inspiration, to create a unique weapon that is unparalleled in the world.
Steel Hammer promised at the time. This is how Howler was born.
I said. You screamer. Is it safe?
Gregor frowned, staring at the big gun and looking up and down. If nothing else, It was this thing that made the thunderous noise just now and shook the steel hammer to the point of temporarily losing consciousness.
Safe. Absolutely safe. It was just a small accident that can be ignored. Just a debugging problem in the equipment. Let me take a look. It seems that the blasting powder was used a bit too much. And the magic energy channel of the magic transformer here is also a bit large.
Steel Hammer lowered his head and began to examine the screamer, and picked up strange tools nearby to start inspecting and adjusting them. After tinkering with no one else for a long time, the dwarf raised his head again and pointed at the pile of scattered sawdust 50 meters away.
It's no problem now. Hog, help me push another wooden target over there.
The halfling who had been standing behind for a long time did as he was told.
Okay. You guys stand a little further away.
Steel Hammer raised his gun. In fact, without him having to say anything, Gregor had already dragged the curious hyena out of the room. Even the halfling hog ran out quickly after setting up a wooden target in the shape of a goat demon. Pull the bolt. Hold your breath. Aim. And pull the trigger. Boom. Screamer, the jet-black muzzle spit out tongues of flame, making a deafening noise, roaring like thunder. The ammunition fired at high speed from the muzzle dispersed into multiple projectiles during flight, and bombarded the wooden target with an area-wide killing effect. The originally intact goat demon wooden target suddenly fell into pieces, and was bombarded into sawdust scattered on the ground. This time, there was no exaggerated gray and black smoke coming out just now. The steel hammer was not counterattacked by this strange weapon, but staggered back a small step because of the powerful recoil of this magic firearm.
Did you see it?
After one shot hit, Steel Hammer excitedly looked back at the crowd.
This thing is much easier to use than a bow and arrow.
Chapter 432, Big is Good. More is Beautiful. Although I had already roughly calculated the actual power of this screamer, based on the introduction of Steel Hammer and the situation at the scene. But when he saw this strange weapon roaring with his own eyes, Gregor was still extremely surprised. According to his judgment, Screamer's attack is accompanied by a very strong surge of magic power. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a magic attack. Its specific power is almost equivalent to the arcane bombardment used by a skilled magician with all his strength. Although the damage is several levels lower than pulling Whisper of the End by yourself, it is much more useful than ordinary weapons, like bows and arrows. The most important point is that when Steel Hammer used Screamer, he noticed that the other party only infused a small amount of magic power into this magic weapon. Greg's mind is flexible. In his opinion, Steel Hammer is not a qualified combat unit, and the magic power it can use is also very limited. But when this dwarf holds the Screamer, he can easily hit with a full blow as powerful as a skilled magician. A small input of magic energy can actually bring out such a powerful final magic energy destruction effect. This is the charm and value of this strange weapon. With this thing, even ordinary people who can only drive magic power sporadically can become a good fighting force. If Screamer can be engaged in secular war, it may become a weapon of war.
Steel Hammer, is there any possibility of mass production of this weapon?
After the successful weapon demonstration, Gregor walked up to ask with interest. In response, Steel Hammer just shook his head.
No. I used several pieces of relic materials in Mazarotha's inventory to make it. There is no way to achieve mass production, and the existing materials can only make this one.
The young dwarf leader didn't lie. In order to achieve the introduction of subtle magic power, the effect of huge output can be achieved. Steel Hammer used his specialized knowledge of magic energy technology and consumed many relic materials in Mazarotha's inventory to create complex magic energy parts, and then made the finished Screamer. Therefore, this big gun is actually a magic weapon in a sense. Although its structure uses ingredients similar to gunpowder, it still deviates from the development path of technological hot weapons to the greatest extent. Not scientific, but magical.
It's a pity that it can't be mass-produced. However, it would be perfect for hyenas to use. After all, under my wise guidance, he has mastered the most basic method of transmitting magic power.
Gregor said this, and at the same time used small movements to signal his little apprentice to quickly go over and get the gun. It was as if he was afraid that the dwarf would regret it later. The hyena itself was full of curiosity about the howler, and after understanding the master's prompts, he shamelessly stepped forward. Steel Hammer naturally handed over the big gun, and at the same time verbally expressed his infinite expectations for the weapon.
Although it cannot be mass-produced, magic technology is constantly developing. The rare relic materials consumed will always find suitable substitutes one day. Perhaps a few hundred years later, There will be outstanding descendants based on my designs. Make a more powerful second generation of Howler.
For example, if a few years later, new magic energy technology can break through the upper limit of the magic converter channel that Steel Hammer is worried about, thereby expanding the caliber of the gun barrel and increasing the yield of the ammunition. If we continue to develop according to this idea, one day, big is good, more is beautiful, caliber is justice, truth is everywhere within the range. The Screamer series has a bright future. Of course, this is just a good idea, not to mention whether it can be realized. Even if it can be achieved, it will probably take several generations of brainpower and effort. No technological development can be achieved overnight. Even magic side technology is no exception. Compared to Steel Hammer, who was full of fantasies about the future, Gregor was much more pragmatic. He looked at the big gun in his apprentice's hand carefully for a while, and finally pointed to the position of the stalker and said,
Steel Hammer, I noticed that when you use this Screamer, it seems that you need to consume something. Well, this is it. Oh, yes. We need to fill blasting pills.
Steel Hammer nodded, and at the same time took out a small cylindrical object wrapped in iron sheet from his side and displayed it. This should be the blasting pill he was talking about. It can be directly understood as the ammunition used by guns.
The production of blasting pills is not troublesome and does not require parts from magic technology. I can teach you in Hyena now. And when you are done with it, you can get the raw materials and make it yourself.
Steel Hammer introduced. The master and apprentice Gregor began to listen with curiosity and concentration. Steel Hammer.
First, mix the charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur powder in this proportion. Hyena, you can try shooting according to the method I taught you later. Mr. Gregor, you can stay in Kasadam for a few more days. I will do some training on Howler according to the hyena's personal needs.
Some minor tweaks.
A whole small lesson on magic firearms knowledge is down. Halfling Hog, who is the captain of a guard team at the entrance, has already left the laboratory and returned to stand guard.
Gregoru, on the other hand, was drowsy after listening to it. But Hyena was the only one who studied very seriously. This young man can't put it down now. He loves this big magic gun no matter how much he looks at it. He wants to fire 2 shots immediately to hear the sound.
Just do what you say. Anyway, the two of us haven't received any commissions recently, and we have nothing planned to do for the time being.
After hearing his name, Gregor, who was sitting on the edge with his eyes closed and his head tilted, spoke out in a daze.
Then you can go to my place now, have a meal together, and take a rest. Although the food here is far inferior to Mr. Dorn's craftsmanship, there is still no problem in eating full.
Steel Hammer suggested again. Everyone stood up and were about to leave the laboratory. At this time, Gregor, who had a keener perception, suddenly stopped. He turned around and even quickly took off the whisper of the end carried on his back. In this experimental site of dwarf magic technology, there is suddenly a mysterious and powerful surge of magic power. Hyena and Steel Hammer saw Gregor's actions and were confused. The next second, they saw an extremely shocking scene. In this spacious room, a hazy and huge white mist suddenly appeared out of thin air. These white mists are constantly billowing, and at the end, they seem to be connected to the infinite distance. At the same time, there were 2 figures walking out of the mist. One tall and tall, the other petite and graceful. Gregor set up his long bow, and the hyena also raised the magic gun like the Steel Hammer just now. But when the figure in the mist comes out completely,
Dorn? Brother? Mr. Dorn.
Chapter 433 Equipment Building. The people who came out of the white mist were none other than Dorn and Vivian. Dorn had already seen the existence of Gregor and the hyena in the white mist, so he didn't show any surprise after appearing. He just calmly said straight to the point.
Steel Hammer, I need your help.
In the dwarf's experimental site, Dorn briefly explained his recent action plan and needs to Steel Hammer. The main purpose is to entrust the other party to help you build equipment. For example, in the story world, the metal suit ripped from the body of the second-order Cretan bull is an extraordinary raw material for equipment. As for Gregor and Hyena, since they were not outsiders, they stayed nearby and listened together. By the way, they also asked Dorn a few interesting questions. For example, asking about the relationship between the strange, cute lady with long silver hair and Dorn. Hyena.
Sister Vivian? Are you Sister Vivian? Can you be seen by everyone? Ah. It was Brother Dorn who found the method. Brother can do anything.
Gregor.
Hey, Dorn? Are you planning to hunt the demigods of the sea? You really dare to think about it. However, just hearing this plan makes my blood boil.
Steel hammer.
Metal armor of a Cretan bull? Sorry, Mr. Dorn. I have never heard of this material. But I will organize people to work hard to build a suitable piece of equipment for you. I guarantee it in the name of my ancestors. The three focused on different things, but they were all very excited. After explaining the matter, Don took out the metal armor of the Cretan bull from
Alice's bedtime reading
and handed it to Steel Hammer. The young dwarf carefully observed the large pile of strange metals for a long time, and finally scratched his head apologetically.
Mr. Dorn, the material of this metal is too strange. I don't know its characteristics at all. It will take a while to make equipment with it.
It's okay.
Take your time. I'm not in a hurry.
Dorn still maintained his usual calm look. He was really not in a hurry. The hunt for the giant octopus storm god didn't start right away. Dorn had to go to the sea step by step to find believers who called themselves the Sons of the Storm, and then use these believers to try to fish out the location of the big octopus. Then a proper battle plan is needed. This will take a lot of time. If Steel Hammer still can't make bull metal into equipment during this preparation time, it won't be a big problem. As analyzed by Plague before, Dorn,
who has good cards, has an obvious advantage over the bottom demigods in Shanghai. Finding Steel Hammer equipment is just the icing on the cake. If the Cretan bull cannot catch up with the big octopus hunt this time, then he will save it for the next hunt of the small red fish of war and the small black snake of famine. Slow work produces fine work. Dorn would rather spend more time waiting for a high-quality piece of equipment to be produced. It's better than trying to rush for time and getting a defective product. The bull metal weighed several tons. Steel Hammer called many men to drag these strange metals away in batches and pull them to other rooms for further study. After that, Dorn casually took out a small object from his body. It was a black pendant in the shape of a scale with a hint of chill.
Don, by the way, let's change the shape of this pendant. The shape of the scale is too unlucky. Help me make it into the shape of an overlapping hammer and sickle. It looks full of awe-inspiring righteousness.
Steel Hammer doesn't quite understand why the shape of a scale is unlucky, and why the overlap of a hammer and a sickle is full of awe-inspiring righteousness. But it doesn't matter, as long as it is what Mr. Don, whom he admires so much, said. It must be right. After explaining the equipment creation, Dorn planned to say goodbye to everyone briefly, and planned to take Vivian non-stop to the next pre-war preparation point, the Holy City. However, Gregor stopped him with a mocking smile on his face.
Hey, Dorn, when it comes to hunting demigods at sea, why don't you take me and the hyenas with you?
This S-class adventurer seems to be very interested in this. The hyena beside him didn't say anything, but after hearing what his master said, excitement flashed in his originally sharp eyes. Which adventurer can refuse a grand sea adventure? Don rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He thought that the process of searching for the Sons of the Storm, who believed in the giant octopus, and then finding the location of the storm god through these believers, would probably require a lot of manpower. It was originally planned to outsource this matter to the Holy See clergy and their informants at sea. The excellent human resources of the Holy See are there. If you don't use it, you won't use it. But now that I think about it, in the process of doing this, it seems that it is not a bad thing to have two of my close ties participating in the process. And there is no doubt about Gregor's fighting ability. He is a man who can go head-to-head with the giant goat-fused demon in the Devil's Lair ruins. That is, after thinking about it, Dorn turned his attention to his little brother, the hyena. Gregor immediately understood his doubts.
Dorn, don't worry. The hyenas have been following me for a year. Under my wise guidance, they are no longer what they used to be. They have now officially passed the examination and become sea-level adventurers in the association. I guess it won't be long. After receiving a few more commissions, it will be no problem to pass the B-level assessment. Yes, brother, I will definitely not hold you back.
The hyena, who had been silent until now, hurriedly expressed his position.
Okay, then remember to listen to my arrangements and don't do things you don't want to do. Especially you, hyena. When I need you to stay at a safe area, you must listen to me.
Dorn finally nodded. In this regard, the adventurer master and apprentice had no objections. Especially the hyena, who is Dorn's younger brother, has a very high level of ideological awareness. He is very aware that there is still a big gap between his strength and his elder brother and master. This time we go on a sea adventure together. The main thing is to follow him and gain experience. It's best if you can help. If there's no need for you, just stay in the safe area and don't cause trouble. In fact, he is an obedient example of an obedient person who will never go east if Big Brother tells him to go east, and will never chase a chicken if he is told to chase a dog. After deciding to take Greglet and the hyenas to go to sea together, Dorn stayed in Kasadam for a while longer. The reason is simple. Hyenas who have just obtained Howler will also need to try some target practice here to master the basic use of this unique firearm. By the way, let Steel Hammer make some structural adjustments to the magic gun according to your own personal needs. Therefore, Dorn was also lucky enough to see the first magic heat weapon in another world being fired. It's like witnessing history. Chapter 434, a shotgun that deals magic damage. Dorn was very curious when he learned that Steel Hammer had created an Earth-like gun called the Screamer, based on the inspiration from his original dream. So, when the hyena was performing a close-range target shooting test, he actively stood aside and watched. Boom! In the testing site, the howler, held by the hyena, roared like thunder, and the wooden target not far away shattered to the ground. Seeing the first shot fired, Don's jaw almost dropped in shock.
Hey guys! A shotgun that does magic damage?
Alright. Although the magic guns of other worlds are inspired by the firearms on Earth, they are actually very different from the firearms on Earth. Although gunpowder is also used, the important structure still relies on magic support. Even the damage caused is mainly the impact of strong magical explosions. It can only be said that it is a different world that develops on the side of magic. The development of firearms can be such a unique approach. After the hyena fired the shot, the Steel Hammer on the side spoke to Dorn tremblingly.
Mr. Dorn, what do you think of this howler? Yeah. Very good.
Don nodded. Just praise and that's it. He really can't offer any constructive suggestions on the production of firearms. And he doesn't understand the complex operating mechanism of magic technology. The knowledge related to thermal weapon technology can be summarized in one sentence. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates, 3 charcoal, and some sugar. After all, Don is just a cook. If I really knew so much experience and practical experience in making firearms, I wouldn't have just been a small-up owner posting gourmet videos on the website. Instead, they should undergo labor reform in the bureau, step on the sewing machine to make sparks, and strive for the opportunity to return to society and start a new life. Steel Hammer looked very happy after hearing Dorn's somewhat perfunctory praise. After having that fantastic dream, the dwarf believed that the contents of the dream were all shown to him by Mr. Dorn, whom he admired most. Now he uses what he has learned throughout his life to restore the strange weapons he saw in his dreams in his own way, and has received praise and recognition from Dorn for this. There is nothing more joyful than this. Boom! 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 The hyena fired a few more shots at the dwarf's experimental testing site. Perhaps because this young man has the blessing of a hunter's talent, he can get started with firearms quite quickly. After a period of practice, he will probably be able to play with this big gun well. While the hyenas were shooting, Dorn was not entirely watching the fun. He tried to touch Screamer while his younger brother was resting, and then took out Rui and asked Rui to recreate the magic gun in his mind. The result was a success. In the past, Dorn tried to turn Rui into the appearance of a firearm on Earth, but because he himself had never been exposed to a real gun, Rui ended up being just a model. But it's different now. The Rui version of the magic gun is a magic thermal weapon that can truly shoot and achieve arcane impact blasting. Successful prostitution. After standing next to the hyena with a pirated howler and firing a few shots, Dorn was satisfied. The magic gun is a weapon with low energy consumption, and it can be fired without much magic power consumption. Specifically speaking of Dorn's mana amount, one shot only consumes 2 to 3 mana points. But the benefits brought by this low energy consumption investment are huge, equivalent to the arcane impact of a skilled magician with all his strength. In fact, because Dorn himself is full of magic power and has perfect control over the surge of magic power, the blasting power of his pirated gun is temporarily higher than that of the original hyena.
Sure enough, shooting big guns is a man's romance. It's decided. This magic gun will be my level A from now on.
Dorn was in a happy mood. On the other hand, Rui, who has self-awareness, is also satisfied. It turns out that turning into a big gun and being shot is the romance of weapons. After a few roars of gunfire, the enemies in the distance, even though they were just targets, fell into pieces. This feeling is simply too enjoyable. In addition, Rui also keenly discovered the advantages of the magic gun formed by his transformation compared to the original Screamer. It doesn't require reloading. After the explosive shots in the stalker are empty. Just change it again. Isn't it super convenient? Rui expressed that she was very proud and even wanted to put her hands on her hips. If it had a waist. Spent some time letting the hyenas practice target practice. After letting Steel Hammer make the final fine-tuning of the firearm structure based on the young man's feedback. It was time for Dorn and his party to leave the country of the dwarves.
Mr. Dorn, if you need anything, you can come to me at Kasadam at any time. In addition, I will make those Cretan bull metals into equipment suitable for you as soon as possible.
As Steel Hammer reluctantly said goodbye loudly, Dorn summoned a white mist that seemed to connect infinite distances. And he also brought Gregor and the hyena into
Alice's bedtime reading.
Rather than letting the two of them rush together in the fog. It would be better for Gregor to keep an eye on the hyenas and shoot targets in the story world for a while longer. The next stop for Dorn is the Holy City. As the original Divine Envoy, he wanted to go there to shake people. After driving for more than an hour through the white mist with Miss Goblin, Dorn arrived at the majestic and sacred city-state of Jebus. Those who received them in the Divine Court were Cardinal Meyer and the ascetic Pope Mohani. The attitude of these two top leaders of the Holy See towards Dawn, the Divine Envoy, was still extremely pious and respectful.
The evil heretic demigod sea beast is raging on the sea, and I will destroy it on behalf of the original. Lend me some manpower, as well as the intelligence informant organization you established on the Storm Sea, to help me defeat the demigod. Do you understand what I mean?
Dawn roughly made this request. Meyer and Mohani, two senior members of the Holy See, immediately voted in favor without hesitation. After a short discussion, they decided. The nun Sister Meyer represented the Holy See and led two hand-elected archbishops to assist the envoys in the crusade against the sea demigods. As for the informant system in the Sea of Storms area, as long as there are no tasks or only unimportant tasks, they will be mobilized to work on this matter. Finally, the ascetic Pope Mohani continued to stay in the holy city of Jebus. The headquarters of the Holy See always needed a big boss to look after it. This makes sense. Moreover, Dawn only used one sentence, and even the cardinals of the Holy See personally led the team to work. What kind of bike do you want? After receiving strong foreign aid from the Holy See, Dorn took them directly and turned on the warp white mist to head towards the Sea of Storms. Among them, two archbishops have all entered
Alice's bedtime reading.
As for Meyer, because her magic power is very abundant, according to the weight calculation method of the world in Alice, this one is even more heavyweight. So Dorn asked the nun sister to go with him and Vivian in the white mist. It's a good time to talk more about the Holy See.
Look, Alice, am I thinking about you?
After finishing all this, Dawn also communicated with Long Yang in this way. However, there was only one angry response from the Black Dragon Lady in the book.
What are you so proud of? You are obviously very heavy. Much heavier than when I first met you. Bastard.
Chapter 435. The Sea Festival is about to begin. Storm and Waves Tavern. It is a lively place where pirates and adventurers like to get drunk. It is also the main activity area of Argo, the informant of the Holy See. The back of the tavern was partitioned into several independent rooms for pirates in need to play cards and throw dice for fun. Among these chess and card rooms that are full of the stench of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat, one is quite special. The corner is never lent to outsiders, only to the thugs hired by the tavern owner Argo. On the surface, it is employee benefits, but in fact, it is just a cover-up to hide the existence of the secret room behind the secret door of this room. Tavern back room. Dorn, who returned to Maloport through the white mist, appeared here without any doubt. This place can be regarded as the intelligence processing center installed by the Holy See in the Pirate City. Almost all intelligence clues reported by informants will eventually be summarized here. On the large round table in the center of the secret room, there are piles of letters and notes with different handwritings. Dorn sat at the round table and very patiently looked through the various information that Argo had recently obtained. Vivian sat quietly next to him. Gregor was half leaning on the soft chair in the corner. Both of them were helping to read the intelligence, mainly looking at some waste paper that was judged as useless intelligence to avoid missing any important information. As for the little brother Hyena, he did not appear in the secret room. He has now listened to the advice of Big Brother and Master, and is staying in the story world to practice hitting moving targets with Screamer. Of the people from the Holy See, the only one left here is Cardinal Meyer. The two archbishops accompanying him had changed into ordinary clothes and gone out to meet with informants since they first arrived here this morning.
By the way, go to the island on the west side to find the other two bishops, as well as Adele and the others. If the matter there of dealing with the statue of the evil god ends successfully, let them join us and work together to defeat the demigods on the sea.
Meyer also told the two bishops this before they left. At the same time, the nun sister of the Holy See had also changed out of the black and white nun's uniform and put on ordinary clothes, because she has a strong bookish aura. The way she sits across the round table and quietly flips through information looks like a reliable secretary. After gently folding her left leg over her right leg and changing her sitting position, the nun sister spoke.
Sir, the information sent by the internal informant of Son of the Storm is here. I found it.
Since leaving the Holy See, the Cardinal has addressed Dawn as
Sir,
although the title has changed. Her pious and respectful look has not. Now she doesn't look like a secretary, but a bit like a well-educated personal maid.
I have to say that the Holy See's intelligence network at sea is really powerful.
Dorn sighed and took a stack of letter paper with a fishy smell from Meyer's hand. Most of the records in this stack of letter paper contain very little. There is a date written on the back of the paper, but the date is not the same as the handwriting on the front. It should be marked by the informant's corresponding line, or by people from Argo when compiling information. Dawn briefly flipped through a few pictures. From the intelligence point of view, this informant within the Sons of Storm has not been developed for a long time, and his status in the cult is also very low. Therefore, the letters recorded on the letter paper are relatively trivial, not of much value. When Dorn flipped through the information to the one with the closest date, there were only 3 or 2 words written on it. The Sea Festival is about to begin.
Sea Festival?
Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly and began to carefully read through this pile of interesting information again. Then, he found an introduction to the Sea Festival in a long piece of information dated earlier, probably this fall. The contents can be roughly summarized as follows. The followers of the storm god hold a sea sacrifice to their god every year. It's springtime. This is usually when the weather warms up and the sleeping storm god at the bottom of the sea wakes up. The so-called sea sacrifice is a barbaric and cruel form of human sacrifice. Believers who call themselves the Sons of the Storm will use various methods, including coaxing or hijacking, to allow a large ship full of people to sail through the area where the storm god is entrenched within a suitable time period. Let this boatload of living people be the first course of the big octopus to start the new year. After the giant octopus is fed by a living person, it will give God's feedback to believers by responding to prayers. Usually they are equipment or props that come with God power. In order to obtain this gift from God, believers are very active in holding sea festivals and enjoy it endlessly.
Human sacrifice? No wonder Miss Plague would say that the belief in the storm god is primitive and barbaric. In addition, the big octopus can actually answer prayers. It can only be said that although it is a beast, it has the rank of a demigod.
After Dorn read the content related to the sea festival, he roughly completed the image of the storm god as the hunting target in his mind. Then he handed the pile of information that smelled like salted fish to the others present.
A sea festival is held at the beginning of spring? The time seems to be coming soon. Maybe this is a good opportunity for us to hunt that big octopus? We can catch it off guard when it attacks the ship.
Gregor, who sat farthest away, was the last to read the information. After reading it, I expressed my opinion.
Or, we can serve as the sacrificial vessel ourselves and pretend to be a pig for the octopus to eat the tiger.
Dorn nodded after hearing this, and then added, the phrase,
pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger,
sounded a bit strange to the other 3 people present, but it was also inexplicably vivid. So no one delved into the issue of coining words. Everyone quickly reached a consensus that the Sea Festival was a good hunting opportunity that could be exploited. After finalizing the general direction of the action, you must start to clarify the specific content of the plan, the specific time, and sea area location for the start of this year's Sea Festival, and whether the Sons of Storm have already found the target ship for the Sea Festival. These problems all need to be solved.
I will ask Argo to contact the informants of this sect to see if we can obtain specific and targeted intelligence about this year's Sea Festival.
Miss Meyer, the Cardinal of the Holy See and Dawn's temporary, private maid, preached in a soft voice. However, she added at the end,
however, due to the informant's status in the storm order, this path may not necessarily work. We need to make secondary preparations. It's okay. It's okay. The status of an informant is too low. We can just hire a few senior members of the storm order to be informants.
This time it was not Dorn who answered, but Gregor, who was idle beside him.
Mr. Adventurer, do you have any advice?
Meyer turned her head, when her eyes moved away from Dorn's face and shifted to Gregor. The original lamb-like respectful expression disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a face of coldness and impatience. This high-ranking member of the Holy See does not look like a docile maid to everyone.
Ahem.
Miss Meyer's unfriendly gaze made Gregor almost choke on his own saliva.
What I mean is that the transformation potion was used by Dorn and I when we were in Kasadam. As long as you secretly eliminate a senior member of the Storm Order and then transform into the other person's appearance, you can legitimately obtain their senior management
information.
It is indeed a very good idea to infiltrate the Storm Cult through transformation. Moreover, you can also use the temporary
obtained
eye-level identity to try to select the target for this sea festival for the Sons of the Storm. In this way, if you want to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, it will be a plan.
Oh, do you still have the transformation potion?
Dorn's spirit perked up.
Of course not. The remaining bottle after Kasadam was already used by me during my tryst with the wife of the royal capital.
Gregor raised his tall nose. Dawn! How could this guy say such troublesome words with such pride? In addition, I always feel that the Holy See's pious and pure nun sister. After listening to Gregor's uninhibited speech, her fists became hard.
If the potion hadn't dropped, this road would have been blocked.
Dorn shrugged helplessly. Before coming to Maloport, according to Gregor's request, the group went to Golden Oak City through the white mist to find the alchemist Miss Fabna.
The reason is that the alchemy potion used by the hyena to temper the body and mobilize the magic induction is almost finished. Seeing how convenient the function of the white mist is, I happened to stop by to get it. Gregor's method of raising hyenas is a combination of exercise and drugs. This is also an indispensable part for almost all human adventurers in the land of miracles to train themselves on the road to becoming stronger. After all, humans have limits. Without the appropriate help of some weird magic potions, you really can't break through this limit just by exercising and fighting practice. Of course, these are all digressions, and they are not important to Dorn, a cheating player of his own kind. In addition, Gregor himself also needs to purchase some alchemy potions from his old enemy Fabna. For an adventurer like him, buying some combat alchemy potions before the war comes and stocking them up, regardless of whether they are needed or not, will give you a sense of security immediately. And it is always better to have them than nothing. It can also be used as a sign of good luck or something. During this visit to Fabna, Dorn learned that the magical transformation potion called Fish was still in a state of zero inventory. Miss Alchemist once said that the raw material of this potion is a kind of fish that lives in the stormy sea and can change into the shape of any creature. This fish is very rare and difficult to find in the market. Therefore, it takes several years to produce a batch of transformation potion. And this is with good luck. As he was reminiscing like this, an idea suddenly came to Don's mind. The raw material is a fish that lives in stormy seas and can transform into the shape of any living creature it comes into contact with. What Fabna said before kept flashing back in Dorn's mind. Hey, Gregor, are you right? Dorn looked at Gregor on the bench. The latter snapped his fingers happily. That's right. You really understand me best. Do you think I found anything good in the information I just read? Gregor pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from the intelligence clues that were judged to be of low value. The handwriting on it is crooked and dense. Oh, my old buddy. This is the second incredible thing that happened to me after I accidentally cured my rheumatism after falling into the seawater last time. This happened when I was fishing on the beach of Turtle Reef in the south. I witnessed a fish crawling onto the beach. Yes. Climb. I promise you, Anchu, that everything I said is true. The fish found its arms and legs as it crawled, and finally turned into me. I was frightened and ran away. But fortunately the me that the fish turned into just stood there and didn't chase me. But it was still bad. Like the apple pie Susan baked next door. There is also a date on the back of the note. It was 2 days ago. Dawn. The handwriting looked familiar, as did the strange narrative tone. In addition, the text clearly mentions falling into the water to cure rheumatism. It was the same informant who leaked the secondary authority when he encountered plague. This informant is truly a magical being. He loves to write nonsense, and the information he submits is always treated as useless clues. But the nonsense he writes is inexplicably valuable. Dawn was a little dumbfounded. It seems that there was once a shape-shifting fish monster that haunted the Turtle Reef south of the Storm Islands. Then as long as you can catch that fish, the transformation potion will be there. So,
Let's go fishing.
Gregor has snapped his fingers happily again. The weather is calm and sunny. Turtle Reef. This small island with towering rocks is not far from Malo Harbor. After Dorn turns on the jump white mist, it only takes 3 or 2 minutes to reach the white mist. The time was around 4 p.m. After seeing the information about the shape-shifting fish, Dorn brought Vivian and Gregla here. As for the nun's sister, she stayed in the secret room of the tavern and continued to check the information. According to the Cardinal, she also plans to formulate several different combat plans that can be flexibly switched. All in all, he works very seriously. Dorn and others, who came to Turtle Reef rashly seemed to have no plan. The 3 of them left the secret room and took a few breaths of fresh air on the beach. Gregor suddenly touched his nose and said,
What about that? Dorn, have you ever fished? To be honest, no.
Dorn thought about his fishing experience. The only thing I can think of is fishing with my dad when I was a kid. And then sitting there all afternoon and catching nothing. In the end, the father and son bought 2 Christian carp from a fishmonger on the roadside and went home to make soup.
Don't tell me that you can't do it either.
Dorn was helpless.
Although most adventurers like to fish. Except for me. I really don't know how to do it.
Gregor said, spreading his hands. Don, if you don't know how, why did you say,
let's go fishing,
so early just now? In the end, the 2's last hope fell on Vivian, who was present but silent. Miss Goblin suddenly felt the pressure, waved her hands repeatedly, subconsciously moved 2 steps towards Dorn, and spoke with a bit of a tongue.
Don't look at me. I can't do it either. And didn't you say that this fish can turn into any living thing? How should you catch a fish that can transform?
Dorn and Gregla both fell silent. Alright. This is a real problem. Chapter 436 Metamorphosis Fish.
Well, what should I prepare first for fishing? I don't know. But I seem to remember that we need to make a nest first. What does making a nest mean? Forget it. Don't worry about these details.
The 3 of them stood on the beach and discussed for a long time. But they didn't come up with anything valuable. Later, they called out the hyenas, who were still practicing target shooting in the story world. But the little hyena is a hunter. He can only catch things flying in the sky and things running on the ground. The things swimming in the water are really a bit beyond his scope for him. In the end, Dorn found the verbose fisherman informant first. After all, the deformed fish was encountered by that person while fishing. If you ask the other person in detail about the specific details of the encounter, you might be able to learn more and find a way to catch the deformed fish. To find the fisherman's informant, you must first go back to the Storm and Sea Waves Tavern. Argo, the owner of the tavern, is very efficient in his work. After Dorn expressed his needs, about 2 hours later, he came back with a middle-aged man with a skinny body and sallow complexion to hand over the task. This person should be the fisherman who encountered the deformed fish.
Sir and Miss, I heard that you want to see me. What's your name? Luther. Sir, my name is Luther.
The middle-aged man rubbed his rough hands. After meeting Dorn and the others, the informant acted very nervous, awkward, and uneasy. For him, Argo, who runs a tavern in Marlow and maintains a large group of thugs, is already a very remarkable person. As for these distinguished gentlemen and ladies in front of him, even Argo had to treat them with humiliation. That must be the big shot among the big shots.
Luther, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you answer them well, you will be rewarded.
Dorn showed a cordial and polite look.
Sir, you say it. You say it.
Luther smiled.
I heard that you encountered a fish that turned into a human form at the Turtle Reef a few days ago.
Don got straight to the point and went straight to the point. After hearing this question, Luther looked hesitant, as if he wanted to look but didn't dare to speak. So, Dorndo added,
It's okay. Don't worry. I've seen the information you handed in.
After confirming that the gentleman in front of him had the authority to see the information he had handed over, Luther opened up his chatterbox and told the story of his experiences in the past 2 days, like he was pouring beans.
This is what happened. My husband.
Luther dictated his experience on Turtle Reef. The general content was no different from the information he handed in, and even the verbosity was reproduced perfectly.
Okay. Apart from these accidents, are there any other details to add?
After listening patiently to what the other party said, Dorn pinched the center of his eyebrows. Luther.
Sir, what details? You said you were fishing when you encountered the strange fish. Right. Where on the turtle reef did you fish? When? Did you use any special bait?
After hearing a series of questions, Luther first nodded in fear, and then answered whatever was asked.
As for the location, it's on a small cliff next to the white sand beach of Turtle Reef. Then I encountered that kind of fish at night. When the moon was in the sky. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like fishing. I often lose track of time and catch fish very late. As for the bait, there is nothing special. Just nematodes and earthworms are the most commonly used ones.
Don touched his chin.
Besides these, is there anything else? For example, did you do anything else before you met that shape-shifting fish? If anything, I did something extra. I seemed to be singing at that time. Sir! Huh? Sing? Yes.
Luther scratched his head in embarrassment.
I just sat on the beach staring at the fishing rod for a long time. And I didn't catch any fish anyway. So I just yelled a sailor song twice to cheer up.
This fisherman encountered the deformed fish just 2 days ago. The time interval was very short, and the encounter was bizarre enough. So I still remember the specific details relatively clearly. Don stopped talking now. He imagined the scene in front of him of the middle-aged man fishing. The moon was dark, and the wind was high. And this uncle was sitting alone on the cliff of the bleak and silent island fishing. And from time to time, he would shout a chant to cheer himself up. It feels like it's really not something that ordinary people can do. By the way, singing while fishing really won't scare the fish away. This questioning was quite fruitful. Dorn and others at least knew some important information about the shape-shifting fish. This fish may be accustomed to moving at night, and may be easily attracted by the song of the rough man.
Luther, this silver coin is your reward for answering the question.
Dorn took out a silver coin from his body and handed it out. The lucky fisherman accepted the money with great gratitude. He never expected that just by answering a few simple questions, he would be rewarded with a whole silver. The generosity of this gentleman is impressive. You know, after the information recording the shape-shifting fish was secretly sent to the Argo Tavern, it was only exchanged for 10 coppers in total. Something even more unexpected for Luther was yet to come. After he carefully put away 1 coin, the gentleman with black hair and black eyes across from him made another move. He slowly laid out 9 large coins on the table. A whole 9. The shiny silver coins reflected a metallic luster that made people dizzy and made their hearts beat faster. Don spoke.
Do something for me again. After you finish it, the 9 silver coins on the table will also be yours. Counting the one I gave you just now. It just makes up the whole number.
Luther swallowed and nodded vigorously.
Sir, please tell me.
Is it possible to put it all together like this? He is so adorable with the way this big shot does math. Don just smiled faintly and pointed at the money on the table.
It's already night, but the moon hasn't risen to the sky yet. I want you to go to Turtle Reef with us. How did you fish before? How do you still fish now? We plan to hunt shape-shifting fish. It doesn't matter if the shape-shifting fish doesn't show up tonight. These 9 silver coins are still your hard work.
Upon hearing about this way of making extra money at night, Luther instinctively wanted to refuse.
Sir, that fish is scary. Before that beast turned into me, I saw 2 rows of sharp fangs inside and outside its mouth. I feel like it can eat people.
But mid-sentence, he stopped himself, and his eyes rested on the lovely silver coins on the table that were so bright that they were dazzling.
I'll go, sir. I'm going to pack up the fishing gear.
Before Dorn could guarantee safety or increase the money, the simple island fisherman changed his mind. After Luther temporarily left to pack up the fishing equipment for tonight, Dorn turned his head and looked at his teammates.
Are the shape-shifting fish aggressive? Can they eat people?
Miss Goblin shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. She was indeed half an encyclopedia of the wonders of the land. But the island-related knowledge happened to be in the other half that she didn't quite understand. Gregor shook his head.
I have seen the dried fish of a shape-shifting fish at Fabda's before. After it dies, it will return to its original shape. It is as big as a dolphin. The mouth is not big, but it has 2 rows of fangs up and down. It looks real like a carnivorous beast.
Don nodded to show understanding. Monsters like shape-shifting fish definitely cannot pose any real threat to these people. The reason why he asked more was to confirm whether Luther, who was sent to use 10 silver coins as bait for catching shape-shifting fish tonight, would be in danger. To avoid accidentally catching the deformed fish, the angler will be dragged into the sea to make a nest for the fish. Turtle Reef. That night, Dorn and his team returned to this small rocky island with Luther, who was well prepared. Sister Meyer still didn't get involved. She seems to despise the behavior of doing such leisurely activities during the emergency preparation stage, even if you go out fishing in the middle of the night. In a sense, it is an important part of completing the plan of hunting demigods. The cardinal is still staying in the intelligence room of the tavern. There are stacks of papers in front of the table, and the detailed combat plan is almost ready for Plan C. Anyway, it is a model of conscientiousness. As for the hyena, who had been practicing target shooting in the story world today, he came out to get some fresh air. The temporarily added activity of hunting deformed fish made the young man very excited. The moon and stars are sparse. There were no conspicuous stars in the night sky. Only a full moon hanging quietly in the sky. The island of Turtle Reef, apart from the beach, is a towering reef. There is only a short cliff next to the white sand beach, and the water under the cliff is not very fast. It seems to be a good place for fishing. Luther had already set up the fishing pole here, and stayed up late fishing, as he did a few days ago. But his mood at this time was more than twice as tense as a few days ago. Behind this fisherman is a sparse island forest. Among them, Dorn and Vivian stayed on the east side of the forest, while Gregor and his disciples, holding long bows and spears, stayed on the west side. They all looked prepared. Dorn also used the power of Earth Elemental Affinity to summon a small light group of the Earth element, covering up the auras of the four people with the smell of the island's soil. Time passed slowly, and the full moon above the sea gradually climbed higher, but it had not yet reached its highest point.
Dorn, the moon is so full tonight, and the moonlight on the sea is so beautiful.
Because there was no movement from the angler uncle for a long time, Vivian, holding an ebony staff, turned her attention to the sea.
Well, it's a full moon.
Dorn also raised his gaze a little higher.
In my hometown, there are many wonderful festivals during the full moon. Is it all about the moon? That's not entirely true. But people in my hometown like to associate the waxing and waning of the moon with the joys and sorrows of life. When the moon is full, people reunite, which is suitable for festivals. Sounds very romantic.
The goblin lady nodded in understanding. She knew that what Dorn said was not the custom in this land of miracles. After a while, Vivian spoke softly again.
Does Don get homesick? Huh?
Dorn looked a little surprised. He probably didn't expect to hear such a question suddenly.
Maybe a little from time to time.
There was a brief silence.
Well, I will stay with you. I won't let you be alone here.
The goblin lady opened her mouth and said some words that might have meant something else. Then she stood on tiptoes and reached out to pat Dorn on the head. The slightly salty night wind from the island blew over, gently lifting the silver hair around her ears. Because of the height difference between the two, Vivian's action may look funny to others, but she took the photo very seriously. After a while, the moon climbed higher again, reaching a position close to the sky. Seeing this, Luther began to sing vigorously in order to be worthy of the 9 bright silver coins. He sang a sailor's song that required
yo ho ho ho
rhythm. To put it mildly, the singing was very rough. Maybe because of the nervousness. It's still very out of tune. Inside the island woods, Don pressed his temple.
This song seems like every note falls in a place I didn't expect. Is the shapeshifting fish really attracted by this kind of singing?
Vivian also looked confused. However, it's hard to hear. Don thought from another angle. Maybe the shapeshifting fish was not attracted by the beauty of the singing? After all, it is a fish monster, and you cannot rely on human senses and aesthetics to demand it. Judging from Uncle Luther's on-the-spot singing performance, Don now suspects that if the shapeshifting fish is really attracted to sound, it may be attracted by attributes such as the frequency of sound. For example, although the fishing guy's song doesn't sound good, it happens to be the frequency that a certain shape-shifting fish likes. The two channels are matched. Luther sang some more. Perhaps he was really emboldened by his own singing voice, and his voice became much louder. But unfortunately, I have never seen any fish that can turn into human form, grow arms and legs, and climb ashore in the moonlight. Another song of indulgence. Luther was probably a little tired from singing, so he stopped singing, held a fishing rod in one hand, picked up the water bag next to him, and took a sip of water. Before he could swallow the water, he felt the fishing rod in his hand suddenly sink. It was like something had bitten a hook. The fisherman was shocked, and thought it was that terrible deformed fish coming again. But then, his rich fishing experience made him feel something was wrong. The shape of the deformed fish is very large, as big as a dolphin, so the force of its bite should be very strong, judging from the force with which the fishing rod was pulled in his hand. The thing biting the hook in the water was definitely not something. In addition, the extent of the struggle underwater is a bit strange, judging from the feel of the fishing rod. Instead of struggling desperately after biting the hook, the thing in the water is now more like pulling the fishing line rhythmically.
If I sing so loudly, will any fish take the bait?
Luther felt strange in his heart and began to close the pull. The process of pulling back the fishing rod went smoothly. After the fishing line was reeled in, I did see a normal sea bass about 10 centimeters long on the hook.
Really just an ordinary fish?
Luther looked at the bass again in confusion. It's okay if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you look at it. Under the bright moonlight, Luther found that the newly emerged bass was stiff and motionless. Obviously dead. How can a dead fish bite the hook? Chapter 437 Water Monkey. Luther remained standing on the small cliff of the island. The waves surged in the distance. Because it's a full moon, the tide will rise quite a lot tonight. In the weird stories told by pirates and sailors at sea, a high tide often marked the beginning of the weird. Kudu. Luther swallowed. In the moonlight, he could clearly see that the slippery sea bass in his hand had died before it came out of the water. If you look closely, you can see 2 rows of sharp tooth marks on the belly of the fish.
It's the kind of fish that can transform. It hung the bass it killed on its own hook.
After Luther figured it out, he no longer cared about the fish he caught and just wanted to turn around and run away. Before he could turn around, he saw a webbed hand protruding from the bottom of the small cliff.
The shape-shifting fish. That kind of shape-shifting fish is here.
Luther smashed the dead bass in his hand against the cliff and howled at the top of his lungs. At this time, a round head poked out from under the cliff, shining with wet water under the moon. This head doesn't look much like a fish. Instead, it resembles a monkey, like some kind of furry primate, with its seawater-soaked hair sticking to its body. Under the moonlight, it looks terrifying. The water monkey continued to climb toward the shore. After it completely emerged from the water and climbed up the short cliff flexibly, its physical characteristics began to change. The dense features on his body began to fade away, revealing skin that resembled that of a human being. The webbing on his hands and feet also disappeared, and his fingers appeared more flexible. The thing's face began to twist and change, and finally turned into Uncle Luther. The sea monster called the shape-shifting fish can change into the appearance of any living creature, provided it has seen it before. As for the water monkey, appearance of this strange fish that debuted tonight, it was probably copied from some kind of monster it encountered before. Fisherman Luther is not a fool either. The shape-shifting fish had appeared, so he naturally knew to run away. If he could run away last time, he should be able to do the same this time. However, the development of things was different from what Luther imagined. The monster that copied his appearance was no longer standing there blankly like it had been the previous 2 days. Instead, it grinned and let out an intrusive roar. Its mouth grew wider and wider, with the corners of its mouth cracked to the base of its ears. The original flat human teeth also returned to the appearance of 2 layers of pointed, slender teeth on the inside and outside. It seems that the shape-shifting fish can still change the expression of its body organs at will in its deformed state.
Ho ho ho!
The fishman roared. And on the cliff behind it, several wet claws with webbed hair suddenly climbed out. There are more of these weird shape-shifting fish tonight.
I'm so stupid. Really. I only knew that the shape-shifting fish from the past 2 days was sluggish and unlikely to attack people. But I didn't know that during the full moon and high tide, this beast's temperament would change dramatically.
Uncle Luther struggled to escape, groaning in his heart. In the land of miracles, the waxing and waning of the moon will indeed affect the surge of magic power, just like the tides of sea water. This effect is negligible to most humans and demi-humans who can control magic. But for some wild monsters with more sensitive perceptions, the situation is different. Some monsters go crazy during the full moon. What's more, some will be dominated by a strong desire to reproduce during this period, and they will roar at the full moon in courtship. It is currently unknown which type of deformed fish it belongs to. As an ordinary person, Luther didn't understand how the moon affected the tide of magic power. But he knew that many strange stories and anecdotes about the sea began with the full moon and high tides as the background at night. I have encountered a strange thing among strange things. I have been fishing for most of my life, but I didn't expect that I would be using it as bait tonight. Although Luther already wished that Dorn could grow 2 legs and escape, the deformed fish monster that suddenly burst out behind him moved faster. The fisherman was about to be knocked down by the fish monster and fell into despair. Whoosh! An arrow condensed from pure magic power, with a dazzling light, shot out quickly from the sparse forest on the island. hitting the belly of the flying fish monster. Red blood with a fishy smell splashed out, and the swooping deformed fish was shot down hard. At the same time, the monster's transformed state was also broken by this severe injury. From the center of the wound, white fish scales appeared around the body, and the limb shrank, transforming from a human form back into a dying big fish. Holding the cyan longbow, Whisper of the End, Gregor entered the soul with one shot. But behind the fish monster he shot down, there were still several weird deformed fish landing. Some of them looked like water monkeys, and some looked like humans. Anyway, they have all kinds of strange shapes and appearances suitable for moving on land.
So many? This kind of fish monster should be very rare.
Gregor was slightly surprised, but did not panic and continued to aim his bow steadily. And he soon connected the abnormal behavior of this monster with today's unusually round and bright full moon on the cliff of a small island. Although Luther was not knocked down by the first fish monster, the fish monsters crawling out of the sea one after another behind him still made his legs weak. This senior fisherman felt that he would never like fishing again in the future. If there is a future. Before Luther could be surrounded by more and more fish monsters, there was another movement in the small forest behind him. Two smooth tentacles with suction cups were seen, whipped out like whips, and flexibly wrapped around his waist. Save! The poor fisherman didn't even finish shouting for help before he was dragged into the woods by the huge force of the tentacles. Wait until Luther is forcibly removed from the confrontation position on the beach. Boom, boom, boom. The howler on the hyena's hand roared low, and the sound was like a thunderous explosion. Every roar of this magic gun is accompanied by a strong magic explosion. There are already a lot of fish monsters rushing to the beach tonight, and this large-scale magic bombardment has a remarkable effect. There is basically no need to aim. Even if you hit anywhere, you will be able to damage at least 2 deformed fish. Dawn and Vivian's team. The goblin lady originally charged and attacked dragging the staff, but the big staff hit the enemy on the head. But he was stopped by Dorn.
Even if you want to charge, wait until the hyenas have washed the ground before rushing.
Vivian didn't know what
washing the ground
meant, but she still nodded and changed her fighting style with a slightly regretful expression. She punched the ebony staff full of life on the ground and chanted a few words quickly, causing the surrounding plants to change instantly. The yellowish weeds on the ground grew rapidly at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The already tough grass blades began to grow larger, thicker, and longer, like tripwires with self-awareness, winding up the fish monsters who were still ignoring the login. After regaining the ability of the Fairy Queen, Vivian, who was originally only good at close combat, is now able to use various natural spells very skillfully. Chapter 438 Tofu. In tonight's beach landing battle, the hyena's magic shotgun was too powerful in terms of blast damage. After firing a few shots, it was suppressed by Gregor on the side.
Kid, these shape-shifting fish are all expensive materials, so all you lose is money.
The S-Class adventurer's mind was still very clear. But even if the hyena ceased fire and lost one output position, the battle was still over after a few minutes. The fighting power of Dorn and his party is completely overwhelming against sea monsters like shape-shifting fish. More than a dozen fish monsters were beaten back to their original shape, hanging on the shore and fluttering feebly. Only a handful of them were left, still maintaining their strange appearance, and jumped back inside again. But before these scattered deformed fish could run away, a dark red book flew out of the grove and chased after them. This is the Dragon Lady going out to capture prisoners. After the battle, Dorn and others took stock of tonight's harvest, killed and wounded 12 fish monsters, and captured 4 alive using
Alice's bedtime reading.
Great fishing.
By the way, didn't Ms. Alchemist say that this kind of shape-shifting fish is very rare? Why did so many of them come out tonight?
Dorn looked up and down at these fish monsters that were dead or only half-breathed. Judging from the feedback from Food Intuition, these white sea fish monsters, which are about the size of dolphins, are all edible ingredients. Specific ingredient ratings range from B to A. Not bad.
It is indeed very rare. And because it is a very rare alchemy material, in order to help Fabna find this kind of fish material, I have learned about a mutilated deformed fish mummy, which can be sold in the market for a lot of money. High price.
Gregor first followed Dorn's words, and then put forward his own adventurer's opinion.
I think the abnormal behavior of these fish monsters tonight may be related to the full moon and the big tides on the sea. I think they seem to be in heat. I just feel that it is possible.
The hyena on the side also made a guess based on his hunter's intuition. But no matter what the outcome of the morphing fish riot is, the current outcome is good. Luther was dragged into the woods for protection by his archipel skill. It took him a long time before he poked his head out in despair. The injured or dead monster fish all over the place, as well as the scene of a few respectable gentlemen and ladies talking and laughing freely beside the corpses of these fish monsters, brought a great shock to his heart.
I think I will never dare to fish again,
he thought with lingering fear. Anglers may become the biggest losers. Return to Marlow with a full load. After returning, Dorn not only fulfilled his promise to pay Luther the remaining 9 pieces of silver, but also gave him an additional 3 gold pieces. That was a gold coin that was shiny and exuded an unpleasant but charming smell. I have never seen Luther even a few times in all my life. There are 3 more.
Why don't you, sir, throw me back into the group of fish monsters and let me escape again? Otherwise, I won't be able to secure the money.
The fisherman couldn't control himself with excitement. While talking nonsense, he was planning to kneel down, probably because he wanted to kowtow a few times. However, he was stopped by Dorn.
You deserve this money.
After paying 3 more gold coins, it wasn't really that Dorn had nothing to spend his money on. It was just that he simply didn't want to take advantage of this fishing guy. Being able to catch more than a dozen deformed fish in one go tonight was all due to Uncle Luther's excellent performance as a bait. Without his out-of-tune singing voice, it's hard to say whether the shape-shifting fish would take the bait. Moreover, as a rare material for alchemy, the shape-shifting fish itself is of high value. According to Gregor's estimate, tonight's harvest is at least 30 gold coins. Even those few living fish monsters can be sold for sky-high prices if a wealthy person in need wants to buy them for special purposes. As the intelligence provider of tonight's fishing operation and an indispensable participant in the operation, Luther deserves to get some dividends from this harvest. After seeing off the ecstatic fisherman, Dorn entered the story world and began to deal with tonight's loot. The 4 that were captured alive, and the 2 fish monsters that were stunned by the explosion of Screamer and only slightly injured can be left alone. Currently, the 6 fish are in Alice's castle. Dragon Lady is using her absolute authoritative verbal instructions in this area to make these fish stand in line. You can verbally command them to look like Dorn for a while, and then look like you for a while, and you have a lot of fun. As for those monster fish that were killed on the spot and returned to their original form, in Dorn's eyes, they were already regarded as food and alchemy materials.
You can take part of the meat from each fish and cook it, and see if you can give me the ability to transform once and for all. The rest will be handed over to Miss Alchemist of Golden Oak for processing, and used as raw materials for making transformation potions. Anyway, there is warp white mist now, and the round trip only takes 1 night.
Don made a plan in his mind. And then came his favorite part of cooking ingredients.
The meat is thin and tastes fresh. I think it would be very good if used to stew fish soup. Oh, it would be best to add some tofu.
Simply make a judgment based on intuition of ingredients. Dorn brought a large amount of fish ingredients, passed through the castle hall where Alice trained the shape-shifting fish, and went straight into the kitchen. Transformed fish tofu soup. This is the recipe confirmed by Dawn tonight. To say that in the land of miracles, the ingredient tofu does not exist. However, this does not trouble Dorn. After coming to this different world and learning all the cooking skills at the beginning, his hands-on ability has been increasing day by day. Now he can learn more or less any skills related to eating and drinking. Isn't it just tofu? As long as there are soybeans. Whether it is soft tofu, old tofu, stinky tofu, or fermented bean curd, Dorn can make it. Take the soaked soybeans, put them into the wall-breaking machine made by Re. Add water, and make soy milk. Strain the bean dregs. Pour the soy milk into the pot and cook thoroughly. After that, add a little bit of pure gypsum to make the stew. The gypsum will cause the dispersed protein pellets to gather together. Stir evenly and wait for about 10 minutes. The boiled soy milk will condense into white, tender tofu curd. This is not the end of this soy product production. Scoop the tofu brain into the square mold. Fill it fully, and then cover it with gauze. Place a clean cast iron skillet on top with a heavy object from the kitchen. Use time of chaos to speed up the time during which soy products change. After a while, the original tofu brain will turn into watery and tender tofu suitable for stewing fish soup. Chapter 439 Transformed Fish Tofu Soup. Remove part of the fish meat from each deformed fish that has become food. As for the disposed scales, internal organs, etc., they are not wasted. They are collected together and can be used as alchemy materials for Miss Favna. Carefully absorb the surface moisture of the fish and cut a knife on the surface. By the way, apply a little salt and spread evenly to prevent oil from splashing when frying the fish. Boil hot water in a pot. Cut the freshly prepared tender tofu into square pieces and add them to the pot. Sprinkle 2 tablespoons of salt to keep the soft tofu in beautiful shape and prevent the surface from breaking during cooking. There was a gurgling sound in the pot. As the heat rises, chunks of white tofu swirl in the pot as the boiling water bubbles in the center. It will take about a minute to fish it out, because the tofu made by Dun is specially made with gypsum. It is smoother, more tender, and has more water than the brine tofu. The tofu that has been cooked quickly will become more stable. When placed in a large bowl, it will sway tenderly but maintain its shape. Lift the frying pan. Spread ginger slices on the surface of the frying pan. Pour an appropriate amount of oil. And when the pan is hot, add the prepared deformed fish pieces. When fried in hot oil, the surface of the fish becomes golden, and the inside turns to a ripe white color, exuding the umami flavor of sea fish.
Sure enough, all kinds of monsters are all kinds of weird when they are alive. But as long as they are made into ingredients, they are the flavors I am most familiar with and like.
Don sighed as he turned the deformed fish pieces over until each piece of fish was golden brown on both sides and took it out of the pan. Put the fried fish into the stew pot and add boiled water that completely covers the fish. Boiling fish meat in boiling water can further denature the protein in the fish meat, shrink and solidify it, so that the cooked fish meat will not fall apart and look complete and beautiful. At the same time, it also ensures the nutritional value and deliciousness of the fish soup to the greatest extent. Add 2 slices of ginger, a piece of green onion, a little cooking wine, and season to remove the fishy smell. After cooking over high heat for 15 minutes, open the lid of the pot and take out the onions and ginger inside. It can be seen that although the fish soup in the pot does not have any complicated seasonings, it has initially taken on a milky white soup color texture due to the addition of boiling water and simmering over high heat. A fishy smell without any fishy smell hits your face along with the steaming heat. Add all the tofu prepared in advance to the pot. Reduce the heat slightly and continue to simmer for 5 minutes. Take out the fish and tofu from the pot. Pour in the broth and sprinkle with chopped green onion. A deformed fish and tofu soup with thick white soup and delicious flavor. Complete. In the hall of the castle, Alice has been training 6 deformed fish monsters for a long time. A little tired of playing. Moreover, the fresh smell wafting from the direction of the kitchen from time to time also stimulated the dragon lady's sense of smell, making her unable to focus on playing with the fish monster.
It smells so good.
The black dragon lady wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand, and then used her authority in the story world to obtain the perspective of the kitchen. It seemed that Dawn was already finishing the cooking and putting the dishes on the plate.
Oh! Eat! Eat!
Both dragon ladies cheered excitedly. They drove the 6 fish monsters from the castle to the saltwater lake outside, then dragged their golden-crusted treasure chests and jumped into the restaurant to wait for food. After waiting for a while, Dorn arrived. 8 squid tentacles sprouted from his back, holding a large pot and a large ocean bowl. You can see that in the bowl. The fish has a perfectly brown skin, as well as some square-shaped, unknown small cubes of fresh ingredients, all soaked in the milky white soup. The soup is also sprinkled with some tender green chopped green onion, and the white is embellished with a little green, which looks fresh and appetizing. Seeing the chef serving the food, White Alice sat upright obediently, while Black Alice put on her signature arrogant expression and hummed.
The deformed fish tofu soup. Drink it while it's hot. Alice, you can just recharge your brain.
Dorn gently placed the ocean bowl on the dining table. Alice looked at the fish soup with a curious look on her face. Then she twitched her nose and took a deep breath of the aroma.
Is this small cube called tofu? It's a food I've never seen before.
Black Alice's focus was different, and she flashed her fangs at Dorn, looking very angry.
What do you mean? You can just patch up your brain. Only a fool like you has to patch up your brain. Yes, it's made with soybeans. It tastes tender and smooth, and it's delicious.
Dorn first answered the white dragon lady's confusion, and then continued to tease the black dragon lady.
That's what it means literally. Don't you already understand?
Saying this, Dorn ignored the grin of the black dragon lady and forcibly rubbed her head, and then touched the white dragon lady equally.
Fish soup is very nutritious. Children should drink more.
After leaving such a sentence, Dawn took the remaining cauldron and left the story world independently. There were only 2 dragon ladies left in the restaurant.
Who cares about your fish soup? This guy knows how to bully me. Sooner or later, he will let you know how powerful Alice is.
Black Alice was so angry at Dorn's words that she wanted to stamp her feet. At this time, the clever Bai Longyang had already picked up the spoon and leaned forward to scoop out the tofu in the fish soup and eat it. The deformed fish and tofu soup had just come out of the pot, so the ingredients were still a little hot. But this level was completely within Alice's acceptance range. There is no need to chew the tofu in the mouth. It will break into pieces in the mouth with a casual sip. There is a umami flavor that goes straight into the throat. And the fish soup juice wrapped in the tofu also flows out, which is hot and delicious. If you chew it carefully, you can further appreciate the unique taste of tofu. A unique ingredient. It is moist, tender and smooth, and has a faint bean flavor after chewing hard.
It's delicious.
Alice Bai's dragon eyes turned into stars, and she hurriedly took another spoonful of the fish soup. Black Alice, who was still cursing next to her, felt the same way and tasted the wonderful taste of tofu. And even her body trembled slightly.
If I don't eat something delicious, I will be the one who suffers. No, Alice has to eat 5 big bowls of him to relieve her anger.
Black Alice thought that no matter how arrogant the guy from Dorn was, he still had to cook food and tell bedtime stories to him dutifully every day.
Well, so that idiot is just Alice Sama's disobedient follower. A noble master will not be angry with the follower.
Humph. After learning a mental victory method from somewhere, Black Alice returned to her happy mood. She quickly grabbed another clean spoon on the table and began to enjoy tonight's exclusive delicacy. Chapter 440. Work hard and don't forget to catch fish. The information room in the tavern. The night is very late, but the lights are still bright here. The cardinal, together with the 2 archbishops she brought with her, had not gone to bed yet, but were repeatedly confirming the intelligence collected and discussing specific battle plans for hunting demigods. To be honest, Sister Meyer was a little uneasy. Out of his piety for his faith, the cardinal agreed to the envoy of God almost without thinking, to help him hunt the demigods. But that is a demigod after all, an existence that is only half a rank away from a god. Because of his uneasiness, Meyer was even more desperate to prepare as much as he could before the war. Staying in the intelligence room with the 3 senior members of the Holy See who are working hard are the masters and apprentices Vivian and Gregor who followed Dorn. They are also helping to read some newly collected unimportant intelligence materials. Although they were indeed helping, what kept the 3 of them up so late was not their passion for work. Vivian and others were simply waiting for dawn to come out of the story world to cook. As for work and other things, they were just passing the time. So I waited until midnight. The
Alice's bedtime reading,
placed in the corner of the round table, finally started to move. The symbols composed of geometric figures on the dark red book cover flashed, and then Don's figure was outlined on the edge of the book. As soon as he appeared, a fragrant and mild fragrance filled the entire intelligence room.
Dorn!
Vivian and others, who were already yawning profusely, cheered up and gathered around Dorn. Especially Gregor and Hyena. The 2 masters and apprentices have not tasted Dorn's craftsmanship for more than a year. As soon as I smelled it, my addiction was aroused, and I swallowed hard. It's been a long time coming. It smells so good. The wait for this evening was not in vain. As for the 3 high-ranking officials from the Holy See, although they were also attracted by the rich and delicious flavor of the fish soup, they seemed to be much more reserved.
Sir, what is this?
Sister maintained her courtesy toward the divine messenger and asked.
Made with the deformed fish caught tonight. Deformed fish tofu soup. You have been busy all night. Have a bowl of hot soup and relax.
Because the big round table in the intelligence room was full of information, Don simply pulled out a table from the story world, placed it in the corner of the room, and then placed a pot of fish soup on it. Vivian and others were already happily scooping up the fish soup with bowls and spoons. Among them, the white, tender, and small cubes of ingredients also attracted their full attention. Take a piece of it and eat it. It is smooth and tender. The delicious fish soup inside is full of juice and has a light bean flavor. Tasty. And the people on the Holy See side, the nun sister still maintained her original respectful stance, while the 2 archbishops, who looked quite solemn, smelled a fish smell in the air and twitched their throats slightly. In the Holy See, perhaps because there is an ascetic pope, although there are no strong and explicit requirements internally, it is generally not encouraged to enjoy the pleasures of food and drink. This may also be one of the reasons why the cooking in the Vatican kitchen has never been delicious. It's okay when you don't have access to anything delicious. If you don't encounter it, you won't be greedy. But now that a pot of fish soup with an enticing smell is placed in front of him, whether he can restrain his appetite or not is another question. Both archbishops are powerful and have well-developed perceptions. Standing at the edge of the round table, you can clearly see what's going on in the pot over there. A whole pot of fish soup is milky white in color, like milk. The room was filled with that enticing fresh fragrance that could not be dissipated. But there was no fishy smell at all. And the small pieces of white cubes in the pot looked very tender and smooth. I just heard from my husband that they seem to be called tofu. I don't know what it will taste like in my mouth. The solemn faces of the two bishops showed a hint of desire, but they were immediately restrained by their excellent expression management. At this time, Cardinal Meyer next to them sighed helplessly.
Go and try it. Like the gentleman said, have a bowl of soup and relax. You have worked hard today.
The two archbishops were slightly embarrassed after hearing this. However, after a brief hesitation, they still walked towards the pot of sinful fish soup and seriously picked up the bowls and spoons to taste it.
This is not indulgence, just necessary relaxation,
the bishops told themselves in their hearts, and then scooped the milky white fish soup into their mouths. The taste is just as I imagined, but it tastes even better than I imagined. This is so damn delicious.
Miss Meyer, don't you want to try it?
Dorn asked after seeing that the cardinal showed no intention of moving.
I'm not hungry, sir.
Meyer just shook his head and sat down in front of the round table again, as if he wanted to get back into work and stop paying attention to the happy supper going on in the corner of the room. She picked up a piece of information that had just been sent in the evening, and before she could read 2 lines of words, a small plain bowl was pushed in front of her. The bowl contained fish that was brown on the surface but cooked white on the inside, and pieces of a strange ingredient called tofu, all soaked in a thick white soup like milk, with a little green scallion dotted on top. The nun's sister took a gentle breath with restraint, and the fragrant and delicious taste went straight to her nose. Then, she heard the voice of the envoy who appeared inexplicably, and was inexplicably chosen by the gods.
While working hard, don't forget to fish.
When he looked up, he saw Dorn standing on the other side of the table, looking at him with a smile.
Touch! Fish?
The bookish and conscientious nun was a little dazed. Occasionally, this divine envoy would speak some unintelligible words.
Oh, what I mean is that while you work hard, don't forget to take a good rest. Only by combining work and rest can you be more efficient.
Don changed his words and then lowered his volume.
Try it. After all, it was me, the Holy See's divine envoy, who did it. It's a way of giving me some face.
Now that everything has been said, Meyer really has no way to refuse. The Lord's face is given by God, and he will give it to you no matter what you say. Meyer put down the letter and looked at the bowl of perfect fish soup. He smacked his lips invisibly, then picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of fish meat with soup, and carefully put it into his mouth. The tenderness of the fish meat and the fragrant and rich whiteness of the fish soup blend into your mouth. In just a few seconds, the expression on the proud cardinal's face changed from shock at first to unabashed happiness after tasting the delicious food, and finally turned into piety, like listening to the Vatican's evening bell. Tasty. After a while, Meyer said this word. It had been a long time since she had tasted delicious food, and she couldn't find any other better words to describe the feeling in her mouth now.
That's right.
Dorn looked very happy when he saw that the other party had finally eaten. After that, he also set off and went to Vivian and the others to taste the fish soup tonight together. Meyer, who was sitting in front of the round table, looked at Dorn's back and then at the fish soup in front of him.
The fish soup made by the divine envoy seems to have a sacred taste.
She searched for words to describe the delicious food in her mind, and finally could only come up with this sentence. Then, Meyer raised the spoon again, carefully scooped up a spoonful of fragrant soup, and put it into his mouth reverently. Already, there is no going back. Sorry, Pope, from the first bite of this bowl of fish soup, your cardinal, who has got rid of his appetite, will never go back. Chapter 441. Even a gentleman is on guard. System prompt. The predator effect is triggered, and the attack, physical, and mental attributes are enhanced. System prompt. The effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill transformation LV0 is obtained. Transformation. After the skill is cast, you can change the body structure at will to obtain the appearance characteristics of any individual creature. The greater the difference between the transformed creature and your original size, the harder it is to maintain the transformation effect. After sharing a pot of fragrant deformed fish and tofu soup with everyone who stayed up late and worked overtime, Dorn successfully obtained the profits from eating monster dishes. Because one pot of soup uses the flesh of several deformed fish, the increase in attribute points obtained by Predator is a superimposed amount. In the end, the attack power increased by 8 points in total. The physical strength increased by 5 points. And the mental strength increased by 6 points. It's pretty lackluster. But correspondingly, Dorn got what he wanted and obtained the transformation ability of the shape-shifting fish. With this skill, if you want to transform in the future, you will not be restricted by the transformation potion. Change size directly anywhere. Gregor next to him would probably cry when he found out. System prompt, synchronic stomach bag, effect is triggered. Skill, transformation LV0, experience is increased. And skill level is increased. At the same time, because the shape-shifting fish had eaten a certain amount, the transformation skill was directly raised to LV1. Dorn can already use this skill to perform more detailed micro-manipulation of his changing appearance. And the experience of pinching his face is immediately full. When transforming into a unit that is too large or too small, the effect will be slightly more stable. And the amount of mana required to maintain the state will be reduced accordingly.
I feel like if I max out this skill level, I might be able to get rid of the template. Instead of copying and pasting the appearance of other living entities, I can be free to change into whatever I want.
Don reasoned in his mind. For now, there is still hope in getting the transformation skill to level 5. While drinking fish soup just now, Don received a thought communication from the dragon lady in the story world.
It's not good. It's not good. Dorn! There are 2 fish monsters in the lagoon, and they are not ashamed anymore.
This is Alice's opening statement. There was a bit of shyness in his tone, but also a bit of excitement and curiosity. According to Alice's report, 2 of the 6 deformed fish that she drove into the saltwater lake started making indescribable movements at the bottom of the lake almost without any warning. Perhaps the reason why the school of shape-shifting fish were attracted to Uncle Luther's singing tonight was because they really regarded it as a courtship signal. So much so that even now that he was captured, he still nodded, and as soon as he was free, he hurriedly took care of things. Alice observed the 2 deformed fish that were busy reproducing offspring for a while, and soon discovered a shocking secret. Such shape-shifting monsters are actually androgynous. There is no distinction between male and female at all. By observing their reproductive activities, it can be found that 2 deformed fish who see each other in the right eye will first engage in a hand-to-hand battle. The winner gets the initiative, and the one who loses gets pregnant. Very fair. Maybe a little bit similar to a snail? Dawn, after being forcibly supplemented with such knowledge about monsters, Dorn was speechless for a while. But then he became happy again. As long as the 6 shape-shifting fish in the story world are given to Creek. With this strange way of reproduction of monsters, the 6 can be reproduced as 12 through appropriate arrangement and combination. It feels like it's just around the corner to max out the transformation skill. After finishing the supper, it was getting late.
The work is never finished. So sleep well when it's time to sleep. Wait for a new day to come. And then start moving bricks again.
Under Dorn's persuasion, everyone in the intelligence room exited and returned to their rooms to rest. Dorn himself, however, did not go to bed so quickly. He still has things to do. Golden Oak City, the residence of the alchemist Fafnir. It was already late at night, and the alchemist lady was sleeping soundly on the bed in the bedroom. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door.
Who?
Miss Alchemist sat up from the bed wrapped in a thin blanket. She was in a daze for about 5 seconds, feeling a little tired of getting out of bed. Looking out the window again, it was pitch black without any light.
Miss Fafnir. It's me, Dorn.
The person outside the door responded. Miss Alchemist had already become familiar with him, because she had done several alchemy potion transactions with Dorn. And she also had a relationship with Gregor. Listening to the voice outside the door, it was indeed Dorn.
Why are you like this? If you have something to do, we can't wait until tomorrow. You have to knock on my bedroom door so late.
While Fafnir complained in a daze, she groped out from the bed, planning to put on another coat over her thin suspender pajamas before opening the door. However, the coat was only half worn, and her brain, which was forced to turn on, finally realized something important.
Are you Dorn? Wait, why are you in my house at this time?
Through the door, you can hear the panicked clanging sound coming from Miss Alchemist's bedroom. Dorn, who was standing outside the door, just shrugged calmly.
Because you didn't respond when I knocked on the door downstairs.
For Dorn now, spatial obstacles such as doors and walls can actually be regarded as non-existent. With Leap White Mist, he can go wherever he wants. However, when visiting Miss Fabna tonight, Don still maintained the basic bottom line of courtesy. At the very least, he didn't just break into Miss Alchemist's boudoir in the middle of the night. Instead, he jumped to the corridor in front of her bedroom, and then knocked on the door in a polite manner. After a while, the door opens. Valrona, who had taken off her suspender pajamas and put on everyday women's clothes, stuck her head out. Her eyes were still a little sleepy, and her yellow-brown hair was a little messy.
Really, you? How did you get in? I obviously locked the door.
Fabna looked confused when she saw Dorn.
I have some traveling skills that don't require walking through doors.
Dorn spread his hands and answered truthfully.
What kind of idiotic abilities have you mastered? Fortunately, I changed my mind about you before and thought you might be a good person. But as expected, if you are friends with people like Gregor, you won't be a serious person.
Fabna's face, which always looked cold, showed a look of disdain. But because she had just woken up and was still a little confused, her expression overall didn't look convincing. After she finished complaining, she looked at the corridor a few more times.
Wait a minute. Didn't Vivian come with you? It's too late. She fell asleep.
Dawn shrugged.
You also know it's too late?
Fabna rolled her eyes.
Although we are quite familiar now, it is still a bit inappropriate for you to break into my house alone at night. Right. It's best if you can come up with a reasonable explanation. Come. Otherwise, I will report you to Vivian.
Because she had been a love minner to Vivian, Miss Alchemist was subconsciously biased towards her apprentice. After she finished saying this, she tightened her tight clothes and took a small step back from Dorn.
Dawn,
is it okay to say that you want to snitch in front of me? Also, are you serious about taking half a step back? As long as you guard against a villain like Gregor, forget it. A gentleman can also guard against it? Chapter 442, You Can Live Till Dawn.
Don't get me wrong, Miss Fabna. I came here to deliver something to you. I got some good things and delivered them to you nonstop. So I didn't pay much attention to the time. But I believe that after you see that thing, you will definitely happy. That's a surprise for you.
Dawn finally began to explain.
What surprise? Here it comes. Just come and see. It's here.
Because the space in the corridor upstairs was limited, the two of them went down to the first floor together. In the women's clothing store where Miss Alchemist hung various styles of stockings, Dawn took out 2 frozen and preserved deformed fish corpses from
Alice's bedtime reading.
Also take out the fish scales, fish offal, and other kitchen waste used to make deformed fish tofu soup.
Is this a shape-shifting fish? 2 of them, including these scales and internal organs. Where did you get them?
Fabna was now quite awake. After she recognized what this big white fish was, she felt unexpectedly ecstatic.
What a surprise! Gregor and I happened to encounter a group on a small island in the Sea of Storms. Wait a minute, you said. A group of people? Can this thing meet a group of people? Yes. Not only did I meet a group of them, I also caught 6 alive. I just feel like this fish is not easy to raise.
Dawn said it calmly, but a certain alchemist standing next to him looked in disbelief at first, and then gritted his silver teeth in jealousy. So envious. Also, what is going on with what this guy is saying? He's obviously making a lot of money, but he still acts like he's at a loss. He deserves a beating. Resisting the urge to punch Dorn twice, Fabna circled around the 2 transformed fish.
So, what do you need me to do for you? It's like this. I need a certain amount of transformation potion. About 15 bottles. I'm in a hurry, so I need you to make it from these raw materials. As for the excess, it will be regarded as a reward for you. How?
Dawn explained his purpose. 2 deformed fish with only a small part of their flesh cut off, plus a pile of fish bones and fish scales. Together, these materials are more than enough to make 20 bottles of high-quality fish potion. Therefore, Fabna gladly accepted it. Subsequently, the 2 agreed to complete the delivery 5 days later. Due to the tight construction schedule, Valrona may have to work overtime to prepare potions recently. However,
she is happy. She is happy. I'll leave the materials to you, and I won't disturb you anymore. Also, as an apology for waking you up in the middle of the night, I plan to give you a bowl of fish soup to express my apology.
Dorn said this and pointed to the counter behind Fabna.
Fish soup?
Miss Alchemist turned around. and there was a bowl of steaming fish soup on the counter. The soup is thick white in color, and exudes a fresh aroma. The fish inside is fried to a crispy brown. And there are some tender small cubes, as well as some chopped green onion. It is white and green, and looks beautiful.
When was it put there?
Thabna stared at the bowl of soup in confusion for a while. Then she thought about something.
Wait a minute. Fish soup? Don't tell me. This is made of deformed fish. Made of meat? Yes. The meat of the deformed fish tastes good. Hey! Do you know how rare the deformed fish is? It's a waste for you to use it as food. It's a waste of natural resources.
Thabna's views, as an alchemist tonight, had been ravaged by Dorn countless times. She complained dissatisfiedly, and turned her attention away from the fish soup behind her. However, Dorn, who was standing in front of her, had disappeared. Inside the women's clothing store, a hazy white thick fog was billowing, and the depths of the fog seemed to be connected to the infinite distance. A tall figure walked farther and farther inside, until finally the shadowy figure could no longer be seen clearly.
As long as it tastes good, it's not a waste.
The figure left such a sentence, and then the white mist that had been churning disappeared together, leaving only Valrona standing in front of various styles of women's clothing. If it weren't for the two big white fish at her feet, as well as some fish scales and fish bones, Miss Alchemist would have doubted whether this was a ridiculous dream she had when she got up tonight.
What kind of existence is that, Dorn? Who does Gregor know?
It took Thabna a long time to come back to her senses. After that, she didn't plan to go back upstairs to sleep again. This large order of transfiguration potion must be completed overtime. It is best to make the medicine now. Just when Thabna was about to move all the precious materials to the alchemy room, her attention returned to the steaming bowl of fish soup on the counter.
It smells pretty good. By the way, why is the color of this fish soup so thick? Could it be that in addition to being an excellent alchemy material, the deformed fish is also a very delicious ingredient?
After gently swallowing a small mouthful of saliva, Thabna picked up the fish soup. This fish meat has already been stewed by Dorn anyway, so it would be even more of a waste if you don't eat it. After taking a mouthful of warm soup, the alchemist lady, who had been disturbed from her dream in the early morning, felt warm all over her body. She exhaled happily.
It smells so good.
Come on. You can just stay in the alchemy room until dawn. Green Coconut Rock. This is an inconspicuous and remote rocky island among the dotted storm islands. At the same time, it is also the headquarters of the secret cult Storm Order. The first ray of sunshine in the morning shines on the Green Coconut Rock, and the children of the storm, who live here, start a new day of prayer in the morning light. At the highest point of this rocky island, there is an abandoned lighthouse. The leader of the sect, who claims to be the sect leader, and his 3 capable sect elders are all gathered here this morning. A man as strong as a bear with gnarled muscles sat on the simple main seat. He is Lovegood, the leader of the Order of the Storm.
The time for the Sea Festival is getting closer and closer. In less than a month, I have to start communicating with our Supreme Storm God. So, how are you all preparing?
The strong Lovegood asked.
It went very well, Lord Hierarch. Our people have already boarded the ship named Golden Mary that we were targeting earlier. As long as we follow the plan, we can seize control of the ship. At that time, we can take a boat and catch some refugees who want to flee to the Storm Islands. And we can gather the number of people needed for the sea sacrifice and sacrifice it to the Supreme Storm God.
The elders responded fluently.
Very good.
Lovegood nodded with satisfaction. These 3 elders of the sect were all his confidants and deeply trusted. They were the cronies that Lovegood had cultivated when he was struggling to gain power in the sect. He is also very capable of doing things. So previous sea festivals have always gone very smoothly. I believe it will be the same this year. The storm god, who has been sleeping for a winter, will be fed by those flesh and blood sacrifices, and then generously give the power of the god to their devout believers. As it should be. Chapter 443 News from the Black Merchant Guild. In the Malo Port Market, the sellers' cries were heard louder than the others, making it very noisy. The air here seems to smell like fish. Although Malo, known as
Stone Crown on the Waves,
is a veritable city of pirates, the market here has developed on a large scale. Pirates also have to live. The market is managed by the most powerful black business force in the city. Anyone can sell goods here as long as they pay a certain amount of money to this black business organization. Black traders will also protect the businesses of small traders, and even arbitrate sales disputes when necessary. The result of arbitration may not be fair, but it must be something that no one can refute. The last person who was dissatisfied with the arbitration result of the Black Merchant Guild is probably still calm in a bay somewhere. The rules in the underworld have always been so barbaric. Regardless of the rules behind this market, you can find almost anything you want to buy in this island market, including drinks, food, weapons and props, and even living slaves with half of dead grass stuck on their heads. Argo, the Holy Sea's informant, was walking in this black market with a capable subordinate. It seemed that he was going to place orders for daily purchases in his tavern. Very normal. After walking around the market, the fat boss with blue hair and a bit of mermaid blood seemed to be tired from walking. He casually grabbed a bench in front of a vendor and sat down. Argo, who ran a tavern and had a group of thugs, was also a well-known figure in Marlow, and all the merchants and hawkers recognized him. Therefore, the stall owner who was benched by him was not annoyed at all, but kept smiling at him.
Go and do your own thing. I'll take a rest with you and don't bother me. Okay.
Argo dismissed the vendors around him casually. After humming for a while, he set his sights on a fruit stall not far across the way.
Go get me a coconut from Cowan's stall. I want it to be watery.
Argo spat on the ground and ordered his men. When the boss speaks, subordinates will naturally do something. So the 5-year-old thug strode to the fruit stand, stretched out his hand and said,
Sir Argo wants to eat your coconut. A watery one.
The fruit vendor was also a good person. He nodded repeatedly, and after carefully selecting from the stall, he took out the one with the best quality. The thug picked it up and walked away. As for the money to buy coconuts, Boss Argo still needs to pay you for eating your rotten coconuts. On the top of the coconut SHL, at the tip, there are 3 naturally formed holes, one of which can be easily penetrated to pour out the coconut juice. The fruit vendor had just poked the hole thoughtfully. Argo took the coconut, held it, and drank 2 sips. The juice was indeed refreshing and quenched his thirst. Then he sat there and rested for a while, confirming that today's purchases were completed. Then moved his fat body and left the black market holding the coconut. After leaving the market and walking a few streets, Argo stopped in the deserted back alley of the Storm and Sea Wave pub. He took off a portable dagger from his waist, and then drew it against the green coconut on his hand. The sharp blade pried a gap in the coconut SHL, and you could see the white coconut meat inside, as well as half of the unfinished coconut juice. In the white slurry, there was a small, impermeable parchment roll that was shaking up and down. Argo calmly put away the parchment roll, threw the half-still coconut to his men, and went straight into the back door of his tavern.
Sir and Miss, I have received a piece of information that will definitely interest you.
Argo walked into the information room like a lynx returning from hunting, looking at the information across the desk. Dorn lazily raised his head when he saw that his mind was dazed.
Oh, is it related to the storm order?
The attention of everyone else in the room was also drawn to the hotel owner.
That's right. Sir, I just received important information from an informant in the Black Merchant Guild.
Argo took out the parchment still stained with coconut juice.
Because you need it. The collection of information about the sect has been strengthened a lot.
The Black Merchant Guild, the source of this information, is one of the most powerful forces in Marlow. Argo's ability to develop and place informants there and obtain important information shows his ability in intelligence work. In the past, this tavern owner who only had a group of thugs would never dare to do such a thing. But since getting on the line with the Holy See, everything has been different. Using the resources and help provided by the Holy See far away on land, Argo has weaved a large intelligence network in Maloport and reached out to the entire island city. His secret power has grown many times over the past few years. Argo enjoyed this feeling of secret manipulation. As for the Holy See, as for the informant's behavior of cultivating power, as long as there is no violation of laws and agreements with the Holy See, it will not interfere too much. After all, the entire Maloport was originally a lawless place.
Is there a connection between the Storm Order and the Black Merchant Guild?
Dorn said, taking the parchment. In this regard, Argo just nodded.
I just learned about it. Every year, the Sons of the Storm entrust well-informed black traders to find a large ship with relatively weak defenses for them.
In the Storm Islands area, it is normal for there to be intricate connections between various large and small forces. And it sounds like the Storm Sons are looking for ships every year in preparation for the Sea Festival. After circulating the parchment, Dorn and others got some important new news. The Sons of the Storm have found a suitable ship this year through black merchants, named the Golden Mary. In addition, The information of the representatives of the Storm Order who have been in contact with black businessmen for a long time has also been disclosed. He is a man in his 30s and has the status of an elder among the Sons of the Storm, named Cowan. This person often moves around Maloport, and his frequent haunts have been revealed by people in the black business.
Elders of the Sons of the Storm. This is really important news.
Dorn read the contents on the parchment several times, and a smile finally appeared on his tired face. A few days ago, Miss Thavna had prepared a batch of transformation potion and completed the delivery. These potions will probably come in handy soon, because the first candidate to break into the top management of Son of the Storm was found. Chapter 440 for the first transformation. A brothel called Punishment of Succubi in Port Malo. Coven, the elder of the Storm Order, walked out of it with empty steps. Since returning to Maloport from Green Coconut Rock 2 days ago, he has been enjoying himself here, rolling from Luce's bed to Laura's bed, and then from Laura's bed to red-haired Rose's bed. No way. There isn't even a decent woman at the sex headquarters. Every time he went back, he missed these highly skilled city women. Having said that, the reason why Kerwin stayed in Marlow for a long time was because he had a mission to complete. A long time ago, he was asked by Lovegood to establish the intelligence system of his own order in Marlow. The Pope's view is that the matter of finding a large ship for sea festivals cannot always be left to those unscrupulous businessmen. In addition, as the Sons of the Storm receive more and more rewards from the gods, their personal power and the power of the cult are strengthening. It is also time to cultivate their own power in the main city.
But how easy is it to build an intelligence organization from scratch? These 2 days are just a moderate break from hard work.
Cowan thought this in his heart, and then walked onto the street, holding his waist a little weakly. Not far from Punishment of Succubi, there is an alleyway called Dead Fish Alley by the pirates. The place has long been filled with the smell of dog shit and urine. In this alley, there is a property owned by Cowan, which is an old brick and stone building with 2 floors. Similar houses, using the Order's funds, Kerwin acquired 3 in various locations in Marlow. The cunning rabbit must have 3 burrows. Arranging a few more hidden hiding places and future meeting places is also an essential early investment for the Storm Order's forces to enter Marlow City. Before returning to his small building, Cowan tried his best to straighten his back and make himself look more energetic. In the hall downstairs, there are several of Cowan's cronies. Seeing their boss coming back, all the subordinates nodded and bowed in greeting. One of them took 2 steps forward and began to report on his work.
Elder, there is a communication letter from the religious group, which was delivered last night. There is also some progress in developing an intelligence network in Marlow. I've been busy running around in Marlow these days. I need to take a rest.
Cowan waved his hand calmly to this subordinate, then maintained the majestic appearance of an elder of the religious order and walked upstairs.
All things will happen after I wake up. Process again.
Squeak. The door to the bedroom on the 2nd floor was pushed open and closed again. There were no lights in the room, and it was nighttime, so there was a large dark area.
Big Lola seems to be much bigger than before. And red-haired Rose. That girl is still as powerful as ever. She is a match for me.
While reminiscing about the happy experiences of the past 2 days in Punishment of Succubi, Cowan took off his coat and prepared to rest. At this time, a rather joking voice suddenly sounded in the room.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. Elder Cowan TSK. Why do you look like you've overindulged? At your age, you have to learn to control yourself.
Kerwin was startled and turned to look at the source of the sound in the room. I saw a young man with black hair and black eyes sitting on a soft chair with armrests in the shadow of the corner. He had a half-smile expression on his face and was looking at me with amusement.
Someone is coming. There is.
Cowan reached out to touch the weapon given to him by the gods, while still shouting for help. But before he finished speaking, a substantial ominous red-black aura suddenly swept over the young man on the soft chair. Under the influence of this black energy, Cowan fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. As for the young man on the soft chair, his skin and facial features began to squirm and change rapidly. Several men downstairs heard the elder's shouts and hurriedly ran upstairs to try to enter the bedroom. However, the bedroom door seemed to be locked and could not be pushed open. When these loyal men were about to break in, the door creaked open again. Their elder, Cowan, was standing behind the door, tall and straight, adjusting the collar of his coat.
Elder Cowan? We heard you calling us.
Several men became confused and took a small glance inside the room. Everything was normal.
Well, yes.
Elder Cowan nodded.
I suddenly don't want to sleep anymore. I still have work to do. You just said that there are letters from the religious sect and news about our development of the intelligence network. Right. Take them all, come on. Let me take care of it. Okay. Elder Kerwin.
Except for one subordinate, who went to get letters and information according to the elder's instructions. Everyone else dispersed downstairs and went about their own business. There is nothing unusual about Elder Cowan except that he is not as weak as he usually seems and seems to be particularly passionate about his work today. I just don't know why I screamed so loudly when I just asked people to go upstairs. However, how can the subordinates care about these trivial things? After a while, some information related to the storm order that had to be processed recently was handed over to Dorn, who had transformed into Elder Cowan.
Okay. Don't disturb me next time. I'll call you again if anything happens.
After giving these instructions, Dorn sent the subordinate downstairs and closed the bedroom door. After returning to the room, Dorn first looked at the letter he had just received. It was written in the voice of the religious leader named Ludgood, mainly asking about Kerwin's development in Maloport. Then other intelligence information is not particularly important and is very small.
This Elder of the Storm Order really has a leisurely job. Unlike the Cardinals of the Holy See, who wish they could die at work.
Don shrugged and put the letters on the table in the room. Then he took out
Alice's bedtime reading
from his arms. The light flashed on the dark red book, transporting him into the story world. Entering the world of the book, Dorn returned to his original appearance.
My own face is better. Sunny and handsome.
He found Kerwin undressed in the book. Long Yang had no interest in this guy, so she threw him roughly into the street of the kingdom's landscaping area. At this moment, the elder was lying on the street, still sleeping soundly under the effect of dream.
You must still have a lot of information related to the storm cult in your brain.
Dorn used the skill, Dream Walker, again, this time using the effect of walking in dreams. His figure turned into a thin black aura and penetrated directly into Kuen's dream. Next, as long as through the hints and constructions in the dream, it is very easy to find valuable information from the mind of the Elder of the Storm Order. Chapter 445. Are you awake? Skillfully invading Cowan's dreams. Using scene construction and suggestion, Dorn almost turned the memory of the Elder of the Order of Storms upside down. And the information dug out of Cowan's memory is very valuable. For example, Dorn already knows the behavior and personality characteristics of the other two elders, and the Grand Master in the Sons of Storm group. If the transformation were to look like these people, the behavioral logic would be more convincing. In addition, because of contacting the Black Merchant Guild, Kuen has been doing the work of searching for ships suitable for sea festivals. Looking at his memory, Dorn obtained more information about the Golden Mary, including many details that were not mentioned in the intelligence provided by the Black Merchant insiders. Finally, there are some contents directly related to the sea festival. By replaying Coven's memories of previous sea sacrifices in his dreams, Dorn learned about the process of this barbaric ritual. One thing worth noting is the way the Order of the Sons of the Storm communicates with the Storm God. The big octopus in the sea can communicate directly with its believers. Usually, Reverend Ludgood is directly responsible for this work. Before communicating, you need to make some complicated rune altar arrangements. And then, you can achieve ideological communication with the big octopus. The specific form of expression may be similar to how Dorn communicates with the Dragon Lady in the book through his thoughts. The only difference is that, strictly speaking, the storm god served by the Sons of the Storm cannot speak. It can only convey some concepts. The most common ones are hunger, sacrifice, and reward. Lord Ludgood works hard to fulfill these crude instructions to please the wild demigod.
The job of communicating with the big octopus is all done by Ludgood. In order not to alert others, it would be better to let the Master continue to be responsible for this matter this year. And our people only need to use the transformation potion to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Storm Order and directly participate in the Sea Festival. Then when the big octopus appears, we can give it a hard backstab.
After integrating the newly obtained information, Dorn concluded that there was no mole and continued to act according to the original plan. In addition to looking through memories, Elder Kerwin's personal belongings were also confiscated. But to be honest, this guy really didn't bring anything good. After groping for a while with appraisal gloves, I only found a ring that can release small lightning spells, and a dagger that can cause a plague effect on cuts. I guess these are the gifts from the Storm God.
TSK. So poor.
Dorn smacked his lips. The equipment he commonly uses now is either limited to the relics of God or specially provided by the evil god of Apocalypse. The last two items have to be Old Steel Hammer's appraisal gloves and When Fang's Lamenting Ring, legendary Lord props with unique stories behind them. Dorn really didn't like these two gadgets from Cowan. It felt like a high-end account dressed in orange casually killed monsters and exploded two pieces of blue-quality equipment.
Forget it. Use it when you're pretending to be Cowan. And then just leave it in the corner of the story world to eat dust. Maybe you can find an opportunity to sell it for money, and then give it to Hyena or Ling as a favor.
As for the captive Coven who is still sleeping soundly, Dorn did not directly execute him in the story world. Instead, he planned to leave it to Argo to deal with after returning. Maybe in the tavern owner's dungeon. He could squeeze some residual value out of this guy. Late that night. Green Coconut Rock. This small island controlled by the secret cult is very quiet, with only some armed believers holding
gifts from the gods,
patrolling the area at night. If ordinary believers want to go out alone at night, they are not allowed here. On the southeast side of the island is the residence of Rex, another elder of the sect who is good at perception. At this time, Rex was sleeping and dreaming in his room. The dream he had tonight was strange. I dreamed that the storm cult provoked a group of strange pirates at sea, and then the men from both sides fought fiercely at Green Coconut Rock. The pirates were powerful, and even with the props given by the storm god, the believers were still beaten to pieces. In the end, Rex himself was intercepted by dozens of pirates. The strong pirate men threw Rex to the ground roughly, and then pressed him one after another until he felt like his internal organs were about to be squeezed out.
Don't want!
The feeling of fear brought about by the big man woke Rex up. Generally speaking, when people wake up from a nightmare, they will definitely have a strong sense of enlightenment and joy, and then sigh in their hearts. Luckily, it was just a dream. However, Rex was not like this when he woke up. He was frightened by the nightmare. But when he opened his eyes, he was also frightened by what was happening in reality. Elder Rex saw four men standing beside the bed, staring at him from top to bottom. One of the young men with black hair and black eyes said with a rather evil smile,
"Are you awake?"
Rex, who was originally frightened by the nightmare, broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He struggled to get up from the boat and opened his mouth to yell. But before he could say anything, a dark red book covered his entire field of vision. Then, Elder Rex's existence seemed to be erased by an invisible eraser, disappearing without a trace. After capturing Elder Rex of the Storm Order so easily, Dorn pulled out a simple wooden box from the story world and handed it to the Archbishop of the Holy See next to him. At the same time, he asked,
"Rex is a relatively cautious and cold person. I have already told you about his specific character traits and behavioral logic. According to the plan, you will play him in the next few days. There are 5 transformation potions in here, because the materials are high quality. The potions are also of high quality, with the size difference between you and Rex. It is not a problem to last one bottle for a whole day. Don't show any flaws. If we haven't officially taken action in 5 days, I will come to you again. By then, the second batch of fish potion should be ready."
The Archbishop with a solemn expression nodded seriously.
"Please rest assured, sir, I will follow your instructions exactly."
After leaving the Holy See Bishop, who was used to replace Elder Rex, Dorn activated Warp White Mist and left with another bishop and Gregor. Not long after, the tragic story of what happened to Rex tonight was repeated in another place on the Green Coconut Rock. That's all. In just one night, the top leadership of the Storm Order completed a major change that went unnoticed, completely infiltrated by Dorn and others. Lovewood, the religious leader, who had become a loner for no apparent reason, would have probably written the word miserable on the spot if he had known all this. Chapter 446, The Nightmare of the Past. When Dorn and others invaded the Green Coconut Rock to make small moves, a small-scale battle broke out on a large ship called the Golden Mary docked near an island in the Storm Islands. The battle was initiated by Meyer with Vivian and the hyenas. The targets of the purge were the Sons of the Storm, who were lurking on the Golden Mary according to the intelligence, and were waiting for an opportunity to seize control of the ship, because of the terrifying fighting power of the Cardinal and the Fairy Queen. This battle ended very quickly. The hyenas who came to make up the number of people fired a total of 2 shots. And then, they won by lying down with an OB on the edge. Afterwards, Meyer went straight to the original crew of the ship. The captain of the Golden Mary is a young man wearing a straw hat. After Sister showed him the information obtained from the Black Merchant Guild and Elder Cowan, only then did the captain realize that there were so many evil-minded rats on his ship. After a brief negotiation between the representatives of both parties, Miss Meyer proposed a deal.
To put it bluntly, I want to buy your ship, which is the Golden Mary.
Captain Straw had originally refused this request, but after Meyer, who was backed by the Holy Sea's maritime assets, offered a specific amount, the captain changed his attention. There is no way. She gave too much. The number of crew members on the Golden Mary was not very large, so the handover was completed very efficiently after a simple tidying up. Pay the money with one hand and ship with the other. Captain Straw had got off the ship and told his companions excitedly,
"The money that lady gave us is enough for us to build a bigger and more luxurious ship. I have already thought about it. The new ship will be called 1,000 Miles of Sunshine."
Then the crew moved away, and the sound of conversation faded away. The hyena, leaning on the railing of the Golden Mary, could only vaguely hear their last words about how they wanted to be the pirate king. I don't know if I heard it wrong. All in all, the Dornish side obtained the Golden Mary relatively smoothly. Next, you can use the ship targeted by the Storm Cult as bait to catch the big octopus and complete the hunt. As for the crew of this ship being gone, it's not a big problem. Among the Vatican's informants, there is also someone like Captain Hector. Just secretly transfer some of the manpower from the end here. Anyway, the Sex forces have been infiltrated and invaded, and it is difficult to find problems here again. The time for the Sea Festival is getting closer and closer. Lovewood, the leader of the Storm Order, has been busy communicating with the Storm God recently. His god has also initially awakened from the bottom of the sea and responded to him, passing on instructions such as hungry and sacrifice. As a result, Lovewood became even busier and began to speed up the preparation of Elder Cowan's sacrifice. Port Malo did not disappoint him. Not long after, good news came back that he had successfully seized control of the Golden Mary.
Cowan's work efficiency is getting better and better. Sending him to Marlow is indeed the right choice.
Lovegood was very happy, very satisfied with Elder Kerwin, who was working remotely. And at the same time, he was proud of his excellent decision-making. But what this lord does not know is that while he is busy, there is another group of people who are making preparations for the silence of the sea in a place that he cannot see and under his nose, until the eve of the Storm God's complete awakening. Another internal meeting of the Storm Order was held in the abandoned lighthouse at Green Coconut Rock.
The Supreme Storm will completely wake up tomorrow. I think we should all be fully prepared now.
Lovewood, who is as strong as a bear, is sitting on the main seat with stern and confident eyes. The Storm God is about to appear. Every year the giant octopus first appears in a different location. This year it happened to be in the bay near the southeast of Green Coconut Rock. Lord Lovegood thought this was a good thing. It just so happens that the newcomers and rookies in the cult can take this opportunity to see the majestic form of God. I believe that after seeing the scene of God accepting sacrifices, they will become more pious and know how to fear them.
Lord Hierarch, the Golden Mary has already loaded a large number of refugees and will pass through the Bay of Green Coconut Rock tomorrow.
Dorn, disguised as Elder Kerwin, sounded complimentary, which was very true.
Reply to the Master. My people conducted an inspection of the Golden Mary and confirmed that Cowan's report was correct. The Sea Festival will definitely be held smoothly.
Elder Rex continued.
Very good. You are all very good. God will see your efforts and give you the rewards you deserve. We will become stronger and stronger under God's grace.
Lovegood clenched his fists on the main seat, and his bones crackled with force. Elder Cowan has always been very clever, and this time he was also the first to respond to the words of the hierarch. And he was still serious.
We will eventually become stronger, paving the way with the flesh and blood of those lamb-like sacrifices. The Storm Order will last forever.
The two elders of Rex were stunned for a moment, and then followed up with a weaker tone than Cowan.
The Order of the Storm will last forever. Very good.
Lovegood nodded. He was very satisfied with the recent performance of his men. The three elders were all much more efficient than usual. It was as if they were different people. He must have been inspired by the impending reappearance of the gods. Encouraged by the outstanding performance of his men, Lovegood himself felt a little excited. The next day, the sun rises above the sea level. The Golden Mary is sailing in the sea near Green Coconut Rock. The ship was driven by Hector, the captain of the Ant, and his crew. Hector used to be a member of the Hunters of the Holy See. Later, because of the needs of his superiors, he moved to the sea to work as a secret agent. Because of his status, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an intelligence officer in the Holy See. Dorn and Meyer had revealed a little bit about the plan to hunt evil demigods at sea to Hector, although I don't understand how Mr. Don got involved with the Cardinal. However, Captain Hector, who was loyal to the Holy See, chose to accept the arrangement for participating in this operation.
The evil demigod, who looks like an octopus at sea.
The old captain was standing on the deck at the moment, looking at the rising red sun. His thoughts a little mixed. Like an octopus, with long tentacles. These keywords can bring back some bad memories of Hector. During a certain sea voyage, he once saw with his own eyes that another merchant ship traveling with the Annie was entangled and dragged into the sea by giant tentacles rolled out of the sea. Huge waves and storms. Huge undersea monsters. Fragile merchant ships. The cries of the crowd. Devastating collapse. This scene became a lingering shadow in the hearts of Captain Hector and the entire crew of the inn. So much so that when they first encountered the nightmare siege, they all recreated the horrific scene in their dreams.
Your Majesty Cardinal, is that what Mr. Dorn and the others are going to deal with?
Chapter 447 Hunting the Storm God. The weather on the stormy sea is always cloudy and unpredictable. Captain Hector drove the Golden Mary on the previously planned route. When he approached the bay near Green Coconut Rock, he saw very thick black cumulonimbus clouds in front of him. There were arcs flashing among the clouds. This is a precursor to thunderstorms at sea.
The sky was sunny just now, but it turned cloudy in the blink of an eye. And there was such a big thundercloud. I don't know where it came from. Even in the sea of storms, this situation is very abnormal. Captain.
The first mate at the helm looked worried. Hector looked at the sea ahead with a solemn expression. But he only said,
I know. Take your helm. Don't talk too much. Don't talk too much. Don't talk too much.
The colorful feathered macaw raised by the old captain stood on his shoulder and imitated it arrogantly. Of the entire ship, this beautiful bird was probably the only one who was not infected by the dull and tense atmosphere. The black thunderclouds accumulated thicker and thicker. In a few breaths, they were not only in front of the Golden Mary, but also occupied the sky above the entire sea area. Captain Hector's face became more and more ugly. What happened now was exactly the same as what happened to the Annie. The evil demigod Mr. Dorn and the others are hunting must be the undersea monster that swallowed up the sister merchant ship Annie a few years ago. Boom! The heavily loaded thunderclouds above began to collide, making a deafening sound and stirring up terrifying long snakes of thunder and lightning. Big raindrops fell from top to bottom. The sea surface, which was originally not very rough, suddenly surged and began to fluctuate without any rules. Among the irregular waves, there are still some huge and turbid bubbles rising on the top of the wave, carrying a fishy smell from the bottom of the sea and an indescribable smell of moisture. And the entire sea surface seems to be boiling. It was as if something huge was churning below, trying to break through the water. In the sudden huge waves, the rudder and sails of the Golden Mary could no longer be grasped at all. It was like a model in the hands of a naughty child, unable to passively bump up and down in the waves.
Everyone, go to the cabin according to the previous plan. What happens next is not for us to interfere.
Hector gave the order immediately. The rain hit his face and stuck his thick beard and hair together. But the old captain ignored it.
Don't interfere! Don't interfere!
Sayu's macaw also screamed. The series of strange things on the sea made the bird panic and began to flap its wings fiercely. But it did not leave its owner's shoulders. After receiving the captain's order, the sailors on the deck followed the instructions one after another. They were slightly panicked but escaped into the cabin without too much chaos. When something unusual happens on the sea, immediately evacuate to the largest all-bunk sleeping room on the Golden Mary. This group of sailors had been instructed in this way before they participated in this operation, so they did it without any hesitation. After all the crew members entered the cabin, Hector followed. The thunderstorm on the sea became more severe, and the mast that had already furled its sails was shaking constantly, as if it might break at any time. The turbulence in the sea also became stronger, and more large turbid bubbles emerged from around the Golden Mary, carrying a fishy smell from the bottom of the sea. When he reached the door of the sleeping room, the old captain turned around. Facing the increasingly terrifying and restless sea, he took off his three-legged hat, revealing his gray head that was soaked by the rain, and touched his chest with one hand.
Mr. Dorn, Lord Cardinal, may the original bless you.
No one could be seen in the bedroom. The sailors who had just escaped disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared on the bait ship at all. In the entire cabin, apart from the bunk bed and yellowed bedding, there was only one dark red book that could be seen flying up and down in a strange posture. The light above,
Alice's bedtime reading,
flashed, and the old captain and the large parrot at the door disappeared.
Before the battle to hunt the storm god begins, all non-combatants will evacuate to the story world for a while. Don't worry. It is an independent space, and it is absolutely safe inside.
Before this operation started, Dorn promised Hector with such a heartbeat. Gudu. The seawater is still boiling, and the sediment in the deep sea is being brought up. In the dark blue turbid water, huge shadows can be seen moving. Bottom up. Wow! The huge shadow moved very quickly. After it first appeared on the sea surface, it quickly broke through the water and poured out. Lift up the torrent of water. When the water that was lifted up fell, we could see clearly that the huge shadow emerging from the sea was a brown-red tentacle with a tip as big as half the Golden Mary and covered with terrifying suckers. It sticks out like this, like a huge pillar of flesh supporting the sea and sky. After one octopus tentacle appears, the next one is the second. Then the third. The hungry storm god is coming. After the storm god appeared, he immediately wrapped his tentacles tightly around the Golden Mary, and the sound of the ship's hull collapse instantly sounded. Before this large ship, which was extremely fragile under the tentacles of the giant beast on the seabed, completely fell apart. Someone's figure moved on the ship. The first to appear was the Cardinal. Meyer didn't know when he appeared on the upper deck of the Golden Mary. She stood in front of the captain's cabin. Her attire changed back to a black and white nun's uniform. However, at this moment, this ascetic-looking outfit was soaked by the rain. The storm was violent, and the waves were turbulent. In the pitch-black sky, there were flashes of lightning from time to time. Huge brown fleshy tentacles covered the hull of the Golden Mary. The terrifying suction cups above rise and fall, as if they are breathing and have vitality. The hull of the ship was crumbling, and the Cardinal of the Holy See stood there like this. Compared with the tentacles of the storm god, she seemed extremely small and insignificant to the situation. In Meyer's hands, he held a book, not the dark red
Alice's bedtime reading.
It is a black book with white paper and a very thin book. In the pouring rain, although this book was soaked by raindrops, it was not soaked at all. It just looks very unusual. After Meyer appeared, he opened the book and turned to the first page. There was nothing on it. Then, the nun's sister spoke in a pious and determined tone.
The god said so. The demigod beast is located in this sea area and will die immediately.
After her words fell, words began to float on the black and white book. Then these characters separated from the paper, as if being pulled by a gentle force, flowing towards the physical touch of the storm god. Chapter 448 God Says So. The virtual characters composed of only a few words, after touching the tentacles of the storm god, became a steady stream, rushing towards the end of the tentacles. Below the ship, the bubble surged even more violently. A huge, ugly bag-like thing broke through the water and poked out, causing huge waves as high as the mountain. Hiss! Ho! 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 The giant octopus that emerged from the water spread out the ends of its 8 arms and legs, revealing a dark mouth. The mouth between the arms and legs was also covered with circles of terrifying saw teeth. The high-pitched roar just now came from this mouth part.
It seems to be 1/3 weaker. After all, it is a monster with a demigod level. The effect I have achieved is very good.
Meyer made a hasty assessment of the giant octopus's condition, and then jumped from the ship deck in front of the captain's cabin to the deck below. After this strange attack completed with a black and white manual, the storm god had already set his sights on her, and it would be inappropriate to continue to stand on a conspicuous height to attract attention. Landing on the wooden deck, the nun's sister deftly avoided the wriggling octopus tentacles by rolling and dodging. When she stood up again, she already held a string of pendants in her left hand, which were symbols of the sun and moon, representing the original god. The thin black and white book on the right hand was turned to the second page, and there was also no word on it. The black and white book Meyer used has a considerable background. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most peculiar prop within the Holy See that contains the power of the gods. This book has a very domineering-sounding name.
A Brief Principle of Creation.
Contains the power of rules at the level of gods. The user Meyer opened the book and formulated the temporary rules in the form of passwords, which will definitely be recognized and followed by the world. Sister has just demonstrated the specific rules-making method with a performance worthy of a textbook. To put it simply, there are 3 steps to formulating rules using
the simple principles of creation.
First, make it clear that the objects affected by the rules are demigod beasts, to avoid friendly forces being harmed by the power of the rules. Then set the premise for the rule. The premise can be very specific or very broad, such as what the nun's sister said.
Located in this sea area.
Finally, the result of setting the rules is
immediate death.
This is the Cardinal's favorite way of fighting.
The first time I met the demigod giant octopus, I saw the strongest King Jaw. However, the brief principles of creation is not a death note, and it does not mean that whoever curses will die, depending on the target affected by the rule. The degree to which it complies with the rule varies. To put it simply, the more powerful a being is, the more it can skip classes to a certain extent on this set of temporary rules. For example, Meyer's rule is, the storm god dies on the spot. But the strength of the hungry giant octopus was there. In the end, it was only put into a powerful weak state. The result of death on the spot was more than one discount. In addition, there is another limitation in the simple rules of creation. This thin black and white book has only 3 pages in total, which means that only 3 temporary rules can exist at the same time. If you want to formulate a 4th rule, you have to discard one of the first 3. The big octopus, which had 1/3 of its strength imprisoned, was very angry, swinging the huge flesh tentacles to crush Meyer. At the same time, the thunderclouds above the sea pressed lower, and the electric charges in the clouds collided, forming streaks of bright silver lightning that struck the Golden Mary. The nun sister tightened her grip on the sun and moon pendant, and a burst of light from the Holy Spirit erupted, forming an all-round light shield around her. The flashing electric light fell down on his head and face, making the light shield several times thinner. Boom! Then, the end of the reddish-brown flesh hit the light mask, and Meyer was thrown sideways without any resistance, like a ball being slapped, hitting the railing. Then the mask of light shattered, and the nun sister herself was completely fine. Can even the shield of the holy light be broken so easily? Meyer stood up quickly, feeling that this storm god was extremely difficult. Before she could gather another light shield, the octopus tentacle closest to Meyer's landing point began to twist again, this time from top to bottom, and struck her directly in the face. Thus says the gods. On the second page of The Brief Principles of Creation, characters began to appear. However, Meyer's temporary rules for self-preservation were not enacted by her, because the storm god's attack didn't really land. The moment this wriggling flesh tentacle was raised high, a surging white mist appeared out of thin air above the tentacle. The mist seemed to connect the infinite space. In this strange haze, a figure fell quickly. Sneak attack. It's Dorn. He held a pitch-black spike in his hand, and with the momentum of his fall, he stabbed the storm god's tentacles hard. Blue blood burst out, and the black nails were firmly embedded in the storm god's flesh. This nail from the Green Crow Man is thin and long, but the length of the nail is still not large enough compared to the cross-sectional area of the storm god's flesh tentacles. The position where Dorn started was close to the end of the tentacle, where all the black nails penetrated, but only penetrated less than 1/5 of the way, although the thorn hit. But in order to exert the effect of this nail and nail the storm god's tentacles, it should have failed. But how can we use common sense to deduce props that come from the evil god of the apocalypse and have been originally illuminated? The length of the nails is not enough, and the smell of corruption comes in. The Green Crow Man's black nails originally carried a terrifying and corrupt aura originating from death. Under the original consecration and suppression, this aura did not harm Dorn. However, when it affects the enemy, the situation is different. At the tip of the black nail, the rotten aura of death gathered into a thread, and the fester penetrated the remaining 4/5 of the length of the flesh, nailing it firmly to the deck. The Golden Mary was originally fragile to the storm god, but after being stuck by this long black nail, no matter how much the big octopus twitched the tentacle, it was all to no avail. At most, the tip of the tentacle was left to dangle feebly for a couple of times, as if it were being put on a chopping board and ready to be eaten. The spike stained with the smell of decay can imprison all creatures whose bodies are embedded by the spikes, as long as the level of the imprisoned creature is lower than the death clone. It cannot break free from the imprisonment. This attack of warp white mist and the sneak attack of death black nail was successful, and Dorn saw good news and bad news. The good news is that although the Green Crow Man is just a clone of death, his rank is actually higher than the demigod storm god. It's probably easier now. The bad news is that although the Green Crow Man is just a clone of death, his rank is actually higher than the demigod storm god. It will probably be difficult to bear in the future. Chapter 449. As long as there is a health bar. After imprisoning one of the storm god's tentacles with a black nail, Dorn looked up to see the storm god on the sea. Although he could see the existence of this sea demigod just now when he was hiding in the white mist, but the perception through the mist is far less shocking than facing the other person directly in reality. This is too big.
Dorn stared at the big octopus. And this was the only sentence that came to his mind. In his sight, the storm god was like an insurmountable creeping mountain of crimson flesh floating on the sea. In addition to the size of the enemy, another eye-catching visual element is the health bar of this sea demigod. On top of that ugly head, which was like a bag, there was a bright red blood gauge that was so long that the border was almost invisible. The upper limit of blood volume is a full 300,000. You must know that the Cretan bull in the second level form only has 35,000. And the storm god's blood volume has increased nearly 10 times. The difference between killing monsters and dungeons and killing gods is actually a bit big. Such an oppressive blood volume not only intimidated Dorn, but also inexplicably brought him a sense of comfort. Probably from his perspective. As long as there is a health bar, it means it can be killed. In addition, there is another thing to be thankful for. Under the influence of the first rule of Sister Sisters,
simple rules of creation,
the strength of the storm god was directly weakened by 1/3. Even the huge health tank contains nearly 90,000 light gray parts. The system seems to be using this method to indicate that this amount of blood is temporarily unavailable. Regarding the blood bar, there is one more thing worth noting. In addition to the blood on the top of its head, the storm god also has blood on its 8 tentacles.
This is the first time I have seen in this world a monster whose health bar is calculated separately from the head and other parts of the body. I don't know if emptying a tentacle's health bar counts as damage to the boss part.
Dawn looked at it in amazement. The upper limit of blood volume of each tentacle is different, but it is within the range of 30,000 to 40,000. 8 tentacles are approximately equal to 8 second-order Cretan bulls. Perhaps it's because creatures like octopuses have a brain attached to each arm, so they have extra organ health bars, like the main health bar on the head. The blood volume slots attached to the arms and legs were also weakened by 1/3 by the
simple rules of creation.
Sister Nun is so high. As usual, when Dorn faces an enemy of the food system, in addition to seeing the health bar, he can also receive food intuitive feedback and wait for some food information. The information about the ingredients passed back by the storm god is simple and crude, but very attractive. This wild demigod is an SSS level ingredient.
Do you dare to believe that the best food in the world is a beast that is only half a step away from becoming a god?
After facing the giant octopus floating in the sea, Dorn had many thoughts in his mind. But in fact, these complicated and confusing thoughts did not occupy his brain for too long, nor did they distract him from the battlefield. Dorn, who has experienced hundreds of battles and is very good at leapfrogging monsters, knows that if he is distracted during the battle, his life will be lost. When it comes to eating, Dorn always likes to wait until he wins the battle before thinking about it calmly. At this time, the storm god began to attack Dorn, who broke into the battlefield. The beastly demigod was very dissatisfied with this year's human sacrifices. Food can actually hit people, and even team up to injure it. Unforgivable. Several thick and slimy octopus meat that can still move are raised high. Terrifying thunder gathered in the thunderclouds above, and fell down, blooming into dazzling iron trees and silver flowers. Before these powerful attacks struck, Dorn retreated into the white mist of the jump that had not dissipated without thinking. He even wrapped the soaked mire in the surging mist and took her out of the attack range. One small step in the fog, one giant leap in the real world. Dorn pulled Sister and appeared at the stern of the Golden Mary. After appearing, he had a new black nail of death in his hand, and turned his attention to the octopus tentacles that were still squirming around its tail.
For nails will definitely destroy your 4 tentacles.
Hands rise and nails fall. Some greasy mucus and blue blood splashed out, and the black nails dug deeply into the storm god's tentacles. The aura of decay and death attached to them penetrated its flesh and blood again. The second octopus tentacle was nailed to the wooden roof of the Golden Mary, unable to twist and break free. Hiss! Ho ho ho! The very sharp roar of the big octopus came out again from its mouthparts covered with dense serrated teeth. The huge suction cup expanded and contracted, and the remaining 6 tentacles of the storm god exerted force together, either tied up and shrunk, or swung and knocked down. It wants to destroy the Golden Mary. The black nails of death are indeed not mortal objects, but the ship itself, which serves as the carrier for nailing the 2 tentacles of the demigod, is nothing more than a fragile wooden structure. As long as the storm god is willing, he can easily break it.
Lord Envoy of God, please follow the plan and restrain the 2 tentacles of this beast.
Meyer held the
simple principles of creation
in his hand, and the thin black and white book was still on the second blank page. Dorn just nodded. and then disappeared into the white mist again and disappeared from the stern of the ship. Before today, Meyer made several combat plans by referring to our combat capabilities and spending a lot of time conducting detailed battlefield speculations. At present, this situation is still completely within the plan. As long as you use the fifth set of emergency plans and the second set of plans to deal with emergencies, you can handle it. So the nun sister spoke, still in that pious and sincere tone, and formulated the second temporary rule during the battle.
Thus saith the gods, no ships in this sea shall be destroyed today.
Words began to float on the second page of
the brief principles of creation.
And then these characters slowly floated up, being pulled by a gentle force and scattered and attached to the Golden Mary. The wooden hull is covered in flowing shimmer, and the power of rules is strengthening the hull. The reddish-brown flesh of the storm god squirmed and fell, but only sporadic sawdust came from the fragile Golden Mary. It's the same as the first temporary rule of
behemoth demigods will die immediately in this sea area.
The second rule of
Golden Mary is invulnerable today.
The storm god should still be able to skip classes through his own divine brute force if it wraps around and smashes with all its strength for 2 or 3 hours with its physical touch. Even with the blessing of the power of rules, the Golden Mary, which is only a wooden structure, may not escape the fate of being demolished. Of course, the premise of all this is that the storm god will still be alive and well after 2 or 3 hours. After customizing the second rule, Meyer stood alone at the stern of the boat, her black and white nun's uniform completely soaked by the rain and sea water that hit the boat. The dark sky, pouring rain, roaring thunder and lightning. The disgusting flesh squirmed and the fragile wooden boat shook. From such a macro perspective, the nuns of the Holy See are slender and insignificant. But she faced the giant beast as high as a mountain on the sea and firmly raised the sun and moon pendant in her hand again.
Although you are a demigod, the crimes you committed are unforgivable. I don't know if the merciful Lord will purify your sins. But before that, I have to send you to see him.
Chapter 450. Don't let the fighting stop. After using the white mist to briefly teleport, Dorn appeared again on one of the storm god's intact tentacles with the most health. Puff! The sharp black nails at the top penetrated into the octopus flesh, which was red on the outside and white on the inside, piercing the tentacle once again and completing the imprisonment.
I have to say, the things Green Crow Man left behind are really useful.
Another black nail was obtained, and Dorn sank into the white mist again. The giant octopus, which has a higher level of intelligence than wild beasts, has never encountered such a difficult human being since its birth. One person can easily change the common sense and rules in this sea area just by flipping through a book. The other one is as slippery as a sea loach, scuttling around the battlefield with the help of strange white mist. Every time he makes a move, one of his tentacles will be unable to move. The big octopus became more and more furious, like a crazy beast with red eyes, and lost its mind. Its flesh waved more restlessly, and the thunderstorms on the sea suddenly became overwhelming and dense. Before the storm god became a demigod, he was just a powerful deep-sea monster in the storm sea. Because of the unique good luck in the world, the giant octopus, which is still a monster, encountered sporadic divine authority in the deep sea. After swallowing this divine power, it miraculously survived. From this, he embarked on the long step to becoming a god, with the simple head of a beast and a power unrivaled by any natural creature in the entire stormy sea. He has come step by step to where he is today. But in the final analysis, the giant octopus that became a demigod by luck is still a beast at heart. The tough-headed beast never had so many tactical plans and ideas. That's it. However, the storm god did not completely use its 9 brains while trying to kill the 2 bugs on the ship with its absolute power. Its tentacles that could still move gave up on the Golden Mary. It has figured it out. The insect that used the strange mist to shuttle back and forth used its spikes to fix its tentacles on the wooden boat. Although I can't figure out what kind of spikes can have such terrifying power. But as long as the tentacles are detached from the ship, that annoying bug loses the carrier to fix its body. The slippery tentacles relaxed, and they quickly evacuated from the deck and returned to the sea. But how could Dorn miss any opportunity to weaken the storm god before the war officially started?
If you say nail 4 tentacles, nail 4. Even the King of Heaven can't stop you.
White mist billows. This time the mist emerged and encountered great resistance, and a large part of the white mist was dispersed and disappeared as soon as it was born. However, Dorn still managed to emerge from the mist. The location of his jump this time was in the sea, at the bottom of the Golden Mary. Although the storm god's tentacles on the surface of the ship have been quickly withdrawn,
There are still 2 tentacles in this part of the sea that are sticking to the bottom of the ship and have not been completely withdrawn. That's the one I caught. Dorn moved extremely nimbly in the seawater, like a local fish that had been active in the seawater all its life. In addition, his perception was not impaired in the sea, and his vision was extremely clear. Even though he didn't drink alchemical potions like scuba, Dorn could breathe smoothly underwater. All this is thanks to a small object on his sleeve that is glowing slightly. Murloc cuff pins, made from the gill scales of a shark. The user can gain the same ability to move under the sea as a shark after channeling magic into it. There are some skilled old craftsmen in Malo who can make this thing. And some wealthy sea merchants and big pirates will also carry it with them. The Dorn one was a trophy obtained from clearing pirates corrupted by famine on the evil god Stone Pirate Island. It is not a shocking weapon in itself, but in certain situations, it can work wonders. Like now, exhaling a series of bubbles from his mouth, Dorn quickly waved the last black nail of death in the cold water. One of the storm god's flesh was nailed through, and it was firmly fixed to the bottom of the Golden Mary, unable to move. Since then, all the black nails, the divine props collected from the Green Crow Man, have been used, imprisoning half of the storm god's tentacles. Rounding it off is equivalent to weakening the general power of this demigod. The balance of victory has tilted a lot further than ours. Dorn dived into the thin white mist in the sea, made a jump with some difficulty, and returned to the Golden Mary. According to the original plan, all the early advantages that hunting the storm god can create have been completed. It's time for the battle to officially begin. Suddenly, more figures appeared on the Golden Mary, the backbone of which were the archbishops of the 5 holy seas. Among these 5 bishops, 2 were brought by Meyer by name before coming to the Sea of Storms. The remaining ones are the 3 who have been staying in the Storm Sea recently to help Adele's team deal with the evil statue. The matter with the evil god statue had just ended, and according to Meyer's instructions, he seamlessly joined the plan to hunt the sea demigod. These 3 bishops, who work endlessly, can be said to be the 3 bricks in the Holy See. They can be moved wherever they are needed. Along with these 3 model worker bishops, there is also the equally endless Adele team participating in this operation. But considering that the battle with the demigods is too dangerous, the only sword-wielding lady who has the ability to participate in this dispute is only good at close combat, in order not to cause meaningless casualties, but also to protect the team of rising stars of the Holy See who have a promising future. Meyer sent the entire clergy team to Green Coconut Island, and now they have probably begun to simultaneously encircle and suppress the Son of the Storm. Meyer squeezed the sun and moon pendant in his hand, and several phantoms of chains with a sacred aura were formed on the sea, whipping towards the storm god. This method of summoning phantoms to fight was also used by the priest Sister Cross. It can only be said that Meyer is worthy of being her teacher. Dorn, who returned to the ship, had just used the white mist to travel, and he had already planted the old full-level skill, Parasite Spore, on the tentacles of the storm god. Now that he is full of energy, he is running around to avoid attacks while trying which control effect on his body can affect the big octopus. The bishops of the Holy See also spared no effort to join the battlefield. Someone among them was singing an ethereal hymn, and quickly applied front-on combat buffs to his teammates who had entered the battlefield. The hymns sung by this choirmaster are basically the same as those once sung by narrow-eyed Yuval, but the buff effect is more than 3 times stronger than that of Yuval. The configuration of the bishop's team, in addition to the singing assistant, also has a daddy who wields a heavy hammer and can resist and breastfeed. The remaining 3 are similar to Jishio. They are all large sea output cores that can mobilize water, thunder and other elements. On Dorn's side, only Vivian was cooperating in the battle, and Gregor and his disciples were all arranged to go to Green Coconut Rock. Miss Fairy is best at spells related to natural elements, but her ability is limited by the terrain at sea. The only thing that can be used is the Golden Mary, which is made of wood under its feet. Vivian, who knew the battle plan, knew that the ship was a nail plate used by Dorn to imprison the storm god's tentacles. She would not use the hull of the ship to fight and cast spells unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, she only used the most basic arcane impact to blast the storm god's body and tentacles from a distance. Anyway, having regained the strength of the Fairy Queen, she can be regarded as a relic boss. She is full of magic power and can bombard her with arcane attacks without any fuss. Oh, and Miss Goblin recently learned a new word from Dorn: tactical washout. It is used to describe her current behavior. On the Golden Mary, various damage and defense skills were flying all over the sky.
coupled with the storm god's thunderstorm counterattack. It was very lively. This scene looks like a group of paid players who have charged up to VIP 10, using various fancy paid special effects to form a team to defeat the world boss. And these skills with exaggerated special effects can cause damage as long as they hit the storm god. Even a few hundred points, or even a few dozen points of scraping will actually cause the opponent to lose blood. Everyone's scraping injuries did not depress Dorn, but encouraged him. As long as he can lose blood, the storm god can be killed. So, don't let the fight stop. Chapter 451: The Destruction of the Storm Order. Green Coconut Rock. Lovewood, the leader of the Order of Storms, led his men to the heights of this stone island early today. This is so that these believers can witness the appearance of the supreme storm god with their own eyes, and see the majestic figure of God. As a result, he has more worship and faith in the supreme storm. This idea and arrangement are actually very correct, and the thinking is clear. He led a group of believers, and waited for a while, at the height of the green coconut rock until the Golden Mary slowly sailed into the target bay.
The supreme storm is about to come. Come with me to witness the power of God.
Lovegood licked his lips proudly, and turned around to give such a powerful warning to the believers. The sons of the storm, who gathered here densely, showed excitement when they heard these words from the hierarch. Staring straight at the bay, he couldn't even blink, for fear of missing any details of the gods appearing on earth and enjoying those living sacrifices. Lovegood was very satisfied with the reaction of the believers. He nodded with satisfaction and looked around, but suddenly discovered a problem. His 3 elders suddenly disappeared. Obviously those 3 people were still here just now. Of course Lovegood would not be so stupid as to think that his 3 right-hand men went to the toilet together as a group.
Things are a little weird,
he thought. But because the sacrificial ship had already sailed into the bay, and seeing that the supreme storm was about to appear, Lovegood had no choice but to put aside the matter of searching for the elders. I plan to wait until I witness the storm god enjoying the sacrifice before making any further calculations. Anyway, according to usual practice, it wouldn't take much time for the gods he believed in to drag a boatload of sacrifices to the bottom of the sea for consumption. The storm at sea began to gather, and dark thunderclouds filled the sea. This is a scene that demonstrates the power of the gods, and is also a precursor to the storm god emerging from the sea.
Worship and pray to our supreme storm.
Lovewood, as the patriarch, began his inflammatory speech appropriately. The believers under him also knelt down in the direction of the thundercloud. After that, there were turbulent waves on the sea, and fleshy tentacles like Optimus Prime emerged from the sea. The storm appeared.
Praise be to the supreme storm.
Lovegood spoke again.
Praise the storm.
The believers echoed. The cult activities on Green Coconut Rock reached its climax at this time. Next, it is time for the storm god to engulf the ship. And then the cult leader preaches passionately to the believers, saying how much the storm god appreciates and is satisfied with our piety, and will soon send down gifts from the gods. Lovegood has gone through this process too many times over the years. I'm familiar with it, and it works every time.
Behold, the majestic form of our supreme storm, crawling under the power of the gods. We will eventually.
Lovegood began his famous sermon, but he choked just at the beginning. Something strange seemed to have happened on the sacrificial ship on the bay. There were figures flitting about the boat. Because they were far away, Lovegood couldn't see clearly what those figures were doing. But then, he and all the sons of the storm heard the screams of the beasts on the sea. After the cry, huge waves surged on the sea, and the storm god fully appeared, standing like a mountain of flesh on the sea. It roared in annoyance and swung its huge, fat fleshy tentacles to slam into the ship. At the same time, the thunderstorms in the black clouds became more dense, and lightning snakes frequently fell. At this time, Cult Master Lovegood and all the Storm Sons, even if it was unbelievable, could still recognize the fact that the people on the ship were fighting head-on with their gods. The Sons of the Storm had never even thought about the fact that the chosen sacrifices organized their forces to fight against the Storm God. Not to mention that they had never seen it before. But today, such an outrageous thing happened. In the understanding of the Sons of the Storm, their god should be aloof, and it is impossible for them to fight seriously with mortals. This is just like a tiger not fighting seriously with a mouse. If a tiger really fights with a mouse, regardless of whether it wins in the end, its dignity as the king of beasts will be lost.
The supreme storm will crush those unknown meat sacrifices in an instant. Watch with your eyes wide open. God's wrath is coming.
Noticing the turmoil in emotions and beliefs among the believers, Lovegood promptly spoke to calm them down, trying to stabilize everyone. Qualified religious leaders know how to honor their gods. If the storm god were to attack the sacrifice, the entire Golden Mary would be destroyed in an instant. That, combined with Lovegood, can really preserve the dignity of a god. However, the development of things far exceeded the storm cult's imagination. His god seems to be in an inseparable battle with the sacrifices, and they are evenly matched. Even during the battle, the angry and painful screams of the storm god sounded several times. But those who were supposed to be sacrifices became more and more courageous as they fought, constantly summoning and using various colorful elements or arcane attacks, full of momentum.
It shouldn't be like this, my god.
Now, let alone ordinary believers. Even Lovegood, who is the ecclesiastical leader, feels that his outlook on life has been shattered. During this year's sea sacrifice ceremony, the house called Faith in the hearts of the members of the Storm Order collapsed.
Who is on board the Golden Mary? How did Cowan and the others find their target this year?
Lovegood, who was as tall as a bear and had muscles on his body, was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. He could now confirm that the anomaly at the Sea Festival was definitely related to the disappearance of his 3 elders. But why do they do this? Before Lovegood could think more about this issue, he saw a believer who was staying at a lower ground running up to the
Sea Festival observation deck
in a panic, and he said, "Bad news?
Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack!"
The believer who reported the news was running and shouting, and he only took 2 steps within Lovegood's field of vision. Then, an extremely terrifying figure jumped out from behind him. It was a heavily armored iron pot, wearing airtight armor, wielding an exaggerated cross-shaped blunt weapon that looked very heavy.
Drink!
Carrying such a set of equipment, the Ironkin ran very fast. He caught up with the believer who reported the news in 2 steps and knocked him down with 1 hammer. Then it was like a chariot, screaming and charging into the crowd. Those who are lucky enough to be attacked by this Ironkin can hear the clear voice from under the armor. Surprisingly, the voice sounded like that of a girl who was not too old. But because the voice was covered in armor, it sounded a little dull.
We won't be allowed to rest. We won't be allowed to take part in hunting the big octopus in the sea. You're going too far.
This heavily armored girl spoke such difficult words, sounding very resentful. Those believers who were lucky enough to hear her complain would become the target of venting their grievances in the next second. What they have to face is a rhinoceros-like charge and blunt weapons that ordinary people can't parry. There was no accident. The Sons of the Storm, who had gathered at the top of Green Coconut Island to
observe the view,
were suddenly killed and injured.
Where did the berserker come from?
Lovegood was surprised. He groped at his waist, trying to take out the tools given by the gods to resist the battle. But in the next second, the Ironkin waved across, and with several groups of bright green light flashing around him, it rushed in front of him at an incomprehensible speed.
Drink! You look just like their leader. Get beaten.
Lovegood heard the other party shouts, and the shadow cast by the huge cross was getting closer and closer to him. Boom! The dull sound of a heavy blunt object colliding with flesh.
It's over. Everything is over.
On the Green Coconut Rock, the battle continues. I don't know if during the battle, an oil lamp in a certain room overturned. You can still see the flames flickering on the island, and the choking black smoke fills the air. Lovegood fled to the lower reaches of Rock Island. When facing the heavily armored berserker just now, the Storm Cult Master used one of his most precious God-given items. It was a metal bracer. It can detonate a massive thunderstorm around the user at the moment of injecting magic power. Relying on this thunderstorm, Lovegood forced back the berserker's attack. However, he was still hit by the cross thrown by the opponent, and now his entire left arm was so numb that he lost consciousness. I don't know how many bones were broken.
What kind of monster is that? A blow that takes away all my strength is like this. If it were a full blow, wouldn't I die on the spot?
Lovegood spat blood and continued to stumble away injured. In fact, the Ironkin Berserker was not the only monster surrounding Green Coconut Rock today. While the master was escaping, he saw a light-armored girl holding a long sword from a distance. Her movements were so fast that she dragged out the afterimage. Those believers equipped with low-level God-given items were no better than stretching their necks to be slaughtered in front of her. The difference: there is also a bard-like man holding a flaming sword in his hand, which is also very outrageous. While Lovegood was escaping down the mountain, the man casually drew an energy arrow from his bow. He was able to escape after destroying 2 high-level God-given defense and concealment items to save his life, and with the desperate obstruction of several loyal believers around him.
The people who attacked the Green Coconut Rock and those who resisted the Storm God on the sea are obviously the same group.
Lovegood gritted his teeth. He suddenly realized that he might have fallen into a carefully designed trap. Those people at sea seemed to be deliberately cooperating with the sea ritual process to serve as sacrifices. But the real purpose is to lure the storm god to show up and attack the god.
Crazy! Really crazy!
When did the world become so crazy? What's even worse is that the supreme storm god he believes in has not destroyed those madmen on the sea so far. The restlessness of thunderstorms at sea is still intensive. And the sound of wind and waves can also be heard clearly, which is also mixed with the sound of explosions and bombardments and the screams of giant beasts.
Blessed by the storm.
Listening to these terrifying movements, Lovegood subconsciously spoke. But he quickly paused. It's really hard to say whether his storm can protect him anymore. After all, the storm god may not be able to protect himself now. Lovegood, who originally firmly believed in the storm god, now has some doubts about whether his god can defeat those inexplicable people on the sea. If even those who attack Green Coconut Rock are as strong as monsters, then those people on the sea who are obviously the main force must not be as strong as gods? With these messy thoughts, the master continued to run away. He was very familiar with the terrain of Green Coconut Rock. Walking some distance further, there was a cliff with the sea below.
As long as I escape to the sea, I can still live.
On Lovegood's cuff, there is a fishman cuff pin. On the way down from the high place, he lost several God-given items along the way. Now the only thing left on him is the metal wristband that can summon thunderstorms and this cuff pin. If he could escape into the sea, this inconspicuous arm pin would provide him with underwater mobility like a mermaid. In this way, even if he was injured, he would still have a chance to escape in the sea. The field of vision slowly widens. After sparse woods emerge ahead, there is a cliff. After escaping here, perhaps because the hope of life was right in front of him, Lovegood felt inexplicably more comfortable, and he wanted to laugh.
I want to laugh at those berserker warriors who only have brute strength. If I were to organize an attack, they would definitely have people ambush here.
Master Jiazuan sincerely felt that he was a big man with great wisdom. But before the smile could stay on his face for a while, Lovegood froze. At the end of the forest ahead, a figure stepped out.
Master said it was very likely that deserters would run to the end of the woods and jump into the sea. Now it seems he was right. I can smell the stench on your body.
Outside the forest, standing was a young boy. He had messy red hair and sharp eyes, like a lone wolf. A horn inlaid with a copper ring hung on his chest. And he held a very strange-looking pole weapon prop that he had never seen before. Lovegood was stunned for a moment, and then immediately showed off the thunderstorm bracers on his hands. The hope of living lies ahead, and we can only fight hard at this time. Moreover, Lovegood also has considerable combat experience. He could feel that the boy blocking the road in front of him was far less powerful than the Ironkin berserkers, female swordsmen, and male archers who surrounded and suppressed the high places. If I were at my best, I could defeat this boy 100%. Even if one hand can't move now. As long as the thunderstorm bracer strikes first, I will definitely win. Without stopping, Lovegood rushed towards the boy, the thunderstorm of his bracers ready to strike. 1 step. 2 steps.
It's not a problem for the thunderstorm of the wristband to cover a distance of 15 meters. It's about to be within range. I can already imagine the panic on the face of this battle chick.
The corners of Lovegood's mouth raised ferociously. Then, there was a loud bang. The seabirds and puffins hidden in the forest were frightened and flew up in groups, screaming wildly. The leader of the storm order hesitated. Boom! The screamer, as jet-black muzzle spit out tongues of fire. And a second explosion sounded. Lovegood felt like he had no strength left and could no longer run. He lowered his head, only to see that his chest was riddled with holes.
Hack you! Why?
Things happened so fast that Lovegood, the supreme power holder of the Order of the Storm, never figured out why until his death. Chapter 452. I haven't gotten in the car yet? The gun is fast from 7 steps away. And the gun is fast and accurate within 7 steps. The effective range of a shotgun. Generally speaking, there is no problem with fan coverage of 50 or 60 meters. Although the magic energy gun made by Steel Hammer is insufficient in terms of technology. It can also achieve a damage distance of about 60 meters due to the supplement of magic power. The 15-meter attack radius of Lovegood's storm bracers is really not enough compared to Screamer.
I seem to have caught a big fish. Judging from his appearance, he has a high status in this storm order.
After confirming that the enemy was dead, the hyena stepped forward with a gun and plundered a wave of loot. Hit the fishman cuff studs and the storm bracers.
It seems that Brother Dorn also has a similar cuff pin. You can hand it over to Master. This wrist guard looks much more powerful than the cup-in. Well, you can give it to brother.
After mentally assigning the spoils of war, the hyena shouldered his gun and left without looking back, continuing to guard the periphery of the forest,
listening to the sound of the battle. Master and the others must have fought well.
After taking 2 steps, the hyena glanced at the heights of the island, and then turned its gaze to the sea with worried eyes. On the vast sea, there were heavy black clouds and dense thunderstorms, making it impossible to see the situation on the bay. There were thunderous cries, mixed with violent explosions and roars of giant beasts.
I don't know what's going on with brother.
Aboard the Golden Mary, the power of the rules of the
simple principles of creation
is essentially transformed into a transparent film visible to the naked eye, covering the hull of the ship. With the blessing of this power, neither the violent waves on the sea nor the angry attacks of the demigods could substantially destroy it. At most, some non-critical parts are damaged. It's not a problem for the hull to hold up until the end of the battle. The battle against the sea demigods continues. The evangelist bishop moves flexibly on the battlefield to avoid attacks, while tirelessly singing hymns and adding various frontal combat buffs to his teammates. The hammer-wielding priest bishop has a majestic figure and always stands in front of his teammates. He will use defensive skills to share the damage with his allies, apply high-volume healing techniques to his injured comrades in a timely manner, and occasionally curse and attract the hatred of the big octopus. Very reliable. With the support of these 2 auxiliaries, the 3 archbishops who are good at water and thunder element attacks, plus Vivian who uses arcane impact to watch the ground, the output becomes even more unscrupulous. Especially Miss Goblin, because her predecessor was the boss in the Relic of God. After regaining the strength and identity of the Fairy Queen from Concerto Forest, Vivian, who originally had more than 6,500 health points, now has a blood volume of over 20,000. Apart from her, the priest and bishop with the most blood at the scene only had about 13,000 points. In ordinary games, the setting that a certain character is too strong when he is an enemy boss, but is too weak once he becomes a teammate, does not apply to Miss Fairy. She probably completely retained the configuration and layout of the Ruins boss, not only in terms of blood volume, but also in terms of magic power reserves and combat strength. The arcane impact composed of pure magic power has been bombarded non-stop for so long. Not only has the momentum of Vivian's attack not weakened, but it has become stronger and stronger. Even in the process of clearing the ground with artillery fire, she found a unique fighting pleasure that was different from hitting the enemy's head with a staff before. After this battle, Vivian may fall in love with this method of attack. If the 5 bishops, plus Miss Goblin, all have achieved specialized combat effectiveness in a certain field, then the remaining battlefield performances of Meyer and Dorn can only be described as omnipotent. They seem to know a little bit about everything. The nun sister holding the sun and moon pendant can summon various holy light virtual images to participate in the battle, whether it is attacking, controlling, or providing a shield for teammates to avoid damage. It can be easily achieved. Dorn, who is proficient in many skills, is in a similar situation to the nun sister. In terms of control, he has the dream effect of Dreamwalker, and the skill combination of sweetness and charm that can be released in a targeted manner after reaching full level. Although these 2 control methods cannot achieve hypnosis or aphrodisiac when used on the storm god, they can generally put the big octopus into a state of immobility for a few tenths to 1 second. By the way, the stiffness controlled by sweetness plus charm seems to generally last a little longer than dream. In terms of output, in this battle Dorn mainly relied on the combination of parasite spores and toxins to continuously grind down blood. In addition, the recently acquired equipment, When Fang's Lamenting Ring, is also continuing to weaken the Storm God's health bar. Once this new item is activated, it will continuously draw the blood of enemies around you. At the same time, it is also accompanied by certain terrifying combat special effects, such as the heart-stopping howling ghosts and wolves that will sound around you. And there will also be humanoid shadows wandering around. Finally, there is the battlefield support. Dorn can use the tentacles condensed with magic power on his back to pull his teammates. And he can also use Warp White Mist to adjust the battlefield position of his teammates able to avoid large-scale skill damage. Anyway, he is an all-rounder who is active on the battlefield. That is, compared with Sister, whose skills are all blessed by the holy light and whose visual appearance is extremely upright. Dorn's fighting style is too evil. As a result, he does not look like an envoy chosen by the original god, but looks like a member of a cult.
Avoid thunderstorms. Concentrate on attacking its tentacles that can still move. Bevan, I'm hurt. I need treatment.
Under the attack of everyone's organization, planning, and watching each other, the big octopus's blood volume was gradually reduced by about 80,000 points. The main body of the torso still has more than 120,000 blood available. Among the 4 tentacles that were not imprisoned by the black nails of death, 2 had been drained of blood and were drooping into the sea, unable to move. This top-notch demigod sea beast that used to be able to dominate the Sea of Storms without restraint is now in a really miserable situation. On Dorn's side, there are some injuries, but there has not yet been any attrition due to inability to fight. However, the human body has its limits after all. After a long period of output fighting, the condition of people other than Dorn and Vivian began to decline. Dorn is because there are parasitic spores that are continuously supplying energy. As long as the operations are properly planned, the outstanding battle is a sustainable one. Because Miss Goblin is the Ruin's boss. She has relatively high innate magic power and physical strength. Her physique cannot be generalized to that of human beings. Sensing the weakness in his teammates' attacks, Meyer was the first to become alert. Sister also has a way to deal with this. So many days of formulating battle plans were not in vain. And this situation was also part of her plan. Meyer quickly turned to the 3rd page of the black and white.
A brief principles of creation.
Then he began to chant devoutly.
The gods say so. The humanoid creatures on the Golden Mary will gain power equal to his.
This is using the last temporary rule to add powerful buffs to teammates in order to stay in combat status. As for why Meyer specifically set the target as humanoid when formulating the rules, it was of course to facilitate Vivian. Meyer knew that the beautiful little girl following the god envoy had a special constitution and was from the goblin family. Setting the object in this way ensures that she will also receive the enhancements from
the simple rules of creation.
It is the maximum use of the rules, and there is no waste at all. Humanoids gain the same power as gods. In a sense, there is no difference between mortals and gods. However, it is unrealistic for a mortal body to carry the power of gods. And the
simple rules of creation
have always been compromised when implementing some rules that are extremely difficult to implement. It is impossible for a ship of people to compete with the gods. But it is not a problem to double or triple the combat status easily. On the last page of
the brief principles of creation,
the characters began to float. These illusory words gathered and floated. Finally, under the pull of a gentle force, they began to float towards the people scattered everywhere. Vivian and Meyer received the largest number of texts. The stronger a person is, the stronger he will be blessed by this last rule due to his physical strength advantage. When everyone was sharing the powerful buff bonus brought by
the simple rules of creation,
an accident happened on the field. Everyone noticed that the words floating on the black and white books were floating towards everyone in the Holy See and some towards Vivian. But they did not float towards Dorn. When he saw the scene, Meyer, who had formulated the temporary rules, was very shocked.
Master God Envoy, he is not even a humanoid creature?
Don himself was actually a little confused. What happened? Is this different from what was planned before? What about the humanoid creatures that were promised to be as good as gods? I haven't gotten in the car yet? Am I not considered human? But then, he thought of another possibility. Plague once said that the 4 gods of Apocalypse, the original creator, and Dorn are all very likely outsiders in the land of miracles, and are not affected by the high-level rules of this world. The rules formulated in
the brief principles of creation
undoubtedly fall within this category.
Restrictive high-level rules will not take effect on me, but high-level rules that are beneficial to me will also have no effect. Is this the setting? There is no need to be so strict.
After understanding this instantly, Dorn didn't dwell too much on how much he had lost. Now the battle to hunt the demigods is still going on. If you are distracted for too long, there will be problems. Moreover, the other teammates' combat status has been strengthened by 2 to 3 times, and the firepower output has become more intense. Especially Vivian. With her petite figure, she has become a humanoid self-propelled cannon on the Golden Mary. The arcane impact released was several times greater than before. When a shot of arcane magic hits it, it is like an earth-shattering explosion.
All in one go. Take down this evil demigod. For the original.
Morale aboard the Golden Mary was high. Faced with Dorn's group after being inflicted with chicken blood, and suffering attack damage that was twice or even 3 times stronger than before, the already weak and embarrassed Storm God was completely unable to withstand it. It's not like this big octopus never thought of escaping. However, it has 4 tentacles that are nailed to the Golden Mary. This damn wooden ship, with the blessing of the power of rules, is like a solid sea fortress, which cannot be pulled at all. What's even more outrageous is that people like Dorn will also prevent it from trying to harm itself and give up these tentacles. After the main body's blood volume dropped below 50,000, the sea demigod was already very weak, and the thunderstorms on the sea were no longer as dense and fierce as before. Taking advantage of the time when he didn't have to frequently jump into the white mist to help his teammates avoid lightning strikes, Dorn pulled out the soul lamp from the story world. I also picked up a one-time consumable prop, the green crow feather. Soul lamp is an extremely powerful piece of equipment. Although it is temporarily imprisoned by the life and death fairy effect, it can imprison and drive any soul.
If conditions permit, I want both the spirit and the flesh of the giant octopus.
Dorn poured magic power into the bronze lantern, and another pale green light began to emit from the lampshade. After that, he flicked his wrist and activated the green crow feather, turning it into a green-feathered crow that was time-sensitive, but could be driven at will according to his thoughts within the specified time. This very large bird with red pupils easily picked up the lantern handle under Dorn's control. Then, the green-feathered crow spread its wings and flew up. Compared with the ordinary storm god on the sea, this crow was just a small black dot flying rapidly. I saw it flexibly avoiding the sparse thunderstorm attacks and heading straight towards the storm god. Dorn controlled the crow to aim at the mouthparts of the giant octopus. Isn't there such a saying? If you have lots of hair, you will be weak to fire. And if you are big, you will be weak to chrysanthemums. Considering that the octopus uses the same organ for eating and excretion, Dorn roughly regarded the mouthparts as its weakness. The mouth of the storm god, which was covered with several rings of jagged teeth, had a huge target, and the fearless green-feathered crow flew straight in with a soul-drawing lamp in its mouth. After that, little change happened in the short term. Don didn't know if his method of using it was wrong. The confinement and enslavement of souls he promised didn't seem to be effective. Wait until everyone reduces the storm god's health to only 30,000. This large octopus, entrenched on the turbulent waves, suddenly began to twist its body violently, and screamed with extremely high frequency. Inside its body, there is a faint but very conspicuous green light flashing. Under the dark sky background, you can still see the huge reddish-brown body of the big octopus with a transparent, life-size illusory octopus phantom, which is being twisted and pulled. At the same time, from Dorn's perspective, he saw that the storm god's already low health bar dropped off a cliff. From 30,000 to 25,000. From 25 to 20,000. Obviously, the soul-inducing lantern is working. This evil prop is pulling and imprisoning the soul of the demigod.
Oh! Dorn's prop worked. The enemy is weak.
Don't relax.
The battle is not over yet. Keep attacking. Give me your head. Let me have the experience alone. Ah, no. I mean, charge with me and give it the final blow.
Chapter 453. After defeating the demigods, the storm god collapsed under the final attack of everyone. But because there were still 4 tentacles nailed to the enhanced version of the Golden Mary, the big octopus's body did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but floated on the sea, like a reddish-brown island of dead flesh and blood. The thunderstorm on the sea stopped, and the dark clouds began to dissipate. Dorn stood on the bow deck of the Golden Mary. Standing next to him were Vivian, who was holding an ebony staff and letting out a sigh of relief, and Meyer, who was silently closing the
simple rules of creation.
The high-altitude sunlight broke through a corner of the dissipating clouds and fell onto the sea. Let a few more beams of light appear in the originally dark bay. The bright light fell on the members of the subjugation team, causing them to squint unconsciously.
You will die when your blood volume reaches 0. It seems that the storm god does not have a second-order form.
Dorn judged in his mind as he looked at the corpse of the big octopus floating on the sea. After everyone stood still for a few seconds, a few crows called, "Wow," came from the sea that slowly returned to calm. It was the green-feathered crow that re-emerged from the storm god's mouthparts. The bird servant who was transformed from the evil god's bird feather, after suicidally crashing into the mouth of the big octopus with a soul-inducing lantern in his mouth, did not emerge on the spot, but still remained able to move. The vitality of this thing was so strong that Dorn, who controlled it, was a little surprised. The green-feathered crow flapped its wings and landed smoothly on Dorn's shoulder. At this time, you could already see changes in the lantern shade on its beak. In the past, only the green light flashed. Now you can still see an octopus shadow swinging its tentacles, swimming up and down in a dim green light. The soul of the storm god.
After that, I should be able to use this lantern to control the soul of the big octopus. I have to take the time to find out the specific process of getting started. After all, there is no instruction manual for this thing.
Dorn returned the soul-inducing lantern to the story world with satisfaction. The moment the lantern was taken away, the crow servant turned into black and green smoke and dissipated, leaving no trace of its original feathers. It is truly a disposable prop in the absolute sense. The hunt for the storm god has come to a successful end. In addition to harvesting the spirit and flesh of this wild demigod, Dorn also gained a wealth of combat experience. Almost a full 650,000 points. With these hundreds of thousands of experience, Dorn's level jumped directly from the original LV51 to LV68. With the bonus of the hidden profession, God of Cooking, he has received a huge increase in attribute points after upgrading. Currently, all combat values have exceeded 200. The blood volume jumped to more than 7,400 points. Ever since I leveled up, I haven't experienced the pleasure of upgrading in a big leap and then having my attributes explode for a long time. In addition, during this battle, in addition to the death of the storm god on the spot, the storm order that served this demigod was also directly removed from its base camp and uprooted by Adele and others. As Miss Plague predicted before, Dorn has a good hand, and he can also win people from the Holy See. Hunting a wild demigod at the bottom will definitely succeed. Stormy Sea, the giant merchant ship, and rides the waves. After the hunting of demigods at sea, and the attack on Green Coconut Rock ended successfully, all the personnel involved in this operation gathered on the ship, because Don said he would hold a celebration party for everyone. After a big battle ends successfully, it is necessary to engage in some relaxing and indulgent activities. And port deck. Some idle sailors gathered here, and in the middle of the crowd was Master Gregor and his apprentice. Although Gregor had the appearance of a romantic bard, he was actually an adventurer. With his innate straightforward character, he quickly became involved with the sailors of the merchant ship. Now, it was his usual bragging time after the war.
Do you know how powerful my disciple is? The cult master of the storm religion. Should be called the cult master. Right. Forget it. Never mind. Anyway, that guy's appearance is as strong as a bear. His arms are so thick, and his thighs are so big.
While Gregor was talking and gesticulating, he was holding his little apprentice hyena hard to prevent him from getting out of the crowd. It's like a parent who forces his child to perform in front of relatives.
That sect leader met my apprentice in a small forest, and we met on a narrow road. Hey! Guess what? My apprentice picked up this screamer. Bang bang. And only attacked twice. And the opponent died on the spot. By the time I arrived at the scene, the body of the arrogant leader was completely cold. Look! This is the trophy that my apprentice collected and brought back to honor me.
After finishing his embellished narration, Gregor proudly showed off the fishman cuff pin given to him by the hyena. This thing was indeed collected from the Reverend Lovegood, and the accompanying trophy was a storm bracer, which is still worn by the hyena. The wristguard hyena was originally intended to be given to Dorn, but as the big brother, Dorn didn't accept it and just smiled and told him to keep it for himself.
I didn't expect this little guy to be so powerful at such a young age. What do you know? This is called a hero. Tell me more about Greg Grew. I haven't heard you tell the story of you leading a team to suppress the Green Coconut Rock cultists for 2 minutes.
The crew of the inn were pulled into
Alice's bedtime reading
before the battle officially started, and were not released until the battle was over. Completely missed all the plot, so they were willing to hear what exactly happened that morning. And they were also happy to support Greglu's embellished battle stories. Apart from the adventurer masters and apprentices and the crew of the Annie, the other important group in this crusade against the storm god is naturally the people of the Holy See. At this time, members of the Holy See were on board the N in 2 waves. Meyer and the 5 bishops were discussing matters at the bow, while Adele and the others stayed at the stern to watch the sea.
Hey! I heard some great news.
Cross trotted all the way from the other side of the deck to her teammates. The priest's sister had taken off her heavy armor at this time, and was wearing a set of white uniforms common in the Holy See. Even if she wears some serious style clothes from the Holy See, she still looks like an energetic girl with a high ponytail. After starting the conversation, without waiting for Adele and others to ask her what news she had heard, the pastor's sister continued talking on her own.
I just heard Teacher Meyer telling Archbishop Bevan that she would start reforming the Holy See's restaurant when she returns. She finally felt that the food in our restaurant was unpalatable. Tell me, why did Teacher Meyer suddenly become enlightened? Apparently the last time I suggested it to her, I was scolded and was punished by copying half of the
Divine Code.
Chapter 454 Octopus Meat Explodes. I think maybe Bishop Meyer has eaten the food cooked by Mr. Dorn. Right.
Yuval squinted his eyes and glanced at the deck passage leading to the bow of the ship before he guessed in a low voice.
I think you're right.
Cross nodded.
That's right. Why didn't I think before that if Teacher Meyer had a meal cooked by Dorn, the problem in our canteen would have been solved long ago. Miscalculation. Yeah. I should have introduced them earlier. Maybe I could have eaten less boiled pork slices and boiled green peppers before. Damn it!
None of the three Adels responded. Judging from their expressions, they'd probably expressed their acquiescence and approval of the pastor's sister's remarks. Cross had the kind of personality that couldn't be idle once she opened her mouth. She quickly thought of a new topic.
But having said that, how did Dorn and Teacher Meyer know each other? Was it because of the evil statue that Dorn was approached by the teacher? They didn't tell us this. Besides, have you noticed? Teacher Meyer is so weird when she gets along with Dorn. She is so strict with us, but she is often cruel to me. But in front of Dorn, she is like a gentle sheep. Super obedient.
The three Adels listened to Cross's dangerous speech and all glanced at the deck passage leading to the bow of the ship. After confirming that no one was coming, they all looked at the pastor's sister helplessly. Although the expressions are different, they all convey the same meaning. Why do you always get hurt by Bishop Meyer? Don't you have any idea?
Perhaps the cardinal thought Dorn's food was very delicious,
so he had a better attitude towards the guy.
Jishio joined the conversation.
No, it's not that I have a better attitude. As I just said, the teacher is respectful in front of Dorn. Very respectful.
Cross shook her head, obviously not quite agreeing with Jishio's words. And then her eyes flashed with wisdom.
There is only one truth. I think Teacher Meyer must have been caught by Dorn for some reason. She is the kind of person who can do anything she is asked to do. So she has to be obedient and obey him.
Currently, only the ascetic Pope Mohani and Cardinal Meyer know clearly that Don is a distinguished divine envoy of the Holy See. Even the two bishops who came with him knew little about it. They only knew that Don was an extremely important figure to the Holy See. Therefore, when Cross and others saw Meyer's respectful attitude towards Dorn, they were naturally confused. Doubt. But don't say. After all, they didn't dare to inquire directly about matters related to the cardinal.
Ahem. Cross.
While the pastor's sister was still happily talking about her genius guess, Adele, who had been silent until now, coughed and stopped her speech. However, the latter obviously still had more to say.
What's wrong? Sister Adele, don't you think my guess is reasonable? Teacher, she must have been.
As they talked, Cross felt something was wrong. Sister Adele's expression turned into one of helplessness and helplessness. After Yuval and Jishio winked at themselves, they fell silent. In fact, the atmosphere and air around me seemed to have become a bit colder. Cross turned around in panic and saw Meyer, who had changed into regular Vatican uniform, standing behind her. She has a gentle temperament, like the big sister next door, with a kind smile on her face.
Teacher.
The pastor's sister panicked. Even if she was out of character behind the scenes, she would still be intimidated when she saw her teacher.
Close. Are you familiar with the Holy Scripture?
Meyer said while keeping a smile.
Teacher, please don't. Last time, I copied half of the book all night long.
The pastor's sister cried in sorrow and her face dropped.
Oh. Then copy one copy this time. Copy it now. Wait a minute. When do I have to copy this book? I haven't eaten yet. Help me. Sister Adele. Dawn. Help me.
Meyer directly dragged Cross, who was asking for help, away from the stern of the ship. Adele and the other three just gave them a
good luck.
Look. As for Dorn, who was named for rescue, he was in the kitchen of the story world at this time and did not hear the call for help. Even if he heard it, he might not actually come to save Cross. It's good to take pleasure in misfortunes. Story world. The kitchen of the ancient castle in the middle of the lake. All the food for tonight's celebration banquet will be cooked here. Dorn was currently the only one in the kitchen. Originally, Vivian followed him into the book. But as soon as Miss Goblin showed up, Alice pulled her to ask questions about the specific situation of today's hunting demigod battle. Although Long Yan has been on the battlefield at sea because her perception of the outside world is vague. If she wants to know the details of this battle, she still has to ask the person involved. For Don, it didn't matter. Anyway, with the arcade foot skill, he can control the entire kitchen by himself.
Let me think about what to do tonight. After all, I have to entertain so many people, and everyone has contributed to my hunting of demigods. I feel guilty if I don't treat them to a good meal.
Dorn touched his chin and began to think. The 8 tentacles formed by the magic power extending out from behind all danced and began to prepare food. Just like his flexible arms extending out. There are a lot of ingredients in the kitchen. There were vegetables and fresh meat just bought from the Malo market. Fresh seafood just fished out by the dragon lady from the sea. And a very precious piece of frozen leg meat of a Cretan bull. With this rich amount of ingredients, it is no problem to support a dinner party. In addition, Dorn is also planning to make a
special food for defeating the demigods.
Tonight, the ingredient is naturally the giant octopus itself.
Currently, this dead demigod has been taken into the story world by Dornla. It is so large that it almost occupies a small half of this independent space. After the octopus meat was cut, there was no room for it in a cold storage. Direct liquidation. In order to store these fresh and high-quality ingredients, Don had to ask Alice to open up a large open space, adjust the temperature, and serve as a temporary warehouse.
Lele alone is not as good as Lele altogether. If you measure the meat of half an octopus tentacle, it should be enough for everyone on the ante tonight.
After calling the dragon lady, she directly sent half of the giant octopus tentacles into the kitchen, and used the Chef Ding's ox removal skill to dexterously clean all the big suckers on it. After removing the suction cup, the tentacles looked less disappointing. Beneath the reddish-brown skin is the white, translucent, and plump octopus meat. Even if it is completely raw, it looks quite appetizing.
Sure enough, this is the first SSS-level ingredient I have found. It looks very good.
Dorn nodded with satisfaction and continued to use the kitchen knife. Dorn has already thought about what to eat with these SSS-level ingredients tonight.
With such a large portion of octopus meat, you can cook it in any number of ways. Braised in braised sauce, stir-fried, added with seafood, or made into takoyaki and octopus balls. It will all taste great.
Chapter 455 Octopus Balls and Buffet. The 8 tentacles were flying flexibly, and the entire kitchen had entered into an orderly cooking state. Under the operation of these tentacles, the bright silver kitchen knife chopped the ingredients briskly on the chopping board. The cast iron cauldron stir-fried on the stove, and the aroma of the food overflowed. What Dorn's own hands are currently making is a famous snack that can be seen in commercial streets all over China. Octopus balls. Then again, most of the octopus balls sold on the commercial street are actually flour balls, cabbage balls, and egg balls. Laughing to death. There was no octopus to be found in the octopus balls. It's like you can't find a wife in a wife cake. However, this kind of problem does not exist here in Dorn. When making it yourself, the most important thing is to use practical materials. Large sections of octopus legs are first rubbed with salt, then blanched in boiling water and cut into 1 centimeter sizes. Take some shrimps and crabs that Long Yang just caught from the sea. Blanch them for a while. Then pick out the white shrimp and crab meat. Cut them into small pieces and set aside. Then he chopped some green onions. And then Dorn chopped some red ginger and cabbage according to his personal preference. After so many ingredients are prepared, it's time to start mixing the batter. Crack a few fresh poison feather eggs. Stir until the egg whites and yolks are even. And borrow some poison feather chicken stock from the stew pot on the side to pour in and mix. Pour the mixed egg mixture into the flour and continue stirring to form a lump-free batter. The batter done prepared was light yellow and very thin. This is to make the octopus balls crispy on the outside and smooth on the inside. Take out, Rui, and turn it into an electric oven with semicircular grooves. Preheat for a while, and add a little oil. Pour the batter 8/4 full. Then comes the step of adding ingredients. Adding plump octopus meat, white shrimp meat, and crab meat crumbs into each groove.
All of these seafood are caught from the sea by ourselves, so you can eat with confidence.
Seeing the slowly solidifying batter covering the seafood ingredients, and smelling the faint aroma of wheat cooking on the electric oven, Dorn felt happy. Then add some chopped vegetables such as cabbage and red ginger into the groove. Keep heating until each meatball is light golden brown and solidified until slightly crispy. Use a small wooden skewer to turn them over one by one. Continue this step, and the octopus batter will slowly turn into a round ball under the regularity of the mold. Take the meatballs out of the oven. Brush some with sweet sauce and some with salty sauce. And finally sprinkle with some chopped seaweed. A dish of octopus balls made with real ingredients is finished. After making the meatballs, Dorn picked up a special piece of octopus meat from the cutting board next to him. This piece of meat is special because, although the quality of the meat from other parts of the giant octopus is at its highest, after being cut and processed, it looks like normal food. But this piece of meat is extraordinary. Not only does it have white and translucent jade-like flesh, but when you hold it in your hand normally, you can see that the whole piece of meat is emitting a bright and faint light. The previous plan to let Dorn hunt the three-headed demigod in order to improve his own strength to the point where he could easily avoid the persecution of the evil god was proposed by Miss Plague, and this former evil god who surrendered to us. After telling the plan, he also went out of his way to tell Dorn everything. Creatures above demigods have a piece of spiritual flesh in their body, or it can be called heart flesh. After you hunted the big octopus in the sea, you probably won't be able to finish such a big piece of meat by yourself. You will definitely eat it with the people around you. But remember, you can share the meat of other parts of the demigod with others. But this piece of spiritual meat must be eaten by yourself. After digesting the spiritual power of authority in the flesh of the storm god, you may be able to take the first step towards becoming a god with the golden finger given to you by the original. After all, the person you are fighting against is the power of the apocalypse evil god. Only gods can fight against gods. After mentally recalling Miss Plague's serious words, Dorn weighed the storm god's spiritual flesh in his hands a few times. I don't know if glowing ingredients can make glowing dishes. His tone was relaxed, but he didn't dare to neglect it at all. I just wanted to cook this special piece of meat from the demigods and open a special stove for myself. This time it was the cook who stole the food. The merchant ship and the sun over the storm sea sank halfway below the sea level. In this calm dusk, everyone on the boat was looking forward to the celebration party after hunting the storm god. Several temporary wooden sheds were erected on the deck, and a batch of pots, pans, and tableware were also placed. These large pots and bowls contain hot and fragrant food. This is how the celebration banquet will be held tonight. Don calls it a buffet. The dishes are all prepared and delivered from the story world. Everyone can take what they want. Take it. You can take it. Jishio, do you think the sunset on the sea looks like a steaming pumpkin? Cross lay on the railing of the deck, looking longingly at the sunset on the sea level. An hour ago, the priest's sister was caught on the spot for criticizing Cardinal Meyer behind his back. She was supposed to be punished by copying an entire holy scripture, and she was not allowed to eat until she finished copying. But under Cross's pleading, Meyer finally agreed to wait until she finished the celebration banquet before being punished. The holy code can be copied at any time, but if you miss the celebration banquet hosted by Don, you will not come back. Oh? Does it look like it? Jishio answered casually when being questioned. It looks like it. I just saw it at that food outlet. The hot-boiled pumpkin is said to be made from the special Monster Charm pumpkin. It looks soft and waxy. I really want to try it now. As Cross said this, she withdrew her gaze from the sea and looked pitifully towards the wooden sheds on the deck. It's not just pumpkins. Among the food there, the grilled sea fish has the right color, and the taro is boiled until it's crispy and shiny. They are all very similar to the sun setting in the sea. Jishio, stop talking. What you said makes me even more greedy. You will close. I have to say that when you describe food, you are quite poetic. At present, the self-service dining area is crowded and everyone is so enthusiastic that it is impossible to squeeze in. At the beginning of the celebration banquet, the members of the Holy See, under Meyer's instructions, showed their good virtues of humility and planned to wait for a while before picking up the food. I can't help my appetite right now, but before enjoying it, I'd better be humble. Anyway, Don has made it clear that this buffet will be a big one. After waiting for a while, it was estimated that the crew of the Annie had already picked up a round of meals. But there were not many people in the meal area. The four clergy exchanged glances and felt that they had been humble enough. So they all left and formally participated in today's celebration dinner. After some crowding, the four priests retreated to the Class A area where they had just been waiting. The plates in everyone's hands are filled to the brim. After all, the crew of the Inn were all of ordinary people's physiques. Adele and the others still had obvious physical advantages when it came to grabbing food. Jishio, what's this round thing on your plate? Cross glanced at the plates of her companions, and then discovered a golden ball-shaped food that she had never seen before, exuding the aroma of wheat and seafood. Jishio sat down on a wooden barrel in Class A, picked up the knife and fork, and was about to eat.
I just heard from the people next to me that they seem to be called octopus balls. They are made from the tentacles of the big octopus we hunted in the morning.
Most people would never dare to think about using a demigod to cook. However, if the person who did this was Dorn, the priests would somehow feel that it was normal, which is understandable. As for Dorn, not eating people may be his final bottom line when choosing food.
It looks delicious.
Cross winked at Jishio's plate, and Jishio immediately understood, and immediately stretched out his hand to protect his food.
I worked so hard to grab this. If you want to eat it, grab it yourself. You don't know how popular this thing is. It's almost gone as soon as it's replenished. Stingy. I will secretly ask Dawn to give me extra food tonight, and I will never share it with you. Humph!
Cross smacked her lips and sat down on the floor. The food on her plate was enough for her to eat for a long time. However, people's desires are always insatiable. Even if the food you choose is very delicious, every bite can bring you warm happiness. But Cross was still curious about what the octopus balls tasted like. Unfortunately, as Jishio said, octopus balls are one of the most popular dishes, and they will be sold out as soon as they are released from the story world. The food pickup area is gone now, and I don't know when we will have to wait for the next round of replenishment.
By the way, what does a demigod smell like?
The pastor's sister was just like this, eating what was on the plate and thinking about what was in the pot, feeling happy and troubled at the same time. Then a bright silver fork reached into her plate. On the fork is half a neatly cut octopus ball. It was Adele, who was feeding Cross expressionlessly.
Wow! Sister Adele is the best to me after all.
The priest's sister was so moved that she immediately hugged Adele and kissed her on her fair and cold cheek. But before that, you still have to try whether the demigods cooked by Dorn are delicious. I couldn't wait to pick up the fork, take half of the meatball, and stuff it into my mouth. The octopus balls made by Dorn were very large, and half of them were enough to fill Cross' already small mouth. The surface of the hot meatballs is brushed with salty grilled pork chop sauce. When you bite into it, the outer shell is crispy and crispy, while the inside is soft and delicious, with a strong seafood flavor. If you taste it carefully, you can chew the real octopus meat inside the meatballs. It's very fresh, relatively tough, and the soft and glutinous meatballs are filled with just the right amount of graininess, coupled with the minced shrimp and crab meat that melts in your mouth, the crunchy bite, the cabbage and red ginger with the fragrant aroma of vegetables. The whole meatballs are rich in ingredients, and the combination of ingredients is harmonious, complementing each other and having a great taste.
This demigod's big octopus is so delicious. Oh, I volunteer to follow Dorn to hunt the next delicious demigod beast.
The priest's sister swallowed the octopus balls, and stars appeared in her eyes. She had already decided that when the new round of octopus balls was delivered to the dining area, she would rush in and snatch 5 or 6 of them. Beside Cross, Adele and others also began to enjoy the food they had brought themselves with satisfaction. In Class A, crew members of the N could be seen everywhere, leaning on the railings or sitting on the floor, holding plates full of food, swallowing and chewing with happy faces. This buffet celebration feast started like this, from the red sun sinking into the sea to the stars emerging from the water and hanging high in the sky. There was always a cheerful atmosphere aboard the N Story World. In the restaurant of the ancient castle in the middle of the lake, Vivian and Alice are staying here to enjoy today's special dinner. Anyway, after Dorn prepares a dish, he will ask Long Yang to get some of it, which is very convenient. Inside the kitchen, Dorn's 8 arms and legs kept cooking to ensure that tonight's celebration banquet would satisfy everyone. As for his own hands, he stopped early and started eating directly on the edge of the stove. You can't treat yourself badly, right? At present, Dorn has tasted both the octopus balls made with the storm god's tentacles and the stir-fried octopus made with the storm god's meat. Just wait for the system to prompt him. After enjoying the food seriously, the lovely system prompts came as promised. System prompt: the Predator effect is triggered, and the attack, defense, physical fitness, agility, and mental attributes are enhanced. The rewards brought by eating beast demigods are very high. Just the 5-dimensional combat attribute of Predator is between 80 and 100 points, including the benefits from previous upgrades. Dorn's various attributes are close to 300 points. Of course, that's not all. System prompts: synchronic stomach bag effect is triggered. The same type of skills are retrieved, and the skills are comprehensively upgraded. System prompts: The superimposed skills are Arcid and Bite, and the skill Snail Annihilation Touch, not upgradable, is obtained. Synchronic Stomach also did not disappoint Dorn. He successfully copied a skill from the demigod, and also merged and upgraded two old skills together. Open the skill panel happily. The newly acquired skill is described as follows. Snail Annihilation's Touch. 1. The power of a demigod, driving away thunder. 2. More flexible tentacle control. After using the touch of 8 snails, you may feel that your hands are nothing more than this. 3. From the suction cups of the tentacles, you can manifest mouth parts with double layers of terrifying serrations to bite the enemies bound by the tentacles. From a rough look, it seems that the effects of our foot and bite have been combined and strengthened. Then, while extending the tentacles, it also has the power of the storm god to control thunder. It looks very good. Try extending the spiral touch in the kitchen. The original white squid tentacles were replaced by thicker and more flexible octopus tentacles. Compared to the our foot, I feel that this Snail Annihilation Touch can also control the thickness of the tentacles. This level is far from my limit now. However, if the tentacles are maximized, I will probably fill up this kitchen. It's better to find an open place and try again later. After roughly experiencing the feeling of getting started with the new skill, Dorn was very satisfied. Chapter 456, The Sea of Illusion. The large amount of attribute points obtained this time, or Snail Annihilation Touch, were all attained by eating octopus balls with the skills attached to the title, Celestial Player. The benefits of hunting the storm god are far more than that. The biggest reward was after eating the stir-fried octopus made by the storm god's spiritual meat. How to describe this stir-fried octopus? It is indeed delicious when eaten, worthy of its SSS rating. But after eating it, the stamina is very strong. About 5 minutes after the spiritual flesh was eaten, a cold feeling spread throughout Dorn's body, along with a strong burning pain. A piece of azure appeared before his eyes, like a vast ocean of seawater, boundless as far as the eye could see, covering the entire world. Above the seawater were accumulated black clouds and roaring thunderstorms. In the seawater, Dorn could see various marine creatures. He had a feeling that these sea creatures were all real creatures that existed in this stormy sea. Moreover, these creatures are not in the same space in the sea, but Don can see them in full through the elusive sea in front of him. If the cold sensation and burning pain weren't there, the experience would honestly be pretty magical. In the illusory sea in front of me, whether they were fish, crustaceans, mollusks, or other unnamed, strange-looking ocean monsters, they were all motionless at this moment. Their attention was entirely focused on the direction where Dorn was looking. Then, the figures of all the sea creatures began to twist and get entangled together. The entire Sea of Illusion became several times more complex and turbid, and nothing could be seen clearly. The black clouds and thunderstorms above became more and more violent. Don felt as if he was completely integrated into this turbid sea, and he began to get lost slowly, unable to find a precise and clear self-positioning. At the same time, the cold touch and burning pain were driving him to keep moving in the sea. Dorn felt as if he was an undercurrent in this sea. It should stay here forever. Keep surging, and keep moving forward. Inside the castle's restaurant, Alice and Vivian were sitting opposite each other and enjoying dinner together. As she was eating, she was devouring her food. The dragon lady who was sucked in by the storm suddenly stopped, and she didn't even have time to wipe the food residue from the corner of her mouth. Alice by. Wow, wow, wow. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why do I feel like the earth is shaking? My home is about to be demolished. Black Alice. It's something strange coming from the kitchen. Something seems to have happened to Dorn? The two dragon ladies looked a little panicked. As for Miss Goblin, she didn't feel anything about the earth-shaking feeling that Alice said. To her, everything in the castle was normal. But once I heard that the source of the problem might be from Dorn. Without saying a word, Vivian jumped off the high dining chair, picked up the ebony staff, and rushed towards the kitchen. Wait for me! The two dragon ladies also climbed off the stool and ran towards the kitchen after stumbling in that turbid and confusing Sea of Illusion. Don's consciousness became increasingly blurred. He slowly dived into this sea, leaving only his survival instinct and tenacious consciousness, trying his best to find and awaken himself. I don't know how long it took. There was another change in the illusory sea, and a strange warm current suddenly surged from the bottom of the sea. Dorn was quickly enveloped by this warm current. This feeling was very familiar. It's like you are sitting at the dining table at home. It is evening. The light is warm and yellow. And the sound of chopping boards and kitchen knives, pans and spatulas can be heard in the kitchen. And the hot steam with the aroma of food comes out. Warm and reassuring. This is the feeling brought by cooking power. Under the powerful impact of cooking power, Dorn's consciousness suddenly became much clearer.
What's wrong with me? I just seemed like I didn't think I was me,
he asked himself, when the sense of disorientation enveloped by the turbid
sea of illusion
faded away. Dorn regained a strong sense of self. I am me, Dorn, and Shen Yu. With the emergence of this idea, the originally turbid
sea of illusion
in front of me calmed down and became clearer and bluer. The thunderstorm above also died down, no longer showing a sense of uncontrollable violence, but instead taking on a somewhat docile tone. Immediately afterwards, Dorn saw those sea creatures that were full of vitality and probably edible in the illusory sea. Most of them have no arms or legs, and no rich expressions. But the moment Dorn's consciousness returned to clarity, these sea creatures seemed to be worshipping him in the
sea of illusion.
Finally, the ocean of nothingness in front of him dissipated, and Don's thoughts returned to the kitchen in the story world. The familiar kitchen utensils on the stove reappeared in front of him. The snail's touch on his back was extended and motionless, and all cooking operations had stopped. Dorn felt that his thoughts were very tired at this time. He turned around and saw a familiar figure running in from the kitchen door. First came Vivian, then the two dragon ladies.
Dawn? Are you okay?
Miss Goblin trotted up to Dawn, got close to her, stood up on tiptoes, and touched Dawn's forehead. There was a soft and delicious smell coming from her body.
There was a little accident, but it's okay now.
Dorn shook his head. However, such a sentence was obviously not enough to reassure Vivian. She nervously circled Dorn several times, and waved her staff to cast a spell to check the latter's body.
It's really okay. That's fine. But Dawn, I feel like you have become very, very strong. It's different from the previous level of strength. This time, I can't really tell.
After using natural magic to examine Dorn, Vivian felt slightly relieved. But at the same time, there was still strong confusion on her face. At this time, the two dragon girls also poked their heads behind to confirm that Dorn was really fine. And the black dragon girl among them complained like this.
What on earth are you doing? Did you blow up the pot while cooking? I just felt like this place was going to collapse. I don't quite understand the current changes myself. When I figure it out, I will slowly explain it to you.
Dorn scratched his cheek.
Uh-huh.
In response to this answer, the elf lady held her staff and nodded her head obediently twice. She had always believed in Dorn this way. Black Alice grabbed White Alice's hand and left with a look of disdain. As she walked away, she turned back and muttered,
"Humph. Who cares about you? I'm going to eat by myself. Dorn, just don't blow up my kitchen. Alice cares about you. So, tell me what happened later."
Before she could fully walk out of the kitchen, Bai Longyang, who was also a part of Alice, turned around and said so. Chapter 457 One-Third God. With Dawn's relief, Vivian temporarily returned to the restaurant to continue having dinner. Dorn was the only one left in the kitchen, standing silently.
The scattered authority of the storm god is related to storms and oceans. After eating its spiritual flesh, I inherited its authority.
Dorn, who was still a little confused before, woke up like an enlightenment, and some information related to the gods naturally appeared in his mind. The process of just having a glimpse of the
sea of illusion,
losing oneself in it, and finally finding oneself again with the help of Chelly, is the process of inheriting the authority of the storm god. Dorn, who has currently gained authority, can summon the sea of illusion at any time and control this sea through his own thoughts and spiritual power. The specific effect of this operation is to be able to manipulate the seawater in a sea area in the real world and control the marine life in the sea area. Moreover, the storm can be controlled at any time.
Am I considered to have touched the power of a god? But apart from feeling that I have become a lot stronger, there seems to be no other obvious changes.
Although after accepting Plague as suggestion of hunting demigods, Dorn was more or less prepared for this. But after taking the first step towards becoming a god, I still feel that there is no real sense. In addition, Dorn recalled the process of immersing himself in the sea of illusion. In the end, he successfully inherited the authority of the storm god with the help of cooking power. What would have happened if I had not found myself in the turbid
sea of illusion?
It sounds like it's not something to make a fuss about. But when you think about it carefully, Dawn is a little scared. Dorn opened his attribute panel again and looked at the cooking power bar under the hidden profession, God of Cooking. Only then did he realize that his cooking bar was empty, with only more than 660 points left.
Gone? Where is my cooking power? Where is my huge cooking power? It was still there just now.
After inviting the God level plague to eat roasted evil eyes, I gained a full 1 million points of cooking power in the process of cooking the giant octopus today, because the octopus meat itself is SSS grade. Keeping the final dish at the SSS level does not consume much cooking power at all. Therefore, the reason for the mysterious disappearance of cooking power points is obvious. All the cooking power points previously stored were consumed in the process of assisting him to obtain the authority of the storm god. Thinking about it this way, Dorn couldn't help but feel a little sad. That's 1 million. 1 million should not be spent in a lifetime. This wave of bleeding. But then I thought about it. It is indeed impossible to embark on the road to becoming a god without paying any price. I just paid a huge amount of renewable cooking power. But it seems acceptable? Looking at the bottom of the almost empty cooking bar, I don't know when another groove bar appeared. The groove was 1/3 filled with surging azure, and it looked unclear. Not only is it not an option, there is no explanation at all. Don touched his chin and began to think.
Miss Plague said that to gain the power to fight against gods, you must become gods. He proposed that I eat the storm god, the red fish, and the black snake, and then I can completely get rid of the threat of other apocalypses. It should mean that after eating these 3 demigods, I can become a god by spoon-feeding. Right. So, these extra unknown grooves are actually my progress bar for becoming a god?
The progress bar for becoming a god was filled by 1/3 with the authority of the storm god. So I should be considered half god now? No. 1/3 god. After thinking about this suspected
God progress bar.
For a moment, Dorn returned his attention to the cooking power mechanism.
Speaking of which, could it be that the cooking power points mechanism attached to the hidden profession, God of Cooking, is actually the most important function of assisting in becoming a god?
However, digesting the authority of a demigod requires consuming 1 million cooking power points. Where can I find another million?
I don't know how long it would take to earn so much by cooking for ordinary people and hanging up the restaurant to gain cooking power. Even before, I only made more than 20,000 points by inviting strong human beings like Meyer to dinner. So, if I want to further seize power from the red fish of war or the black snake of famine, I should first find a way to go to the holy city of Jebus to invite the original to eat.
After shaking his head, Dorn temporarily stopped these complicated thoughts. Before making the next plan, you should look for Plague again. He is now the dog-headed strategist on the side of the original forces. If Dorn can't figure out the things himself, ask him, and he might be able to solve them easily. Right now, I still want to think about how to explain my current situation to Vivian and Alice. The Fairy Lady and the Dragon Lady are the closest and most trustworthy people around Dorn. Previously, they had a certain understanding of the dispute between the original and Apocalypse, and even the final outcome of the God War. Therefore, Dorn did not intend to hide from the two of them that he had
become a god by eating.
In order to cope with the plan of the war between gods, the buffet-style celebration banquet lasted until very late. Everyone had enough to eat and drink, and everyone had a good night's sleep. Until the next morning, after completing a feat at sea, it was finally time to go our separate ways. Hector would take the inn on a voyage on the stormy sea. Meyer took the bishops and clergy back to the Holy See. They had too much to report and record. Gregor said that he wanted to go to Golden Oak City again. He would visit the alchemist Miss Fafna and give his apprentice Hyena a wave of alchemical potions to temper his body and enhance his magic coordination ability. Dorn sent most of the people who were returning to the mainland into the story world, leaving only Meyer and Vivian, who were relatively heavy for the Dragon Lady, to trek together to the White Mist. When the hazy White Mist was summoned, Captain Hector came up to say goodbye. He took off his three-cornered hat, put one hand on his chest, and said in a sincere tone,
Mr. Dorn, and Lord Meyer, the evil sea beast who claims to be the god of storms is the Ann's biggest nightmare and fear at sea. Now that this source of fear has been eliminated,
I represent the entire crew of the Anne and the Martyr T. Salute to you, crew of the Perth.
The other sailors on the ship also took off their hats and saluted Dorn and others at this moment.
This is what we should do.
Dorn just shrugged. Afterwards, he said goodbye to Captain Hector, took Vivian and Meyer, and turned around into the endless billowing white mist. The tall figure gradually moved away until it could no longer be seen, and the white fog dissipated on the ship. At this moment, It's still early. The position where Dorn summoned the white mist was facing east. After the white mist dissipated, only the junction of sea and sky and the rising sun could be seen in this direction.
Get rid of the evil demigods on the sea, Mr. Dorn. Lord Meyer. No matter what grand plans you were making, may the original glory always protect you.
The old captain faced the east, squinted his eyes, and did not put on his three-cornered hat immediately. Instead, he buried his head again in the direction of the rising sun. The cold sea breeze in the morning ruffled his gray hair. The magnificent macaw on his shoulder flapped its wings and flew towards the mast, shouting loudly at the same time.
The sun has risen. Let's set sail.
Chapter 458 Going Home. Because of the warp white mist, Dorn can travel long distances very quickly. After arriving on land, they could also take the people of the Holy See and Master Gregor and his disciples to their destinations. After that, he and Vivian went to SH Lake Country again. The purpose of this trip is naturally to find Miss Plague to discuss the next course of action. If possible, Dorn would like to cook another meal for this evil eldest sister. Although according to the mechanism of cooking power, the income from the same unit target being harvested twice, cooking power will be significantly reduced. But Plague, as a god-level existence, was given 1 million cooking power points at the same time. Even if 1 million drops to 100,000, you still win. Didn't Plague mean to taste the terrifying beasts of the deep sea? It just so happens that now that Dorn has gained some authority over the ocean, it is not impossible to go directly to the stormy sea and order a terrifying beast to dedicate himself and transform into food. A village on the outskirts of King S.H. Lay's city. Dawn and Vivian came to the wooden house with a large yard where Plague was hiding. The last time I came here was winter, and the fields in the yard were full of snow. And now it is spring. The ice and snow are melting. However, the fields in the yard in front of Plague seem to have no signs of being reclaimed or sown. Dawn knocked on the door of the wooden house several times, but got no response. After waiting and thinking outside for a while, when he saw no one around, he activated Leap White Mist again and penetrated directly into the interior of the wooden house. The decoration of Miss Plague's home is almost the same as last time. There is basically no change. It is still full of leisurely pastoral style. However, there was no one there. After walking around the room, Dorn found an envelope with a magic seal on the long table in the hall, where the fire paint should have been covered. There was a small bow-shaped magic symbol.
The bow and arrow are the symbol of Miss Plague.
Dawn picked up the letter. As soon as he got started, the seal with the bow and arrow symbol automatically opened, revealing a piece of letter paper inside the envelope. It's written in Dona script. By the time you read this letter, you should have completed your hunt for the sea storm god. Next, digest the power of the big octopus. Wait until the time is right, and wait for the opportunity. By the way, I moved to another place to live for a while, so don't look for me. Don't miss me. Dawn! It's okay if you don't think about it. As soon as Dorn finished reading the contents on the letter, the handwritten letter from the evil god's sister turned to dust and dissipated in the air, leaving no trace behind.
Did Plague run away? I originally wanted to ask him to bring back some more cooking power.
Dorn felt quite sorry, but seemed helpless. There is also what Miss Plague mentioned. Wait until the time is right and wait for the opportunity to act.
This sounds like he knows what big event might happen next, or that there will be some opportunity suitable for hunting, war, or famine pets. But he just didn't say it.
So, the Riddler, get out of Gotham.
After complaining in his heart, he found nothing of value in Plague, so Dorn had no choice but to leave. The next stop is the holy city of Jebus. Although he just sent the people from the Holy See back here yesterday. After arriving in the Holy City, Dorn learned that Meyer was taking several bishops and Adele, for elite clergymen, to carry out a major reform of the Vatican restaurant, without disturbing these people too much. They entered the Divine Hall directly through Leap White Mist. Here, Dorn found the devout Pope Mohani dressed as a dervish.
Your visit was not originally heralded, but Jebus always welcomes you, Lord Messenger.
After seeing Dorn, Mohani touched his chest and saluted very calmly and respectfully. Dawn, on the other hand, got straight to the point and explained his purpose.
Your Holiness, may I see the original again? I'm sorry, Lord God Envoy. The Lord is not watching the world. In this case, the stone door below the hall cannot be opened,
Mohani replied. After hearing this answer, Dawn was actually not too surprised. He just nodded to show that he understood. Originally, he could communicate with Pope Mohani by sending down some kind of oracle-like method. Dorn already knew about this when he visited the Holy City for the first time. This is not surprising. Even the beast demigod Storm God can do similar things. In addition, the sentence, "The Lord is not watching the world," seems worthy of attention. When she visited Plague last time, the evil eldest sister once revealed that she was very busy at first. Miss Plague did not reveal what exactly the Prime God was up to. It's just that if the Creator distracts his attention from the world for too long, some big disaster may happen. The old Riddler. In the hall, Dorn and Mohani talked for a while, and the latter wanted to prove that he was not lying. He also brought Dorn to the stone door below the hall again, and used the same method as the last time to remove the magic seal. But this time, the stone door did not open. It seems that the original god is also missing. After visiting the two great gods in his own force to no avail, Dorn really had nowhere to go, and finally had to set off back to Eden Town.
Anyway, judging from the souvenir left by Miss Plague, it seems that now is not the time to hunt red fish and black snakes. Since I am waiting for the opportunity, it is not too much to recuperate before the opportunity comes. Right.
Go home. It takes about half a day to return to Eden from the holy city of Jebus through the warp-white mist. That night, around 8 o'clock, Dorn took Vivian and appeared in a deserted grove outside Eden Town. The last time the two of them left Eden, they went to conquer the Concerto Forest. After a series of encounters, they rushed to the sea to hunt for giant octopuses. From winter to the warm spring now, the two of them haven't been home for more than 3 months and nearly 100 days. This return made Dorn feel truly relaxed. In fact, he felt this way every time he returned from an adventure. People can't be on the road all the time. They always have to go back to a familiar and warm place to rest. In contrast, Miss Goblin seemed much more excited. Holding her staff in her arms, she jumped out of the grove.
I'm finally home. I miss little Amy and Elsa so much. And everyone in Eden Town.
After coming out of the woods, Vivian looked along the path in the direction of the familiar Eden. And then her expression froze slightly, looking very surprised. She tugged at the corner of Dawn's clothes and pointed forward.
Dorn, that's Eden. Right. Did I read it correctly?
At the end of the direction her finger pointed, she saw the small town of Eden, which was supposed to go silent at 8 p.m. But now it was brightly lit. The lights of the town at night are composed of small warm yellow light spots. Looking from a distance, they are bright and gorgeous. Chapter 459 Earthshaking Changes. The west side perimeter of Eden was originally very familiar. When Dawn and Vivian walked here side by side, they discovered a new continent. The yellow mud road outside the town had been upgraded to a stone road large enough for 2 carriages to pass. On both sides of the road are patches of houses under construction, some of which have just started, while others are half-built or already completed. Judging from the style of the completed houses, it looks like a cluster of shops along the street. Since it was night, there were not many people moving around the construction site, and there were only a few bright horseshoe lanterns inside. But this did not prevent the two people who had just returned home from looking around in wonder as they walked along.
Is Eden Town expanding? Did Miss Charlene do it?
The only people in Dorn who can do this kind of thing are the local aristocrat Baron Donnelly and his daughter Miss Charlene. But does anyone in the Donnelly family have that much money? Cash ability? The area of the new area roughly looks like the size of the original Eden Town. Once completed, the area of Eden will be directly doubled, and it can completely transform from a backward town into a large frontier town. It is unknown how much gold will be invested to achieve this. Dawn and Vivian walked forward for some distance. The closer to the old neighborhood of Eden, the higher the degree of architectural completion in this new area. When they reached a large stone intersection, they both stopped. The composition of this intersection is very interesting. There is a ring in the middle. In the ring area, there is a building with only 1 floor and less than half completed. This seems to be a huge store, covering an area of roughly 400 to 500 square meters. It faces 4 directions, and has 4 carved doors that are similar to the style of a hot pot restaurant. Although it is only half built, you can imagine how grand this store will be once it is completed. In addition, the signboard of this store seems to have been completed, and it is leaning on the outside wall. The wooden signboard clearly says, Dorn and Vivian's Wishing Restaurant, in beautiful donut text. Dawn and Vivian looked at each other, with endless confusion on their faces. Why do you still have your own property? After passing through the area of the town that was still under construction, The two of them arrived at the old neighborhood of Eaton. 3 months away from home is neither long nor short. During this time, the old neighborhood also underwent earth-shaking changes. Except for the area around the hot pot restaurant. There was no crowd in Eaton a night before. But it's different now. Although it was already 8 p.m. The entire main street in the old neighborhood was brightly lit. And noisy people could be seen bustling about. They were dressed as businessmen, adventurers, and some minor nobles. Most of the people in the lively activities here, the two locals Dorn and Vivian, looked familiar to them. On the street, every few dozen steps you can see a street musician holding a musical instrument and holding a top hat upside down in front of him. What's even more lively is that in the newly opened square next to the main road, there's a troupe with exaggerated costumes and heavy makeup performing open-air performances. A blonde-haired host was announcing the curtain on the makeshift stage.
What will be staged tonight is a horrifying truth.
It only caused everyone in the audience to clap their hands and applaud to show their anticipation. Among the people watching the open-air performance, you can see many old faces of Eaton residents. Lucas and Julie, a middle-aged couple who sell fruit. Mrs. Majetti, the charming bathhouse proprietress. Mr. Fleming who runs a clinic, etc. are all among them.
Street musicians and theater troupes? This kind of scene and atmosphere seems to be only seen in the art capital Golden Oak City and its surrounding towns.
Right. Don thought so. Then he thought of Ms. Babash's previous visit. Ms. Babashaw is a famous musician in the entire empire. Perhaps it was after she returned to Golden Oak that she spontaneously promoted Dorn's food, which increased Eatontown's popularity and desire among the artist community. Finally, a group of street performers were attracted here to try their luck and make a living. Of course, these new street artists are not the only ones busy doing business on the main street. Along the street, you can see many small vendors with push carts or stalls selling everything from snacks such as stuffed apples and wheat cakes to daily necessities and craft souvenirs. The entire Eaton Main Road has become a lively night market. In addition, the souvenirs sold here are worth mentioning. Don and Vivian looked at several stalls and found that the expensive souvenirs sold in them all looked familiar. If you look closely, isn't this made from monster materials such as the horns of black goats, the LS of nightmare siege, LS, the teeth of maned boars, and the beaks of poisonous chickens? In other words, all the handicrafts are produced by Creek's Monster Farm. It's no exaggeration to say that these things are Eaton specialties. You can't see it anywhere else.
It seems that when we discussed selling the Guangyu network last time, Miss Charlene had conceived the idea that in the future, the meat produced by the monsters would belong to the restaurant, and the raw materials would be used for her development and sales. And then she would split the accounts with the restaurant and Creek. It turns out that she started. Has this plan been realized?
There is a genius. When Miss Charlene is not in love, she is a business wizard with extremely strong strategic planning skills. At the same time, Dorn also noticed that the raw materials for monsters that appeared at the craft stalls were all worthless. Things that are valuable in themselves, such as the fur of the black goat, the complete L of the giant snapping turtle, and the feathers of the glossy dove, are completely invisible here. It is probably used for other valuable development. Damn it. Charlene. Walking and looking all the way. Don and Vivian spent a long time before finally walking back to the Wishing restaurant. The flow of people here is the largest. It can be seen that except for the Wishing restaurant where the chef is not present, the hot pot restaurants and Cantonese restaurants are all in full business. There are people coming and going at the door, which is very lively.
When the Cantonese restaurant was open before, it seems that it was never said to be open so late. Right. Is this because the employees are voluntarily working overtime?
Don's expression was subtle. Take a closer look at this busy food street. You can see that there is a special little shop on the corner of the street. This store does not have a signboard, but the decoration style is very elegant, with various flowers and plants in pots placed at the door. The green leaves are lined with red and yellow flowers. Under the weak yellow light of the horseshoe lamp under the eaves, it is very textured and beautiful. From time to time, a customer would look slightly tipsy and happily walk out of this small shop. It seems that the bar left to Ling to manage has been put into operation.
Don! It seems that we missed a lot of changes in our family while we were away.
Vivian, who was standing next to her, pulled on Don's clothes and sighed sincerely. Really, while he was taking Miss Goblin out to fight monsters and level up, everyone at home was also living and working seriously. Chapter 460: A Visit from an Old Scholar.
A monster that looks like a heart, eyes, and tentacles? It sounds a bit scary. So, teacher, can we eat the fish in the sea that can change its shape at will, and the octopus that is as big as a mountain? Is it really edible? Amy is a little curious about how to handle cooking. Well, I just happened to bring those ingredients back. So I will teach Aisha and me in 2 days? Hee hee. Big brother is the best.
The night when Dawn and Vivian returned, everyone in the restaurant gathered in Dorn's bedroom to listen to the two masterminds, who had returned from a long trip, vividly telling the story of this adventure. When Dawn and his friends told stories, they only picked the ones that were suitable to tell. Things like God, War, and Endgame. Vivian's God's relics, and Dorn's plan to become a god were all omitted. Of course, everyone who stayed at Eton will happily talk about the changes at home. Gonzalez.
The cooperation with Miss Charlene has gone very smoothly. We have already established a connection with the Merchant Association and officially started selling Guanyu.net and Black Goat shearlings. We mainly buy Wondu and Golden Oak. Big cities like these will be very profitable.
Fat Fox.
Brother, are you asking about the construction of Shinjia Block? Yes. It is mainly Miss Charlene's family who contributed the money. Then some nobles in Silver Shield Port also raised funds, such as Sister Amy's aunt. In addition, our restaurant has also participated in the construction of the new neighborhood by directly providing money and sharing profits from monster materials. Currently, there are many stores under construction in the new neighborhood, all of which belong to our restaurant. Well, brother, deal with Miss Charlene. I really learned a lot.
Elsa.
Yes. Teacher, what you saw on the way home is the new wishing restaurant named after you and Sister Vivian, and the whole area around it. They are all our home.
Hannah.
The operating hours of Cantonese restaurants and hot pot restaurants have been extended, mainly because the enthusiasm of diners from all over the world is so high. We have appropriately increased the salaries of waiters and kitchen assistants, and also arranged a weekly rotation. I have discussed this with Mr. Gonzalez. This is what I should do.
Ling.
Brother Baji. This one you brought back is delicious. Huh? You asked about the management of the bar. Of course. I am also seriously studying brewing and practicing bartending skills. What do the guests say about me? It's so high. Come on.
The light feather net in the room emitted bright and soft light. Everyone was eating various snacks brought back by Dorn while chatting in a harmonious atmosphere. Time passed quickly. The night passed in a lively manner. When the residents and diners in the town officially learned the return of the chef of the Wishing restaurant the next day, there was another town-wide overjoyment. After returning home and having a comfortable sleep, Dorn stayed in bed for a few hours longer than during the trip before slowly getting up. After getting up, it was already not too early, so he simply did not discuss the opening of the Wishing restaurant today. Although the hot pot restaurants and Cantonese restaurants nearby have extended their business hours during this period, the Wishing restaurant is different. Dorn, will never work overtime. Not only did they not work overtime, they even had to be absent from work as a matter of course. It's impossible to work part-time, and I'm not very short of money. Dawn stretched.
And the boss is still me.
In addition, the business philosophy of Wish's restaurant is to provide different dishes every day. A blind box-style menu. If even the business hours are now blind, customers will definitely be happier and more excited. After freshening up, Dorn slowly began to eat breakfast. His next plan was to go to the monster farm in Creek. This time I went on an adventure. Although I didn't get too many ruins monsters, I still got some goods back. For example, the very rare deformed fish.
Crick will definitely like these new monsters.
Just after breakfast, before Dorn could leave the house, the person he had been thinking about while eating appeared in the lobby of the Wishing restaurant. Talk about Chow Chow. Chow Chow arrives. Creek, a red-haired aristocratic boy, came to the door himself. Coming with him was an old man with a bald head, and what little hair he had left was white, and a young man with a body that rivals the claws of a bear, an imposing appearance, and an unsmiling young man.
Mr. Dorn, I heard from Charlene that you are back.
Creek greeted him familiarly as soon as he entered the door.
Yes, I just came back last night. It was too late and I didn't look for you. Who are these two people who originally wanted to go to your place in the morning?
Dorn stood up politely.
This is my teacher, Mr. Alfonso. And this is another student of the teacher, Morgan.
Crick introduced the two monster scholars. An old man and a young man also nodded in agreement. In fact, Dorn could guess the identities of these two people without any introduction. As early as when he first met Crick, This aristocratic boy had promised that he would contact his teacher, Mr. Alfonso, to investigate and find clues about the jackalope. Now almost 2 years have passed, and I have seen other live jackalopes under the sacred hall of the holy city. The old Mr. Alfonso, who had never seen the dragon, finally appeared, with Crick as the intermediary. The two parties began to sit down and chat and talk. During the conversation, Don learned that Mr. Alfonso took his students to the rainforest in hot areas 2.5 years ago in order to observe and study the habits of monsters, and stayed there for nearly 2 years.
I finally received the letter and messenger material that Crick sent me after many twists and turns. Although I was also very interested in messenger. At that time, the research on monsters in the rainforest was really inseparable. So I'm really sorry for delaying my return to see you, Mr. Dorn.
The old scholar Alfonso said this in a somewhat old but not weak tone. Although he is old, he seems to be in good health and spirit. It is no wonder that he can stay in the rainforest for 2 years. After the teacher finished speaking, Morgan, the student next to him, added,
I'm so sorry, Mr. Dorn. In the past 2 years, Teacher Alfonso and I mainly observed and studied a monster orangutan with pink fur in the rainforest. This monster is very rare. We spent a long time getting close to their group, eating and living with them, and then reluctantly carried out the necessary research. And the research was not smooth sailing.
It seems that they are worried that Dorn, a layman, does not believe that observing monsters will take a full 2 years, thus doubting the authenticity of their statements. Morgan added that his speech was very serious, and he even started to explain some details of their observation of the pink-haired orangutan monster with a straight face.
There is no need to apologize to me, Mr. Alfonso. You don't owe me anything in the first place. Saying it like this makes me feel guilty.
Don waved his hands repeatedly. Speaking sincerely, according to common sense on Earth, it is very normal for biologists with scientific research spirit to spend several years observing animals in the wild. Moreover, Don really doesn't think Mr. Alfonso and the others need to apologize to him. Didn't the other party respond a little late to his request to investigate the jackalope? Although, this has been delayed for nearly 2 years. But since you are asking others for help, it is a matter of affection for others to help. And it is a duty not to help. This is not a matter of course. Besides, they still have their own things to be busy with. If he blamed others in his heart for this, Don thought it was wrong. Chapter 461, Big Upgrade of Monster Farm. Integrating Industry, Academia and Research. After listening to Dorn's kind words, the 3 monster scholars looked grateful.
It's rare that a simple boy like Crick can see the right person for once. Mr. Dorn, you are indeed an outstanding young man with excellent qualities.
Mr. Alfonso, who is bald but has a scholarly temperament, praised him like this. Then he carefully placed a tightly packed small bag on the table and gently pushed it in front of Don.
I returned to Dorn half a year ago and began to collect and verify records about messenger in ancient books. I also carefully compared the materials you provided. Mr. Dorn, I can now confirm that the horns and fur are indeed from messenger. That's right.
This small bag should contain the horned rabbit fur and horns that were sent earlier. The unsmiling Morgan beside him also spoke.
The teacher and I found documents from a very old fragment of an ancient book. It is said that the first person to call this kind of monster rabbit a messenger seemed to be a believer of the Holy See. Mr. Don. Oh, I'm sorry. It's your friend, Mr. Don. If you want to continue the investigation, the teacher, myself, and Creek can help contact people we know in the Holy See. However, this process it could be very long.
When he heard his classmate talking about
Mr. Don's friend,
Crick, who was sitting next to him, had a subtle expression. Even Don was a little embarrassed. Finally, he asked several monster scholars to study the horns and skin of the jackalope on the grounds that his adventurer, friend, who obtained the jackalope material had not returned for a long time. Anyway, Dorn has even seen a live jackalope now. For him, this kind of divine pet has no value in exploring secrets. Moreover, I want to talk about people I know in the Holy See. Do Cardinal Meyer and Pope Mohani of the Holy See know? I chatted and laughed with them. In short, at the end of the story, the monster scholars tacitly did not continue to ask about the friends of Dorn. I just guarantee that if there is any new progress in the research on the horned rabbit material, Dorn will be notified as soon as possible.
That's the best. Thank you for your hard work. My friend will be very happy if he knows.
Dorn smiled. Fortunately, the other party did not find out who this friend was. Otherwise, after some time, Dorn would probably have to announce to them regretfully, "That friend of mine, I haven't seen him until now. So he is probably dead." After talking about the matter of the jackalope for a few more words, Mr. Alfonso and his two apprentices looked at each other slightly and changed the topic.
"One more thing, Mr. Dorn. Actually, I came to you this time because I have something to ask you."
Don was not surprised by this statement. Or rather, it has been a long time coming. The two monster scholars who met for the first time were extremely friendly to me, to the point of being respectful, and they looked like they were asking for help. Don't reach out to hit the smiling person, because the other party has a good attitude and thinks there is nothing wrong with listening to their appeals. In addition, there is also the relationship between Crick. As long as it is a normal request, Dorn will basically consider helping. Just treat it as a favor to the young master who is still tied up in Eden and has been raising monsters at his own expense for almost 2 years. After seeing Dorn nod, Mr. Alfonso continued,
"That's it. The monster farm you helped Crick buy. The monsters in it are so incredible."
Speaking of the monsters in the Eden Monster Farm, this knowledgeable old gentleman was a little forgetful and excited. He was at a loss for words for a while. He paused for a while before regaining his breath and continued.
"Mr. Dorn, do you still remember the pink-haired orangutan monster you just mentioned? It is already a very rare and peculiar species. And in your farm, there are monsters similar to the pink-haired orangutan. Everywhere. Crick also said that more than half of the monsters in the farm come from the relics of God. These monsters have very, very high research value. There is no place in the entire empire,
or the whole world, that has such large-scale ruined monsters as your farm. It is no exaggeration to say that your farm is the forefront of the development of monsterology. So I implore you to give me, and the students of my school, an opportunity to stay on the farm for research, and give the development of monsterology a chance."
The old scholar's tone was very sincere, and his expression was filled with excitement and a bit of sadness. His expression was as if his life had been in vain before he came to the monster farm.
"Your school wants to go to the farm? Well, it sounds like there are a lot of people. Well, actually the farm owner wants to use it to raise monsters."
Don spoke, but it was not that he wanted to reject the old gentleman's request directly, but he just felt that the matter could be discussed and discussed in detail.
"Don't worry about raising monsters. I and my experienced students will take good care of the monsters on the farm just like Crick. If you want us to pay for this, we can discuss it in detail."
Mr. Alfonso immediately grabbed the topic and spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid of hearing some polite words of rejection.
"There's no need to pay for it."
Dorn pressed his cheek.
"I should be the one to pay for raising monsters."
"Are you trying to get some money to work at the monster farm again? Are these monster scholars so hospitable and loving?"
"Knowledge is priceless, sir."
Alfonso shook his head seriously. Speaking of which, Dorn had nothing to refuse, as long as Alfonso's school can take good care of and operate the farm like Crick, and breed those delicious monsters. Of course, there is nothing wrong with occasionally using individual monsters for scientific research that does not affect the taste. Moreover, as the farm grew larger and larger, it became clear that Mr. Crick was no longer capable of managing the farm alone and with the local helpers. The breeding of several monsters is obviously not in the best condition. It is also a good thing to recruit a group of professional talents at this time. Even with the help of Mr. Alfonso's school, it seems possible to catch more rare monsters and expand the farm several times in the future. It was agreed that Alfonso's school of monster research would settle in the monster farm and work for free. In addition, Crick and Morgan on the side also suggested that a monster observation and learning point could be set up nearby the monster farm. Living ruined monsters not only have high research value, but are also rare teaching samples in the world. Apprentices in the school can flow to the teaching point to observe and practice the farm monsters on the spot. For these novices in monsterology, this kind of environment where they can get up close to rare monsters, but in a relatively safe environment is really valuable. For the entire farm, these apprentices who have initially mastered the knowledge of monsters are an excellent labor force. In addition to mobile learning, they can also help further improve farm production efficiency. The maintenance cost of the mobile teaching point can be reimbursed from my farm income stratification." Crick finally said. This proposal was naturally adopted. Good guy. As long as this mobile learning point for monsters is implemented, the monster farm will be officially linked to the training of monsters professionals. For Dawn, high-quality talents who work for free can be picked up directly from their babies, and you don't have to pay a penny. Win-win. Dorn wins twice straight away. Anyway, Mr. Alfonso brought his monster research school to settle in the monster farm. How did he think about it? As long as reasonable early planning is carried out, the monster farm can be upgraded into a high-quality complex integrating industry, academia and research. Chapter 462 Northern Empire. After discussing the development of the monster farm, Mr. Alfonso and the new monster scholar Morgan breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to finally feel relieved. At this time, Crick spoke.
Mr. Don, in fact, today I came to you not only to introduce the teacher and Morgan to you, but also to say goodbye to you. Are you planning to leave?
Creek? Don narrowed his gaze for a moment and looked at the young aristocratic young master with whom he had become a good friend.
In fact, he also knew very well that the other party could not stay in Eatontown forever.
Well, I haven't seen my father, mother, and sister for a long time. So, I plan to go back to the Northland and stay at home for a while.
Creek nodded candidly. Ever since this red-haired noble boy came to Eton, he has been working on studying rare monsters. During this period, there were several times when he was half finished with the research he wanted to do. As soon as he thought about going home, Dorn, who had returned from an adventure, added a batch of new monsters to him. Just like this back and forth, he lived in Eton for nearly 2 years. Of course, Creek lived a very fulfilling and happy life in the past 2 years. Again, for scholars like them, knowledge is priceless. And when Crick planned to go home, Don naturally had no reason to stop him. A young aristocratic man moved bricks here for 2 whole years. And it's at your own expense. Don also has a heart of flesh. If this was blocked, his conscience would also hurt. What's more, Creek came here specifically to say goodbye to Don today. It was just a notice from the standpoint of a friend, not a request for permission. This aristocratic young master has always been free at Eton, and he has no problem leaving whenever he wants.
Then I wish you a safe journey. In addition, can you bring me some gifts for your parents and Miss Veronica? You see, our restaurant has homebrewed wine, some snacks that are easy to store, and now we also have Guanyu.com, black goat skin and other good stuff. Say hello to them for me.
As a friend, Don blessed Crick on his journey home, and at the same time prepared a batch of gifts for the latter to take back. In this regard, the noble young master did not refuse much. Don was not considered an outsider at all. After the two sides talked for a while, Creek stood up and planned to say goodbye and go back to the monster farm. He had a very busy schedule, and said he would set off back to the Northland in the afternoon. Don stood up with Crick.
Leaving in the afternoon? Creek, you didn't prepare to go home a long time ago, and then you just waited for me to tell me when I came back from my trip.
Regarding this issue, the red-haired noble young master did not directly admit it, but he did not deny it either.
Actually, it didn't take long. It was after my teacher and others came to Eton that I had the idea to go home and have a look. I originally thought of waiting a few more days. If you haven't come back yet, Dorn, I would take the initiative and hand over the farm affairs to the teachers and the others first, and then leave you a letter with details. I think that way, you can understand me too.
Don smiled bitterly.
I understand. I understand completely.
The young master Crick is still the same, extremely considerate of others. It was the same this time. After ensuring that the food at Monster Farm could be handed over to other professionals, Crick thought about leaving Eton. Moreover, in principle, I hope to explain the situation face to face with Dorn, the hands-off boss. Old Isekai. After walking out of the restaurant door, Dorn happened to be planning to go to the Monster Farm, so he continued to walk with Creek and his group.
I also brought back some monsters from this trip, such as several healthy storm sea shape-shifting fish. Transforming fish? Is it the kind of sea fish monster that can transform into a living creature at will? Even the body of this kind of monster is very difficult to find in the Empire, let alone a living one. Please let us raise and observe it.
After hearing the name of the shape-shifting fish, Mr. Alfonso and others' eyes nearly glowed green.
Well, please.
Dorn nodded calmly.
Also, I didn't find too many ruined monsters during these outings. I only brought back a kind of white mist that can travel through space. Traveling through space? White mist. It seems unheard of.
The knowledgeable monster scholars looked confused, but at the same time, their eyes showed a strong desire for knowledge.
Yes, it is a very strange monster, but the white mist's escapability is too strong, so it will not be kept on the farm. If you want to study and observe it,
just tell me. I will press it on the spot.
Stay and watch as you like. Dawn further explained and promised. At this time, Creek's expression on the side changed from confusion to regret. He knew very well that every time Dawn returned from an outing, he would bring back some magical monsters that ordinary people could never encounter. After I made up my mind to go home this time, I originally thought that this new batch of monsters would be handed over to Morgan and the teacher to study. And it's not like I won't return to Eden in the future, after the mobile teaching site is built. As a student of Alfonso, Crick will definitely visit Eden frequently. Instead, he can just look through the existing observation and research records and documents. But as soon as he heard the name of the monster that Dorn brought back, all of Crick's rational considerations collapsed. An extremely rare deformed fish in the sea. And it's still alive! And that white mist. This ruined monster whets people's appetite just by hearing its name and abilities. Which demonologist can withstand such a test? Crick began to regret his decision to go home. That afternoon, Crick took a first look at the shape-shifting fish at the monster farm. But unfortunately, he did not get to see the miraculous reproduction process of this monster as he wished. In addition, Crick actually asked Dorn to press the living monster Baiwu to the ground and let him move his hands and feet and watch it happily. But what's even more regrettable is that the physiological structure of a monster like Baiwu is too strange and difficult to understand. And it is impossible to do any research in half an afternoon. When it was almost evening, Crick, who had been delayed for a long time, finally chose to embark on the journey home with full of regrets. The coachman arranged by Charlene and a group of guards were waiting at the entrance of the monster farm early. Because he usually lives in seclusion, not many people see him off. It was just people who knew him in the restaurant, his teachers and classmates, and Miss Charlene. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be back soon. Crick said goodbye to everyone one by one. The last person to speak to him was Charlene. After 2 years of getting along, the boy from the big aristocracy and the young lady from the local little aristocracy have become very familiar with each other. The way they get along with each other has long been different from the beginning. I saw Charlene holding up the corner of her bubble skirt with pleats and lace, taking a step in front of Crick, and then with her face tied up, she scolded and explained mercilessly. Hey, Crick, have you remembered everything I told you before? After you go back, you must quickly find suitable and reliable financial management talents to send to Eden and officially take over from me to help you manage the monster farm. Income. It doesn't sound like your share of income is always in my hands. I'm not yours. Anyway, the person you choose must be reliable. Forget it. You are stupid, and you probably don't know how to look at people. Ask your shrewd sister for her opinion before choosing someone. Oh, forget it. Stop talking. If you talk too much, I feel like your old mother. Remember to write me a letter when you get home. Crick, the young master of a noble family, was not annoyed by Charlene's lecture. He just listened carefully and scratched his red hair. This scene looks quite interesting. So, what have these two people become? Dawn stood aside among the farewell crowd, watching the interaction between the noble boy and girl with great interest. When it comes to the story between Charlene and Crick, Dawn has always watched it as a TV series. Although I guessed the beginning correctly, the development of the story is unconstrained. That's much more exciting than watching ordinary idol dramas. Many other people in the restaurant next to them looked at Crick and Charlene, who were parting ways, with sideways smiles. Especially Gonzalez, the macho store manager. He looked at the two of them with doting auntie smiles on their faces, full of, I got it, pleasure. It seems that Dorn is not the only one who is curious about the emotional development of this pair of noble boys and girls. Crick, the young master of the Phoenix family, has just embarked on a long journey home, and at the destination of his trip, north of the Dona Empire. Unlike the coming of spring in the central and southern part of the empire, when everything revives, this far north area is covered with snow all year round. Even now, the world is still a vast white. The north of Dorna was only included in the territory of the Dorna Empire a few decades ago, and there had been constant rebellions before. Crick's grandfather, Archduke Phoenix, moved from the south to this land of ice and snow in his early years just to suppress the rebellion, and has been stationed here ever since. Nowadays, the Northland is directly governed by the Emperor's brother, Prince Dona, who has a strong military ability, and has a high degree of autonomy. And this Prince Dona is naturally the father of the little Princess Henrietta, under the joint governance of the tough-handed prince and Archduke Phoenix. The rebellion in the Northland has finally subsided in the past dozen years. However,
even though it has entered a relatively peaceful period of development. The people here are still fierce, martial arts rich, and the people are aggressive and alcoholic. 5 adult men from the Northland were randomly pulled up by the roadside, and one of them was bound to be as thick as a Northland bear, because of a series of reasons such as climate and tradition. The Northland has long retained its own unique culture, under the influence of their own independent culture. The people of the North also habitually distinguish themselves from the people of the South and the center of the empire. Even if you sit in some vulgar taverns in the North, you will often hear some map cannons that undermine the unity of the empire and fire across the map, like "A man from the North," "A waste from the South," and the like. The magnificent Princess Palace. The entire south rear courtyard of the palace belongs to the little Princess Henrietta. In addition to the little princess herself, the people who usually move most frequently in this area are her best friend and bodyguard Crick's sister, the Red Lotus Witch of the Empire, Veronica. The little princess sleeps on her side next to her bedroom. Veronica has lived here for a long time, and she has spent far longer in the palace than in her own home. This side sleeping room is estimated to be 80 square meters, and is mainly divided into 2 areas. One side is the rest area with a large bed, and the other side is a semi-open work area with several large 3-dimensional bookcases. The wood in the fireplace was peeling and sparking. Veronica sat lazily behind a desk in the workspace. Due to her constitution and fire element affinity, she was not afraid of the cold, even though it was freezing and snowy outside, with the temperature below -10 degrees. This young lady's attire at home still consisted of a loose singlet that did not cover much of her body. And then she wore a red and black floor-length soft robe. The robe was not tied up, just wide open, wearing a pair of black silk alchemy products. The straight and plump thighs can be seen at a glance. She placed the soles of her feet wrapped in black stockings against the edge of the desk, holding an open letter in her hand to read. This action was inelegant, but very seductive. There are no servants in Veronica's room. As a top noble, this lady has a very strange temperament and doesn't like to be served. On the contrary, if she is serving someone else, if the other person is to her liking, she would be happy to give it a try. When I was about to finish reading a letter, the door of this large side bedroom was gently pushed open. Veronica didn't adjust her posture, or even cover herself with more clothes. She just raised her head lazily. The person who walked in from the door was the little Princess Henrietta.
Veronica, although we are both girls, but don't let me see things I shouldn't see too often.
The little princess coughed, and then walked to the desk in a dignified manner.
Which one of us is following who? Is there anything we shouldn't see? You can see more if you want,
Veronica said with a smile.
Besides, you came in without knocking on the door? You seem to be right. I was too impatient when I came in. I'm sorry.
The little princess frowned slightly, but she felt that what the other party said was very reasonable. So she gave up the verbal dispute and changed the topic.
Looking at what? Oh, that little guy from Crick sent a letter back. He said he would come back soon. He was finally willing to leave Mr. Dorn. As a sister, I am very happy, since he is still willing to come back. It means that my brother should not in love with a man. Right.
Veronica shook the letter in her hand and placed it casually in front of the desk. If Henrietta wants to read it, she can pick it up and read it at any time. However, the little princess did not move. When she heard the name Dorn, her originally elegant and superior expression slightly changed.
Hey, Only, your expression is very funny when you mention the chef who lives in the south,
Veronica said with a bad smile.
Where? How can there be?
The little princess straightened her expression.
Besides, I think Creek stayed in Eaton Town for so long entirely because of the research on monsters. Right. Well, don't change the subject with Crick. What I'm talking about now is you. And Mr. Don. Mr. Don. Anmeyer. We grew up together. Can you deceive me?
Veronica looked directly at the little princess. Although sitting on the chair, her eyesight was more than a little bit shorter than the latter's. But her aura could easily overwhelm the latter. After being stared at with strange eyes by her best friend for a while, the little princess faltered and blushed. Don't make fun of me. I came to you to discuss something important. Chapter 463. Things are going to change.
About the Southern Crown Prince?
Veronica's expression became a little more serious. She put down her feet on the desk and straightened her robe.
Yes.
Henrietta nodded.
The prince's condition is not good. His injury has worsened.
The emperor of the Dona Empire, Stanton Dona, had 2 sons and no daughters. The eldest son is now in his early 20s, an age when he becomes a heroic figure. The second son is the unexpected result of Stanton's old age, and he is only 8 years old now. The eldest son, Lyman Dona, is now the crown prince of the empire, and the legal heir to the future throne of the empire. But more than a month ago, the current prince had an accident. Prince Lyman, whose own strength and force was not low, and who had even fought with the army in 2 wars to suppress rebellions, unfortunately fell from his horse during a hunting activity, and was trampled by the horse, and was seriously injured. The injury was not optimistic, and the doctors and alchemists in the palace were helpless. Henrietta herself did not have a deep friendship with Lyman's cousin. After all, the 2 royal families lived in the south, and the other in the north. They would only meet when there were grand events in the family. However, when talking about her cousin's injury, Henrietta was still a little sad.
It seems that the recent uproar that the emperor wants to establish a new crown prince is true. If Prince Lyman, then the position of crown prince will fall on the 8-year-old prince.
Veronica sat up more upright.
This is what I want to tell you. I just got the news that the little prince from the south has disappeared.
Henrietta took a breath and said every word.
Wait a minute. I still can't believe it. Why did the little prince, who was raised in the palace, disappear? And at this juncture?
Veronica put the knuckle of her right index finger gently between her teeth. Her eyes were a little wandering, and she would have difficulty digesting this newly acquired information for a while.
No one knows how the little prince disappeared. In short, he just disappeared in the palace,
Henrietta said. There was silence in the room for a while. After a long time, Veronica, who was sitting behind the desk, raised her head and looked at the little princess. Her beautiful red hair was spread loosely, with a few strands of hair like fire blocking her face. Under this small touch of red are the same red eyes. Veronica looked at the little princess with a questioning look, containing very complicated emotions. Perhaps because of the tacit understanding developed from growing up together, Henrietta could easily read the eyes of her best friend.
It's not my father. I believe these things have nothing to do with him.
The 2 princes in the south who have the right to inherit the empire have accidents one after another. Theoretically, if the elderly Emperor Stanton dies, the person in charge of the empire will become his biological brother. That is, Henrietta's father. After receiving the little princess's verbal reply, Veronica's originally slightly tense expression and body muscles relaxed a little. She seemed to trust her best friend, who was in a high position.
But Uncle Stanton has already begun to suspect father. Well, how could he not be suspicious? These recent things that have happened are so sudden and strange.
Henrietta sighed.
Furthermore, these are major events, and the empire may be about to change.
Veronica echoed.
Enriel, have you got any new information? Yes. In the morning, my father and Archduke Phoenix discussed it for a long time. They all felt that what happened in the south was an organized assassination operation. Well, they felt that it was done by the forces of neighboring countries.
An incident involving the 2 crown princes will definitely cause chaos within the Dorna Empire. Emperor Stanton in the south had already become suspicious of his brother, who ruled the north by force, and there was a vague tendency of brotherly hostility. Also, the rebellions and uprisings that have been suppressed in the north over the past few years are showing signs of rising again after the incident of the prince falling from his horse. Once large-scale riots and wars break out within the Dorna Empire, it will easily be backstabbed by other powerful countries nearby.
The Tazan Empire? We have a feud with them. As far as I know, Tazan's military strength has developed quite well in recent years. In addition, the armistice agreement between our 2 countries is about to expire.
Veronica's expression became more solemn.
I don't know. The situation is still very unclear.
The little princess looked unhappy, walked to the window near the fireplace, shook her head, and looked out the window. Outside, the endless wind and snow in the north continues, only rendering this far north land a monotonous white color. But if you don't look that far, just look at the situation in the prince's palace. It could be seen that the servants of the palace were busy in the courtyard. There were several strong male servants pushing several carts of potatoes towards the kitchen. They left footprints and car marks on the snow, and thick white hot smoke was rising in the distance in the direction of the kitchen. For the servants, today is just a peaceful day in the prince's palace. However, I don't know how long this peace can last.
Veronica is right. Such a big thing happened in the south, maybe the empire will change.
The little princess thought this in her heart, and cast her gaze to the distance where the wind and snow were raging. There, the world is vast. Mid-Empire, Coast, Eatontown. On the main streets, hot pot restaurants and Cantonese restaurants are in full swing, and there are huge crowds of people in front of both stores. The excited chatter of the diners, coupled with a welcome from the waiters, made the place seem lively. At the corner of the street, there is a bar with a large number of potted landscape plants planted at the entrance. At this time, the entrance to the bar was still a little deserted. Not that Ling and her cocktails were unpopular. On the contrary, when this bar first opened, the drinking diners in Eton and surrounding towns discussed this newly opened pub and the cute and extroverted man in the pub almost every day. Young boss lady. Wait until these people actually enter the bar and have a drink. Among the topics they talked about, cocktails with a wide variety of styles and tastes were newly added. The popularity of Ling and her cocktails is evident. As for the reason why the entrance of the bar is deserted now, it is simply because it has not officially opened yet. Ling's bar always opens when the lights are on in the town. This rule was left behind before Dorn's last journey.
If we are also open during the day, what is the difference between us and those ordinary pubs? We have to show our own characteristics and make the pub a pure place for social animals to relax and take a rest after a hard day's work. Therefore,
we only open in the evening, just open for business.
This is what Boss Duo said at the time. Ling probably only understood about half of the meaning, and the difficult to understand made-up words such as
social animal
were selectively ignored. She doesn't care. If it's open at night, just open at night. It's nice to have some leisure time during the day. When the whole Eden was lit up with horseshoe lanterns, and some wealthy shops along the street were hung with light feather nets, Ling opened the door of the bar. The business had just begun, and soon regular customers rushed in. Today's first guest is Mr. Fleming, a local resident of Eton who runs a clinic.
Ling. Same old thing.
The doctor, who was a bit old-fashioned, came to the bar and sat down by the window. The location he chose was such that he could see the bustling crowds on the street, which was in sharp contrast to the relatively quiet environment inside the bar.
Okay. A glass of Godfather. Wait a moment.
Ling greeted him familiarly and started to mix the drinks. The Godfather is a male-oriented cocktail with a higher alcohol content on Ling's bar menu. Only regular customers who think they can drink well will order it. Make strong distilled liquor from barley. Add some flavored amaretto. Mix with ice cubes. And finally put a small cherry on the rim of the glass as a garnish. Soon, a cup of Godfather was prepared smoothly. Because I was influenced by cooking power in the early learning process, and then I practiced seriously. At present, Ling is familiar with the various cocktails on the menu. The proportions of various drinks are very well grasped, and the movements are also entertaining to watch. On Earth, you would definitely be able to pass the senior bartender certificate exam. After the cocktail was mixed, Ling raised her hand to signal the waiter beside her. There are 2 waiters here, one male and one female, both of whom have just reached adulthood. Speaking of which, when the bar first opened, there were no waiters. Ling did everything by himself, from mixing drinks to delivering drinks to sorting glasses. On the first night of business, the female thief who washed her hands in a golden basin was exhausted. So the next day, she dragged her tired body and urgently found Hannah, the lobby manager and human resources manager next door, to discuss.
Although I run this bar to apologize to my brother, I shouldn't have any complaints. But those customers are too many and too enthusiastic. If I work like this every night, even a donkey will be exhausted. Okay. Show mercy.
After Ling's sincere arguments, Hannah assigned 2 newcomers with relatively stable personalities to the bar. The glass of Godfather on the bar was picked up by the waitress and brought to Dr. Fleming's table.
Please use it slowly, sir.
After putting down the drinks, the waitress bowed slightly, said something softly, and then stepped back. Because Don formulated the difference in bar service concept. The waiters here are told not to be as enthusiastic as the other 2 stores, but to be fully polite and respectful to the guests. Simply put, it is to let guests fully experience the tranquility. Dr. Fleming by the window picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The aroma of strong distilled liquor is mixed with a hint of almond and bitterness. The mixture has a unique taste and a rich smell.
It's very good. It seems to taste even better than the last 2 times I drank it. It seems that Ling's craftsmanship is still improving. It's really amazing. He is worthy of being brought back by Brother Dorn.
Dr. Fleming, who has a slightly dull personality and has been working for a day, has a tired expression on his face that becomes a little more vivid. By the way, Mr. Doctor's recent work has been almost exclusively dealing with customers who are new to the town and have had enough to eat. After a few more sips of The Godfather, the high concentration of alcohol began to make Fleming's eyes become a little blurry. His eyes continued to focus on the crowd moving outside the window. Ling, the proprietress behind the bar, looked at the doctor with a dull look, then looked back lightly. Mr. Fleming is also a man with stories. Or at his age,
Anyone will have some stories. And after people drink, they are happy to confide in the people around them. If you have wine, the stories will be enough. For example, Lingy and the two waiters here have collected the life experiences of many regular customers, intentionally or unintentionally, during the time since the business opened, and learned about the unknown side of many customers who come and go in a hurry. To be honest, it feels pretty good to be able to act as a tree hole and peek into other people's lives openly. Ling kind of likes what she is doing now. As for the story of this doctor, Suzu currently has this information. Fleming was born in the nearby Silver Shield port, and was the eldest son of a small aristocratic family. However, he is not the legitimate son. Fleming's mother was originally just a servant in the family. Because of his status, Fleming's status in the family was not high, and he had no inheritance rights. From childhood to adulthood, he has lived a life of relatively abundant material resources, but marginalized social relations. Around the age of 11 or 12, Fleming became obsessed with the study of medical pathology, and gradually turned this hobby into his own spiritual sustenance. But his family did not support what he did. The father, who was more conservative in his thinking, could not accept that his son would stay with animal carcasses, or even human carcasses, all day long. Even his mother, who usually understands him the most, did not stand on his side this time. After that, there was no quarrel or conflict. Fleming left his home and came to the edge of Eden, and his departure did not bring any disturbance or impact to his family. He was just a transparent person. When he first arrived at Eden, Fleming was depressed for a long time, and his personality became more and more old-fashioned, even a little eccentric. According to the doctor's true feelings when he was drunk one time, he missed Silver Shield Harbor at that time. Compared with the backward Eden, the convenient and prosperous life in the big city was thousands of times better. It's a pity that there is no place for him in such a life. But now, Fleming's mood seems to have changed. It's so nice and lively. Ever since Brother Dorn came, the town has been getting better little by little, and it has developed into what it is now without realizing it. There are delicious food and delicious cocktails every day. Oh, there are some wonderful performances to watch recently, and there are a lot of fresh products to buy, which is great. In such a comparison, life in Silver Shield Harbor is nothing more than that. Right? When Fleming was satisfied with his drink, he stood up and left the bar. When he opened the door and went out, he passed by a new man who walked in. This new man came in and was a new face. Dr. Fleming didn't recognize him. But it doesn't matter. There are many new customers who come here every day to taste wine. With a hint of drunkenness and the comfortable cool breeze of late spring night, Dr. Fleming walked towards the main street. He planned to go to the night market again and buy 2 beautiful decorations for Miss Jenny. Products as gifts. It's great. The nightlife in Edentown is gradually enriching. And inside the bar. Good evening. Sir, what would you like to order? Ling greeted the new drinker. The new guest is a middle-aged man with a somewhat vicissitudes of life. But his current mental state is pretty good. And the clothes he wears don't look expensive. But they are relatively new and very neat. The middle-aged man looked at the bell behind the bar, his expression a little startled. And then he suddenly realized. What's the matter, sir? After all, Ling was a thief and was very sensitive to other people's gazes. No, it's nothing, miss. It's just that I have seen you elsewhere before. In Tiansang Town, the middle-aged man explained. Have you ever seen me? Have I done anything that impressed you? I'm sorry, but I don't remember you. Ling remained alert. When I first met you, miss, you were being chased by Iron Hand Jack's men. So to say that I was deeply impressed. I was certainly impressed. In order to dispel the vigilance and misunderstanding of the bar owner, the middle-aged man chose to tell the truth. Okay. Ling thought for a while. And there was nothing logically wrong with what the middle-aged man said. If he had really seen himself being chased all over the streets by the men of the human trafficker Jack the Iron Hand, it would be normal for him to be deeply impressed. Perhaps this person was the passerby who was standing on the street watching a play when he and his brother first met. After putting down her guard against middle-aged men, Ling continued to be responsible for operating the bar.
So, sir, what do you want to order? Because of our fate, I can give you a 10% discount on the drinks tonight? Miss, I'm not here to drink.
The man straightened his expression, then bent down and took out a plucked instrument with 7 strings and covered with old cowhide from his bag.
Introduce yourself. Wait. My name is Joseph. I heard that you are recruiting.
What are you recruiting for? When Joseph came, he heard locals saying that this bar was recruiting players who were good at musical instruments. They also gave this position a particularly awkward title.
Oh, yes. We are recruiting resident singers.
Ling added the strange word for the middle-aged man in front of her seriously. Chapter 464. The bar is filled with songs related to the boss. The word, resident singer, sounds like it came from Don's mouth. When many bosses originally planned the construction of the bar, they made it clear that the environment here should be dark and quiet, and should be matched with soothing music to achieve the effect of relaxing guests' body and mind. But then again, wine and music are probably a good match in any world. In other ordinary taverns in the land of miracles that are open day and night, there is often a resident bard. In order to further differentiate the function of the bar from that of an ordinary pub, the management of the restaurant has put some effort into hardware equipment. In the corner of Ling's bar, you can see a small performance stage with a high-quality harpsichord on it. This large instrument is very expensive and cannot be seen in ordinary pubs. The style came up immediately. Later, before the bar officially opened for business, the restaurant management found a suitable bard to join them. However, a few days ago, the bard who previously stayed at the bar left Eden Town due to personal reasons. As the manager of this store, Ling had to contact Hannah, the HR director, to submit a request for rehiring employees. Just recently, many street artists have come to the town. After figuring out that this man named Joseph was here to apply for a job, Ling showed off the boss lady style that she had just developed recently and raised her chin towards the stage in the corner.
Well, there's a harpsichord over there. Or you can use this one you brought. What's the name of this one? Shirchin. Miss. Oh. Okay. Or you can use the lute that you brought with you to play a piece that you are good at. As long as you listen to my satisfaction, you can stay. No doubt. I still have this power. Here I am the final say.
After the communication was completed, Joseph took his lute and went to the stage to play. After thinking briefly, he began to strum the 7-string instrument in his hand, while tapping the tail of the instrument with his left hand from time to time. The strings were plucked, and the sound was transmitted through the old cowhide into the hollow body of the instrument, and then came out again after a slight amplification. Such changes in sound propagation give the plucked sound of the lute a sense of dullness and desolation. It is very suitable for playing poignant love stories or tragic heroic epics. This is why bards love this instrument so much. The first piece of music that Joseph applied for was not sung, but simply played. The early piano sound was dull and depressing. At this time, there were already many customers sitting in the bar in 2s and 3s who came to drink and relax. After seeing Joseph playing on stage, they all paid more or less attention.
This song sounds so depressing. Is this done on purpose? The melody sounds pretty good to me. I guess it's a narrative piece. This doesn't seem to be a popular song. It's the first time I've heard it. It's interesting. Maybe he created it himself?
Those who can spend money in a bar with live bell have a good economic foundation. And among these people who have a little money, some have good musical literacy and music identification skills. The music on the lute on Joseph's side has begun to change, and the tune is slowly becoming more exciting, since the poem he is playing is a narrative piece. According to popular understanding, the initial depression is because the protagonist of the story he is narrating is suffering and being oppressed. After the tone changes, it means that the protagonist's mood begins to change, and he will rise up to resist.
Oh! First it's depressing, then it's exciting, and finally there's a rising climax. A standard heroic epic song. It sounds like this. The tune is not bad, but because the format is too standardized, I don't have much expectations for the following content. It can be regarded as a second-rate to third-rate song. If this is the man himself, if he creates a proud song, then I won't recognize him very much. Come on! That makes perfect sense. I remember that your skill at playing the piano seems to be worse than mine. Right. If you have the ability, you can play one later. If I don't go up, I just like to sit down and talk. Please call me a critic.
As the drinkers stopped their glasses and talked softly, Joseph's performance slowly reached its climax. And the real change begins at this moment. The originally slightly thin sounds of plucking and slapping merge together to reveal a magnificent battle scene. It begins with a majestic and courageous ensemble chord, urgent and magnificent, as if to reveal the abundant will and unstoppable momentum of the protagonist of the story. After a brief introduction with a severe and powerful impact, the flame soaring into the sky ignited. The flames of struggle struck the heartstrings of everyone in the bar with their unstoppable power. Although the mood in the middle has eased, the burning of the heroic will has not been extinguished. The rustling of panic, sad complaints, lofty thoughts, and shouts of victory are still the main themes of the music.
I really like what you just said. It's a second-rate to third-rate song. Wow! I didn't expect that there would be such a surprise at the end. The climax at the end really made the whole song, which was a bit dull, come alive, like rising from the ashes. I declare that this is a first-rate piece of music.
After the song ended, the drinkers around began to spontaneously applaud Joseph. For a performer, such applause is the best recognition for him.
Hey, musician, you play very well. This piece of music is also very good. What is it called?
Someone asked.
I call it
Hymn to Heroes in the Firelight. Joseph stood up, took off his hat, and saluted tonight's audience. Today's heroic epic music creations are very different in format, serious homogeneity, and the audience's aesthetic fatigue, so it is difficult to produce good works. And this song,
Hymn to Heroes in the Firelight,
with its unique last section and divine climax, it is not an exaggeration to call it a masterpiece. A good piece of music can naturally lead to a connection between two people, while a better piece of music can directly evoke synesthesia. Listening to the music, pictures automatically popped into my mind. When listening to the last verse of this song, everyone in the bar saw such a picture in their minds. The hero uses fire to burn away the darkness and evil in the world. Finally, he turned his back on the soaring fire and left, drifting away, feeling free and lonely. God, Ling behind the bar was also in high spirits because of the song.
Hymn to Heroes in the Firelight.
Feeling on fire. After listening to this piece of music, she had a more concrete picture in her mind than others imagined when they heard the climax. It was a scene of a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, holding the brim of his wide hat with one hand, leading calmly among a group of astonished onlookers. Behind the young man's upright figure was the light of the sky. He turned his back to the light and walked into the darkness. The young proprietress leaned on the bar and began to think.
It seems that when I heard the last part, I couldn't help but think of the little brother. When we were in Sweet Mulberry Town, he burned down Iron Hand Jack's house with a fire. Just at that time, the little brother, it's really handsome. Wait a minute. This man named Joseph said that he once saw me being chased by Iron Hand Jack's men in Sweet Mulberry Town. So, this song must be something he heard after seeing the fire that night. Was it created out of inspiration? Although I don't understand it very well. If you think about it this way, art is really magical, Mr. Joseph.
Right. After Joseph came down from the stage, Ling made a cocktail mixed with sugar wine and lime juice and pushed it out.
The song I played just now is very good. I like it very much. But to tell you the truth, I don't know much about music. And my brother told me before that the music in the bar should be softer and more soothing. The song just now, isn't it a little too exciting? I can also play softer songs.
The performance just now was too immersed in effort, and Joseph was a little thirsty. He picked up this strange-looking glass of wine and took a sip without thinking too much. The taste of this wine was very unique, different from anything he had ever tasted before. The ale and distilled liquor sold in ordinary taverns are either too light and tasteless, or they are too strong and are only suitable for drunkenness and dreaming. And in this very nice-looking wine, the non-irritating wine taste has a hint of mint and lime aroma, and it is ice-cold and very tempting.
This wine,
by the time Joseph put down the glass, the small cocktail had been drunk unconsciously.
This cup is Emo Swan. According to my brother, the alcohol content is not heavy and is suitable for relaxing.
Ling shrugged.
Also, if you work here, you can order an extra drink after work every day. A big cocktail. It doesn't cost anything. It's oh, right. It's an employee benefit.
Joseph didn't understand a few words that the cute little boss lady spoke. It was just as difficult to understand as the resident singer before. Ever since I came to Eden, I feel that in this booming town, everyone seems to be casually speaking some strange and made-up words that I don't understand. And they are saying it at the drop of a hat.
I don't know where this strange trend comes from. It made him want to imitate a little bit. Because the little boss lady asked him to listen to soothing music. After a short break, Joseph went on the stage again. The drinkers who had previously heard him play "Hymn to Heroes in the Firelight" applauded enthusiastically. This time, Joseph did not choose to play the lute. Instead, he sat next to the harpsichord. Having spent most of his life in the music city of Golden Oak, Joseph is actually quite good at music theory knowledge and musical instrument mastery. The second piece he chose to play tonight was to Vivian, which was widely circulated in the Dona Empire, and even children from small noble families could hum a few lines. This song is very gentle and feels suitable for the atmosphere of the bar. After a love sketch, I couldn't find any flaws. Joseph's basic skills were very solid. As a layman, Ling is a lively player and thinks he plays it very well. In addition, I quietly glanced at a few of the regular customers who knew music and saw that their response was also good. The salary for working here is 8 silver nana a month, and you can only work after 6 p.m. Then, if the customers give you tips, they are all yours. You will come with me to meet Hannah later. Our employees here have to go through the process of joining her. After that, your salary will be checked by her apprentice every month and paid to you personally. Ling gave this final explanation to her new employees. Then, tonight's recruitment ends naturally. The bar gained a resident singer with good professional qualities and no faults in every aspect. And Joseph got a good job that paid him enough to live a decent life. After that, Ling, the young proprietress of the bar, used the life skills she had recently mastered, talking, listening, and acting as a tree hole, to get some of Joseph's life stories from him. It is a final assessment of the employee's character. The other party's story is very simple and can be summarized in a few sentences. Joseph was originally a street performer in Sweet Mulberry, a large town surrounding Golden Oak City. Probably when I was a teenager, I went to Golden Oak City, the capital of art, to pursue my dreams. Until middle age, I still accomplished nothing and was confused. Later, by chance, I had an adventure and was inspired to compose the song "Hymn to Heroes in the Firelight." With this brilliant tune, he returned to Golden Oak and life was slightly better. However, the city of art is, after all, a holy land where two artistic geniuses can be hit by just throwing a brick. After gaining a small amount of fame with one song, Joseph only upgraded from performing on the streets to performing in small theaters. Later, I recently heard colleagues starting to discuss crazily about a small town called Eton in the middle of the empire. Everyone in this town is talented and speaks well. Moreover, this famous town has the best food in the empire, which has been professionally certified by the gentlemen in the Music Association. Relying on the gourmet food industry, the small town named Eton is making rapid progress, developing rapidly, and is prosperous. It is the most promising area in the empire. Development and potential mean opportunity. In addition, the small town of Eton has a different kind of attraction for people who play music. This year's most popular harpsichord piece, To Vivian. It is said that the protagonist of the origin of the story lives here. In short, driven by various factors, many art and cultural workers around Golden Oak City began to move to Eton, thinking of trying their luck and changing their living conditions. Perhaps because the song "Hymn to Heroes in the Firelight" rekindled his love and yearning for life. Joseph also became one of the members who wanted to change the status quo. After witnessing the current development of Eton these days, and gritting his teeth and spending money to eat someone's delicious hot pot, his heart became even more determined. I made up my mind to come here, which may be the best choice in my life. A hero cannot run away from battle. Being a resident singer in a bar is the first step in his new life. Chapter 465 Barbecue Menu. An ordinary morning. Several stores in the restaurant usually open after noon. During this time, all employees are still free to move around or make preparations before opening. The smell of barbecue is wafting from the kitchen of Wishing Restaurant. The entire kitchen is filled with a variety of ingredients, most of which are meat. There are ordinary livestock meats that Bear Claw purchased in bulk from nearby farms. And there are also the outputs of strange monsters from the Monster Farm. Let me see what else I can grill. Common fat beef and pork belly purchased in bulk from nearby farms will taste really good if marinated with garlic. Oh, and beef tongue. I like this stuff. Dawn muttered to herself as she flipped ingredients on a custom-made grill using a small custom-made grill. He is researching and preparing the menu for the barbecue restaurant of the fifth store in Food City. The venue and decoration of the barbecue restaurant, as well as the preparation of special tableware, have already been put in place.
After Dorn provides a menu for free choice and a set of procedures for diners to cook their own meals, it will almost be ready for business. This is the same as running a hot pot restaurant before.
Then, I'll add some special ingredients that can only be eaten here. Recently, a lot of monsters have been released in the monster farm, including poisonous feather chicken meat, black goat meat, 2 types of fungi, and other useful ingredients. Grilled seafood. As for the pricing, we will discuss it with Gonzalez and Fat Fox later. It is estimated that if the special monster ingredients are 2 or 3 times more expensive than ordinary livestock meat, it will still be easily accepted by wealthy diners who want to try new things. Perhaps the menu at the hot pot restaurant can also be updated according to this template.
At present, the development of Monster Farm is still very good, although Crick left Eden and went back to the north to visit relatives. But the demonology researchers brought by his teacher Mr. Alfonso are also very capable, enthusiastic and active when working, thanks to the efforts of Creek and later monster scholars. The scale of the Monster Farm in the west has been further expanded, and several monsters have begun to steadily provide meat to the restaurant on a small scale. All good things. Dorn has already set up the menu settings for the barbecue restaurant. What kind of ingredients should be grilled raw or marinated, and the appropriate number of minutes to bake them, are all clearly arranged. I tried baking a few more sample ingredients in the kitchen, and wrote down all the key points in the baking process. After that, Dorn did not waste any of these delicious roasted meats that were used for experiments. Every last piece was sent to the story world and fed to the dragon lady. After all, Alice has the attributes of a dragon. If she really lets go and eats, her appetite will be unimaginably huge. I guess I can't get enough of it. This also shows that in the process of getting along with Dorn, Alice has been merciful and eats very sparingly. After cleaning up the kitchen, Don clapped his hands.
The hardware for the venue and kitchen equipment is available, and the software for the menu and process is also available. Now that everything is ready, as soon as the last manpower is arranged, the barbecue restaurant will be fully operational.
The manpower arrangement of a barbecue restaurant is similar to that of a hot pot restaurant. The main need is a large number of waiters in the store, and a group of helpers in the kitchen who can skillfully cut raw meat and handle preliminary meat. Both types of employees do not need to be very professional. They can be used by recruiting suitable young candidates and then doing pre-job training. Hannah and Gonzalez already have rich experience in handling this aspect. Just tell them and let them do it.
The problem of basic employees is easy to solve, but I feel it is better to recruit a reliable chef to coordinate the overall situation.
Thinking of this, Don thought for a while. No matter what kind of restaurant it is, it actually needs a reliable chef. Even hot pot restaurants that have become successful cases are the same. It's just that in a restaurant like this that relies on guests to cook by themselves, the chef needs to invest relatively little energy in it. For example, the chefs in the hot pot restaurant now are still Amy and Aisha in a strict sense. At the very least, the two of them are leading the helpers in the back kitchen to do the stir-frying work that is related to the taste and soul of hot pot.
The workload at the Cantonese restaurant is already very heavy, and Amy and Aisha also have to take care of the hot pot restaurant. It would be too hard for them to work in a barbecue restaurant.
Don touched his chin. Be it Amy or Aisha, they are all his lovely direct disciples. They are dearest relatives and friends. He really couldn't bear to go too far to squeeze the remaining value of these two little girls. Another candidate available is Vivian. Although Miss Goblin has a good talent for cooking, she prefers to go on adventures with Dorn when he leaves Eden. Moreover, she has now regained the power of the Fairy Queen and is a ruined boss living in the main world. It would be unrealistic to stay at home, and it would also be a waste of the excellent fighting power of the adventure to a large extent.
So, we still have to hire another chef. Anyway, if the Food City wants to continue to develop, it will still need a large number of chefs who can do their own thing.
So the question is, where should I find this chef? Just like training people like Amy, Aisha, and Ling, we select good young people who are talented or hardworking enough, and personally use cooking power to educate them before taking up their posts. This is one way. The other way is, go to reputable restaurants in big cities and directly poach some chefs with rich cooking and business experience back home.
Of course, it's fun to cultivate them, but it's convenient to have them ready-made.
After a brief consideration, Don made up his mind. Anyway, now that I have Warp White Mist in hand, it only takes a matter of minutes to go shopping in a few big cities nearby. It is as convenient as going to the downstairs of the community to have a meal. Moreover, Going to different cities to taste different delicacies is similar to Dorn's daily life when he was doing a gourmet show on Earth. A bit nostalgic. Action is worse than excitement.
It seems that the Wishing restaurant will also be closed today. This is all for the opening of the barbecue restaurant. I believe that my diners will understand my good intentions.
Talking nonsense that he didn't even believe. Don walked to the kitchen door. He planned to find Vivian. It would be unreasonable to go there alone. But I should bring the fairy lady with me no matter what. As soon as he walked out of the kitchen door, he happened to see Vivian, who was not holding a staff, leading Amy and Elsa over, chatting and laughing. Seeing Don standing at the door, the three girls stopped.
Good morning. Don/teacher/big brother. Is there anything you can help me with today? Yes. There is too much. You came just in time.
Chapter 466. I'm not very satisfied. As soon as Dorn was about to leave for a small food trip, Vivian appeared with her two female apprentices. It's better to come early than to come by chance. He simply planned to take Amy and Aisha out together. As a chef, in addition to cooking every day, you should also occasionally taste the excellent dishes made by your colleagues to improve your food appreciation ability. Amy and Elsa can just do some education in this area. If we go to a nearby city for lunch and then go home via Baiwu Jump, we can probably catch up with the opening hours of the Cantonese restaurant. In fact, it doesn't matter if you can't catch up. Before setting off, he told Gonzalez that if he and the little cooks didn't come back on time, they would put up a temporary notice. Let's just say that the chef went out to study with his two apprentices and was closed for one day. This time I really went out to study. Liar is a puppy. Komodova City. This is a commercial city not close to Eaton Town, but not too far away if you use the Leap to White Mist ability. It was also the first big city that Dorn visited after arriving in the Land of Miracles. Today's plan to poach the food and tourism industry. He set the destination here. In a narrow, uninhabited alley, a mysterious white mist pours out that seems to connect to infinite space. Later, Dorn took Miss Goblin out of the mist. Stepping on the slightly damp floor in the alley, Don took out
Alice's bedtime reading
from his arms. The symbols on the dark red book flashed, and the figures of Amy and Elsa were outlined. When the two little girls arrived in reality from the story world, their expressions were filled with excitement and curiosity. This was their first experience entering the story world. And then, they were taken by Dorn to cross long distances through the jump white mist. It's so amazing. But curiosity is curiosity. And both Amy and Elsa are mentally prepared for this kind of fantasy development. They have long known that Don and Vivian are not ordinary people. I have seen the scene several times where Dorn extends his terrifying-looking tentacles that almost take up half of the kitchen space and performs cooking operations flexibly. Amy,
we have arrived in Komodova? It's so fast. Obviously, I just tried to cook 2 dishes using the kitchen in the castle.
Aisha,
Amy, I'm not telling you. You've already come out to play. So stop scrambling against time to practice cooking. I'm very stressed out when you do this.
The two little girls first chirped and jumped around Dorn, and then happily walked out of the alley. After arriving on the street, their eyes were quickly attracted by the dazzling display windows and merchandise on the street. Elsa,
Amy, look! This skirt is so beautiful. And this little wooden box that can sing. These things are rare even in Silver Shield Port.
Amy,
it's rare, well, but we at Eaton also sell a lot of things that you can't see elsewhere.
Don made a promise to the two little cooks who rarely went out to relax. They could take whatever they liked. After that, Slowly and Vivian followed them. The 4 of them spent a very warm and healing shopping time on the commercial street of Komodova. After the little cooks had almost exhausted their energy, Dorn led them out of the restaurant in a familiar way. The restaurant he chose was gorgeously decorated and called Bright Starlight. When he first arrived in Komodova, Dorn had eaten a delicious barbecued meat in this restaurant, so he left a very good impression. Although the fried barbecue is very different from the barbecue in the barbecue restaurant that Dorn plans to add. But it also proves that the chefs who make fried meat have a deep understanding and insight into grilling meat. It's definitely enough to be hired as the chef of a self-service barbecue restaurant. After entering Bright Starlight, Dorn took the 3 girls and sat down by the window, and then ordered a whole table of dishes under the envious eyes of a waiter. Of course, that includes the sizzling barbecue. Lunchtime begins. Vivian and the 3 of them, probably because their tongues have been trained by Dorn for a long time. After taking a bite of the food on the table, the original expressions of expectation on their faces disappeared, and they all frowned slightly. Especially the 2 cooks. Amy and Elsa, were greatly reduced in their enthusiasm for cooking. What the HL? The decoration of this store is so gorgeous. But the food tastes like this? This is the only barbecue dish that tastes pretty good. Not to mention comparing other things with their own chefs. Even some dishes. The two little chefs, who only specialize in Cantonese cuisine, really feel that.
I can do it.
The food here is quite expensive. In comparison, the menu pricing of Cantonese restaurants is a waste. Hateful. Apart from being a little disappointed with the food at Brilliant Starlight, Amy and Elsa were somewhat secretly happy.
Sure enough, our wishing restaurant is the best.
Although there were many psychological activities, the two little cooks, including Vivian, still maintained the most basic courtesy. I didn't comment on the taste of the food here, nor did I directly mock the Bright Starlight store from a high position. I just became more reserved in my eating movements. On the other hand, Dorn was quite comfortable and enjoying the food on the table. Go out and play. Having fun is the most important thing. It's not me in Versailles. I can't expect to eat the same level of food as Wishing Restaurant in other places other than Eaton Town. Right? As long as you keep your expectations low, you won't be disappointed. Moreover, this fried barbecue is not the same as last time. It is very well done. Again, the barbecue chef here is worth digging out. A simple lunch ended, because Vivian and the three of them ate relatively little. There were still a lot of dishes left on the table. Dorn originally wanted to send all the food to the story world to feed the dragon lady, as usual, but was rejected. Black Alice.
Bah! 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 It tastes bad. Is this what a dragon should eat? Take it away. Take it away. Take it all away. Lady Alice only eats things you make with your own hands.
No way. Because of the habit of not wasting food that he developed during his time as a gourmet chef. Dunn basically always discs off the discs when he eats. And in the end, he can only finish the dishes that no one wants to eat anymore by himself. Anyway, with his strength increased to this point, even if he eats too much, he won't have the worry of being full. Dang Dang is a one-third god. And it is very comical and unrealistic to think about things like eating too much and getting a bad stomach. After finishing the food, Dorn gestured to the waiter, who was standing respectfully not far away, noticing that these four guests were all well dressed, and that all the food on the table had been eaten. It was estimated that he could get a lot of tips for sending them away. So the waiter walked away quickly. Come over.
Sir, do you have any other orders?
Although he knew that the guests at this table would have to pay the bill, the waiter still asked in a professional manner. Then, he heard the gentleman in front of him, who had black hair and black eyes, and was leading three beautiful ladies by himself. He looked very rich, and had a gentlemanly demeanor. He said something completely unexpected in a gentle tone.
I'm not very satisfied with this meal. So, I'm sorry. Please call the chef out.
Please.
Chapter 467. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? After hearing these words, the waiter was a little confused. He glanced at the empty plate with only grease stains on the table with disbelief. After eating it all, you tell me that you are not very satisfied? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? But why is the guest's tone so gentlemanly and polite? The waiter hesitated for a while, turning pale and blushing, and then bowed numbly.
I'll go talk to the chef right now.
The men and women at the table in front of him were not someone he could afford to offend just by looking at their clothes. And since the other party named the chef, he just needs to find the chef. How the subsequent events will develop is completely beyond his control as a waiter. The waiter trotted toward the kitchen in a panic. Dorn continued to sit in his original position, tapping his fingers on the table calmly. Yes, he is deliberately looking for trouble. When he was still on Earth, in addition to working and playing games, Dunn also occasionally liked to read online novels about gourmet food. There are often scenes like this in these novels and stories. When the protagonist ran his own restaurant for the first time, he encountered a villain who was trying to make trouble for some reason. After a friendly exchange of words, the two parties decided to compete in a cooking showdown in which honor and other things could be staked. In the end, of course, the protagonist achieved a series of gorgeous slaps in the face with his superb cooking skills and golden fingers. Although this kind of plot is cliché, I love watching it. Now he is copying this story routine, but he is acting as a small villain who forces Lai to find trouble. But don't tell me. This feeling is quite exciting. Thinking of this, the corner of Dawn's mouth turned up in a wicked way. The three girls at the same table knew about Dorn's evil poaching plan before they came, so they didn't say anything more and just sat up a little straighter. He looked like he would support Dorn later. They don't seem to care about helping others do evil. Not long after, the waiter came out of the kitchen again, followed by a chef with a kitchen knife in his hand and a gloomy look on his face. The chef is a woman, probably in her 20s. Her appearance is somewhat exotic, and she does not seem to be a native race of the Dona Empire. Her skin color is light brown. Naturally looks like a hot girl with dark skin. She wore a chef's hat on her head and wrapped her hair professionally in the hat. He was wearing a white chef's uniform with fresh oil stains on it. Also, the chef lady has a very plump figure, and the second button of the chef's uniform has a tendency to be stretched open. A bit dazzling, it attracted the attention of the other 3 petite women present. In short, she looks like that. A very special kind, a mature feminine charm. A style that would make Gregla fall in love at first sight.
You're just not satisfied with the food, right?
The mature chef stood at the edge of the dining table, stretched out her hand to wipe a kitchen knife, and put one hand on her hip, looking menacing. With this posture, ordinary people would be easily fooled by her. For example, Amy and Elsa both shrank slightly. Even the waiter in Bright Starlight looked pale as he stood nearby. He wanted to step forward and ask the chef to put down his knife and talk, but I don't really dare to do it.
Yes, it's me. Let me introduce myself. H. Low. My name is Don.
Don maintained his usual polite and gentle smile.
Oh, H. Low. My name is Veretta.
Perhaps influenced by Dorn's appearance and attitude, the chef subconsciously replied her name at first. But then she reacted.
Wait a minute, who cares?
What is your name?
In addition, she felt that the name, Dorn, felt inexplicably familiar. But I couldn't seem to remember where I had heard it. And I was feeling unhappy about being picked on. So I didn't go into details, but continued my question.
There's obviously nothing left on the food on your table. So tell me clearly why you're dissatisfied with your food. If you can't tell me, pay me right away and get out. If I want to be more specific,
I'm not very satisfied with the sizzling barbecue.
Dorn's expression was still very indifferent. After he said these words, Vivian beside him nodded her head cooperatively and said seriously,
Yeah, I'm really not satisfied.
As a result, Veretta became even more angry. It doesn't matter if you say that the other dishes are not to your liking. The sizzling barbecue is the signature of the entire Brilliant Starlight. She has taken over this restaurant from her father for 6 years. All the guests who have eaten this barbecue have praised it, and the response has been extremely high. Even some picky gourmets have praised this dish after eating it. The guests at the table in front of me are definitely looking for trouble. Or maybe it's just someone hired by other restaurants to cause trouble. It was noon at this time, and Bright Starlight had already seated some lunch guests. Seeing the sudden dispute in the restaurant, everyone turned their attention. The atmosphere is a bit stiff. However, Dorn still kept his expression calm and his heart not beating. Just when he was about to criticize again, Elsa beside him spoke first. Maybe the little girl felt that in this somewhat embarrassing atmosphere, her teacher should not be allowed to deal with the black-skinned cow sister in front of her alone.
The spices in the barbecue are a bit too strong. It seems that it should be adjusted. The beef used in this barbecue is of high quality, and the ingredients used in it can somewhat mask the umami flavor of the meat itself.
Seeing her good friend speak, Amy also plucked up the courage.
Then, I think the roasting time may be a bit too long, and the temperature seems to be a bit high. Therefore, the meat does not maintain the most tender texture and is a little bit old. Of course, the taste of the barbecue is actually good. It's just okay. Improve for the better.
Although the 2 little cooks are not good at making barbecue. But have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? I have been with Duo N for more than a year. Is there anything delicious that I have not tried? Their tongues have long been so sensitive that they no longer work. If you want to find fault with a dish that is rated around A, you can definitely do it. Veretta listened to the 2 girls, who were much younger than her without saying a word. And then her face became even more ugly. They are just looking for trouble. How could there be anything wrong with the spices in the barbecue? This is a recipe passed down from her grandparents. Veretta has been studying hard since she was a child. In addition, vague statements such as,
the baking time is a bit long, the temperature is a bit high, and the taste is a bit old,
are completely unconvincing. What is a little bit? Veretta considers herself to be very good at grilling meat. To find fault with this part of her skill, I guess the unit can only be something like,
the barbecue was grilled for tens of seconds longer, or the temperature was a few tenths of a degree Celsius higher.
But this kind of unreasonable and precise amount is impossible for an individual to grasp. Okay. What's even more annoying is that the people at this table shamelessly finished their picky fried meat. This must have been done intentionally, so that there would be no proof. So cunning. Hey. So angry. Chapter 468 Cooking Competition. Look. The current situation is that we think your barbecue needs to be improved. And you think we are being unreasonable. And neither party is convinced by the other. My suggestion is that we have a fight. And whoever wins is justified. Seeing that the mood and atmosphere of the scene were heightened, Dorn spoke out what he had planned for a long time. A fight? Beretta's hand tightened on the kitchen knife. Is he holding a knife in his hand? How dare this man speak so wildly? However, even if she heard such provocative words, the black-skinned chef's sister would not really kill Dorn with a knife. The reason why she came out with the knife was simply because when she was cutting meat, she heard her waiter say that someone was making trouble in the restaurant. And she was so excited that she forgot to put down the knife first. Yes, a fight. But a chef has a chef style of fighting. I mean, let's have a cooking showdown. This wave I call shooky. Dawn shrugged, still looking indifferent. Beretta was stunned for a while before she understood the meaning of this sentence. You mean, let's compete in cooking? You know how to cook. It doesn't look like it. Of course. So, find one or more notaries to review and rate the dishes we cook. And decide the winner. If you win, I will retract all negative comments about the taste of Bright Starlight food and make them public. Apologize to you. And pay for the lunch immediately. Plus 50 gold as compensation. Dorn began to talk seriously about the bets he was willing to place on this cooking showdown. 50 gold? Are you serious? If it is a fair competition, I don't think I will lose. But, what are you trying to do? If you win, Beretta's right hand began to spin the shining kitchen knife unconsciously. She had some recollection and understood why this table of guests deliberately caused trouble after eating the barbecue she cooked. Just to induce this so-called cooking showdown. After taking so many twists and turns, this man who looks very gentlemanly on the surface must have some bad intentions. But, the bet of 50 gold nuggets was so tempting that one could not think of how to refuse it. He gave too much. In addition, the black-skinned chef lady is still very confident in her cooking skills. As she said herself, in a fair fight, she didn't think she would lose to the playboy in front of her. Therefore, Beretta planned to listen to the other party's conditions before making any plans. If I win, you will accept me as your cooking teacher. Then, I want you to follow me. Dorn finally found his way out. Follow you? Beretta repeated the word in a playful tone and straightened her waist. With this movement, the second button of the white chef's uniform seemed to be opened a little wider. Her dark eyes looked up and down at Dorn, and the sharp kitchen knife in her hand wavered a little. Well, come to my place for a day, and I will show you my restaurant. Dawn continued to explain. You also have a restaurant. I visited it. And then what? There is no more. Everything after that is entirely up to you. You are free. That's it? Beretta looked at Dorn with eyes still full of distrust. But the kitchen knife in her hand didn't shake as often. That's it. Everyone present can witness it. If it doesn't work, we can establish written evidence. What about the notary? That's what you said. The person who reviews our dishes won't be you. Right? Beretta started to think about it. Of course not. As long as it's fair. You can find the notary. Dawn smiled generously. Doesn't seem to care at all who the notary is. To be honest, Dawn didn't think Miss Beretta would cheat on finding a notary. And even if the other party cheats, there is no need to worry. It's no joke that he has a maxed-out sweetness hand and a maxed-out charm hand. They can be used by both men and women. If the referee is unfair, then make him fair. I still don't understand what your intention is. But since you insist on giving me 50 gold as compensation, I won't refuse. That's it. I accept your cooking challenge. Beretta finally put down the kitchen knife in her hand. The waiter behind her finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were also other diners in the store, although it appeared that all their eyes were on their own tables. In fact, they all had their ears for gossip and listened to the entire development of this dramatic conflict. A foreign face challenged the beautiful Miss Beretta. If Beretta loses, she will go home with the man and be at his mercy. The original god is above. This is so exciting! Eating melons and watching movies is probably the nature of human beings. But all the diners who had nothing important to do next slowed down their eating. Even if the food on the table is all cold, they still want to finish the big melon. Komodova, a room in a townhouse apartment complex. A boy with short brown hair, A round face and some freckles burst into the master bedroom excitedly. Sir! Sir! Someone is looking for me. It's the beautiful boss and chef's sister of Bright Starlight. The boy shouted excitedly before he could even open the door completely. The man at the desk in the master bedroom put down the pen in his hand and turned back with an unhappy tone. Knock on the door! Knock on the door! John! How many times have I said, knock on the door? The man is well dressed and has a carefully trimmed mustache. This is Thomas Williams, a well-known writer and critic in the Dono Empire, famous for writing chivalric novels and travel reviews. Mr. Writer's main activity area is the Royal City, but he also has his own real estate in Komodova. Plus, Mr. Williams is a foodie. Since last year, his food reviews have begun to attract more and more attention and are included in many popular periodicals and magazines among the rich. Hee hee. I'm sorry, sir. The boy named John scratched his head and smiled impenitently. It's mainly because the news brought by the chef's sister is so interesting. What's all the fuss about? The chef's sister said that there is a bad man from outside who wants to have a cooking competition with her in Bright Starlight, and then wants to invite you to be a notary. Little John looked excited. Cooking competition? Williams became interested. Yes, and the stakes seem to be very high. If the chef's sister wins, she can get a full 50 gold. But if she loses, she will go home with a foreign man and be at his mercy. Lil John still watched the excitement without taking it too seriously. Williams frowned when he heard this. Where is Veretta? Waiting for you in the living room. Chapter 469, It is absolutely impossible to lose. Hey, what kind of cooking competition are you talking about? Who will win? Of course it's Veretta. She's so pretty. And her cooking is delicious. And she's so pretty. According to what you said, I think the young man with black hair is also very good looking. Moreover, look at the 3 girls around him. They are all so cute. Damn it! Why can he have 3 such cute girls, but none of us have one? I don't think what you are saying is right. Have you lost your focus? The focus is on the cooking showdown. The cooking showdown. In addition, I also think Veretta will win. I heard that they are competing on barbecue. How many barbecues are there in Bright Star? It's delicious. No need to say more. Right. The black-haired guy is probably digging a hole for himself. Second, I think that black-haired outsider looks like he doesn't know how to cook. I don't agree with your statement. Do you really think that others are fools? Digging a hole for yourself and then jumping in? That black-haired guy dared to openly provoke Veretta. So he must have been prepared. I disagree with you. Veretta is old enough. So whatever she says is right. Bright Starlight. The original diners have now become spectators watching the cooking showdown in an open and above-board manner. There are even many people who came here to have sex for free after hearing about the annual drama here on the street. This is Mr. Aris, the retired former A-level adventurer. This is Ms. Nelson, the president of the Komodova Local Business Association. This is Mr. Grando, the chef of Twilight Restaurant. And this is Mr. Williams, author and foodie. Veretta was introducing the 4 notaries she had found one by one, the writer among them. After understanding that the result of this cooking competition would not involve any kind of human trafficking, he happily went to the appointment. However, when he saw the so-called bad man from outside in the Bright Starlight Hall, he was still shocked. So it turns out that the person who is going to compete with Veretta on her cooking skills is Mr. Dorn from Eden Town. Williams naturally knew Don. The crab meat lion head dish he had at Wishing Restaurant a long time ago still left a deep impression on him. How could it be him? What kind of conflict could there be between him and Veretta? Obviously their restaurants are so far apart. Even though he was surprised, as the notary invited this time. In order to avoid suspicion, Williams did not go to Dorn to reminisce. He just nodded towards both sides of the competition like the other 3 notaries. Dorn also recognized Williams. After all, this writer was his first Kinder Reward recipient. And he also wrote a positive magazine review for the Wishing Restaurant, which attracted a considerable number of aristocratic diners to the restaurant in the early stage. It's normal to be impressed. Dorn also just nodded towards the other party without giving any reaction. Valletta continued to talk. Hey, let me say it first. After all, these 4 gentlemen and ladies are all active in Komodova. When my father was still alive, I had some interactions with them. But I can guarantee that they are definitely the most famous and fair-minded people here. If you don't believe it, you can go to the street and ask a random local now to see if I am lying to you. Then, if you are still not at ease, I allow you to add one of the 3 ladies around you to the notary public team.
Although I believe that the person I am looking for will definitely be fair and just. But considering that these people had some friendship with herself or with Brilliant Starlight, in order not to live up to the facts, Veretta made a compromise proposal. What she didn't expect was that this suggestion, which was obviously beneficial to her opponent, was decisively rejected.
No need. Just these 4 gentlemen and ladies. I believe they will make a fair evaluation,
Dawn said nonchalantly. Veretta felt very surprised, and the look of confusion on her face became a little more intense. What on earth is this man planning? Don't even ask him to arrange his own people into the judging panel? Is this because there is too much money to spend? Or is the other party actually absolutely confident in his cooking skills?
It's up to you. Anyway, if you lose, just don't say I'm cheating on you. There are so many pairs of eyes here watching, and so many pairs of ears listening.
The dark-skinned chef lady shook her head. Since the other party didn't appreciate it, she didn't bother to persist. After a brief pause, she added,
I thought you would definitely agree to let a certain lady join the referee team. So I only found 4 notaries. In order to be 100% sure of the outcome, we may have to choose one more. No need. 4 will do. If you want to decide the winner, the scoring system will do.
Dorn still looked indifferent.
Besides, actually the voting system doesn't matter. Because in the end everyone's vote type will be the same. It's the same.
Veretta. The chef lady gathered her fists. Where is my knife? This man deserves a beating for his words.
Whatever. You? Just wait and lose money.
After feeling sulky for a few seconds, Veretta decided to see the real deal on the field. After saying these words, she didn't want to speak anymore. The suggestion to gather an odd number of notaries also fell by the wayside. At this time, Dawn continued to talk to her in a very ignorant manner.
One more thing. You chose the notary, so I will provide the main ingredients for our competition. It was agreed before that the dish to be compared is barbecue, and I plan to provide mutton. Is that okay?
Veretta didn't speak, but looked up and down at the man in front of her again with her dark eyes. Could this be some kind of conspiracy on his part? Seeing the concern in the chef's eyes, Dawn spoke again.
Don't worry. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the mutton I provide. On the contrary, the meat quality will be very good, and we can guarantee that we are using the same kind of meat. You can trust me just like I trust the notary you choose. Cut.
Because of Dawn's last sentence, the chef lady felt that she couldn't refute it, so she smacked her lips and nodded in acquiescence to the proposal. As long as the quality of the meat he provided was the same, Veretta didn't feel like she would lose. Let's talk about other dishes. This time it's barbecue. Whether it's roast beef or roast lamb, they are all specialties that her grandfathers have been running from scratch. Moreover, when he arrived in Veretta, his knowledge of barbecue skills was even better than that of his elders in the family. There is absolutely no way you will lose. For the sake of Grandpa and Father, and the honor of Bright Starlight. Chapter 470 Obsessed Mutton. Dorn briefly left Bright Starlight on the pretext of getting ingredients. When he came back, he brought with him a whole head of fresh mutton that had been slaughtered and the skin removed. The audience at the scene was in an uproar, and the notaries looked at each other. No one knew where Dorn got the sheep in such a short time.
This man has stored whole lamb meat near my restaurant?
Veretta looked even more confused and alert.
Sure enough. He came prepared from the beginning. Is he plotting against me?
Even so, the chef lady had no intention of backing down from today's cooking competition. Now that I have agreed, this competition is not only for the 50 gold bet, but also to protect the honor of Bright Starlight that has been run by 3 generations. When it comes to barbecue, it's impossible for him to compare to ours. Dawn brought a whole head of fresh lamb to Veretta and pointed at it.
This is the question for today's cooking competition. In order to ensure that the selection of ingredients is fair, we use meat from the same sheep. Can you choose your favorite part first?
The chef lady folded her hands on her chest and rolled her eyes. Although the other party's proposal is indeed fair, I don't know why, but the tone of this man who may be 3 or 4 years younger than me is really irritating. Anger is anger. After Veretta took a few seconds to collect her emotions, she began to look at the quality of the sheep's meat seriously. It is more important to win today's competition first. After all, the chef is an expert in barbecue and has a unique understanding and experience of meat. After examining it carefully, she found that the mutton that this man had pulled out from nowhere was surprisingly good. Even a little too good. The meat of this mutton is compact and tender. It is obviously raw meat. But the mutton smell is very light. And it has the characteristics of a fat-butted lamb, with just the right distribution of lean meat and fat, which can be called the golden ratio. If grilled, it will be excellent. In addition, the temperature of the mutton was not high, and it had a slight coolness. It was obviously stored at a suitable low temperature. The more Veretta looked at the sheep, the more she liked it, and her eyes became a little blurry. The meat, the oil, and the texture are all perfect. This is simply a work of art in mutton, the kind that should be hung on the wall and admired every day.
I have never seen such good mutton,
Veretta said dreamily. It may be difficult to imagine a person seriously appreciating an ingredient in a state that is close to obsession. But the black-skinned chef lady is indeed like this at the moment. She even loves Wujuanel, and feels that Dorn, who was originally very irritating, has become much more beautiful. There is no way, at least when it comes to the selection of ingredients. This man knows it very well.
I have a flock of sheep like this. They are a rare monster that only exists in my place. After you call me teacher, I will take you to see them. In addition, there are sheep of the same level as this kind of sheep. I also raise a lot of other ingredients.
Don shrugged, his tone as usual Versailles. The mutton he provided for today's cooking competition was naturally the black goat produced by Monster Farm and originating from Devil's Lair. Long before coming to Brilliant Starlight for dinner, he had prepared one and stored it in the fresh meat cold storage in the Story World for later use. The black goats raised in the Monster Farm are basically S-level in terms of food quality. The quality itself is extremely high, even if you sprinkle a little salt and a little cumin on the roast. The final mutton will taste very good.
Monster?
Veretta finally came back to her senses from the state of being unable to extricate herself. It's not too unusual to use monsters as ingredients. There are also several dishes in Bright Starlight that are monster dishes. But the situation here is different from that at the Wishing restaurant. The diners in Eden Town are basically gourmets, and the food range of regular customers has expanded a lot compared to before, completely changing into the shape of Dorn. I still remember that a year ago, the residents of Eden Town who could live an average life were unwilling to eat animal offal. Now if you put a slaughtered black goat in front of the simple residents of Eden Town, not only will they enthusiastically recommend to you,
learn the 3 cooking methods of mutton from the Wishing restaurant.
Some of them will also refer to Don's method and tell you in detail the blood, gallbladder, milk, liver, heart, kidneys, lungs, marrow, and even how to eat ram eggs to taste delicious. And Kamanova is where Brilliant Starlight is located. The average diners are relatively conservative in their choice of ingredients, and even a few people can't even accept monster meat. Therefore, the monster dishes in Brilliant Starlight are all marked with eye-catching notes on the menu to prevent customers who have taboos from ordering them incorrectly. However, as a chef, Veretta, monster ingredients are completely within the acceptable range.
There is no problem with monster meat. And according to my understanding, these notaries and ladies have no taboos in this regard. And you just said that you should let me choose this ingredient first. Right. Then I'm not welcome.
The chef excitedly picked up the meat cleaver and cut off a whole piece of ribs from the black goat with a neat technique. Upon seeing this, Dorn took out the rui in the shape of a kitchen knife. And with the knife, he took out the lamb ribs on the other side. Lamb chops. It seems that this is the main ingredient chosen by the 2 chefs in today's cooking competition. It is indeed a part of the sheep that is perfect for roasting. The competition between Don and Veretta officially started at dinner time. It's not because of their ink marks. In fact, it was already evening when Dorn went to get the black goat mutton. Most of the afternoon was spent on setting up the venue. That's right, the venue. In the current Bright Starlight, a large blank area has been cleared out of the originally very spacious hall. 2 complete sets of cooking utensils were also moved from the kitchen and placed on the table. This opinion was put forward by Dorn, and as soon as it was put forward, it was agreed by Mr. Aris, a retired former A-level adventurer, and Mr. Grando, the chef of Twilight Restaurant. Moving the cooking area from the smaller kitchen to the hall allows Don and Veretta's cooking process to be seen by the audience and the notary. This ensures the transparency and openness of this cooking competition. The reason why Bright Starlight agreed to such a ridiculous suggestion was because she felt that compared to the 50 gold bets for the competition, the one-day turnover lost by her restaurant was worth a hair on the body of a 9-year-old cow. At this time, the contestants on both sides were already in their respective cooking areas. The 4 notaries were sitting behind 2 long tables on the inside, watching every move of the contestants while waiting for the meal to be served. The whole, bright starlight, was buzzing with people. And it was packed with people who came to watch the fun. These fun people are basically all locals. So most of them are more optimistic about Veretta. As for Vivian and the others, as a group of friends and relatives of Dorn, they all stood in the front row closest to the stadium and supported Dorn from time to time against the noise of the audience.
Come on, Dawn! The teacher must win. The big brother is the most powerful.